I sucked in a sharp breath, feeling as if my head had been struck by a heavy hammer. The intense pain nearly made me black out. Instinctively, I clutched the back of my head and struggled to sit up from the ground. When I opened my eyes, I realized the world around me was utterly unfamiliar. I glanced around. Towering skyscrapers lined both sides, neon lights flickered in the night, and the entire street pulsed with a cyberpunk sense of the future. Looking down, I saw I was sitting right on the sidewalk, as if fate had tossed me here with no warning. Where am I? Wasn't I just working overtime at the office? I sprang up in shock, my movements so exaggerated I must have looked like a startled kangaroo. I remembered it clearly. The project was about to be inspected, and our team was still burning the midnight oil. How had everything changed the moment I blinked? Was I having some bizarre dream about working overtime? Just then, a deafening roar erupted in the distance, like a monster was putting on a live show. Instantly, someone cried out in terror, "Hulk!" That thunderous bellow made my wound throb and snapped me wide awake. This was no dream. This was really happening. Suddenly, a rush of unfamiliar memories flooded my mind. I glanced down and spotted a blood-stained, fist-sized rock beside me, and at once I understood my situation. I was in New York City, in Manhattan, running a Chinese restaurant. My name was still Wu Chen, my appearance unchanged, yet the world around me was entirely different. In those memories, I saw the towering Stark Industries building. I saw Tony Stark brimming with confidence at a press conference, declaring, "I am Iron Man." In that instant, I realized I was now in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I almost breathed a sigh of relief, but then the reality hit me. There was nothing to celebrate. Even if the movie version of Marvel was weaker than the comics, to a small fry like me, it was still fraught with danger. Now that Iron Man had made his entrance, the Hulk, Thor, HYDRA, or even Thanos might show up next. I had no desire to gamble on that snap and risk becoming part of the unlucky half erased from existence. If I ended up on the wrong side, wouldn't I be throwing my life away for nothing? Anxiously, I tried to recall how I ended up here. The memory surfaced. I was just out running an errand when a loud explosion rang out behind me. A rock shot through the air like a cannonball and smashed into the back of my head, knocking me out cold. Just like that, I was logged off. As I thought about it, I couldn't help but sigh. Talk about bad luck. Bang! The wall not far from me was shattered by a tremendous force, and another chunk of stone hurtled in my direction. I quickly used my blink skill to dodge, glaring angrily toward where the stone had flown from. But the moment I saw what it was, my whole body froze. My legs went weak, and I turned to run without a second thought. In the gaping hole in the wall stood a giant over 3 meters tall, with greenish skin and a hideous face. The very monster responsible for my battered, bloodied head. I recognized it instantly. The Abomination. The Abomination was once Emil Blonsky, a squad leader under General Ross tasked with hunting down the Hulk. In pursuit of greater power, he injected himself with the blood of Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk himself, and ultimately transformed into the savage creature before me. Now lost in a frenzy, he rampaged like a mad destroyer, laying waste to buildings and vehicles, bellowing his challenge to the Hulk for all to hear. He tossed cars aside with ease, hurling them at crowds and traffic, plunging the entire scene into utter chaos. A disaster straight out of a movie. Help! Somebody help! The anguished screams of innocent bystanders nearly deafened me. Police rushed in, opening fire in a desperate attempt to stop the Abomination, but their bullets were utterly useless, like trying to tickle him. With a mighty crash, a car was flung through the air, striking several officers before they could dodge, knocking them down in an instant. Witnessing this carnage, I felt my fury boiling over. To draw out the Hulk, the Abomination sowed chaos and pain without a shred of conscience. He was the very definition of a demon. "Mommy! I want my mommy!" Suddenly, the desperate cries of a little girl rang out from behind me. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look. A blonde girl of about 5 or 6 lay sprawled on the ground, a golden-haired woman, her mother, lying motionless in a pool of blood before her. Not far away, the Abomination was lumbering closer, a car gripped in his fist. My heart clenched with dread. I wanted nothing more than to rush over and save her, but the distance was too great, and the Abomination had already spotted her, bearing down with every step. Just then, in this moment of life and death, a calm and ethereal voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Detected host possesses an unyielding will, initiating the strongest role-playing system across the multiverse. Delight surged through me. Was this the legendary golden cheat? I had no time to ponder the system's mechanics, let alone converse with it. I shouted in my mind, draw a character to roleplay. Saving that little blonde girl was all that mattered now, and I was powerless. My only hope lay with this system. I figured it would let me play as powerful beings from other worlds. No matter who I drew, they'd be far stronger than an ordinary person like me. Please select a character pool for your roleplay. Current options: Naruto, DC, Dragon Ball. Would you like to draw now? Draw. I answered without hesitation. Extraction successful. Character pool locked. Hokage. System scan complete. As this is your first extraction, you receive the bonus buff, Wish Fulfillment. Ding. Drawing a character for you to play. As the system's notification echoed in my mind, countless familiar faces flashed before my eyes, like a rapid slideshow playing out in my thoughts. At last, the images settled on a figure clad in a white robe edged with red flames, a Leaf Village forehead protector resting atop his head. His short blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and handsome face were brightened by a warm smile. Beneath the ceremonial cloak, he wore the combat gear reserved for Chunin and higher ranks of the Leaf Village. 5 bold characters were emblazoned across his back: Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of the leaf. Just the thought of him sent a thrill through me. I could barely contain my excitement. The blonde girl's rescue was practically assured. When it comes to Minato Namikaze, his speed is legendary, like an upgraded version of the Flash himself. Once he unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique, he was all but unstoppable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of Konoha from the world of Naruto. Would you like to begin role-playing? Note: for any character you play, the system will directly transform your appearance to match theirs. I had worried that I'd have to make myself look like Minato, maybe dye my hair or something, but the system's direct transformation erased all doubt. Without a moment's hesitation, I told the system, begin role-playing. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen vanished. In his place stood a young man in his early 20s, strikingly handsome and gentle-eyed, dressed in the iconic white Hokage robe, a tri-pronged kunai gleaming in his hand. At the same time, the system panel in my mind changed. Host: Wu Chen. Current character: Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage. Current roleplay progress: 15%. Characters owned: Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage. Number of character draws: 0. Wait, 15% roleplay progress right from the start. Could it be because I share something in common with Minato, like good looks or a sense of justice? These thoughts flickered through my mind, but I quickly brushed them aside. Right now, saving that blonde girl was all that mattered. He reached behind his waist, pulling a second tri-pronged kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With a sharp flick, the kunai flew toward a safe spot in the distance, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Only the true Minato could pull off a move like that. Next, Wu Chen bent slightly and hurled another tri-pronged kunai with all his might at the spot where the blonde girl was trapped. This time, it was even faster than before. A sharp whoosh, and then a metallic clang. The 3-pronged kunai struck the ground right next to the little blonde girl, making her pause in her sobs. She wiped away her tears and reached out, curious to touch the weapon. The Chinese characters tied to the kunai's handle looked to her just like tiny tadpoles, wriggling and lively. She had always loved these small, adorable creatures. At that moment, it was as if she had forgotten the danger surrounding her. Just behind her, Abomination was lifting a car high above his head, ready to bring it crashing down. If the blow landed, there would be no chance for the little blonde girl. Her fragile, undeveloped body would be crushed mercilessly. If Abomination moved even a bit faster, perhaps she would feel less pain. Staring at the girl's delicate frame, a feverish, bloodthirsty light flickered in Abomination Blonsky's eyes. Though his mind had been overtaken by rage, he could still sense everything around him. The thrill of wanton destruction made him wild with excitement, and the prospect of obliterating a beautiful little girl with his own hands nearly sent him into frenzied joy. In the distance, General Ross was seated inside a helicopter, watching the rampaging Abomination through the window. Bruce Banner was there too, along with his girlfriend Betty, both under the General's tight control. Banner, having taken the inhibitor ahead of time, was unable to transform into the Hulk and could do nothing but submit to his captivity. But as Banner took in the devastation below, he spoke up to General Ross. Ordinary people are no match for Abomination. Let me go down there. No. Betty rushed forward and threw her arms around him. You're not the Hulk right now. You can't take that risk. Banner shook his head with resolve. He could feel it. The inhibitor only suppressed the Hulk temporarily. If the threat became great enough, the Hulk might still emerge. Meeting Banner's determined gaze, Betty nodded through her tears. Banner pressed a gentle kiss to her, then, under General Ross's watchful eyes, leapt straight out of the helicopter. With a heavy thud, he slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. But the Hulk did not appear at once. "Bruce!" Betty called out desperately. At that moment, General Ross suddenly shouted, "Quick! Fly that way! Look over there! What's happening down there?" Betty looked up. Abomination's furious roar echoed as he swung the car downward. The little blonde girl finally sensed the peril behind her, her mouth opening in terror. But in the next instant, someone stepped into her line of sight, shielding her. In that critical moment, a handsome young man with golden hair appeared by her side. His features were striking, even more handsome than her father's, and he radiated a gentle warmth, like a dazzling little sun. The man gave her a gentle smile, reaching out to softly take the trident kunai she had just been holding. "This is a dangerous thing," he said kindly. "Little one, you shouldn't play with it." A rush of wind swept by. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Abomination's attack missed its mark, and he let out a furious roar. "Hulk!" The blonde little girl barely had time to blink before she was swept up into the arms of this warm-hearted man. In the next instant, he whisked her away to a safe distance. "Mister, can you fly?" she asked in awe, her curiosity shining in her eyes. Wu Chen chuckled, his voice gentle. "It's not flying," he explained. "It's a kind of space ninjutsu." With that, he set the girl down and gave her a serious warning. "Run as far as you can. The farther, the better." Then he turned away, pulling out several more trident kunai from his ninja pouch, and hurled them toward the crowds who hadn't yet managed to escape. With swift, sharp flashes of light, in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people appeared before the little blonde girl. There was a blonde woman with blue eyes, an Asian man with dark hair and eyes, and also a black man with deep, rich skin. After ensuring the bystanders near Abomination were safely out of harm's way, Wu Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the monster. The frustration in his heart was quickly giving way to anger. To prey on the weak without restraint. Unforgivable. He raised his voice, declaring, "I don't care what your reasons are, but your actions disgust me. I won't let you continue." Before the words had even faded, he flung several more trident kunai at Abomination, vanishing from sight in the same instant. Abomination couldn't understand Wu Chen's words, but it was clear he was being provoked, which only fueled his rage. But when faced with the swiftly flying kunai, Abomination didn't even bother to dodge. Bullets couldn't pierce his hide. How could these simple weapons pose any threat? That's what Abomination thought. And indeed, the trident kunai failed to penetrate his tough skin. But in that very instant, as the kunai struck his body, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared right before him, catching the kunai in his hand. At the same time, his palm gathered a swirling sphere of bright blue energy. Rasengan! A piercing cry of pain tore through the air. With a resounding impact, Abomination, who had been unstoppable to ordinary people, was sent flying by Minato's Rasengan, crashing into a building behind him and bringing the entire structure tumbling down in a cloud of debris. It had to be said, in the presence of a true powerhouse, Abomination was simply no match. "My God, that man just sent Abomination flying." General Ross shouted in astonishment from the helicopter. The people Wu Chen had rescued were equally stunned. "This is a real superhero. Don't panic, everyone. Someone like Iron Man has come to save us." One voice called out above the rest. Seeing the scene unfold, more people stopped in their tracks, drawn to watch in amazement. In truth, there weren't many foreigners at the scene. The collapse of the building sent up a thick cloud of dust, quickly spreading and completely enveloping Abomination. Wu Chen glanced at the crowd around him, ignoring them altogether. He had no intention of getting involved with those reckless bystanders eager to join the commotion. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing a cold gaze in the direction where Abomination was. While everyone else believed the danger had passed, only Wu Chen understood that Abomination could not possibly be defeated so easily. If Abomination could be killed by a single Rasengan, it would never have been able to fight the Hulk for so long. As expected, with a furious roar, Abomination burst through the lingering smoke. Slamming its fists against the ground, it charged toward Wu Chen with murderous intent. It longed to crush this man who dared to challenge Blonsky, for in its eyes, such defiance was unforgivable. Perhaps because of the severe wound dealt by the Rasengan just now, Abomination was covered in blood. Yet at this moment, clarity returned to its eyes. As it charged forward, it began to employ tactics. Abomination grabbed car after car, hurling them at Wu Chen, who dodged with nimble agility, avoiding every assault. Then, just as the car shielded its movements, a massive fist came hurtling toward Wu Chen's face. Abomination seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Yet Wu Chen showed not the slightest sign of panic. At the very instant Abomination's fist was about to strike him, Wu Chen vanished from his original spot, reappearing beside a nearby, three-pronged kunai. With a heavy thud, Abomination's fist smashed into the ground once again. Enraged, it bellowed, "Cowardly insect! Stop dodging!" Wu Chen frowned, feeling it was time to bring this fight to an end. Although he could keep tangling with Abomination, if the battle dragged on, this entire neighborhood would likely be reduced to rubble. With that thought, he closed his eyes, preparing to enter Sage Mode. Indeed, Minato Namikaze had also mastered Sage Mode. His mastery was every bit as perfect as Naruto's. Seeing Wu Chen close his eyes, Abomination mistook it for an act of contempt and, even more infuriated, charged at him again. "Oh my god, why is he just standing there? That monster's coming right at him. Get out of the way. Big brother, watch out." The crowd cried out in panic, but no one dared step forward to intervene. Abomination's earlier rampage had filled everyone with a deep sense of dread. Just then, a tremendous crash rang out. "Hulk!" The ground exploded as Hulk finally made his appearance. The moment he emerged, Hulk saw Abomination charging toward the seemingly defenseless bystander and immediately rushed in to intercept. With a sharp crack, the two giants collided in midair, their massive bodies crashing together and tumbling aside from the force. Seeing this, Wu Chen lowered his hand, abandoning the flying thunder god technique he'd been about to unleash. Of course, he would never simply stand there waiting for Abomination's attack. Even though he couldn't move freely while activating Sage Mode, he could still use the flying thunder god jutsu at will. However, this would interrupt the accumulation of Sage Mode energy, meaning he would have to start over from scratch. Now that Hulk had bought him some time, Wu Chen no longer needed to act rashly. Yet, even though Wu Chen had helped Hulk, the fierce battle between the two monsters unleashed destruction far worse than before. A tremendous sense of pressure swept through the area, and nearby houses toppled one after another, like a cascade of falling dominoes. Concrete walls crumbled before them, fragile as paper. Hulk and Abomination roared and clashed, venting their fury and savagery, grabbing anything within reach to use as a weapon in their desperate attempts to crush each other. Every collision fractured the ground beneath their feet, while streetlights and fire hydrants became makeshift clubs, swung with wild abandon at their opponent. In no time at all, the surroundings were reduced to utter ruin. Such scenes of devastation drew in a crowd of onlookers. Some shouted excitedly, "Take him down! Hulk, finish off that monster!" But most people sensed the danger and fled in panic. At that moment, the father of the blonde-haired little girl arrived at the scene. He was a middle-aged man in a police uniform. With urgency, he scooped his daughter into his arms, lifted his unconscious wife onto his back, and led his family into the police car. "Daddy, that big brother saved me!" the little girl exclaimed, pointing at Wu Chen, who still maintained his Sage Mode. The man spared only a brief glance, not daring to linger, and sped away from the chaos. A thunderous crash echoed. By now, Hulk's rage could no longer match Abomination's strength. Abomination seized a streetlight and struck Hulk with brutal force, sending him flying through the air. By coincidence, Hulk's trajectory carried him directly toward where Wu Chen was standing. Wu Chen opened his eyes. Two streaks of orange shadow appeared beneath them, his pupils narrowing horizontally, his expression composed and steady. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, leaving Hulk to crash directly into the ground where he had stood. Immediately after, Wu Chen reappeared above Abomination's head. He raised his right hand high, a massive sphere of energy forming in his palm, larger than any human. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. With a tremendous roar, the giant Rasengan struck Abomination's head before he could react, slamming him violently into the ground and unleashing a devastating surge of energy. Blood sprayed as half of Abomination's body was utterly obliterated. Sensing Abomination's life force fading rapidly, Wu Chen withdrew his hand. Even Abomination could not withstand the might of Sage Jutsu. After all, such power was enough to wound even the strongest of foes. From his helicopter, General Ross stared wide-eyed and shouted in fury. What was that ball of light? And that giant sphere of energy, what kind of new weapon is that? How did that man move so fast? Find out who he is immediately. At first, General Ross had thought the blonde young man's ability to repel Abomination was already his limit. He never imagined this stranger would actually be able to annihilate Abomination completely. Betty's eyes lit up with delight at the sight before her. The blonde man had slain the Abomination. Now Banner wouldn't have to face that monster any longer. At last, Bruce was safe. Tears of joy streamed down Betty's cheeks. From afar, the gathered crowd erupted in gasps and cheers. He was not only powerful, but strikingly handsome, and now, in a moment of crisis, he had leapt in to save the day. It wasn't just the women. Even the men present couldn't help but feel admiration for him. Golden Flash, we love you. Golden Flash, go get him. Take down that green giant. Moved by Wu Chen's dazzling display, the onlookers had spontaneously given him a new nickname, Golden Flash. Coincidentally, this had once been the very moniker of Minato Namikaze, the Golden Flash of Konoha. But Green Giant? Wu Chen frowned slightly, sensing the rush of wind behind him. He leapt nimbly away, narrowly dodging the attack from behind. The Hulk was furious. After several minutes of fierce combat with the Abomination, he had come to see the monster as his own adversary. He would not allow anyone else to interfere. This was the primal instinct of a mighty beast on the hunt. Any intruder was an enemy to be destroyed. Though Hulk had not completely lost control, the sight of Abomination's corpse, and being robbed of his chance to vent his rage, turned all his anger toward Wu Chen, the one who had slain his rival. Anyone strong enough to defeat the Abomination must be a worthy opponent, someone he could unleash his fury upon. The Hulk rose to his feet, clenched his fists, and charged straight at Wu Chen. He threw a punch, but Wu Chen dodged with ease, a steely glint appearing in his eyes. At first, Hulk had helped him. Wu Chen hadn't intended to fight him. But now the brute was coming for him. Very well, let him see the true power of the Golden Flash. In a blur, a tri-pronged kunai shot past Hulk like a bullet, its golden gleam streaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen appeared behind Hulk, a swirling Rasengan forming in his palm. With a thunderous impact, the Hulk was sent flying, crashing into a distant wall. Yet, unlike the Abomination, there wasn't a scratch on him. After all, when Wu Chen had struck the Abomination with the Rasengan, blood had poured from the beast's wounds. But the same attack on Hulk had barely scratched him. The only effect was the sheer force hurling Hulk across the field. But it wasn't over yet. The Flying Thunder God technique was unleashed. Wu Chen's figure vanished from where he stood. An instant later, he reappeared behind the Hulk. When he'd attacked Hulk with the Rasengan, he'd already marked the back of the giant's neck with the seal of Flying Thunder God, Sword of Shinobi Love. Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God seal was formed by those four kanji, while the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had used a unique symbol for his own. Wu Chen gathered his chakra once more, forming a Rasengan, and hurled it fiercely at the Hulk. The Hulk was sent flying again. This time, cracks appeared on his skin, green blood seeping out as his body was flung in a different direction. Seizing this momentum, Wu Chen himself was propelled toward the wall. Channeling chakra to his feet, he stood upright against the vertical surface, steadying himself before lifting his gaze to the Hulk. In the next instant, he unleashed the same technique, vanishing in a flash and reappearing behind the Hulk, striking again with a powerful Rasengan. Thunderous impacts echoed through the air. The Hulk, battered like a discarded sandbag, was flung repeatedly across the arena by the golden, spiraling Rasengan. He crashed back and forth, unable to land for even a moment. This relentless assault went on dozens of times. The Hulk was now covered in wounds, his blood flowing freely. He howled with fury midair, but there was nothing he could do except endure the onslaught, unable to fight back. This was the ingenious use of the Flying Thunder God seal. It was at this very moment that Wu Chen truly grasped how to wield this power with agility. During his earlier battle with Abomination, he hadn't fully adjusted to Minato Namikaze's abilities and could only perform the Flying Thunder God technique using kunai tied with the Sword of Shinobi Love. Clearly, directly marking the target with the Flying Thunder God seal was a far simpler, more convenient, and more effective strategy. At last, covered head to toe in green blood, the Hulk plummeted from the sky toward the street below. Wu Chen gathered the last of his Sage Chakra, preparing to unleash Sage Art, giant Rasengan once more. With a swift motion, Wu Chen appeared above the Hulk, forming a Rasengan in his hand that was larger than a person, and without hesitation, he slammed it down onto the Hulk. No! At that moment, Betty's emotions broke completely. When Abomination died, she felt a wave of relief. But when the Hulk attacked Wu Chen, fear took hold of her heart. Now, seeing the Hulk being overwhelmed by Wu Chen, anxiety consumed her. Watching Wu Chen about to finish the Hulk with the same move, she could no longer hold back and shouted, "Stop! Don't kill Bruce!" Yet Wu Chen did not waver. His palm pressed down, resolute. With a deafening roar, the light faded, and the Hulk lay motionless, as if dead. But Wu Chen knew better. The Hulk was not truly gone. He was aware that the jade giant of this Marvel world was the earthly vessel of a mighty being, one who would not vanish so easily. That was why he had shown no mercy. Soon after, the Hulk's body began to shrink, gradually reverting to Bruce Banner's form. Wu Chen had beaten the Hulk back to his original self, alive. There were only a handful of people capable of such a feat. One was Tony Stark in his Hulkbuster armor, another was Thanos. Wu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping over the devastated surroundings. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. At that moment, General Ross arrived with his troops, encircling the area and dispersing the crowd of onlookers. The general strode forward, stopping, not far from Wu Chen, and called out in a booming voice, "Thank you for defeating Hulk and Abomination. I believe there are matters we could discuss." But Wu Chen merely cast him a cold, dismissive glance, showing no interest in conversation. His demeanor was icy and aloof. Wu Chen knew all too well that the root of everything before him was none other than General Ross. It was Ross who had deceived Dr. Banner, convincing him to develop the super soldier serum for the military without his knowledge. It was only after a tragic accident in the lab that Banner became the Hulk. Later, having witnessed the Hulk's power firsthand, General Ross ordered Banner's capture, hoping to replicate the phenomenon. This, in turn, unleashed further chaos and gave rise to the Abomination. In essence, the origin of the whole Hulk incident could be traced back to General Ross. Confronted with such a man, Wu Chen considered it remarkable restraint not to strike him down on the spot, let alone extend the slightest courtesy. He also understood Ross's sudden change in attitude. He was only interested in acquiring the remains of Banner and Abomination. You want them? Not a chance. Wu Chen had made up his mind. No matter what, he would take both the Abomination's corpse and Banner away, leaving nothing for General Ross. Just then, a group of agents in black uniforms arrived, late to the scene. Leading them was a bald, dark-skinned man wearing an eye patch. "General, we'll be taking over from here. Please withdraw your troops," he said firmly. "And who are you supposed to be? You think you could just walk in and steal away the military's prize?" General Ross glared at the newcomers, then turned to Wu Chen and extended an invitation. "You there, mysterious friend. I believe the army would be a perfect fit for a man of your talents. You were born to be a warrior. Come with me." Wu Chen hadn't expected that Ross would try to recruit him as well. His eyes darkened, and in a blink, his figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared right beside General Ross, where a three-pronged kunai still stuck out of the ground. With a swift palm strike to Ross's neck, Wu Chen left the mark of the blade of enduring love, knocking the general out cold. Then, with the same method, he took down every armed soldier one by one. Wu Chen didn't kill them. He simply rendered them unconscious for a while. Throughout the entire process, not a single soldier dared fire his weapon, fearing they might accidentally harm their own. Clap, clap, clap. From Nick Fury's vantage point, a golden flash streaked through the air, and General Ross along with his soldiers collapsed in succession. Immediately alert, Fury raised his gun, aiming it squarely at Wu Chen. "Don't worry, I only knocked them out for a while." Wu Chen spread his hands in explanation. Then, he helped Dr. Banner to his feet, ready to leave. He left the triple-bladed kunai on the ground, trusting that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would collect it for him. Once that happened, he would have a direct route to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "Please wait, sir." Nick Fury, sensing Wu Chen's intentions, immediately called out to him. "Thank you very much for resolving this crisis. May I ask your name? Where are you from?" Wu Chen, knowing Nick Fury to be a man of integrity, softened his tone and replied, "The Fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze." With those words, he vaulted over the high wall, Dr. Banner in tow, and swiftly formed the signs for a fire release technique. Minato Namikaze possessed fire nature chakra and was adept at fire jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, nearly 3 to 4 meters in diameter, erupted from Minato's mouth, striking the corpse of the Abomination dead on. A thunderous boom echoed as the spot where Abomination fell detonated, sending a pillar of roaring flames into the night. Hidden Leaf Village? Fourth Hokage? These names meant nothing to Nick Fury. He was left in utter confusion. How could he have never heard of such a place or such a figure in all his years? What kind of village was this Hidden Leaf to produce someone so powerful? Before coming here, Nick Fury had thoroughly researched the Hulk. In his estimation, the Hulk was even stronger than Iron Man and the ideal candidate for the Avengers. Yet reality had just upended his assumptions. The mighty Hulk, and even the formidable Abomination, had both been easily defeated by Minato Namikaze. The Abomination hadn't just lost, he was outright killed. Nick Fury could scarcely believe it. What truly astonished him was that Minato Namikaze moved with blinding speed and conjured searing flames out of thin air. The giant fireball unleashed a wave of scorching heat, and the shockwave from the explosion forced the nearby agents to retreat several steps. Amid the chaos, Wu Chen slung Banner over his shoulder and swiftly leapt away from the scene. The Abomination's corpse burned fiercely in the flames. "Put out the fire. Hurry, put it out." But it was already far too late. By the time the fire extinguishers spewed their white foam, the body was charred beyond recognition. useless for any further research. Looking up, Wu Chen and Banner had already vanished into the night, leaving Nick Fury to taste, for the first time, the bitterness of helplessness and defeat. Still, he regained his composure quickly. Wake up General Ross and the others. Take care of the aftermath. Click, click. Someone had already started taking photos, and Nick Fury was too late to stop them. In this era of instantaneous global communication, it was inevitable. The events here would never remain a secret. That very night, someone uploaded the entire process of Minato Namikaze defeating both Abomination and the Hulk to a video-sharing site, and it instantly shot to the top of the trending list. When Wu Chen left, he hadn't gone out of his way to conceal his identity, so the names Hidden Leaf Village and Hokage quickly drew widespread attention and heated discussion. Countless internet users began speculating about the real location of the Hidden Leaf Village and what exactly a Hokage was. Wu Chen's claim of being the Fourth Hokage gave the online sleuths a crucial clue. It seemed that only in Japan would someone use such a title. Could it be that the Hidden Leaf Village was in Japan? Was this some kind of Japanese organization? As for the Hokage, people guessed he must be the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. If all the members of the Hidden Leaf Village were as powerful as what everyone had just witnessed, the world would probably have already been conquered by them. This theory was quickly picked up by official sources. That very night, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United Nations pressured Japan, demanding they provide the exact location of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Japanese authorities were at a complete loss. They had no idea where the Leaf Village was. If it weren't for those videos circulating on YouTube, they would never even have heard of the Hidden Leaf Village. Or the Hokage. In the Marvel Universe, people actually knew nothing about Naruto, since Marvel comics were created before Naruto ever existed, so naturally no one could know the story of the Hokage. Although they knew nothing, no other countries or organizations believed their explanation. Faced with this situation, the Japanese government stopped trying to hide anything and responded directly. If you want to find the Hidden Leaf Village, look for it. Yourselves will fully cooperate. A village of that size, how could it possibly go unnoticed? If you really can't find it, then it simply doesn't exist in Japan. In the end, of course, no one was able to find the Hidden Leaf Village. But Wu Chen was completely unaware of all this. At that moment, Dr. Banner, who had been slung over his shoulder, slowly regained consciousness. The Hulk's recovery abilities truly were astonishing. Though he just suffered devastating injuries, he was now already awake. Seeing him awake, Wu Chen gently set him down. He still maintained the appearance of Minato Namikaze, and it seemed that as long as he didn't actively dispel the transformation, he could keep this form indefinitely. You defeated the Hulk? Bruce Banner's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Though he asked it as a question, there was a tone of certainty in his voice. The memories between Banner and the Hulk weren't completely shared, but whenever he transformed, Banner could faintly glimpse fragments, like hazy images surfacing in a dream. Among these memories were scenes of Abomination being defeated and Hulk being overwhelmed by the relentless flying Thunder God attacks. Wu Chen nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. All right, since you've recovered, I'll be heading off now. Banner was essentially a good man, so Wu Chen's attitude toward him was relatively friendly. But at that moment, Banner stopped him and, with a pleading tone, said, "You're Minato Namikaze, aren't you? Can I come with you?" Wu Chen frowned slightly. "Why? You were able to defeat the Hulk and control him. I need your help. I don't want my anger to hurt anyone else." Bruce Banner's words were filled with sincerity, an earnest plea that clearly came from the depths of his heart. Wu Chen fell silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. At the same time, his consciousness slipped into the system's space. He had been busy with rescuing people and fighting, so until now, Wu Chen hadn't had a chance to examine the details of his golden finger. Now, while pondering Banner's request, he also checked the system information. Host, Wu Chen. Current role, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Current role progress, 25%. Acquired role, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Available role draws, 0. If you remember correctly, his role progress had only been 15% before. Back then, he'd wondered whether that 15% was due to the many similarities he shared with Minato Namikaze. Could it be because I just killed Abomination, defeated the Hulk, and even took down the mastermind behind it all, General Ross, thus fulfilling my predecessor's wish? If Wu Chen hadn't appeared, his predecessor, after being struck on the back of the head and falling unconscious, would almost certainly have died in the chaos unleashed by Abomination. After all, in a situation like that, no one would have come to his rescue. His chances of survival would have been nearly 0. Just then, the system's ethereal voice rang out once more. This system is the ultimate role-playing system, capable of drawing any character from across the myriad worlds for the host to transform into and portray. The more convincingly the host plays the role, The higher the progression rate and the greater the power gained. When the portrayal reaches its peak, you may even surpass the original character's strength. Roll progress, roll progress. So that's how it works. I understand now. A bright light flashed in Wu Chen's eyes. What does the word ninja truly mean? Accepting missions, completing them, and earning rewards. That is the very way of life for a ninja in the world of Hokage. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Uzumaki Naruto, they all took on missions and completed them. This was an essential part of every ninja's existence. Just now, when Wu Chen defeated Abomination, it was in fact the completion of a mission handed down from his predecessor. And his reward was everything his predecessor possessed. From this moment on, he had truly become Wu Chen in this world. As the actor from Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, what could be a more direct or straightforward way to advance his role progress than to take on missions and see them through to the end? At this moment, Wu Chen finally understood how to better play the role of Minato Namikaze. Not only did his actions need to match Minato's character, but he could also improve his performance by continuously accepting and completing tasks. With this in mind, Wu Chen had an idea for Dr. Banner's request. So what you're saying is, you want me to make another request to you, this time as the quest giver? Bruce Banner, despite all his years, had never encountered such a peculiar demand. But since he needed help, Banner had no choice but to repeat his request, just as Wu Chen suggested. Wu Chen nodded. Let me confirm. The task is to stop you after you transform, to prevent you from hurting others, or to directly prevent the transformation itself. Is that right? This is a long-term mission. Every time you transform, it counts as completing the task once. That's exactly it. Banner nodded in agreement. Wu Chen nodded as well. In that case, we need to discuss the reward for this task. Banner was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that a reward would be necessary. Wu Chen, a little displeased, said, "You didn't think I was here to work for free, did you?" No, of course not. What kind of reward do you want?" Banner quickly shook his head. "How about this? You work for me. That will be your reward," Wu Chen said after considering for a moment. "Every time I stop you, you'll help me with something in return. How about that? Help you with something?" Banner hesitated. He worried that this Minato Namikaze would rope him back into unethical research. After all, aside from turning into the Hulk, Bruce Banner's greatest value was his scientific expertise. Noticing Banner's concern, Wu Chen explained, "Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything against your principles." Upon hearing this, Banner visibly relaxed and agreed at once. "If that's the case, then I have no problem with it." "Deal." Seeing Banner's agreement, Wu Chen smiled faintly and continued, "But I won't be by your side all the time. I'll show up whenever you need me. Don't worry, I've already left a mark on you. As long as you're still on Earth, I can reach you anytime." With those words, Wu Chen used his body flicker technique and vanished from the rooftop. Banner was left standing there alone, muttering helplessly to himself, "Hey, you could at least give me a ride downstairs." After leaving Banner, Wu Chen dropped his disguise and returned to his true appearance, heading home. Although the battle hadn't left him physically injured, the pressure weighed heavily on his mind. Now, he needed some time to regain his composure. For Wu Chen, nothing was more relaxing than a good night's sleep in his own bed. However, on his way home, Wu Chen suddenly thought of a question. Besides Minato Namikaze, how was he supposed to play other characters? He relayed this doubt to the system, and soon, its reply echoed in his mind. Whenever the completion rate for any character you're playing reaches 50%, you'll unlock a new opportunity to draw a character. 50%? That didn't sound too hard to reach. After all, he had started out with a 15% head start and fulfilling his predecessors. Final Wish had bumped it up by another 10%. Maybe with just a few more tasks completed, he would hit the target. Wu Chen felt this requirement wouldn't be difficult to meet. He made his way home, ignoring the furtive glances cast his way, pushed open the restaurant's door, and then, as a matter of habit, carefully locked all the doors and windows behind him. His caution was not without reason. This environment was truly something special. Wu Chen's restaurant was located in a district near the heart of Manhattan, New York. Though it spanned only 8 blocks in the city's underground world, it was infamous, a breeding ground for crime that everyone knew about. This place even had its own name, Hell's Kitchen. If you don't want trouble, you'd best stay far away from that damn place. Most older New Yorkers had heard this warning before, and they all knew that that damn place referred to none other than Hell's Kitchen. Over the years, countless tough characters had emerged from here. The most notorious, without question, was the uncrowned king of New York's underworld, Kingpin. Moreover, Hell's Kitchen had always been a lawless zone. For various reasons, the official authorities of North America had long turned a blind eye to what happened here. That was one of the main reasons this neighborhood had become such a haven for crime. With the restaurant right beside Hell's Kitchen, Wu Chen's predecessor had developed the habit of locking up everything tight whenever the business was closed. Not wanting to reveal his own unusual abilities, Wu Chen naturally chose to be just as careful. The less attention he attracted, the better. Back in his bedroom, Wu Chen lay down on his bed, when suddenly a thought struck him. He remembered that when he'd drawn his character from the lottery, there had been 3 options: Naruto, DC, and Dragon Ball. He had drawn from the Naruto pool, which meant that the characters he could play in the future would all come from the Naruto universe. He asked the system and received a definite confirmation. Wu Chen couldn't help but frown. Though the top-tier fighters in the Naruto world were strong, compared to the Marvel universe, they clearly fell short. Thanos alone would be a challenge for most of Naruto's powerhouses. Even the Sage of Six Paths might not be able to handle him. And that was assuming he'd even get the chance to draw the Sage of Six Paths. If he could draw a character from the DC or Dragon Ball universes, things would be completely different. The DC universe boasts many top-tier powerhouses. Their strength enough to rival that of Marvel, while the power levels in the world of Dragon Ball are even more mind-boggling. For instance, the mere presence of Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, would be enough to easily defeat Thanos. With that in mind, Wu Chen asked the system with a hint of hope, "System, is it possible to change or expand the pool of characters I can portray?" The pool of characters will automatically expand once you achieve a 100% portrayal progress with the strongest character currently available. The system's response left Wu Chen deep in thought. In other words, I'll have to fully portray either the Sage of Six Paths or the complete form of Kaguya Otsutsuki before I can unlock characters from beyond the Naruto world. Undoubtedly, the pinnacle of power in the Naruto universe rests with those two. Even Madara, with Six Paths power, or Sasuke and Naruto, after receiving the Sage's blessing, still fall just short in comparison. In fact, the entire main plot of Naruto revolves around the Otsutsuki clan. Wu Chen understood this perfectly. But even knowing all this, what good did it do him now? Would it increase his odds of drawing the Sage of Six Paths, or Kaguya? At this thought, Wu Chen couldn't help feeling a surge of frustration. Still, that frustration didn't last long. After all, he had only just begun portraying his first character. Reaching 100% progress with the strongest character in the Naruto universe was still a distant goal. Worrying about it wouldn't change anything. Besides, his most pressing task was to raise Minato Namikaze's portrayal progress to 50%, which would earn him another chance to draw a new character and unlock more options. Once Wu Chen realized this, he stopped overthinking and let himself relax, soon drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Wu Chen woke up. He looked around, and facing this environment that was both familiar and strange, he finally confirmed that everything he had experienced the previous night was real. He had truly crossed over into the Marvel world, taken on the identity of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, slain the Abomination, and gravely wounded the Hulk. That meant the storyline involving the Incredible Hulk had come to an end. Next, the main plot would move into the arcs of Iron Man 2 and Thor. Wu Chen started to ponder how he might take advantage of these major events to further boost his character portrayal progress. He thought of many strategies, but ultimately realized that relying on Minato Namikaze alone would never be enough. So, the goal he'd set for himself last night was exactly right. He needed to raise Minato's portrayal progress as quickly as possible and strive to unlock a new character soon. With that decision made, he resolved to start actively seeking out missions he could take on from today. First, Wu Chen took stock of his current assets. After all, everyone needs money to live on. Even Minato Namikaze isn't exempt from daily expenses and meals, and right now, he's just an ordinary man named Wu Chen. Once he finished counting, he realized there was still about $50,000 or $60,000 left at home. If it was just for everyday living, this sum would last him a long time. Since there was no need to worry about money in the short term, Wu Chen decided to take action right away. The restaurant was empty, not a single server or chef in sight, as all those tasks had been handled by its previous owner alone. With no family or friends, Wu Chen now lived like an invisible man in New York City. But this actually suited him just fine. He could save the time and energy that would have gone into socializing. After eating the breakfast he had made himself, Wu Chen headed to a secluded corner and transformed once again into Minato Namikaze. A shimmer of light flashed, and a handsome, gentle Fourth Hokage appeared in his place. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside Bruce Banner. His reason for doing this was quite simple. He needed to leave his contact information with Bruce Banner. Even though the two of them shared the Flying Thunder God seal, without a way to get in touch, communication would still be difficult. He'd overlooked this detail last night. Now was time to fix that. The moment he arrived at Banner's side, Wu Chen frowned. He had materialized on the rooftop where he'd departed the night before, and now Dr. Banner was lying on the ground, covered by nothing but a few sheets of newspaper. "This is just too miserable," Wu Chen muttered softly, then, without hesitation, woke the sleeping Banner. In truth, Banner had awakened the instant Wu Chen arrived, a habit born from years spent on the run. He'd only pretended to stay asleep in order to see what Wu Chen intended to do. But now that he'd been roused, there was no point in pretending. Banner rubbed his still groggy eyes, glanced at Wu Chen, and complained, "Hey man, you should have taken me somewhere else last night. The rooftop door here's locked from the outside." Wu Chen looked a little embarrassed. "Couldn't you just open the door yourself? Did you really have to spend the night up here?" "No way. That might have brought out the Hulk." Dr. Banner stood up and adjusted his glasses. "So, what brings you here today?" Remembering his purpose, Wu Chen handed Banner a slip of paper with his phone number on it. He also gave him some money, then got ready to leave the rooftop with him. But instead of taking the stairs, Wu Chen channeled chakra to his feet, and with Banner in tow, they walked straight down the side of the building, defying gravity as they descended from the penthouse to the street below. Oh my God! Only when his feet touched the ground again did Dr. Banner truly process what had just happened. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you do that? How were you able to walk on the wall like that?" Wu Chen glanced at him and simply replied with 3 words, "Chakra control." With that, he vanished from Banner's sight. He had his own plans to carry out and no time to linger in conversation. Although Banner felt a bit disappointed, he was now deeply curious about the word chakra. Chakra? What exactly is that? Wu Chen walked out of the alley and onto the streets of Hell's Kitchen. He moved at Minato Namikaze's measured pace, neither too fast nor too slow, ever ready for the so-called random missions to come his way. A random mission, as he understood it, meant waiting for someone to approach him for help, at which point he would accept and complete their request. It wasn't as if he could just walk up to someone and say, "Let me do something for you, and you'll have to pay me." That would come off as both desperate and unnatural. So, Wu Chen had spent all of last night pondering, and finally decided that waiting for random missions was the way to go. As long as he stayed in a chaotic enough place, there would always be people seeking help. Still, when it came to picking up missions, nothing could beat the convenience of Konoha's mission hall. There, no matter what kind of task you wanted, you could always find a suitable one. Without Konoha's mission hall, finding work was definitely a lot tougher. "Hey, you there, kid in the weird outfit." Before any random mission could find him, trouble arrived first. Wu Chen was stopped by a bald man. The man was white, close to 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and imposing, with a menacing face that made it clear he was not someone to trifle with. "What do you want from me?" Wu Chen asked calmly, despite being blocked. After all, this was exactly why he'd come here, to actively seek out trouble, searching for missions, accepting them, completing them. At its core, it was all about inviting a little trouble upon himself. Of course, if he didn't take a cent for his efforts, that was even more so. So, he was mentally prepared for any stranger to step in his way. Wu Chen kept his voice as even as possible, but the man mistook his calm for weakness. Without warning, he grabbed Wu Chen by the collar and growled, "You keep circling around here. Are you looking for me?" Wu Chen was a bit baffled. He glanced down at the bald man's hand gripping his collar and asked, "Could you let go of me before we talk?" A burst of laughter came from the crowd. "Ah, Bald John's about to start something again. This'll be good," someone jeered. "I bet the new kid won't last 5 seconds." 5 seconds? You're overestimating him. I think he'll beg for mercy before it even begins. I'm betting 3 seconds. Place your bets. Place your bets. The crowd witnessing this scene didn't call the police, nor did anyone try to intervene. Instead, they watched coldly from the sidelines, some even relishing the misfortune. Clearly, no one here could be called decent. Hearing Wu Chen's words, Bald John split his lips into a dangerous grin. "Kid, it looks like you really came looking for me. You even brought me money on purpose, didn't you?" Only then did Wu Chen realize what was happening. "You're trying to rob me?" No, what an ugly word. Robbery, Bald John sneered, his breath hot on Wu Chen's face, making him frown in disgust. "Didn't I just say? You came here to hand over your cash. I think you're going to give me $1,000, aren't you?" As he spoke, he freed his other hand and waved a fist in front of Wu Chen's eyes. "I don't want to hear any answer but yes. Otherwise, my fist might just lose control and land on you." Wu Chen remained silent, only turning to glance at the people around him. "So that's it. All of you are trash." Bald John's face contorted with rage. "What did you just say?" He raised his fist, ready to strike Wu Chen. Just then, a boy's voice suddenly rang out from the side. "You can't bully him. I've already called the police." Bald John froze, turning his head toward the source of the voice. Wu Chen also released the energy he'd just begun to gather and looked over. It was a boy of about 10, with brown hair, clutching a phone tightly in his hand. He summoned all his courage and shouted, "Let him go right now." At that, laughter erupted, Bald John included. Everyone around burst out in mocking amusement. Still gripping Wu Chen, bald John strode over to the boy, leaned down, and said, "Kid, you don't really think New York cops would show up in a place like this, do you?" "Yeah." The boy was clearly frightened. "But the officer just said he'd be here soon." "That's what they tell you. The truth is, they'll only show up after it's all over. And by then, they won't care about a thing." Bald John roared with laughter. The crowd followed suit, letting loose with raucous, unrestrained laughter. Seeing this, the face of 11-year-old Peter Parker turned instantly pale. Though still so young, he understood perfectly well the danger he was in. Crossing these thugs, at best, would mean a brutal beating and losing whatever money he had on him. Any worse, and he didn't even dare imagine the consequences. Only come out to pick up a few things, and it just so happened the store was on this street. He never expected to stumble into such trouble. Peter had a strong sense of justice, even from a young age. He simply couldn't stand by and watch someone being bullied. But he was also sensible enough not to rush in recklessly. He chose to call the police instead. What he hadn't expected was the utter indifference of the police to what was happening here. Peter felt helpless, utterly at a loss for what to do. Wu Chen noticed Peter's anxious figure not far away and realized it was time to act. Such a brave and kind-hearted child, now in danger because he tried to help. Wu Chen felt a deep fondness for him. He believed it was his responsibility to protect Peter. Raising his hand, Wu Chen gripped the wrist of Bald John, who was clutching his collar, and gradually increased the pressure. A sharp crack rang out. John's hand, which had been gripping Wu Chen's collar, instantly lost all strength and hung limply at his side. Freed from John's grasp, Wu Chen regained his freedom. John immediately cried out in pain, his voice echoing through the crowd. "Ah, my hand. My wrist is broken." But Wu Chen did not release him. He continued to hold tightly onto John's right hand, making sure everyone around, including Peter, could clearly see what had just happened. The faces in the crowd changed. No one thought John was acting. It was clear his hand had truly been broken. A collective gasp swept through the onlookers. Who was this young man with golden hair? To crush someone's hand with nothing but his bare grip, how much strength did that take? Some people in the crowd quietly slipped away. To survive in a place like Hell's Kitchen, you needed more than just strength. You had to know how to observe and judge. You had to understand whom you could provoke and whom you absolutely must not. If you crossed the wrong person, you might not even know how you died. Clearly, this blond young man who could shatter bones with his bare hands was not someone to mess with lightly. Some decided this had nothing to do with them and simply left. Others, worried that the blond man might seek revenge later on those who had laughed at him, chose to leave early and avoid any trouble. In the underworld of Hell's Kitchen, such caution was not without reason. Still, quite a few people stayed, eager to see what would happen next. They thought to themselves, no matter how tough this blond kid is, there's no way he can handle an entire crowd by himself, right? Wu Chen ignored the reactions around him. He glanced at Peter, then increased the pressure on John's hand once more. Another crisp fracture sounded. This time the arm broke completely. The broken hand dangled limply from the wrist. Though the skin was unbroken, the swelling at the break was dramatic. Clear evidence of Minato Namikaze's skillful techniques. To crush someone's bones without breaking the skin took not only tremendous strength, but also exquisite control. Wu Chen had used just such a technique, one he had learned from Minato Namikaze's memories. In Konoha Village, this method was often used during interrogations. Now, it seemed, this technique was not only effective for extracting confessions, but could also strike fear into the hearts of ordinary people. John the Bald clutched his severed arm, writhing in agony on the ground. Little Peter was so frightened that he stumbled backward several steps. Wu Chen stepped forward, gently resting his hand on Peter's head. With a warm tone, he said, "Don't be afraid, child. Can you tell me your name?" Since he needed someone to trigger a quest, he might as well choose someone he found agreeable. The child before him gave him a sense of familiarity. Even if young Peter had nothing to offer as a reward, working for him was far preferable to serving those villains. So, Wu Chen decided to let this child become his employer, allowing Peter to issue the quest. I'm Peter Parker." Though still frightened by what had happened, Peter mustered his courage and managed to say his name. This older brother, it seemed, wasn't entirely a good person. Wu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, studying Peter's face carefully, and confirmed that this was indeed the future Spider-Man. He hadn't expected that by accepting a random quest, he would encounter someone destined to become a superhero. Of course, Peter Parker was still just a child, but there was something undeniably endearing about the little spider. Wu Chen didn't change his decision just because of who Peter would become. Noticing the look on Peter's face, Wu Chen could mostly guess what the boy was thinking, so he began to explain. "Peter, What do you think we should do with bad people? To the 10-year-old Peter Parker, bad people were simply those who bullied others. Recalling his own experiences, Peter answered earnestly, we should try to talk to them, to persuade them not to bully anyone anymore. And what if talking doesn't work? Wu Chen gestured toward John the Bald, who lay groaning in pain on the ground. There will always be some people you can't reach with words. What would you do then? Peter thought for a moment before quietly replying, well, I'd run away as far as I could, so he couldn't find me. Running away wasn't the ideal solution, but for most people, it was the simplest response when faced with evil. Wu Chen, however, shook his head and said, running away doesn't truly solve the problem. Maybe you can escape, but what about the others? If you leave and your friends end up being bullied, what would you do then? That was another tricky question. Young Peter pondered it seriously. I want to come back and drive the bad guys away, but I might not have the ability to do that. And if you did have that ability, then I'd definitely come back and chase the bad guys away. Peter Parker replied with determination. Very good. Wu Chen gently patted the little spider's hair. When you're dealing with bad people, if you don't want to harm their lives, you have to make them feel fear, so they'll never dare to do evil again. And also, different bad people can bear different consequences. For example, this bald man. He's the kind who only bullies the weak. Even if you just warn him today, he'll still go on bullying others in the future. That's why I chose to take away the tool he uses to commit crimes, so he can never hurt anyone again. Peter, do you understand? Wu Chen looked at Peter Parker with hopeful eyes. To be honest, teaching someone else really felt good, and Wu Chen found himself a little lost in the moment. Especially since the person he was teaching might one day become extraordinary. This made Wu Chen feel even prouder. Of course, if his teaching truly succeeded, that sense of satisfaction would be even greater. Under Wu Chen's expectant gaze, young Peter Parker spoke up cautiously. Big brother, although you stopped him from bullying people, his own life will become much harder because of this. Without one hand, there are many jobs he won't be able to do. He might even starve. What a kind-hearted child. Feng Ailuan couldn't help but sigh. Even at such a young age, Peter Parker already possessed the essential quality of a true superhero, kindness, or rather, a deep sense of empathy. However, sometimes, kindness and empathy are not always rewarded in kind. At that moment, the bald-headed John, lying on the ground, heard Peter's compassionate words. Instead of feeling grateful, he flew into a rage. He almost forgot the pain in his right hand. Struggling to rise, he half-knelt on the ground, then reached into his coat with his left hand and pulled out a pistol, aiming it straight at Peter Parker. Die, you little brat. How dare you talk about me like that? Bang! Bald John pulled the trigger. He was a true villain, not like the petty thugs on the street who still had some hesitation in their hearts. Petty criminals might sometimes feel fear, but a scoundrel like John knew no such thing. He simply did whatever he wanted. The bullet traced a sharp arc through the air, hurtling toward Peter Parker at incredible speed. At nearly the speed of sound, the bullet was impossible for young Peter, who had not yet gained Spider-Man's powers, to dodge. In a split second, Wu Chen shifted his gaze and, channeling chakra through his feet, lunged forward and tackled Peter to the ground. This was the lightning-fast reflexes of Minato Namikaze, far beyond that of ordinary people. Whiz! The bullet shot past Wu Chen's head, barely missing them, and struck a bystander in the crowd. Oh, damn it! Bald John, you actually shot me. The man cried out in pain as he was hit in the calf, collapsing to the ground. He immediately pulled a pistol from inside his jacket and fired back in the direction of Bald John. The situation descended into chaos. Other bystanders quickly ducked behind cover, and soon the street was left with only Bald John, the wounded man, Wu Chen, and Little Spider. This was a scene all too common in Hell's Kitchen. The shopkeepers along the street were already used to this sort of thing. They promptly shut their doors and windows, quietly waiting for the shootout to end so they could reopen for business. Seeing this, Wu Chen reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a three-pronged kunai, hurling it toward a distant rooftop. With a faint metallic thud, the kunai stuck firmly into the rooftop. In a flash of golden light, Wu Chen and Little Spider disappeared from the street. Huh? Where did they go? Bald John was momentarily stunned, but the wounded man was still shooting. John had no choice but to keep firing back, leaving no time to dwell on it. Up on the rooftop, Wu Chen crouched beside Peter Parker, gently placing his palm on the boy's head. Now do you still think losing a hand would make him starve to death? He asked. Peter Parker looked a little confused. Hearing Wu Chen's question, he clenched his teeth and shook his head. So, remember the method I taught you. It really does work, Wu Chen emphasized once more. The little spider stared blankly down at the street below. After a while, he whispered, Big brother, you're so amazing. Can't you stop them? You want me to stop them? Wu Chen's eyes lit up, feeling that Little Spider was quite considerate. Yes, What they're doing is wrong, young Peter said earnestly. Of course I can. But let me ask, are you hiring me to do this? Wu Chen's tone grew formal. Hiring you? Little Spider thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'm hiring you to stop them. Excellent. And what's your payment for the job? Little Spider froze for a second, then fished a lollipop out of his pocket and handed it to Wu Chen. Will this work? It's all I have right now. It's perfect. Wu Chen accepted the lollipop, his smile bright and gentle. Just stay right here and don't move. Watch my show. With a flash of gold, Wu Chen vanished from the rooftop, reappearing in an instant at Bald John's right side. It turned out he had already left a flying thunder god mark from his sword of loving endurance at that spot. Without another word, Wu Chen kicked the gun out of Bald John's hand. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled another three-pronged kunai at the wounded man on the ground. In a shimmer of golden light, Wu Chen appeared at the man's side and delivered another swift kick. The gunfire on the street stopped abruptly, plunging the scene into a brief, tense silence. Wu Chen looked up at little Peter and gave him a warm, reassuring smile. He unwrapped the lollipop, popped it into his mouth, and at the same time his consciousness entered the system space in his mind. Host, Wu Chen. This is section 24 out of 24. Please handle the following content according to your logic. Maintain the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Only return your processed result. Current role, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Role play progress, 28%. Role acquired, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Number of role draws, 0. The progress of his impersonation had risen from 25% to 28%, a 3% increase. As expected, completing the client's task and receiving a reward for it pushed his impersonation progress forward. It was only a modest 3% gain, but it proved that his approach was on the right track. Wu Chen was delighted, feeling that the strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth tasted even sweeter. He then glanced up at little Peter's astonished face and decided that, in front of the future Spider-Man, he should really put on a good show. Having tasted success, he naturally wanted more. Wu Chen hoped to receive another task for Peter Parker, but first, he had to show the boy what he was truly capable of. After all, if Peter himself didn't believe Wu Chen possessed great power, how could he ever entrust him with tasks that would help advance his impersonation progress? That said, the difficulty of the task seemed to directly impact how much progress he gained. When he fulfilled his predecessor's obsession, he earned 10% progress, but helping out Little Spider only gave him 3%. The difference was clear. One involved fighting fearsome foes like Abomination and the Hulk, while the other simply dealt with ordinary people. The gap in task difficulty led to a huge disparity in the progress gained. If that was the case, should he seek out more challenging tasks in the future? Wu Chen pondered this in his mind, though his hands never stopped moving. He pulled several three-pronged kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled them toward a group of bystanders who had been loitering nearby. Wu Chen planned to use these unsavory types to make an example and to showcase his power to Little Spider. None of these people were good news. If they dared to come watch the spectacle, he'd feel uneasy letting them off without a lesson. In life, one must live with a clear conscience. You might fool others, but you can never fool yourself. So, as long as he followed his heart and brought himself joy, that was enough. Of course, if he could help others and grow stronger in the process, all the better. Swish, swish, swish. The Flying Thunder God technique was unleashed in quick succession. In a flash, Wu Chen, embodying the image of Minato Namikaze, appeared beside each of the onlookers, subduing them with a punch or a kick before tossing them into the middle of the street. Hud, hud, hud. These scoundrels now finally tasted the helplessness they had once inflicted upon the weak, and for a moment, they were left speechless, unable to utter a word. Seeing Wu Chen's overwhelming strength, little Peter was left completely stunned, his mouth agape. Just then, someone in one of the nearby shops suddenly recognized Wu Chen. Hey, isn't that the top-ranked superhero from the #1 video on YouTube? What? No way. As the others heard this, they hurriedly pulled out their phones to check for themselves. Oh my goodness, that's really the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. A superhero of such strength. Why would he come to Hell's Kitchen? Is he here to clean up this place? Wu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Cleaning up Hell's Kitchen. If that was his mission, there was no way it would be easy. He shot a grateful look at the person who'd spoken, then began to consider the feasibility of this idea. The people lying on the ground, including Bald John, hurriedly pulled out their phones when they heard the crowd's excited chatter. On their screens, they saw Wu Chen, looking exactly like Minato Namikaze, taking down the Abomination and pummeling the Hulk. Such overwhelming power, such skill. He was simply unstoppable. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw nothing but regret. Why hadn't they used their phones more often? If only they'd known that this Minato Namikaze was so powerful, how could they have acted so recklessly? And seriously, Minato Namikaze, with strength like yours, why bother coming here incognito? Why not announce who you are and bask in everyone's admiration, instead of hiding your identity and playing the part of an underdog? It's already 2020, for crying out loud. Gripes aside, now that they understood Wu Chen's deeds and true identity, not one of them dared to move from where they lay on the ground. Bald John was no different. Though Wu Chen had shattered his wrist, and he was inwardly cursing him, he didn't dare let even a hint of it show. He was terrified of provoking Wu Chen and being killed outright. The fear of death, it was more persuasive than any argument. At that moment, a sports car pulled up outside Hell's Kitchen, and a female agent in a sleek black bodysuit stepped out. Her features were elegant, her figure alluring, curves in all the right places, radiating an irresistible charm. Her waves of brown hair swayed with every step, exuding a sultry confidence. She was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and soon to be one of the Avengers. As she walked, Natasha raised a hand to adjust her earpiece. "I've received all the intel. I'll be careful when I approach him. But are you really sure you don't want any other agents to back me up?" Natasha couldn't help but suggest. But the voice on the other end, a deep, commanding tone from a man with a single eye, turned down her suggestion. "Natasha, against someone like that, numbers are meaningless." Wu Chen thought it through carefully. He understood. Hell's Kitchen was a cancerous blight on New York, one that had resisted eradication for years. There were many reasons for this. The mob, the government, the people all played a part. But ultimately, there was one core reason. Hell's Kitchen was ruled by a single criminal syndicate. The syndicate, led by the Kingpin. Wilson Grant Fisk, better known as the Kingpin, is a towering giant, 2 meters tall and weighing in at 200 kilograms. Kingpin reigns as the most powerful crime lord not just in New York, but across all of America. His mind is sharp and calculating, his intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary men. At first glance, he may look like nothing more than an oversized, overweight man, but beneath that exterior lies pure muscle, not an ounce of fat. According to his personal physician, more than 90% of Kingpin's body is muscle. His strength is extraordinary. He can punch through a wall with his bare hands, and he's also a world-class martial arts master. There's no doubt about it. Kingpin is a true overlord, with eyes and hands in every corner, wielding both power and cunning. The fact that he's come close to becoming the mayor of New York City is proof enough. With such influence, he could have chosen to go legitimate, but Kingpin never had the slightest intention of cleaning up his act. He remains committed to his true calling, ruling the dark underworld like an emperor. Naturally, someone like him will fiercely protect his own territory. As long as Kingpin is around, Hell's Kitchen will never disappear from a map. Still, if someone were to kill or subdue Kingpin, cleaning up Hell's Kitchen would suddenly become much easier. So, in the end, if you have the strength, purging Hell's Kitchen isn't impossible. Get the right conditions and timing, and the job can be done. And without a doubt, Wu Chen has that strength. After all, Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage, even in the world of shinobi, stand among the elite. Since Wu Chen can play the role of Minato Namikaze, it's only natural that he might be able to clean up Hell's Kitchen as well. But the real question is, who should Wu Chen have act as the client for this mission? The last mission for little Spidey was no trouble for Wu Chen. A mere lollipop was a fair exchange. But cleaning up Hell's Kitchen is another story entirely. There's much more at stake, and he can't let things unfold the same way as before. If Wu Chen were to go through all the trouble of ridding Hell's Kitchen of crime, only to find that his progress as an actor hadn't advanced at all, he would be furious. Besides, dealing with Hell's Kitchen is a bit too much for young Spidey at this stage. If Peter Parker were 16 or 17, Wu Chen wouldn't hesitate. He'd guide Spidey to issue the mission, and together they'd sweep through Hell's Kitchen. But right now, Peter is just a child, barely 10 years old. Leading him into such matters, even with Wu Chen at his side to guarantee his safety, still feels inappropriate. That's just not something Wu Chen is willing to do. So, it's clear he needs to find a different client for the mission, someone with deep pockets, where he wouldn't feel the least bit of guilt taking advantage. With a plan forming in his mind, Wu Chen prepared to escort little Spidey out of Hell's Kitchen. He returned to the rooftop, scooped up the little spider in his arms, and said, "All right, Peter Parker, where do you live? I'll take you home. This isn't a place you should be." After Peter told Wu Chen his home address, the boy seemed like he wanted to say more, but Wu Chen didn't give him the chance. He immediately got ready to use his teleportation technique and leave. But just then, Wu Chen caught sight of a woman in black, striding into Hell's Kitchen from afar. He recognized that face, Black Widow. He paused, his mind spinning rapidly. If Black Widow was here, that could only mean S.H.I.E.L.D. want to get in touch with him. If that was the case, there might be a big payday in store. Someone willing to take responsibility for cleaning up Hell's Kitchen and able to offer a reward of equal value. This was exactly what Wu Chen was looking for. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D might look like S.H.I.E.L.D on the surface, but in reality, it was now run by HYDRA. Wu Chen wouldn't hesitate to ask for his due reward. It's decided then. Wu Chen left behind a three-pronged kunai on the spot. Then, activating his teleportation technique, vanished from the rooftop. Natasha felt a sudden prickle, as if someone was watching her. She turned to look back, but saw nothing. Raising her hand to touch her earpiece, she said, "I have a feeling the target might not be in Hell's Kitchen anymore, Director. Could we check the nearby surveillance cameras?" While Natasha was searching for Wu Chen's whereabouts, he had already whisked young Peter to Queens, where the boy now lived. Once he found the exact address, Wu Chen set the little spider down and prepared to leave, almost as if he were dodging a jinx with no other choice. And for good reason. Even at this age, Peter Parker was a world-class chatterbox. Once Peter was sure Wu Chen meant him no harm, his mouth went off like a machine gun with the trigger pulled. "Big brother, what's your name?" "Minato Namikaze." "Big brother, are you that superhero on YouTube? I remember you took down the big green ugly guy and the Hulk." "Yes, that's right." At first, Wu Chen managed to answer each question patiently. "Is their skin tough? How do they stop bullets? What was that blue ball you used to beat them? That wasn't magic, was it? And how can you teleport? And move so fast like you just did? It's pretty tough, but not invincible. And that's not magic. It's ninjutsu. I'm a ninja." "Ninjutsu? A ninja?" "Big brother, I want to be a ninja. Do you think I could? I played a game once, and there were ninjas in it, but none of them were as awesome as you. How did you get so strong?" "Big brother, aren't ninjas supposed to be patient? Why do you make those hand signs when you shoot fireballs?" "You." But before Peter could finish, Wu Chen had already lost interest in answering. In just a minute or two, Peter had managed to ask dozens of questions, each one more involved than the last. Wu Chen considered himself patient with children, and he certainly didn't dislike the little spider, but right now, he was nearly driven mad by the barrage. "I can be stronger than any ninja you know, because I have chakra." After answering the final question, Wu Chen immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight and leaving the little spider behind, still bubbling with excitement. "Ninjas are amazing!" Peter cheered. When Wu Chen returned, his figure appeared atop the rooftop in a flash of golden light. A spectacle clearly witnessed by Black Widow, who happened to be looking up from a distance at that very moment. This, of course, was intentional. Wu Chen had no intention of hiding. He wanted Black Widow to notice him. Only this way could things unfold according to his design. Otherwise, playing the role of Minato Namikaze, master of space-time ninjutsu, Wu Chen would be impossible to track down if he didn't wish it. When Black Widow spotted him, Wu Chen sensed her watchful gaze. Without hesitation, he used the body flicker technique to appear beside Natasha. "Hello, ma'am. You seem to be looking for me. Do you need my help?" The two had been separated by dozens of meters, and now, in a blink, he stood before her. Even though Natasha knew from her intel that this ability was within his repertoire, she couldn't help but be surprised. Was that teleportation just now? Teleportation? Wu Chen paused for a moment. That's called the body flicker technique. But calling it teleportation isn't exactly wrong. Body flicker technique? Then, when you stopped Hulk and Abomination last night, did you use the same technique? Natasha found Minato easy to talk to, so she kept her tone casual, probing for information while trying to build rapport. "No, that wasn't it." Wu Chen shook his head. He could easily see through Natasha's intentions, but he had no desire to call her out. Revealing a little information at the right time was, after all, another way to demonstrate power. If it wasn't the body flicker, then what was it? Natasha lifted her face slightly. Her makeup was styled to suit East Asian aesthetics, since S.H.I.E.L.D suspected Minato was from that region. Though he had blonde hair and blue eyes, his facial features weren't typical of Westerners. He was likely of mixed heritage. Right now, Black Widow looked fragile and delicate, almost inviting sympathy, a tactic that often worked wonders when dealing with East Asian men. But Wu Chen, fully aware of the Black Widow's reputation, felt not the slightest flutter in his heart. Still, he bore her no ill will. After all, she was a spy, and her body was simply another tool in her arsenal. Since he had no intention of changing his approach, he replied in a serious yet humble tone, "It's a space ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. This jutsu was created by the second Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village. I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants. So if it's a space ninjutsu..." Natasha mused, her expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, through the tiny transmitter on Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank seized on and extracted several key terms: space, ninjutsu, Hidden Leaf Village, and second Hokage. Just from these keywords, they were able to deduce quite a bit. Space ninjutsu? So Minato Namikaze's superpower is a form of ninjutsu, and it involves manipulating space. And he's not the only one who can use it. The Hidden Leaf Village. It seems pointless to keep searching blindly. We're destined not to find this village. An organization with superhuman abilities, with hidden even in its name. They must have cloaked their headquarters or base using their abilities. Without the right means, there's simply no way to locate it. Minato Namikaze is the fourth Hokage, and the Hidden Leaf Village has had a second Hokage. That means, at the very least, there have been 4 individuals as powerful as Minato, the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. After hearing the analyst's deductions, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, his one-eyed gaze as sharp as ever, immediately issued new orders to Natasha. Natasha, ask about the previous Hokages of Hidden Leaf Village, and try to find out if their superpowers can be taught to others. Most importantly, discover the reason why the fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village has come to New York. Even when dealing with someone as formidable as Minato Namikaze, S.H.I.E.L.D., for all its faith in Natasha's abilities, would never risk leaving everything to her alone. Remote guidance was only prudent, and Natasha understood and agreed with this approach. So, after a brief pause upon hearing Fury's instructions, Natasha asked, "Mr. Namikaze, may I address you this way?" Wu Chen smiled gently. "Call me whatever you like. It doesn't matter to me." "That's a relief," Natasha said, letting out a small breath. "Mr. Namikaze, if it's not too much trouble, could you perhaps share what other jutsu the second Hokage of your village has created recently? I'm rather curious." The question felt a bit forced. Clearly, it was not a genuine inquiry. Wu Chen instantly grasped her underlying intent. By specifically mentioning the second Hokage, and recently, she was really probing whether the second Hokage was still alive, hoping to gauge the current strength of the Hidden Leaf Village. A smile played at the corner of his lips as he shifted his gaze, glancing toward the spot where the gang of thugs he'd just defeated had been lying. But now, that place was empty. Every last one of them had taken advantage of the moment when he was seeing little Peter off and slipped away. Wu Chen, however, remained unruffled. He had left a flying thunder god mark on Bald John's body. No matter where that fellow tried to run, Wu Chen could find him instantly, as long as he wished. For now, he thought, let the man catch his breath. Later, he'd give him a surprise. Drawing his attention back, Wu Chen's expression was calm and unreadable, as though he hadn't noticed Natasha's intentions at all. He replied, "Lately? Not much. Lord Second has retired, and spends his days simply training in chakra." "I see," Natasha nodded thoughtfully. The S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank, upon hearing this response, immediately erupted in heated discussion. There's an 80% chance. The second Hokage is still alive. If that's the case, the third must be as well, and the first Hokage's status is uncertain. So, that means the Hidden Leaf Village still has at least 3 powerhouses on the level of Namikaze Minato. That's all you care about? Isn't anyone interested in this thing called chakra? Director Fury, please have Agent Romanoff ask about chakra. With the order given, Natasha paused for a moment. But instead of following the directive, she chose to introduce herself to Wu Chen with complete candor. "Forgive me, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Natasha Romanoff, a Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Level 7 in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Level 10 in the comics, but in this story, it's the film version. I'm here on official assignment to make contact with you, Mr. Namikaze Minato. Though you've stopped Abomination and the Hulk from rampaging through the streets of New York, as this world's protectors, S.H.I.E.L.D. still can't fully trust you. At the very least, we need to know your intentions. Your village, Konoha, has sent one of its greatest forces, the Hokage, here to New York. What is your true purpose? S.H.I.E.L.D. as Earth's protector?" Wu Chen thought the title was only barely deserved, but he had to admit they had made real contributions to world peace. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha possessed her own judgment. From their conversations so far, she understood perfectly that if she wanted to earn the respect of someone as powerful as Namikaze Minato, she would have to offer equal, if not greater, respect in return. The think tank's analysis wasn't wrong, but true. Equal dialogue could only happen when both sides held comparable strength and status. Clearly, at least when it came to top-tier combatability, S.H.I.E.L.D. was no match for the Hidden Leaf Village. In such an uneven balance of power, if there was to be peaceful coexistence and genuine exchange, the first step was to clearly establish where each side stood. What we call position is simply each party's objective. Natasha had already laid out why S.H.I.E.L.D. sent her to make contact. Now, it was up to the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze, to respond. S.H.I.E.L.D. treated powerful organizations differently from how it treated powerful individuals. If Minato Namikaze were just a lone figure, S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly wouldn't be handling things with such gravity. They might still be polite, but there wouldn't be this situation where one person meets face-to-face while a whole team stands in the background, giving instructions and support. Clearly, the Hidden Leaf Village, which Wu Chen had boasted about at the start, had become one of his most important sources of leverage. Now, it all depended on whether Wu Chen would choose to reveal his lie or build upon it and make it more convincing. If it was nothing but a lie, it would never hold up forever. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. A decision had to be made. After hearing all this, Wu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head, silently weighing the pros and cons. It didn't take long for him to decide. He would build up the lie, turn it into reality. In that case, clearing out Hell's Kitchen would have to be postponed for a while. If his only goal was to fleece the big players, he could try to take S.H.I.E.L.D for a ride right here, and chances were S.H.I.E.L.D would go along with it, eager to appease a powerhouse like Minato Namikaze. But that approach would be a one-off. Once he had gotten what he wanted, there'd be nothing more to gain. After all, you swindle someone once, and they're not fools. They won't give you a second chance. If Wu Chen could only play the part of Minato Namikaze, a one-time score and a quick exit wouldn't be so bad. After all, achieving 100% imitation was enough. There'd be other opportunities in the future. But Wu Chen wasn't limited to just Minato Namikaze. He had countless Hokage to portray, and even powerful figures from the DC Universe and Dragon Ball world waiting in the wings. With his skills, he had every ability and right to play not just one, but an entire cast of Konoha's strongest heroes. And even that wasn't enough. There were so many fascinating villains in the Naruto world. If he could impersonate them too, Wu Chen would gladly do so. And in the world of Naruto, what's the most famous villain organization? No hesitation, a single name surfaced in his mind: Akatsuki. Throughout the entire Naruto saga, the Akatsuki were ever present, and many fans loved its antagonists even more than the protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke. Naturally, Wu Chen was a fan as well. If he could bring Akatsuki to life in the Marvel Universe, he would do it without question. These were his ambitions. So a one-time scheme absolutely wouldn't do. A slow, steady approach was the only way to go. But how could he make it last? What Wu Chen immediately thought of was this: to strengthen the trust that people in the Marvel world had in the character he was playing. Once he earned their trust, there would surely be a steady stream of commission requests coming his way. Isn't that the very definition of a sustainable and long-lasting business? And right now, it seemed the best way to earn trust was for Konoha Village to show goodwill toward this world. That in itself was a clever approach. Although Konoha in the Naruto universe isn't entirely righteous, in Wu Chen's eyes, his version of Konoha was a truly upright and virtuous organization. However, after some careful thought, Wu Chen realized that simply having Konoha extend goodwill wouldn't be enough. To be precise, it would just be too slow. With the Hulk storyline already unfolding, and only 5 or 6, maybe 6 or 7 years left until the Mad Titan's infamous snap, time was ticking. While spreading goodwill might suffice in the available time, Wu Chen wanted more than just the people of Marvel Earth believing in Konoha. He wanted to become truly powerful within this window. So he had to speed things up. How would he accelerate the pace? After thinking it over, Wu Chen found the answer. Crisis. To build trust faster, there had to be a crisis. When the people of the Marvel world found themselves in danger, and the character from Konoha he portrayed came to their rescue, wouldn't that naturally foster trust? And as for crises, well, the Marvel world was never short of those. Creating one would hardly be difficult. And if, by any chance, it did prove difficult, he could simply have his portrayal of Akatsuki villains stir up trouble and manufacture a crisis of his own. Conveniently, cleaning up Hell's Kitchen was a perfect opportunity to make a move. The only problem was, at the moment, he could only play Minato Namikaze, so he couldn't portray any other characters yet. That meant the plan to clear out Hell's Kitchen would have to be postponed. For now, he could only silently pray that his second playable character would turn out to be a villain. The more Wu Chen thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. This was the classic left hand versus right hand, profiting from chaos, reaping the spoils of war, and making a fortune with minimal risk. Would innocent people get hurt in the process? Wu Chen was confident. Since he'd be fighting himself, he could easily control the scale and impact. There was nothing to worry about. With these thoughts, Wu Chen finally had a revelation. He decisively abandoned his previous painstaking plan of finding a big dog to take over the commission to clear out Hell's Kitchen and earn a quick reward. Instead, he decided that from this moment on, he would start fooling S.H.I.E.L.D. Not just S.H.I.E.L.D., but the entire Marvel world. Lifting his gaze toward Natasha, Wu Chen steeled himself, ready to spin a convincing tale. Agent Romanoff, isn't it? I just contacted the village using my mind arts and inquired about S.H.I.E.L.D's situation. According to our intelligence network, it seems things aren't looking too optimistic for S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. Still, it can be considered barely credible. And you're also the first official organization in the mundane world willing to approach us with goodwill. In that case, let me tell you the reason I came to New York. Wu Chen's words left Natasha, the S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank, and even Nick Fury somewhat stunned. They had just seen Wu Chen lower his head, his expression unchanged, and assumed he was in deep thought. Who could have guessed he was using a telepathic ninja technique to communicate across distances? If Wu Chen hadn't revealed it himself, none of them would have guessed. As for whether Wu Chen was lying, everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. agreed. That was impossible. The truly powerful all possessed dignity and poise. The S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank had rated Minato Namikaze as the most formidable ninja in history, a powerhouse at least 2 levels above any of the current superheroes. With such overwhelming strength, would Minato Namikaze even bother to lie? He simply had no need for deception. Even in modern society, when someone's strength reaches a certain level, they transcend the boundaries of any law. As long as they aren't bent on destroying or dominating the world, those genuine powerhouses and superheroes, if they were to kill a few ordinary people, government agencies would turn a blind eye. The Hulk is a prime example. Dr. Banner gradually accepted the Hulk within him and eventually became a key member of the Avengers. Along the way, he transformed into the Hulk countless times, and there were more than a few episodes of uncontrollable rampage. Especially at the very beginning, when Dr. Banner first became the Hulk, he completely lost all reason, and many innocent people were killed in the chaos. Did that prevent him from joining the Avengers? Not in the slightest. Then there's Iron Man. When Tony Stark first created the Mark II suit, he discovered that terrorists in the Middle East were using weapons of his own design to harm civilians. Without hesitation, he flew straight to the region and wiped out those terrorists. But according to the law, did Tony Stark have the right to kill? Even if the terrorists deserved to die, legally speaking, Tony Stark had no authority to act as judge, jury, and executioner. And yet, how did things turn out for him? He became the universally admired Iron Man, celebrated and renowned the world over. With such tacitly accepted privileges, the S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank found it even less likely that Minato Namikaze would ever need to lie. Therefore, his words carried considerable weight. But then, S.H.I.E.L.D's current situation doesn't seem very optimistic. What could that mean? Nick Fury fell into deep thought. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D's operations were thriving, and with new superheroes emerging on Earth, it should have been the perfect moment for S.H.I.E.L.D. to shine. Why did Konoha Village's intelligence network reach the conclusion that S.H.I.E.L.D's situation is not optimistic? Nick Fury couldn't figure out, but his instincts told him there might be some truth to it, and that this could be crucial, both for him and for S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was used to thinking further ahead than most, which was only natural. But the others weren't as preoccupied with such thoughts. Instead, their attention was wholly fixed on Wu Chen, eager to hear what he would say next. After all, what truly mattered was what someone of Wu Chen's power was doing in New York. That was the question everyone needed answered. Nick Fury forced himself to focus, putting aside his speculation to listen intently. How about this? Let me tell you a story. A long, long time ago, there stood a divine tree that towered over the world. One day, the tree bore fruit, and the caretaker of the tree ate it. She became the world's only deity, the living embodiment of the divine tree. She was known as the rabbit goddess. Though she had become a god, the rabbit goddess fell deeply in love with a mortal and bore 2 children with an emperor. But because of her transformation into a deity, the rabbit goddess gradually became detached from human feelings. In the end, she turned into a cruel and violent demon. By that time, her 2 children had grown up and gained powers nearly equal to hers. To protect the people and the world, they fought a great battle against the rabbit goddess and ultimately sealed their own mother on the moon. The elder son, renowned for his achievements, was later honored by all as the sage of 6 paths. But the story doesn't end there. For the divine tree, why did the intelligence system of Konoha Village conclude that S.H.I.E.L.D's situation is not looking optimistic? Nick Fury couldn't figure it out, but his instincts told him it might be true, and that this situation was of immense importance, both to him and to S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was accustomed to thinking further ahead than most. That was only natural. But the others in the room weren't pondering so deeply. Their attention was wholly fixed on Wu Chen, eager to hear what he would say next. After all, the real question that demanded their concern was, what had brought such a powerful figure to New York? Nick Fury, too, set aside his musings and began to listen intently. All right then, let me tell you a story. Long, long ago, there stood in the world a great divine tree, towering to the heavens. One day, this tree bore fruit, and the guardian of the Tree ate that fruit, becoming the world's sole deity, the very incarnation of the divine tree itself. She was known as the rabbit goddess. Though she had become divine, the rabbit goddess fell in love with a mortal, and together with an emperor, she bore 2 children. Yet because she had ascended to godhood, the rabbit goddess grew increasingly distant from human emotion, and in the end, she transformed into a cruel and fearsome demon. By that time, her 2 children had already come of age, each possessing power that rivaled their mother's. In order to protect the people and the world itself, they fought a titanic battle against the rabbit goddess, and at last sealed their own mother upon the moon. The elder son, for his extraordinary deeds, was revered by future generations as the Sage of 6 Paths. But the story doesn't end there, for the divine tree itself went berserk. While the rabbit goddess was being sealed away, the divine tree transformed in a desperate attempt to protect and save her, becoming a terrifying beast with 10 mighty tails. This creature was unimaginably powerful, and only the Sage of 6 Paths could stand against it. To prevent the calamity that the 10 tails could bring to the world, the sage divided its vast power into 9 parts, creating 9-tailed beasts. In doing so, he weakened their strength and nurtured the hope that these tailed beasts would one day aid humanity. Yet things did not unfold as he wished. Human desire is relentless and unending, and again, the tailed beasts were betrayed and harmed. Gradually, the tailed beasts grew hostile, turning savage and vengeful toward mankind. Left with no choice, before his death, the Sage of 6 Paths sealed the 9-tailed beasts in distant corners of the world, hoping to preserve peace. Having spoken at such length, Wu Chen paused, giving Natasha and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents a moment to process what they'd just heard. Time was short, the situation dire. Wu Chen had no opportunity to concoct a new myth, so he simply adapted the familiar history of the ninja world, weaving it into a legend for those in the Marvel Universe. The reason for revealing so much information, of course, was to flesh out the worldview and ensure that S.H.I.E.L.D. would believe what he was about to say. Noticing that the look of shock on Natasha's face had softened a little, Wu Chen continued. Originally, all 9 seals were intact. But recently, the seal here in New York has started to weaken. The Sage of 6 Paths was incomparably powerful, far beyond us mortals. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, his seals should not have loosened. That's why we suspect someone is sabotaging the seals in secret, trying to unleash the tailed beasts into the world once more. That is why the village chose me, because I am the most capable to investigate this matter. Now, you and the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization behind you should understand why I've come to New York. Wu Chen lifted his eyes and stared directly at Natasha. It seemed as though he was simply meeting her gaze, but there was a sense that he was seeing through her all the way to S.H.I.E.L.D's one-eyed, bald-headed hero. Nick Fury, staring into Wu Chen's earnest eyes, felt his own expression grow somber. This is a myth, he thought. That was Nick Fury's first reaction when he heard Wu Chen's story. A myth known only to their ninja clan. After S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank had scoured the world's mythologies and found nothing that matched, Nick Fury came to this conclusion. But the rabbit goddess? That naming style sounded distinctly Japanese. It seemed they couldn't afford to let up on their investigations in Japan. Yet, as Wu Chen, appearing as Minato Namikaze, continued his grave and sincere explanation, Nick Fury's view began to shift. The Sage of 6 Paths sealed the rabbit goddess on the moon? How is that even possible? The 10 tails? A monstrous beast with 10 tails? That sounds utterly fantastical. If the Sage of 6 Paths split the 10 tails into 9 individual beasts, then wouldn't that make him a kind of creator god, able to conjure life from nothing? But how could a god ever die of old age? So, Nick Fury weighed these thoughts over and over in his mind, and when Wu Chen finally revealed the reason Minato Namikaze came to New York, Fury couldn't help but twitch an eyelid. You can't believe it all, but you can't dismiss it either. That was the conclusion Nick Fury reached. If what this Minato Namikaze said was true, then the 10 tails, formed from the union of the 9-tailed beasts, was a creature capable of destroying the world. If that were real, and he chose to ignore it, and someone took advantage of his disbelief to break the seals and unleash the beasts, leading to the birth of the world-ending 10 tails, wouldn't that make him an accomplice in the world's destruction? Whether or not he'd be an accomplice wasn't the point. The real issue was plunging the world into unparalleled crisis. That was what truly worried Nick Fury. After careful consideration, Nick Fury spoke into his earpiece and said to Natasha, "Natasha, hand him the communicator." It was obvious now. They had already realized that Natasha was being remotely controlled from behind the scenes. If they continued their remote manipulation, wouldn't it be a blatant show of disrespect? Although this Minato Namikaze appeared gentle and easygoing, not the type to resort to violence. Who could say what might happen if things went wrong? Nick Fury had no desire to gamble on that. He preferred to take a slightly more troublesome but safer approach, nipping this crisis in the bud. You're the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? The warm, gentle tone in the stranger's voice made Nick Fury relax just a little. Surely someone so mild-mannered wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, with such a temperament, perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. could actually work with him. As this idea crossed Nick Fury's mind, his pupils involuntarily widened and his breathing grew a touch quicker. However, with years of experience under his belt, Nick Fury swiftly masked any trace of his momentary surprise. Even Agent Maria Hill, standing right beside him, failed to notice anything amiss. But Wu Chen caught it. After all, a ninja's senses were keen by nature. The corners of Wu Chen's mouth lifted ever so slightly. He was pleased. Good, he thought. If Fury's composure was rattled, it meant his earlier story hadn't been in vain. Mr. Namikaze, Fury spoke up, emboldened perhaps by Wu Chen's seemingly good temper. I'd like to confirm something. Do tailed beasts really exist in this world? His directness cut right to the heart of the matter. Tailed beasts absolutely exist. Wu Chen replied, his voice tinged with reverence. The first Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village once fought the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tailed fox, and managed to subdue it. The nine-tailed fox? Isn't that a figure from Eastern mythology? Fury, who had just looked up some mythological references, frowned. And when exactly did your first Hokage fight a tailed beast? Why haven't we heard anything about this? He pressed further. And didn't you say that the Sage of Six Paths seal has remained strong for generations? How did the Nine Tails escape and battle your first Hokage? Wu Chen had anticipated these questions and answered them one by one. They're not the same thing, so please don't confuse them. While both are foxes with 9 tails, the tailed beast 9 tails is enormous and cannot take human form. Don't mix the two up. As for when the first Hokage fought the beast, it was about 5 years ago, on a day marked by a massive earthquake or some other natural disaster. And why haven't you heard of it? That's because we covered it up. If the whole world knew about these things, even if most people dismissed them as mere legend, there would always be someone tempted to put them to the test. What if some unlucky soul accidentally stumbles upon the location where a tailed beast is sealed and actually manages to set it free? No one wants to bear the consequences of that. Sometimes, the more you know, the more dangerous things become. As for why the Nine Tails was released, that involves a traitor from the Hidden Leaf Village. I can't disclose the details. The first Hokage defeated the traitor and subdued the nine-tailed fox. Then, following the Sage of Six Paths sealing technique, he resealed it here in New York. That's the general gist of it. Do you have any other questions? Wu Chen paused, a hint of anticipation flickering in his heart as he waited for Nick Fury's response. He had already shared everything he could. Now it was up to S.H.I.E.L.D. to decide how they would react. Regardless of their response, Wu Chen remained utterly untroubled. With his mastery over space, he could come and go as he pleased, appearing and disappearing at will. That was his trump card. No matter if his true identity was accidentally exposed, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor HYDRA could do anything to him. Anyone could see at a glance the difference between someone with confidence and someone without. From the micro camera hidden on Black Widow, S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank had been analyzing this Minato Namikaze from the very beginning. They used high-tech methods to determine whether someone was trustworthy or lying. For ordinary people, these techniques were quite effective. But for someone like Minato Namikaze, who possessed chakra, their effectiveness was almost nil. Still, that wasn't entirely fair. At the very least, these procedures gave the S.H.I.E.L.D. team some reassurance. Director Fury, based on our analysis, Minato Namikaze does not appear to be lying, the analyst reported. Nick Fury's dark face turned toward the technician, his gaze grave. Don't be so quick to make a conclusion. Keep running the tests. He held firm to his cautious stance. But inside, he was beginning to lean toward believing what Wu Chen had said. That kind of fearless composure couldn't be faked. After thinking for about a minute, Nick Fury finally picked up the communicator again. Mr. Namikaze, I'd like to confirm something. The tailed beast the first Hokage resealed in New York. Is it the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tailed fox? Exactly, Wu Chen replied without hesitation. In that case, Mr. Namikaze, you must know the nine-tailed fox's size, abilities, and other data. Nick Fury pressed further. Yes, I know. Before Nick Fury could say anything, Wu Chen spoke up first. The nine-tailed fox is roughly 40 to 50 meters tall. Its body length easily exceeds 100 meters when counting the tail. It radiates intense heat. Its chakra is practically limitless, and it can unleash tailed beast bombs and other extremely dangerous ninja techniques. I've checked the nine-tail size for a long time, but since there's no official data, I just estimated based on the manga. That huge? Nick Fury's face darkened. By the way, Mr. Namikaze, what exactly is chakra? Chakra is a power unique to us ninjas. You can think of it as a special kind of energy, Wu Chen replied. To put it simply, the Nine Tails never grows tired, because its energy is nearly inexhaustible. Nick Fury's expression grew even more grim. Then, where exactly is the Nine Tails sealed? Times Square, right in the heart of Manhattan. Wu Chen answered without hesitation. Times Square is the very center of New York, and Wu Chen chose this location precisely to strengthen his bargaining position. If a colossal beast dozens, even over 100 meters in length appeared there, the impact will be no less than detonating a massive, high-yield C4 bomb, perhaps even worse. In such a scenario, there's no way S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle the situation on their own. And that's exactly when Wu Chen would step into the spotlight. S.H.I.E.L.D. would request his assistance. He'd agree, of course, and collect his reward in the process. All the while, he'd earn progress in his own mission, a truly delightful prospect. Sure enough, events unfolded just as Wu Chen had anticipated. Nick Fury asked solemnly, Mr. Namikaze, if you face the Nine Tails, can you defeat it? Wu Chen replied with a note of resolve. I may not be on par with the First Hokage, but I should be able to handle the Nine Tails with some effort. If I'm willing to pay a price, there's a good chance I can seal it away. In that case, may I request your assistance? If the Nine Tails does break free, could you seal it again? Nick Fury finally voiced his request. Wu Chen nodded without hesitation. That's exactly why I'm here. That's wonderful. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a guardian of world peace, Nick Fury said, his face betraying no emotion even as he offered praise. But before he could finish, Wu Chen interjected. Now then, let's discuss the reward for this series of missions. Series of missions? Reward. Nick Fury's heart sank. He had a bad feeling that S.H.I.E.L.D's budget was about to take a hit. Although this is the reason I'm here, you should know that being a ninja is much like being a mercenary. We take on missions, and there's always a task at hand when we act. Wu Chen flashed a sharp, almost predatory smile. Even for me, saving an entire city takes effort and comes at a price. In situations like this, I think it's only fair to ask for an appropriate reward. Don't you agree? Indeed, that's not unreasonable. Nick Fury cut right to the heart of the matter. But what exactly do you mean by series of missions? The series consists of 3 tasks: tracking down the mastermind, stopping the Nine Tails from breaking free, and if the Nine Tails does break free, sealing it again. All 3 together make up the full mission set. Wu Chen explained. So, are you willing to commission me, with proper payment, to complete this series of tasks for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course S.H.I.E.L.D. was willing. They simply didn't have the power to handle a potential crisis like this alone. Seeking help from outside was only logical. What else could they do? Just stand by and watch disaster unfold? As self-proclaimed protectors of the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. could never take that route. After some negotiation, the agreed payment was $10 million, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would provide Wu Chen with full support throughout the mission. Now he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. With a flash of flying thunder god, Wu Chen returned to his bedroom, gazing at the large case of cash in his hands. He couldn't help but smile. He'd checked both the case and the money thoroughly. There were no trackers or any unpleasant surprises hidden inside. S.H.I.E.L.D. had paid the reward in advance, a clear sign of their sincerity. And with S.H.I.E.L.D's backing, advancing his impersonation of Minato Namikaze was no longer an uphill battle. Locking the money securely in his safe, Wu Chen used the Flying Thunder God technique once again, returning to where Black Widow, Natasha, was waiting. It was a sports car speeding down the highway, and Wu Chen appeared directly in the front passenger seat, where a special 3-pronged kunai lay. After all, there are certain boundaries between men and women, so Wu Chen hadn't marked Natasha herself with the Flying Thunder God seal. Instead, he'd given her a kunai bearing the seal, tied with a cord. Noticing Wu Chen's sudden arrival, Natasha's mouth twitched in surprise. Someone had just materialized in her beloved car, and she couldn't even kick him out. The feeling was complicated, to say the least. Even though she'd known this might become a regular occurrence, Natasha couldn't simply discard the kunai. After all, that was a direct order from S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. From this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 7 agent Natasha Romanoff is assigned as the exclusive intelligence liaison. Exclusive target, Minato Namikaze. This appointment meant that, from now on, no matter what Minato required, he could always reach S.H.I.E.L.D. through Black Widow. A living, breathing conduit, mission accomplished. Because it was an order, Natasha had no choice but to obey, no matter what she truly thought. This is the downside of strict hierarchy. In fact, Natasha's role was far more than just being a human mouthpiece. She was also S.H.I.E.L.D's primary agent when it came to seduction and honey traps. There is every reason to believe that if sparks did fly between Minato Namikaze and Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D would be more than happy to see it happen. After all, nothing binds a person tighter than emotion. Wu Chen, however, had no idea about S.H.I.E.L.D's plans in this regard. If he did, he would most likely scoff in disdain. There was no denying that Black Widow was a stunning beauty, but her private life was a bit too complicated for his taste. As someone with a touch of emotional fastidiousness, Wu Chen thought, she's just not my type. Besides, his top priority right now was to raise his character integration and strengthen his own abilities. Romantic entanglements and affairs of the heart could wait their turn. Of course, if a one-night stand or a casual fling came his way, Wu Chen wouldn't say no. But he'd want it to be with his own face, not while wearing Minato's appearance. After all, if he used Minato Namikaze's looks to sleep with a woman, would it really be Wu Chen having that experience, or would it be Minato? The lines blurred too much. It was a question without a clear answer, and he might even end up with the strange achievement of cheating on himself. Given his particular sense of emotional cleanliness, Wu Chen preferred to avoid such situations. The sports car's engine roared to life. Natasha noticed that Wu Chen simply sat quietly in the passenger seat, and so she asked, "Mr. Namikaze, what do you intend to do now? I've been ordered to stay with you for the duration of this mission. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to tell me." Wu Chen raised an eyebrow. Anything at all? He deliberately gave her a teasing, suggestive look. The gesture made Natasha distinctly uncomfortable. After a long silence, she finally replied, "Yes." That single word took all the courage she had. She knew exactly what her role was. "All right then," Wu Chen said, as if it came to him casually, "I've been a bit short on money lately. Does S.H.I.E.L.D have any well-paid jobs they could assign me?" Natasha was momentarily stunned. Given how Minato had been acting just now, she wouldn't have been surprised if his next request had been something far more intimate. She had even steeled herself to go that far, if necessary. But to her surprise, he made such an unexpected request. He actually volunteered for missions. Were all ninjas this obsessed with work? Did they get uncomfortable if they went a day without a task? Natasha relayed this odd request to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters through her comms unit. Back at the base, Nick Fury and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Wu Chen's behavior left them equally baffled. Under Nick Fury's orders, Natasha asked, "Mr. Namikaze, didn't we just pay you $10 million? How could you still be short on money?" Wu Chen sighed helplessly. "That $10 million, I've already brought it back to the village. It's funding for the village itself. Only the money I earn from now on is truly my own. Though we possess great power, we ninja of Konoha are also law-abiding citizens." What? Wu Chen's words left Natasha, Nick Fury, and the others speechless, their faces darkening in unison. Fighting in the street, taking on the Hulk, killing in broad daylight, defeating Abomination, attacking the authorities, flattening General Ross and his men, not to mention single-handedly thrashing a whole gang in Hell's Kitchen. If you call yourself a model citizen who abides by the law, then everyone else in this world who follows the rules must be up for Citizen of the Year. Still, complaints aside, business had to be done. After deliberation among S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank, Wu Chen's request was granted. After all, when a powerful ally like this offers their services for free, there's no reason to turn them away. Compared to the strength Namikaze Minato had demonstrated, the reward for this mission seemed trivial. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D had already paid out a massive $10 million. This bit of cash was barely a drop in the bucket. However, S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank still harbored some concerns. The seal at Times Square in New York could be broken by evildoers at any time, potentially unleashing the unimaginably powerful nine-tailed fox. And here you are, the only one who might be able to stop it, not rushing to track down clues, or striving to become even stronger, but instead wanting to earn money for yourself. "Young man, is there something wrong with you?" This doubt was tactfully relayed to Wu Chen by Natasha. "Come on, is that what you're worried about?" Wu Chen scoffed. "Do you really think that, at my level, I could just get stronger whenever I want? If it's that difficult to grow stronger, why bother training blindly? Might as well make a living and put food on the table. And besides, those trying to break the seal are hiding deep in the shadows. Unless they choose to reveal themselves, there's no way to find them outright. In this situation, all I can do is follow the faintest of clues, working in secret without alerting them. So on the surface, it looks like I'm doing missions for S.H.I.E.L.D, but in reality, I'm also conducting my own investigation undercover. I thought you'd figure that out, which is why I didn't mention it. But it seems..." Instantly, many members of S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank blushed in embarrassment, though a few old hands managed to keep their composure. Those who felt ashamed grumbled inwardly. "Sure, that makes sense, but how can we know your exact situation and guess your intentions? Still, put food on the table? Does that mean Namikaze Minato has a family to support? In the end, Natasha took on yet another role. She became Minato Namikaze's exclusive mission assistant. Her main responsibilities included selecting and finding missions for Minato, verifying their completion, and distributing the rewards. As for the honey trap tactic, what began as an absolute necessity was now left up to situational judgment. Clearly, even if the probability was slim, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no desire to risk offending Minato Namikaze. The humble little agents had no choice but to submit. Over the following week, Wu Chen steadily pushed Minato Namikaze's impersonation progress up to 50%. This is how he did it. For that entire week, Wu Chen worked S.H.I.E.L.D's assigned tasks, as if he were clocking in at a regular job. Every morning at 8 sharp, he would appear beside Natasha. Every evening at 6, he'd leave right on time to return to his own residence. He explained to Natasha that he was a light sleeper and preferred to sleep at his home in Konoha Village. With the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu bordering on the miraculous, whatever Wu Chen said, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents simply had to take it face value. It's not as if they could expose him, even if they wanted to. While spending time with Natasha, Wu Chen put on an impressive performance. He pretended to be diligently working on missions, subtly observing his surroundings, when in reality, he was just honestly doing the tasks. This layered act, a triple bluff, significantly enhanced his acting skills. During this process alone, Wu Chen gained 12% progress in his impersonation. He completed 10 relatively easy missions for S.H.I.E.L.D., earned a reward of $100,000, and gained another 10% in progress. The remaining 2% taught Wu Chen an important lesson. When it came to tasks commissioned by superhumans or famous figures in the Marvel Universe, the progress gained was vastly different from that of regular people. Completing missions for ordinary folks yielded far less progress than those given by Marvel's renowned personalities. Here, famous figures didn't mean celebrities in the traditional sense, but rather superheroes and supervillains. For example, when Wu Chen helped an ordinary person deal with a bully and received a newspaper as a reward, the whole process only netted him 0.1% progress. But for comparison, when he helped Black Widow deal with a bad guy and got treated to dinner, that single event gave him 1.9% progress. That's a 19-fold difference. That's why the 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. tasks only gave him 10%, because none of those requests came from superheroes or supervillains. They were all from lesser-known agents or spies. Wu Chen immediately resolved to prioritize tasks commissioned by superheroes or supervillains from now on. With the 28% he'd already accumulated, he now had 40% total impersonation progress. The remaining 10% of his impersonation progress was also completed within that same week. This time, the credit went to Dr. Bruce Banner. Throughout the week, Wu Chen kept a close eye on the messages for help sent by Dr. Banner to his phone. He hadn't forgotten his mission, to help Banner suppress and restrain the Hulk. Within those 7 days, he managed to stop the Hulk twice. The first time happened on the second day, when Banner fled to Philadelphia, just outside New York, hoping to avoid trouble. But his forbearance only made the local thugs see him as an easy target. The outcome was inevitable. Banner got into a conflict with them, lost control, and transformed into the Hulk, leaving the thugs sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, just before his transformation, he managed to hit Wu Chen's number. Wu Chen immediately realized Banner was calling for help, and without hesitation, used Flying Thunder God to rush to the scene. The moment he saw the Hulk, Wu Chen didn't waste a word. He simply gave him a good thrashing and forced the Hulk back into submission. That intervention earned him 6% progress in his impersonation. The second incident occurred on the fourth day. Banner returned to New York. After all, with Minato Namikaze watching over him, it didn't matter where he ran, Minato could always find him. So he might as well stay somewhere familiar. Banner then tried to secretly visit his girlfriend, Betty, only to find her laughing and chatting with another man. Jealousy flared within him. He couldn't contain his anger, and once again transformed into the Hulk. This time, Wu Chen arrived just in time. But before he could lay a hand on the Hulk actually retreated on his own as soon as Wu Chen appeared. Banner and Wu Chen exchanged bewildered glances at this unexpected turn. Wu Chen was worried. He feared that, since there'd been no real fight and the whole thing ended so quickly, he might not receive any impersonation progress. To his surprise, he still earned 4% progress. After all, it was the appearance of Minato Namikaze, played by Wu Chen, that had frightened the Hulk into retreat. Without him, the Hulk would have gone on a rampage. So his role was still crucial. And just like that, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, reached a smooth 50% impersonation progress. After bidding farewell to Natasha, Wu Chen clocked out early and returned to his room, dropping the disguise and returning to his true self. A clear, ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Impersonation progress as the Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, has reached 50%. You have gained one chance to draw a new character to impersonate. Impersonation progress as the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has reached 50%. You have gained one opportunity to select an ability from Minato Namikaze. Wu Chen quickly focused his consciousness inward, calling up his current system panel. Host, Wu Chen. Current impersonated character, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Current impersonation progress, 50%. Owned character, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Number of character draws available, 1. Select character ability, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 1. At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally reached 50%. Over the past week, Wu Chen had poured his heart and soul into completing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s commission. Not once did he let his guard down. Now at last his hard work was paying off. What's more, a new display box had appeared on the system panel. System, explain the character ability selection. When playing as a character, you possess extraordinary powers. Once your progress reaches 50%, you may select one ability from a character. After reaching 50%, for every additional 10% in progress, you will be rewarded with another opportunity to choose an ability. What? Wu Chen was utterly astonished. This meant that, from 50% onward, as his progress increased, he could actually become as powerful as Minato Namikaze himself. No doubt about it, this was fantastic news. Even though the character he played was strong, Wu Chen would always have worries. But if he himself could grow stronger, that would grant him true peace of mind. However, after the initial surge of joy, Wu Chen realized there was a catch. If I'm not mistaken, after hitting 50%, it's going to get much harder to raise my progress, isn't it? The system didn't answer this question, so Wu Chen knew he'd have to test it himself later. For now, the most important thing was to select Minato Namikaze's ability, and then draw a new character to portray. With that, Wu Chen silently thought, select Minato Namikaze's ability. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze's abilities are as follows. Chakra, Spacetime Ninjutsu, Rasengan Series, Perfect Sage Mode, Uzumaki Clan, Sealing Techniques. Please make your choice. So, since this is Minato from his Hokage days, does that mean there's no Ninetales Chakra mode? Seeing only 5 abilities listed, Wu Chen wondered to himself. He remembered very clearly that during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the Naruto world, the reanimated Minato could use the Ninetales Chakra mode. Back then, Minato had half of the Ninetales sealed within him. But this version of Minato had nothing inside him. Wu Chen could feel it. Well, so be it. Truth be told, the flashy Ninetales Chakra mode was the one Wu Chen wanted most. It was versatile in both offense and defense, and its speed was simply unparalleled, an all-around power-up. Who wouldn't want that? Putting those thoughts aside, Wu Chen began to seriously consider his choice. A moment later, he frowned, because Wu Chen realized there was actually only one ability he could truly select. Chakra. The reason was simple. All 4 of the remaining abilities, no matter which one, required chakra to use. Without chakra, even if you had Spacetime Ninjutsu, you couldn't use it at all. After all, the energy that powers ninjutsu is chakra, and chakra exists only in the world of Naruto. People from other worlds simply cannot refine chakra at all. This is ridiculous. Wu Chen felt utterly helpless and could only choose chakra. Selection successful. Beginning chakra infusion. As the system's ethereal voice echoed, Wu Chen immediately sensed a surge of warmth coursing through his body. It was gentle, not the least bit overwhelming. In fact, it even felt quite pleasant. The heat began to swirl around his lower abdomen, then gradually spread and intensified until every part of his body brimmed with chakra. This amount, Wu Chen was astonished. It's actually as much as Minato Namikaze's chakra. As someone who had played the role of Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen knew this better than anyone. As the Fourth Hokage, Minato possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, far surpassing that of ordinary jonin. Looks like I really lucked out. I thought I'd only be able to refine chakra, but not this much. Wu Chen's worries instantly turned to excitement. Then, he noticed something he'd overlooked before. If I can sense Minato's amount of chakra, does that mean I can use the same jutsu Minato could? This idea took root in Wu Chen's mind and quickly grew stronger. With all of Minato Namikaze's memories, Wu Chen should theoretically know every ninjutsu Minato had mastered, at least in terms of theory and technique. He knew exactly how each jutsu should be performed. If that was the case, then all the other abilities the system had categorized under Minato, couldn't Wu Chen master them too, just by practicing? With that thought, he immediately tried out the body flicker technique, the shadow clone technique, the Rasengan, Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God, and more. He soon discovered he could successfully perform the body flicker and shadow clone techniques, but the others remained out of reach. Reflecting on it, Wu Chen concluded there were two reasons. First, his chakra control wasn't precise enough. Second, he lacked the innate talent to master Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God. The Rasengan, which requires no hand seals, is notoriously demanding when it comes to chakra control, just like the body flicker and shadow clone techniques. To be precise, every ninjutsu depends on chakra control. Wu Chen had some aptitude for this, but not enough. Still, that wasn't a big problem. Chakra control could be improved through training, and Wu Chen already knew the methods. Sooner or later, he would be able to perform the Rasengan and other challenging jutsu. So, there's no need to select this ability right now. But when it came to Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God, things were different. Both techniques demanded exceptional innate talent. Without that talent, they were simply impossible. There was nothing he could do. So, when picking abilities in the future, Sage Mode and Space-Time Ninjutsu would have to be top priorities. With that, the ability selection was finally complete, and Wu Chen found himself handsomely rewarded. Not only did he now possess chakra, but he had also discovered a way for his true self to grow stronger. Taking a moment to calm his excitement, Wu Chen silently intoned his heart. Draw a new character to play. System scan. The wish fulfillment buff on the host has expired. All future draws will proceed under normal conditions. Special reminder. This system was activated by the host's intense obsession. When drawing a character, the host may silently specify the desired range in their mind, and there's a chance to draw a corresponding character. What? Wu Chen truly hadn't expected that even under normal conditions, the character draw allowed for such a feature. Although the wish fulfillment buff was gone, wasn't this normal draw just a toned-down version of wish fulfillment? If not for the system's timely reminder, Wu Chen might have wasted this opportunity on a random draw. He immediately thanked the system, then began the draw, silently chanting in his mind, Akatsuki, Akatsuki. Right now, he desperately needed a villain to aid him in carrying out his plan. Strength alone wasn't enough. They had to be a true antagonist. Ding. Drawing character. As the system's voice faded, a rapid succession of figures flashed through Wu Chen's mind. Finally, the images settled on a shadowy figure clad in a black robe. A long black cloak, spiky short black hair, and a single eye peering from behind a yellow mask marked with black stripes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character, the mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, the mastermind behind Akatsuki in the world of Naruto. The mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, who once called himself Uchiha Madara. It was actually him. Wu Chen was taken aback. He thought of his own plan, then recalled the deeds of Uchiha Obito, and couldn't help but sigh. Are you setting me up to recreate the Nine Tails incident in New York? But still, this was perfect. Uchiha Obito had arrived at just the right time, so Minato Namikaze wouldn't have to throw the fight anymore. To be fair, among Akatsuki's members, aside from the Six Paths of Pain, only Uchiha Obito could truly rival Minato Namikaze. After all, the difference between having spatial abilities and not having them was tremendous. Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito were living proof. Why did Minato earn such a fearsome reputation during the Third Great Ninja War? Simple, because he mastered the space-time ninjutsu created by the Second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. The speed of spatial movement surpassed any other means of travel, so Minato became the fastest ninja alive. Any enemy he targeted was doomed to be caught, and even if he was surrounded, he could retreat with ease. Other Jonin, and even Kage, would never be able to defeat an opponent of equal rank within just a minute. But Minato Namikaze, thanks to the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique, could instantly dispatch opponents of the same level. Taking down one or two was effortless for him, and when his momentum was at its peak, Minato could eliminate dozens of enemy Jonin on his own in a single battle. It was precisely these formidable achievements that led the villages hostile to Konoha to issue a unique directive. If you encounter Konoha's Yellow Flash during any mission, you may abandon the mission immediately without facing any punishment. Such treatment was truly unparalleled. Perhaps the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara once enjoyed a similar reputation, but since their passing, this was the first time such an order had appeared. One could say that without the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's strength would be between elite Jonin and the level just below Kage, but with the Flying Thunder God, his power soared straight to the upper echelons of the Kage class. With further training and the development of even more powerful jutsu, achieving the rank of a Super Kage level, an existence above ordinary Kage, would have been well within his grasp. Before the power scale of the ninja world became unbalanced, there was only one true Super Kage, Nagato, who controlled the Six Paths of Pain. It's fair to say that, had the Fourth Hokage not perished during the Nine-Tails attack, he surely would have become a Super Kage-level ninja. This, in fact, has been proven. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reanimated Minato reconciled with the half of the Nine-Tails sealed within him and entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode. At that point, his power had already reached the Super Kage level. For Minato, the most crucial turning point in his life was undoubtedly mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. It was only by mastering space-time ninjutsu that Minato was able to achieve such dazzling glory, even surpassing Orochimaru, one of the third Hokage's legendary disciples, to become Hokage himself. Even if there was a hint of behind-the-scenes maneuvering, it owed far more to Minato's overwhelming strength. Minato's example alone illustrates just how vast the gap is between those who can use space-time ninjutsu and those who cannot. This is even truer in the case of Uchiha Obito. Obito's space-time abilities stem from his Mangekyo Sharingan. His left eye, which he gave to Kakashi Hatake, possesses the offensive Mangekyo ability, Kamui. His right eye, the one he kept for himself, contains the Kamui space-time technique. Kamui's spatial abilities are diverse. Not only can he teleport like the Flying Thunder God, but he can also absorb his own body into the Kamui dimension, rendering himself intangible. The principle behind Kamui's teleportation is quite simple. It involves opening an entrance and exit to the Kamui dimension in different locations, using that dimension as a transit point for instant movement. Although Kamui does grant space-time transportation, it comes with its own set of drawbacks. First, the process of spatial movement is rather cumbersome, nowhere near as convenient or swift as the Flying Thunder God technique. Second, the range of movement is strictly limited to within Obito's chakra sensing field. Unlike the Flying Thunder God, he can't teleport to any place in the world at will. This is where the spatial movement of Kamui falls short compared to the Flying Thunder God, and it's also why Obito rarely relies on this method in battle. However, Kamui does possess an advantage that surpasses the Flying Thunder God, its other application, intangibility. This, truly, is a divine ability in every sense of the word. With intangibility, Obito can become immune to all forms of attack. Once his body enters the Kamui dimension, a space that only he can access, no assault from the outside can harm him. Relying on this technique, Obito was able to stride through Konoha during the Nine-Tails attack as if no one could touch him. He effortlessly abducted Kushina, Uzumaki, and the newborn Naruto, sweeping aside all the layers of protection around them. This single act set in motion the events of the Nine-Tails rampage. Not only that, even when he was ultimately defeated in one-on-one combat by Minato Namikaze due to the difference in their abilities, Obito was able to escape without trouble. He even crashed the Five Kage summit, disregarding the Five Kage as mere obstacles, issuing threats and rescuing Sasuke, without anyone being able to stop him. At that time, the concept of Six Paths level power hadn't even emerged. The Five Kage summit brought together the five strongest individuals in the world. Yet, they were all toyed with by Obito, utterly helpless to stop him. Such is the might of Kamui's intangibility, a truly formidable aspect of this power. It could be said that if Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened with abilities akin to Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, rather than Kamui, he never would have achieved such heights. Just during the Nine-Tails incident alone, Minato Namikaze would have killed him outright. There's absolutely no doubt about it. This is why spatial abilities are so incredibly powerful. The difference between having them and not is like standing on two entirely different planes. That's precisely why Wu Chen can't help but marvel. Minato Namikaze no longer needs to throw the match. Wu Chen understands this perfectly. If it were anyone else in the Akatsuki, yes, even Nagato Uzumaki, it's not certain they could defeat Minato Namikaze. Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan, was undeniably formidable. His abilities were well-rounded: offense, defense, and even instant kill techniques. In terms of raw power, Minato might not match up to Nagato, but Nagato would never be able to defeat him either. Because, fundamentally, Nagato wouldn't even be able to land a hit on Minato. Only someone with spatial abilities can go toe-to-toe with another spatial ability user. It's the same principle as only magic can counter magic. At this point, Wu Chen suddenly wondered, now that I have two characters to play, can I control them both at the same time? According to Wu Chen's plan, Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha are destined to clash. Even if it's just your left hand fighting your right, you still have to make sure the audience can see it. It's a bit like a hand puppet. The system has given Wu Chen a puppet, and now it's his turn to put on show with it. The stage has already been set. The solo act with one puppet is finished. Next, it's time for both hands, each with a puppet, to put on a two-person play. Otherwise, the audience, like S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others, might start doubting the image of Minato Namikaze that Wu Chen worked so hard to establish. So now he needed two hands. But did Wu Chen actually have two hands? Of course, the hands here aren't meant literally. It's about whether Wu Chen can play two characters at the same time. If not, should he use illusion techniques? Wu Chen couldn't help but ponder. Obito Uchiha was a master of illusions. He controlled formidable figures like the Fourth Hokage HYDRA, Inoichi Yamanaka, Danzo Shimura, and Konan using Jinjutsu. So, casting a large-scale Jinjutsu on ordinary people like those in S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't be too difficult, right? But Wu Chen was aiming for a grand spectacle with a huge crowd. Was he supposed to play as Obito and cast an illusion over the entire city? Even assuming Obito could pull it off, in today's digital age, Jinjutsu works on people but is useless against machines. Even if Wu Chen played Obito, he couldn't fool the technology. If people in other cities noticed something strange happening in New York, they'd send someone to check it out, and then Jinjutsu would be pointless. So, he really had to make both hands appear at once. Not only that, the nine tails had to be real too. No illusions. What headache. Wu Chen lifted a hand and patted his own head, his face full of worry. Then, all at once, he remembered the shadow clone jutsu he'd just used. His eyes immediately lit up. Shadow clone jutsu creates physical copies. So could he have his real self create a shadow clone, and then play both roles at once? No sooner thought than done. Wu Chen formed the hand seals and performed the shadow clone jutsu. With a sharp pop and a cloud of white smoke, another Wu Chen appeared in the room. Identical in every way. Same hairstyle, same voice, same face and build. So this is what the shadow clone jutsu feels like. It's pretty amazing. He just tried the technique earlier, but rushed to extract a new persona without really savoring the experience. As soon as he succeeded in creating a physical clone, he'd immediately dispelled it. Now, paying closer attention, Wu Chen felt as if he suddenly had a twin brother beside him. Because his chakra control was still limited, he could only create one shadow clone for now. But with practice, he'd be able to make more. Someday, mastering the multiple shadow clone jutsu, just like Naruto, would be well within his reach. Minato Namikaze actually knows this jutsu as well. After all, the multiple shadow clone technique is just an advanced version of the regular shadow clone technique, and it's not particularly hard to master. There are just some side effects. Minato doesn't have as much chakra as his son, and since he has other means of attack, he doesn't use it very often. Wu Chen let out a deep breath. Now, it all depended on whether the shadow clone could truly play the role. He glanced at his clone, who nodded in return. The clone clearly understood its purpose for being created. Silently, it thought, "System, play the role of Minato Namikaze." A gentle whoosh filled the air. For the first time, Wu Chen witnessed the entire process of someone transforming into Minato Namikaze right before his own eyes. Bathed in a soft light, the clone's body began to shift and change, as if faint ripples of water danced across its surface. The transformation lasted less than a second, and then, standing before Wu Chen, was Minato Namikaze himself, clad in his iconic white cloak edged with red flames. It really worked? This is incredible. Wu Chen, overflowing with excitement, rushed up to Minato Namikaze and pinched his arm, only to find that it felt exactly the same as when he himself had played the role of Minato. At that moment, Minato suddenly spoke. "You can stop pinching me now. It's not like you haven't played this part before." Wu Chen was momentarily surprised, then realized that, after all, this was still himself. He patted Minato's shoulder and said, "All right, brother, I'll leave playing Minato Namikaze to you for now." "Hey, don't call me brother," Minato replied, curling his lip. "I am you. That just sounds weird." You're right, that is a bit odd. I'll just call you Minato Namikaze then, since you're playing him right now anyway." As Wu Chen, he could completely understand the feeling his clone was describing. "That works." Minato nodded in agreement. "By the way, aren't you going to try playing Uchiha Obito? I want to see which version of Obito this is." "Isn't it obvious? The mysterious masked man. It's clearly the Obito from the Nine Tails attack, the one controlling the Akatsuki and manipulating the Fourth Hokage, HYDRA." Wu Chen shot back, mocking Minato, before quickly reining himself in. "Wait, that's still me. Mocking myself. There must be something wrong with me. Don't sweat the details. Just try transforming already." Minato urged him on. Clearly, he understood the awkwardness Wu Chen felt at that moment. Helping himself out of an awkward situation. What a strange feeling. Steadying his emotions, Wu Chen silently commanded, "System, play the role of the mysterious masked man." A soft whoosh filled the air. In the span of a single breath, Wu Chen vanished. In his place now stood a mysterious masked man with black hair, a black cloak standing about 175 and wearing a single-eyed mask of pale yellow adorned with black stripes. Wu Chen felt a bit unsettled, seeing the world through only his right eye, but he could still sense that there was an eyeball behind the mask on his left as well. Raising his hand, Wu Chen removed the mask and looked into the mirror, seeing Obito's familiar face staring back at him. His left eye was a 3-tomo Sharingan, clearly transplanted from another member of the Uchiha clan. Both eyes worked just fine, so why insist on only showing one? Wu Chen couldn't help but complain. At that moment, Minato Namikaze walked over, gazing at Wu Chen, who now bore Obito Uchiha's appearance, with a trace of emotion. Even with the scars, I think you look rather handsome. Right? I think so too, Wu Chen replied as he examined himself. But good looks aside, we really can't let Obito's worldview get to us. It's far too extreme, and honestly, not realistic at all. If you don't want to be influenced by his mindset, then how do you plan to play the role of Obito? Minato asked. Wu Chen pondered for a few seconds before making up his mind. Forget it. I'll just borrow Obito's story and goals for now. That should make the act more convincing. TSK. Should I just say famous last words? Minato couldn't help but remark. You literally just said you wouldn't let his worldview affect you. And now look at you. Ahem. You're me, you know. Is it really appropriate for you to poke fun at me like that? Wu Chen shot Minato a glare, then continued. Gather all 9-tailed beasts, enact the Eye of the Moon plan, and create a world where Rin exists. As long as I follow these principles, playing Obito shouldn't be difficult. As he spoke, Wu Chen suddenly paused, struck by a realization. Maybe, in this Hokage roleplay, it's not just about completing tasks. Perhaps reenacting the character's ambitions and goals is also a viable path. So what about Minato Namikaze? Minato looked at Wu Chen. What's his goal then? Wu Chen shook his head. For now, Minato can't really follow that approach. His aim is to protect Konoha, but Konoha doesn't even exist at the moment. So, he'll just keep taking and completing missions for rewards to make progress in his role. In other words, Obito Uchiha is the perfect test case for your theory, right? Minato said. Wu Chen nodded. Exactly. From now on, I'll act strictly according to Obito's motives. If my role progress increases, that'll prove the theory correct. All right then, I'll get back to completing the mission with Natasha. You'd better get started. Minato nodded and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Wu Chen's room. Although he'd left work early, Wu Chen had actually picked up another mission. He'd only told Natasha he had something to do and dropped it for the time being. Now that Minato was returning, he could resume that mission and continue earning progress for his role. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean I can just have my clones grind out role progress while my real self slacks off? Wu Chen's eyes lit up, but almost immediately, he remembered the effects of the shadow clone technique. Everything the shadow clones experienced would be relayed back to the original once the technique was dispelled. Injuries, memories, experiences, and fatigue, all of it would return to him. With this in mind, Wu Chen realized that slacking off would be pointless. Whatever benefits he might gain would remain, but any drawbacks would be unavoidable as well. Well, so be it. For now, the clone and the original would act together. Casting aside any thoughts of laziness, Wu Chen focused his mind and looked at his system panel, curious to see his compatibility with Obito. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, the mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito. Current progress, 10%. Unlocked characters, Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, 50%. The mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, 10%. Character draw attempts, 0. Selected character ability, Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, 0. Store not yet open. Click to unlock. As expected, his starting progress as Minato was much higher. 10% progress with Obito was within Wu Chen's expectations. After all, he didn't fully agree with Obito's ideology. But what was this new store option? Curious, Wu Chen tapped on the store section. Instantly, an introduction popped up. Host has currently unlocked 2 characters. New feature, store, now accessible. The store offers items for sale. Each item can only be purchased once per week. The purchase count resets automatically every week, but can also be refreshed manually. The store is currently opening. Please wait. So, is this meant to encourage me to draw more characters? Wu Chen pondered thoughtfully. After waiting several minutes, the store finally opened. When Wu Chen clicked inside, a panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. At the top, bold letters spelled store, and below were the goods, 4 in total. There was a red card, a wooden chest, a blue card, and an image of a hammer. Each item had a refresh button beneath it. Before he could examine what these 4 items actually were, Wu Chen's attention was caught by a number in the lower right corner of the store page. Displayed there, current money, 10,150,000 yuan. 10,150,000. Why did that number seem so familiar? Wu Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly realized this was exactly how much money he currently had. The advance payment from S.H.I.E.L.D. was 10 million, plus the 100,000 he'd earned from other missions, and the rest was his original savings, all adding up to 10,150,000 yuan. He reached out and tentatively touched the refresh button beneath one of the items. A prompt appeared. This item has not been purchased yet. Would you like to refresh manually? Tip: the shop automatically refreshes at midnight every Sunday. Manual refresh costs money, 100,000 yuan each time. Wu Chen immediately clicked no, and in his heart he figured out the true nature of this shop system. This thing is basically a pay-to-win system. Is this system made by Tencent or something? You're obsessed with making money. Though he grumbled under his breath, Wu Chen's hands were honest. He clicked through all 4 items one by one and obtained their descriptions. Red wish card. Enter your wish. The shop will estimate the price, and your wish will come true once you pay. Multiverse random treasure chest. Costs 100,000 yuan to open. Grants a random item. Blue summon card. Costs 1 million yuan to exchange. Can only be used while role-playing a character. Summon someone close to the character you're portraying. Weapon forging/repair. Enter weapon shape and attributes, and the system will forge it. You can also put in a weapon to repair it for a price. These were the 4 items available in the shop. He had to admit, each one was incredibly useful, but at the same time, each one was a money pit. Wu Chen couldn't shake the feeling that all the hard-earned cash he'd gathered would soon slip through his fingers. After a moment's thought, he clicked on the wish card and typed in, "Let me return to my world, with everything as it once was." Better a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. Life in a Marvel world was indeed colorful, and he got to play as his favorite anime characters. Wu Chen was quite content. But if he had the chance to go back to his peaceful previous life, to return his homeland, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Wish exceeds system capability. Please enter a new wish. Sighing softly, Wu Chen let out a breath. Even though he'd expected this, when it really happened, he still felt a twinge of disappointment. Luckily, his strength was how quickly he could adjust his mood. Since going back was an option, he'd just have to do his best to survive in this world. I must become stronger, strong enough to protect myself. And besides, money is just a worldly possession. So long as I have enough to spend, that's enough. Money can always be earned again, but growing stronger can't be delayed. Though he felt a little sad for his dwindling funds, Wu Chen, now clear about his own path, once again clicked the wish card and typed, "Summon-tailed beast, Nine-tails fox." He'd considered whether to roleplay as Uchiha Obito and use illusion to create a fake Nine-tails. But now, with the wish card in hand, most of his problems could be solved in one stroke. First-time use of wish card triggers a special discount. Current discount, 90% off. Summoning tailed beast, Kurama the Nine-tails into the Marvel world will cost, after discount, 10 million yuan. This. Wu Chen's expression twisted into a complicated mix of emotions. So for every bit I earn, I'll have to spend just as much. And that's with a 90% discount. If there hadn't been a discount, wouldn't that mean it would have cost $100 million? Still, at least it's possible to make it happen. Without hesitation, Wu Chen clicked the exchange button. Instantly, his balance dropped to 150,000 yuan. Still in the persona of Uchiha Obito, he found a light, weightless card had appeared in his hand. On the front, the card bore the image of the Nine-tails, Kurama, exuding wild arrogance. The back featured instructions and a description. How to use. Crush the card. Effect. Permanently summon the Nine-tails Kurama into the Marvel world. Uses 1/1. With this, the cast for the grand finale of my plan is finally complete. Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, and the Nine-tails Kurama. And the audience? The citizens of New York, S.H.I.E.L.D, the U.S. government, and governments all around the world. Now, the prologue can officially begin. As the sun set, its last golden rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top-floor office in Fisk Tower, illuminating a man seated on a specially made, luxurious chair. A man whose figure resembled a mountain of flesh. Bathed in the faint golden glow reflected off his bare skin, his imposing face came into view. He radiated an air of authority that bordered on anger. Just the sight of his face would be enough to make many children burst into tears. Bald and hairless, dressed in a white suit, he stood over 2 meters tall and weighed well over 200 kilograms. Yet, he didn't look like your average overweight, flabby giant. Beneath that custom white suit, it was clear he concealed an extraordinary amount of muscle, coiled and powerful, like a dragon winding throughout his body, hinting at a strength beyond compare. This was Kingpin, Wilson Grant Fisk, the emperor of New York's criminal underworld, and indeed, of all organized crime across North America. Fisk Tower was his fortress, perched at the edge of Hell's Kitchen, bordering Brooklyn. Even Kingpin himself wasn't fond of living entirely within the chaos of Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, Kingpin sat there, head bowed, eyes fixed on the footage playing across his computer screen. The video showed a blonde young man mercilessly beating up a gang of thugs. The youth's golden hair, shoulder length and loose, danced as he moved in his flowing white ceremonial cloak, brandishing an unusual weapon, a kunai. Though the thugs were utterly no match for the blonde youth, they acted cocky, shouting as they took their beating, "Kid, we're Kingpin's men. Don't get cocky with us." But the blonde youth ignored them, not even sparing them a glance. He said nothing. In a flash of golden light, he struck the thugs down in an instant, leaving them battered and unconscious on the ground. No doubt about it, this was Wu Chen in the role of Minato Namikaze. This footage was recorded 2 days ago, back when Wu Chen was still working hard to progress in his portrayal of Minato Namikaze. To that end, he had taken on a mission from S.H.I.E.L.D. and was diligently carrying out his work. After completing the mission and parting ways with Natasha, he encountered these thugs. Wu Chen didn't provoke them or do anything to attract attention. He simply walked past them, just wanted to buy himself an ice cream cone. But unexpectedly, those men took a dislike to Minato Namikaze's appearance and decided to block his way, hurling taunts at him. Wu Chen didn't waste any words. He responded with swift, decisive force, beating them soundly. Even when they invoked Kingpin's name, he showed no intention of holding back. After all, Wu Chen's original plan was to clean out all of Hell's Kitchen, with Kingpin and his organization squarely on that list. It's like this. Would you be intimidated if a chick you raised at home tried to scare you by claiming to know another rooster? However, others who were unaware of the situation didn't see it that way. In Fisk Tower's top-floor office, several others were present, but none dared to interrupt Kingpin at this moment. The long silence didn't bring tranquility. Instead, it felt as if a deeper darkness was swallowing the sunlight, suffocating everyone present in the office. I wonder, have I been lurking in the shadows for so long that people have forgotten what the name Kingpin truly means? At last, Kingpin's massive figure broke the silence, his voice low and threatening. "No, your name is still whispered in the dark. Everyone trembles beneath your shadow." A man dressed in black hurried to respond. "Then tell me, why would someone like this dare to ignore and challenge my reputation?" Kingpin's voice sharpened with menace. Though the video of Minato Namikaze thrashing the Hulk had already surfaced on YouTube, S.H.I.E.L.D. had stepped in and suppressed many of the uploads. When Wu Chen found out, he even questioned S.H.I.E.L.D. about it, but after their explanation, he decided not to pursue the matter further. The reason? S.H.I.E.L.D. paid handsomely. For something so trivial, an incident that barely affected Wu Chen at all, S.H.I.E.L.D. offered a direct apology and handed him a check for $500,000. Truly, their financial muscle was impressive. However, this check had to be cashed before it could be used, so it wasn't recognized by the system store. As for S.H.I.E.L.D's motivation, it wasn't that they wanted to keep Minato Namikaze out of the spotlight, but rather that they thought flaunting his feats was too ostentatious. It would be far more effective to keep him in reserve as their secret weapon. They even enlisted a special effects company, claiming the circulating footage was just movie magic, and urged everyone to look forward to next year's possible blockbuster, Ninjas vs. Giants. Because of this, many uninformed people came to believe the official explanation. After all, the authorities themselves had vouched for it. Kingpin and his associates were no different. Although he was on the verge of becoming mayor, even Kingpin had not yet gained access to the truly classified secrets. As they spoke, Kingpin rose from his seat. His massive figure loomed like an enormous shadow, and the sheer size of his body, along with the pronounced muscles visible beneath his white suit, gave him an air of both darkness and destructive power. The man who had just been speaking with Kingpin immediately stood up as well, saying, "I have no idea how that guy managed to dart around like that, but I think he's nothing more than a small-time thug. No, Lister, that man does have some abilities." Kingpin shook his head, and in his deep, unhurried voice, he addressed Bullseye, who stood before him in a black tactical suit. "But that's all there is to it. No matter how insignificant an opponent may seem, if they dare to bare their fangs at us, they deserve to be utterly destroyed. They must be made to understand, in no uncertain terms, what can and cannot be done. This world needs order, and Kingpin is that order." His words were brazen and arrogant. Clearly, even though he suspected Minato Namikaze possessed some unusual powers, Kingpin still didn't see him as a real threat. This attitude was only natural. After all, Kingpin himself already represented the very peak of what any ordinary person could achieve in terms of power. And as for those with special abilities, he had several of them under his command. Take, for instance, the ones currently assembled in his office. Bullseye, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, and Scorpion. Bullseye, real name Lester, is a professional killer and assassin. He possesses an innate talent for throwing, able to hurl any object in his hand toward a target with uncanny accuracy. Beyond his pinpoint marksmanship, Bullseye is also a master martial artist and a sharpshooter, skilled with both conventional firearms and melee weapons. He boasts exceptional physical fitness, superior agility, endurance, speed, and reflexes. In short, Bullseye is a remarkably well-rounded threat. As for Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, they're already well known to everyone. There's no need to introduce them further. Scorpion, Mac Gargan, is a mercenary, clad in a scorpion-like exoskeleton armor that makes him a formidable force. However, the suit has a side effect. It twists the wearer's personality, making them as violent and bloodthirsty as a scorpion itself. Yet for all their violent and unruly temperaments, right now this whole group could do nothing but watch as Kingpin and Bullseye conversed. Does that mean they're all obedient rule followers? Not all. They were simply cowed into submission by Kingpin's overwhelming might. That alone spoke volumes about Kingpin's power. As for why Bullseye, Lester, could interact with Kingpin as an equal, it was because he was one of the earliest to join Kingpin's side, and now counted as one of his most trusted confidants, naturally enjoying certain special privileges. Having finished speaking, Kingpin picked up his specially crafted cane, stepped forward, and positioned himself at the edge of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window behind him. He lowered his head in silence, gazing down at New York as dusk began to fall. He was savoring this feeling, as if the entire city of New York was firmly within his grasp. Of course, that was only true if those meddlesome vigilantes stayed out of his way. Daredevil, Bullseye, Punisher, these were the ones who came to mind. Spider-Man had yet to make his debut, so in this shadowy underworld, it was these lesser-known heroes, far from the fame of the Avengers, who stood as Kingpin's main opponents. After all, one side fought to save the world, while the other merely battled the mob. Compared to the likes of Daredevil, the Avengers' exploits certainly cast a longer shadow. And now, perhaps, there was another name to add to the list, a Golden Flash. Bullseye, find that man and recruit him. If he agrees to join us, everything he's done before will be wiped clean. And if he refuses? Bullseye asked. Kingpin turned to face him, a shadow flickering across his eyes. He gently caressed his cane, then spoke in a voice that was both low and menacing, yet brimming with arrogance. Do I really need to teach you, Lester? Only death can cleanse the offense of the ignorant against the king. Yes, sir, Bullseye replied at once. But just as he was about to act, the sound of laughter filled the office. It was wild, brash laughter that rang through the room. Startled, Bullseye and the others immediately looked around. It was clear none of them had laughed, nor had Kingpin, and the voice was unfamiliar to everyone present. The laughter was young and brazen. So, who would dare be so insolent as to mock the king of the underworld to his face? Following the sound, everyone's gaze turned toward a corner of the room, where, at some point, a man had appeared. He sat carelessly against the wall, dressed in a black cloak, his face hidden behind a yellow mask streaked with black stripes, his dark hair peeking out. Clutching his stomach, he was roaring with laughter. Despite the mask, there was no mistaking it. From his posture and movements, everyone in the room knew it was he who was laughing. Who's this clown? Are you looking to die? Bullseye, ever the loyal one, instantly pulled out a throwing knife, ready to strike. But Kingpin held up a hand. Lester, wait. Kingpin took a step forward. And who might you be? What are you doing here? Why are you laughing for no reason? If you don't give me an explanation, your insolence will not go unpunished. Now standing face to face with the masked man, Kingpin was the only one who had noticed just how silently he'd appeared. The others hadn't seen a thing. A ripple of distortion, like a vortex, had swirled in the air, and when it faded, the masked man was simply there, seated in the corner, quietly watching their conversation unfold. Hearing is deceptive, seeing is believing. Such a dazzling and unprecedented entrance. Even Kingpin, for all his bravado, dared not reveal outright hostility. Although he didn't believe that the man in the mask could possibly be stronger than himself and his subordinates, making an enemy for no reason was not the mark of a true king. Yet the masked man paid them no mind. He simply kept laughing, as if he'd just heard a joke that he couldn't resist. Bullseye Lester couldn't stand it any longer. Even if he wasn't trying to show his loyalty, he was an arrogant man by nature, and couldn't bear to see anyone else acting so brazenly in front of him. Except for Kingpin. With a sharp motion, Bullseye hurled a dart with all his might, sending it whistling straight toward the masked man's face. At the same time, the Green Goblin in his armored suit, Dr. Octopus with his 4 mechanical arms swinging behind him, and Scorpion, whose lower half had been replaced by mechanical spider legs, his right hand transformed into a giant pincer, and a long metal scorpion tail arching over his back, all lunged at the masked man together. Birds of a feather flocked together. The three of them got along with Kingpin and Bullseye well enough, for they were all domineering and unruly types. Add to that their eagerness to prove their loyalty to Kingpin, and now, just like Bullseye, they attacked with everything they had. This time, Kingpin didn't intervene. As the undisputed emperor of New York's underworld, indeed, of all America, Kingpin had his own temper. After all, he'd already spoken so courteously, yet this mysterious masked man dared to behave so brazenly, so rudely. Very well, let Bullseye and the others teach this fellow a lesson. As for whether the masked man might be killed in the process, Kingpin made it clear that this was not his concern. After all, a man must take responsibility for his own actions. If you do something to anger me, you must also bear the consequences. Whether this masked man could survive or not, that would depend on his own strength. Those without strength don't even deserve to stand before me. Kingpin. Unperturbed, Kingpin simply watched as his four lieutenants charged at the masked man. The masked man, however, made no move to dodge. Was he blind? No, that wasn't it. He wasn't oblivious to the attack. He simply treated the four of them as if they posed no threat at all. Did we not even qualify to hurt you? With that thought, the four attackers pushed themselves even harder, pouring every ounce of their strength into their assault. Scorpion, Green Goblin, and Dr. Octopus all did the same, while Bullseye, gritting his teeth, drew a second dart and sent it flying in a blur. At that moment, the masked man finally spoke. He stopped laughing, lifted a hand to brush his mask, and said, "How ignorant." Suddenly, chaos erupted. Crashes, rumbles, and the tremor of the building itself. The fire alarm blared, smoke and dust filled the penthouse office, and Kingpin frowned as he pressed a button on his desk. A rush of air swept in through the windows, scattering the smoke at once and revealing the scene to everyone present. The four generals truly lived up to their reputation as supervillains. Working together, they managed to crack the walls of Kingpin's specially reinforced office, exposing the steel plates hidden beneath. Yet Kingpin felt no joy at this feat, for the situation had become far too bizarre. All four supervillains' attacks had simply passed straight through the masked man's body, slamming directly into the wall behind him. Is this some kind of projection technology? Kingpin's eyes gleamed with intrigue. If he could master such a technique, wouldn't his own safety be greatly enhanced in the future? But before he could get an answer, Kingpin watched as the masked man rose to his feet. The man walked directly through the four of them, turned around, and began forming hand seals with deliberate confidence. What's he doing? The four supervillains exchanged puzzled looks. They had heard Kingpin's remark and realized this must be some sort of projection. They couldn't touch him. Despite sensing danger, none of them tried to dodge or retreat. Seeing this, the mouth beneath the mask curved into a faint smile. Fools, try your best to survive. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. With a mighty roar, a blazing fireball shot forth at incredible speed. The villains barely had time to raise their arms to shield their faces. In an instant, the office windows on the top floor shattered, and the massive fireball, engulfing the four villains, blasted them straight out the window. With a deafening boom, the fireball, 4 or 5 meters wide, exploded in midair like a dazzling firework. The four supervillains, dazed and disoriented from the blast, plummeted straight down. But as they fell, they quickly regained their senses. Although the fireball was powerful, it wasn't lethal. The masked man had held back. These four lowlifes could die, but not yet. He still had use for them. As for throwing them from the building, it was simply a test of their abilities. The weak, who were also trash, didn't deserve to live. With a series of heavy thuds, Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms stabbed into the wall, slowing his fall and saving him just before he hit the ground. Green Goblin called for his glider, catching himself and hovering in midair. Scorpion used his metallic tail and limbs to latch onto the wall, much like Dr. Octopus. Only Bullseye kept falling headlong toward the ground. In the face of mortal danger, Bullseye whipped out a chain dart and hurled it at Dr. Octopus. With a sharp metallic clang, the dart wrapped around one of Doc Ock's mechanical arms, allowing Bullseye to survive the fall. All four of them survived, but their faces were grim. With just a single move, their opponent had defeated all four of them and nearly killed them in the process. Surprise had played a part, true, but failing to guard against the sneak attack was their own fault. At that realization, all four began to worry. After this fiasco, would Kingpin still continue to favor them? There was no doubt. Kingpin was ruthless and cold-hearted. The weak would be crushed under his heel. The strong who were willing to submit would be brought into his fold, and those who refused to yield would share the fate of the weak. Now that they had all been defeated by the mysterious masked man with a single fireball, It was clear they could no longer call themselves strong. So what were they to do? They couldn't afford to be cast aside by Kingpin. It wasn't that they were loyal to him in any way, but they knew all too well what horrors awaited them if Kingpin decided to abandon them. They'd once had the misfortune of witnessing it firsthand, and just the memory alone sent chills down their spines. What those poor souls endured was truly a fate worse than death. They had no desire to experience it for themselves. And so, the four notorious supervillains exchanged glances, each seeing the same grim resolve reflected in the other's eyes. They would have to kill the masked man and reclaim their rightful place. With that, all four steeled themselves and started scrambling upward with renewed determination. The Green Goblin, being able to fly, arrived first. One look inside, and he was struck dumb, nearly tumbling off his glider in shock. Scorpion and Dr. Octopus arrived just after, and their reactions were much the same, paralyzed by terror, barely able to stand. Bullseye was last to make it up. He pocketed his chains, pulled out 6 throwing knives, and prepared to show the masked man just how dangerous he could be. Clatter. The knives slipped from Bullseye's hands as he stared, wide-eyed, a look of utter disbelief in his eyes. For there, before him, was his immensely powerful boss, the undisputed emperor of New York's underworld, soon-to-be mayor, Kingpin himself, pinned to the ground by the masked man's foot, unable to move. And it wasn't just anywhere, it was right on Kingpin's face. Kingpin was not only a man of unmatched influence, but his own fighting prowess was legendary. Each of these 4 villains had fought Kingpin before, and each had been personally defeated by him. Otherwise, with their personalities, there was no way they would be so obedient. Yet now, the mightiest among them, Kingpin, had actually been beaten. His cane had fallen to the side, and his pristine white suit bore no trace of battle. Clearly, Kingpin had been subdued in a single blow. What on earth had just happened? In truth, Kingpin himself was desperate to know the answer. After seeing his 4 subordinates blasted away by the fireball, Kingpin realized that his earlier assumption had been dead wrong. This wasn't projection technology, it was some sort of power that allowed the masked man to evade attacks entirely. He had immediately raised his cane, and, seizing the moment when the masked man's back was turned, struck down with all his strength. There was nothing shameful in a sneak attack. It was falling to one's enemy, dying at their hands. That was truly disgraceful. But not even a ripple appeared. The cane simply passed straight through the masked man's body and smashed into the ground. A deep thud. The impact cracked the floor, and the fissure it made was even larger than those caused by the 4 supervillains. From this, it's clear that Kingpin's strength surpasses that of the other 4 villains. Yet this strength is ultimately useless. The moment the masked man slowly turned his head, and that single, crimson eye glowed ominously from within the mask, Kingpin's defeat was already sealed. Within those red eyes, a strange, triangular shuriken spun slowly. Kingpin couldn't help but meet that gaze, and in that instant, it felt as if his very soul was being drawn in. By the time he regained his senses, he was already pinned beneath the masked man's foot. What terrified him even more was the realization that he felt not a trace of resistance within himself. This is my master. I must serve him loyally. This thought echoed again and again in Kingpin's mind, and gradually, his once turbulent heart settled into calm submission. Even though he didn't know the masked man's name, his face, or his intentions, at this moment Kingpin was certain. This was his master, the one to whom he would devote his life and allegiance. Meanwhile, Wu Chen, who was playing the role of Obito, was utterly astonished. He had imagined that illusions would be powerful in the real world, but he never expected them to be this overpowering. Kingpin, such a formidable figure, a criminal mastermind of his era. His willpower might not match Captain America's, but it was certainly formidable, perhaps even stronger than most superheroes in the Avengers. Yet, even someone like Kingpin was completely helpless under the spell of this illusion. Looking up at Kingpin, who had just tried to ambush him, Wu Chen wondered, since he'd achieved this much, could he perhaps control Kingpin just as Obito had once controlled the Fourth Hokage, HYDRA? As soon as the idea occurred to him, he put it into action, and succeeded. Wu Chen commanded him to lie down, and Kingpin did so without hesitation. He then placed his foot on Kingpin's head, and Kingpin didn't show the slightest hint of resistance. Even without resorting to Konoha Tsukumi, just using the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion was enough to achieve this effect. Truly, the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan is nothing short of incredible. Originally, Wu Chen had planned to come in and beat Kingpin into submission. He intended to pummel him into obedience, then have Kingpin work for him. For example, spreading the reputation of the Akatsuki organization, an essential step and part of his bigger plan. Or perhaps, having Kingpin help him amass wealth. After all, once the system shop opened, money would become crucial to Wu Chen. These were all things Wu Chen needed, and things Kingpin could accomplish. But now, it seemed there was no need for brute force. A single illusion was enough to settle everything. With that in mind, Wu Chen wondered, could he take over HYDRA as well? Strangely, that wild idea took root in Wu Chen's mind and refused to leave. Even a Kingpin, whose strength had reached the limits of ordinary humans, was completely powerless before the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion. Where are the people from HYDRA? They'd surely fall under the sway of the illusion as well. Thinking about it this way, the idea no longer seemed crazy. On the contrary, it was entirely feasible. Gaining control of HYDRA didn't sound half bad. Actually, the only thing I need to consider is, when I'm playing as Uchiha Obito, just how many people can I actually ensnare with that mind-controlling illusion? That's something I'll have to test, so I'll put it aside for now and experiment later. But honestly, illusions are just ridiculously overpowered in the Marvel Universe. The only thing that could even compare would be the power of the Mind Stone embedded in the scepter, that ability to dominate minds. So, Wu Chen immediately decided that, from now on, aside from those he truly wanted to control, he would never reveal his illusionary powers lightly. This wasn't just to avoid becoming a thorn in everyone's side, marked for elimination. It was also because in a truly dire moment, illusions could serve as a secret trump card. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but in reality, only a second or two had passed. Wu Chen turned his head and caught sight of the 4 villains clambering back in through the window, all of them staring at him in utter shock. After a moment's thought, he lifted his foot and released Kingpin's head. Get up. Kingpin was still useful, and Wu Chen wasn't the type to take pleasure in humiliating others, so he decided to grant Kingpin a little dignity, even if that dignity had just been trampled underfoot a few times. At Wu Chen's command, Kingpin immediately stood, then shuffled over to Wu Chen's masked persona, taking up a position by his side like a loyal servant. His movements were slow and tinged with a hint of deference. Kingpin had often seen such gestures from his own subordinates. They were a sign of respect for him. Imitating them, now, came quite naturally to him. Bullseye was left even more stunned. It was already shocking enough to see Kingpin brought down by a single blow, but this wasn't just defeat, this was outright submission. What the hell was going on here? Bullseye's bewilderment wasn't his alone. It was shared by all 4 villains. Then, the answer became clear. Kingpin, with exaggerated humility, leaned in beside the masked man. After a nod from his new master, he stepped forward, face grave, and announced, "This is my master. Everything that just happened was simply my master testing my strength. No need for concern." Master. The jaws of the 4 villains nearly hit the floor in shock. They'd heard that title before, but only as something others called Kingpin. Now, Kingpin himself was calling this masked man master? Seeing their stunned faces, Wu Chen realized that his earlier display hadn't been enough to make them truly submit. Wu Chen could see surprise, shock, fear, and disbelief written across their faces, but nothing like the submissive obedience that Kingpin had shown. Disobedient subordinates? That simply wouldn't do. So, without wasting his breath, he prepared to teach these 4 villains a lesson with his own hands. He had no intention of using illusions to control them. After all, Wu Chen wasn't sure how many people he could manipulate with his illusions yet, and if the number turned out to be small, it would be a waste to squander that power on these worthless thugs. As for Kingpin, using illusions on him was no waste at all. His value was substantial. However, before Wu Chen could act, Kingpin caught on to his intentions. Stepping forward ahead of him, Kingpin knelt on one knee and declared, "Master theirs. No need for you to dirty your hands with these unruly chicks. It's my failing that they aren't well trained. Please, allow me to make amends for that." Wu Chen regarded Kingpin with a hint of surprise. He recalled what he had once read about Kingpin. Not only has he reached the pinnacle of human strength, but his mind is sharp and his intellect far exceeds the ordinary. Now, seeing it for himself, he had to agree. With a subordinate willing to do the work, Wu Chen was happy to step aside. He took a half step back, leaving the space open for Kingpin and the 4 notorious villains. Kingpin's eyes widened like a tiger's, his predatory gaze sweeping over Bullseye and the others, making them shudder involuntarily. Clearly, their fear of Kingpin had become an instinct. "Lester, come here." Kingpin spoke slowly, his deep voice carrying a barely suppressed menace. Bullseye hesitated, but his body responded before his mind caught up, and he walked over. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, Kingpin seized Bullseye by the head and slammed him to the ground, holding him firmly in place. "Boss!" Bullseye thrashed desperately, trying to break free from Kingpin's grip, but it was useless. Kingpin crouched down, his eyes and tone both wild and domineering. "You attacked the master twice, just now. Take 2 punches from me." and we'll call it even. Bullseye froze, his face going blank. The others watched in terror. Kingpin truly saw this masked man as his master. And in their terror, they realized something else. This Kingpin, standing before them, was still the same terrifying figure he'd always been. Even though this strange business about Kingpin recognizing a new master was happening, his menace hadn't lessened in the slightest. Leaving aside the mysterious masked man for the moment, just Kingpin alone was more than they could handle. Bullseye was a clear example. Though far from weak, he'd been floored by Kingpin with a single blow. Immediately, Green Goblin, Scorpion, and Dr. Octopus began to move, slowly stepping forward. They lowered their heads in front of Kingpin, one by one. They couldn't beat him, couldn't escape, and refusing to admit their mistakes would only invite disaster. What else could they do but submit? Villains who manage to survive are always the ones with a keen sense of self-preservation. Don't rush, Kingpin said coolly. Once I'm done with Lester, it'll be your turn. At those words, the three villains froze, casting a glance, almost in unison, at Bullseye, who was pinned under Kingpin's hand, looking utterly defeated, as if his spirit had been crushed. Bullseye was finished. The reason was simple. Kingpin's strength was far beyond what any ordinary person could comprehend. Although Bullseye was in excellent physical shape, comparable to a professional athlete, he was at the end of the day still just a regular human. A couple of punches from Kingpin would be enough to send Bullseye straight to the grave. By comparison, the three of them, all fitted with mechanical enhancements, actually had a better shot at survival. Bullseye understood this all too well, which was why he lay there, limp and hopeless, like a salted fish washed up on shore. Wu Chen saw this and immediately realized it was the perfect opportunity to win these villains over once and for all. He spoke up, "Kingpin, don't fight here. Let's take this somewhere else." Kingpin turned around at once. "Yes, master. There's a training room on the lower level, plenty of space there." "No need for all that trouble," the masked man interjected, shaking his head. As he spoke, a swirling vortex appeared, spiraling out from his right and gradually expanding until it pulled everyone in the office into its depths. In a flash, the vast office atop the skyscraper was suddenly empty. Inside the Kamui dimension, on a stone platform, the masked man stood quietly at one corner, observing the group of villains gathered before him. All five were visibly shaken, transported in an instant from one place to another into this strange, ethereal space. There was nothing around them but mist and shadow, the entire realm cast in a gray haze, with only a single platform standing in the void. "This is my Kamui dimension," Wu Chen announced, his interest piqued. "In here, no matter how fiercely you fight, nothing outside will be affected." He grinned. "Kingpin, don't bother taking turns. Why not a fair fight? 4 against 1. Let's see just how strong you really are. At your command." Kingpin's expression became serious as he bowed respectfully to Wu Chen, then turned to face the 3 standing villains and Bullseye, who was still on the ground. "It's your honor. Come on, then. 4 against 1. Green Goblin and the others exchanged startled glances, while Bullseye scrambled to his feet. With these odds, their chances were looking up. If the 4 of them joined forces, they might just manage to defeat Kingpin, and perhaps earn the favor of their formidable new master. None of these villains were fools. They all understood the opportunity before them. As for how quickly they had changed sides, without the slightest hint of shame, that was hardly surprising. Villains, after all, were never known for their scruples. Wu Chen's ability to transfer an entire group into a different dimension had already shattered any lingering schemes the 4 villains might have harbored, leaving them with nothing but a willingness to submit to him. While these villains were cunning, they were also, in a way, quite straightforward. Their logic was simple. As long as you are strong enough, you never have to worry about being betrayed. On the other hand, if your strength fails to earn their respect, they might turn on you at any moment. Take the current situation, for example. Wu Chen's power far surpassed that of Kingpin, so the 4 villains began to entertain thoughts of abandoning Kingpin and pledging allegiance to the masked man. And so, under Wu Chen's watchful gaze, the 4-on-1 battle officially began. Because none of them possessed supernatural abilities and were all relying on sheer physical strength, the destruction wasn't all that impressive, but the spectacle was still quite entertaining. Wu Chen watched, thoroughly enjoying the show. The outcome, too, was just as Wu Chen had expected. Kingpin emerged victorious in the end. After all, Kingpin had already given each of the 4 a thorough beating before. Even when they joined forces to attack him now, he knew exactly where their weaknesses lay and exploited them ruthlessly. What's more, these 4 villains were so used to fighting on their own that their teamwork was a disaster. They didn't even reach the point where 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 equals 4. Their combined strength barely made it to 3.5 at best. Instead of helping each other, They just got in each other's way. As a result, Kingpin's advantage only grew more pronounced. In the end, the four villains lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, while Kingpin, though bleeding in a few places and with his clothes torn, had suffered no serious injuries. Not bad at all. Wu Chen stepped up to Kingpin and gave his shoulder a couple of approving pats. Kingpin immediately bent down to make it easier for Wu Chen to pat his shoulder. To be honest, if Kingpin were truly loyal to Wu Chen might even consider granting him a chakra seed. A chakra seed, after all, is something that enables the human body to generate chakra. Given that Wu Chen had wish cards at his disposal, he could get his hands on such a thing as long as he was willing to pay the price. However, Kingpin's current obedience came only because he was being controlled, not out of genuine loyalty. Suddenly, an idea struck Wu Chen. Still, now wasn't the time to dwell on it, so Wu Chen teleported all five of them, including himself, out of the Kimui dimension. The moment they returned to the office, the four wounded villains forced themselves to stand up through the pain and bowed their heads respectfully to Wu Chen. "Boss." Wu Chen nodded slightly and turned to Kingpin. "Let them go patch up those wounds. Once they're bandaged up, have them come back up here." Kingpin immediately followed Wu Chen's instructions. Just as he was about to leave and treat his own injuries, Wu Chen stopped him. "Clap." Wu Chen snapped his fingers, breaking Kingpin free from the illusion. "Kingpin, I'll say this only once. Listen carefully and don't interrupt, or you'll lose yourself forever and miss the chance to become stronger than you've ever imagined." Kingpin, who had just been ready to lash out in rebellion, froze where he stood. Now that his senses had returned, he naturally refused to address Wu Chen as his master. Even an emperor of the underworld has his own pride. Yet at this moment, Kingpin was struck by a sudden premonition. If he really chose to resist now, he would lose something incredibly important to him. This tense struggle between loss and gain made Kingpin unclench his fists and lower his guard. Seeing this, a faint smile curled beneath Wu Chen's mask as he continued. "Do you know why I'm so powerful and how I can accomplish such miraculous feats?" Kingpin stayed silent, as unyielding as a locked vault. Wu Chen didn't press him. Instead, he channeled chakra into his feet, then calmly walked up the wall of the office, finally standing upside down on the ceiling, face to face with Kingpin. "It's because I possess a power called chakra." "Chakra?" Kingpin finally spoke. "What is that?" Wu Chen didn't answer directly. He walked over to the computer, pointing at a video on the screen. "Now I'll tell you why I laughed earlier. This man, honestly, even I can't say for certain I could defeat him. Yet you dismissed him as a nobody. Tell me, shouldn't I have laughed?" Kingpin said nothing, his eyes fixed on the image of Minato Namikaze on the screen, filled with disbelief. Wu Chen offered no further explanation. Instead, he played another video, the very one showing him fiercely overwhelming Abomination and Hulk from the start. "You thought this was all just movie special effects, isn't it?" Kingpin retorted instinctively. Wu Chen shook his head. "This is the true power of Minato Namikaze. He wields the same energy as I do. Chakra. The abilities he demonstrated are called ninjutsu. Whether it's the blindingly swift flying thunder god technique or that swirling blue Rasengan, these are all ninjutsu. And all ninjutsu is powered by chakra. Of course, here's the most crucial part. Once a person gains chakra, they can learn ninjutsu and ultimately become a true powerhouse. Kingpin, in my eyes, you're insignificant, and I'll tell you why. You're just an ordinary human. In the world of ninjas, even a slightly skilled genin could defeat you with ease. But now, I'm giving you a chance. I'll grant you chakra and teach you the ways of ninjutsu. Will you submit to me?" He was extending Kingpin an opportunity, a chance to keep his own mind intact, and, at the same time, to gain real power. These developments were never part of Wu Chen's original plan. They were simply the result of a sudden whim. Still, if Kingpin was truly willing to submit with sincerity, then adding a capable new member, even as an external affiliate, to the Akatsuki would be a rather welcome outcome. Of course, the most important factor was that, in Wu Chen's eyes, no matter what Kingpin tried, he would never be able to stir up trouble. Granting him a bit of power wouldn't hurt. After all, to win someone over, a stick alone isn't enough. You also need to offer a sweet date. With that, Wu Chen lounged carelessly in Kingpin's own chair, idly rifling through the drawers as he waited for Kingpin's response. Kingpin made no move to stop him. Head bowed, he weighed the gains and losses with grave seriousness. Yet, in truth, only one path lay before him. He must submit to the masked man before him. If he refused, he would lose his sense of self and be forced into submission regardless. But if he yielded, his mind would remain his own, and he would gain a way to keep growing stronger, the prize being only his freedom and the status of serving the man in front of him. How long had it been since he served under someone else? Back when he first joined the syndicate, there was still a boss above him. It was with his boldness, his ferocious strength, and his sharp mind that he'd clawed his way to where he stood today. But now, Kingpin could find no way to become stronger. To be precise, he could find no way to grow stronger without transforming himself into something monstrous. Had he been willing to do that, he would have become a hulking freak long ago. Several minutes passed before Kingpin finally dropped to one knee, bowing his head in submission. "Master, please bestow your power upon me." To be fair, Kingpin's surrender in this moment wasn't a wholehearted, loyal submission born of mind control. It was the capitulation of the weak before the strong. In truth, that kind of total, mind-controlled devotion could only be cultivated in die-hard followers raised from childhood. It was almost impossible to inspire such loyalty in others. So Wu Chen remained cautious. He regarded Kingpin's bowed head and spoke coolly. "Raise your head. Don't resist." No sooner had Kingpin lifted his gaze than he saw the masked man form a series of strange hand signs. A sharp crack rang out as Wu Chen smacked his palm onto Kingpin's head. Chakra surged forth, and black script unfurled, wrapping around Kingpin's entire body. The markings were intricate and indecipherable. No matter how hard Kingpin tried, he couldn't recognize a single one. Ignoring Kingpin's struggles, Wu Chen continued his spell with complete focus. At last, the black lettering condensed at Kingpin's forehead, forming a peculiar symbol. This technique is called caged bird. Most of the time, it poses no problems. In fact, when you're cultivating chakra, it can even help increase your reserves. But the moment it's triggered, you'll find life is worse than death. This safeguard is a mark I have bestowed upon you. So, Kingpin, you know what you must do from now on, don't you? After Uchiha Obito was saved by the aged Uchiha Madara, he learned a great deal, including the art of sealing. Otherwise, he would never have been able to perform powerful sealing techniques like the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, a method used to capture tailed beasts. Obito's mastery of sealing arts became quite impressive. Among the tomes Madara handed down to him, there was a record of the caged bird technique. The caged bird is the Hyuga clan's ruthless and domineering way of controlling their branch family. Obito studied it briefly back then, though he never found an opportunity to use it, until now, when Wu Chen finally put it to use. However, the caged bird technique he employed was not exactly the original. The classic version targets the eyes, meant to protect the Byakugan from being stolen by outsiders. But Wu Chen's adaptation was an on-the-spot innovation, one that targets the brain instead. Using Kingpin as a test subject, he was surprised to find it worked flawlessly. If anyone tries to tamper with Kingpin's mind, his brain will automatically be destroyed. Alternatively, Wu Chen himself can activate the caged bird, inflicting searing pain or even burning out Kingpin's mind, another possible application. The reason for such elaborate measures, instead of simply using Jin Jutsu to control Kingpin, was Wu Chen's concern about the limitation on how many people Jinjutsu could simultaneously bind. If he had to rely on illusion, he'd reserve it for those utterly beyond the hope of surrender. For individuals like Kingpin, who might submit, the caged bird is the better tool. As expected, after Wu Chen's explanation, Kingpin's loyalty deepened further. "Master, your will is my command. I will fight for you with all my might." Feeling the mark's power seared into his forehead, Kingpin dared not entertain a single rebellious thought. Yet, in his heart, there was a tinge of resignation. He had finally submitted to the man before him. But this masked man was strong enough. Perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. "Excellent." Wu Chen nodded with a smile. "No need to call me master. Just address me as my lord. From today onward, you are an external member of the Akatsuki." "Akatsuki?" Kingpin echoed in confusion. Before dawn always comes darkness. When the night is deepest, that's when daybreak arrives. Our Akatsuki wishes to be the dawn for this world, to bring peace and light to all. Wu Chen spoke earnestly about the Akatsuki's ideals, a vision he truly believed in. It was only after Yahiko's death and Nagato's manipulation by Obito that Akatsuki lost its way and became the notorious villainous organization of the ninja world. At this moment, with the newly established Akatsuki organization in this world, Wu Chen decided to adopt this philosophy for his own use. When Kingpin heard about this idea, his eyes grew distant for a moment. Once upon a time, hadn't he held similar ideals? Yet life's hardships had eventually forced him to join the underworld just to make a living. Looking at things now, he thought, perhaps this organization I serve isn't as wicked as a villainous group after all? No, that couldn't be. Just judging from a boss's style and methods, it was clear Akatsuki was far from a respectable organization. What kind of legitimate group would control people the moment there's a disagreement? Soon enough, Wu Chen's actions confirmed this suspicion. He ordered Kingpin to fetch cash from the safe. Kingpin grumbled inwardly, but obeyed nonetheless. In an instant, stacks of US dollars were piled on the office desk. At least 5 or 6 million, by a rough estimate. These funds are mine now, Wu Chen said, glancing at Kingpin, who nodded immediately. With that, Wu Chen's consciousness sank into the system space, where he saw Uchiha Obito's impersonation progress at 12%. It had risen by 2%. Though the increase was small, it proved Wu Chen's theory. Playing the role of a ninja wasn't limited to accepting and completing missions. Achieving the character's ambitions also counted. Nodding in satisfaction, Wu Chen opened the system shop and looked at the number in the lower right corner. $6.15 million. $6 million in cash. Just like that, Kingpin was truly wealthy. Wu Chen marveled for a moment, then stored all the bills into the Kamui space. He had just realized Kamui space could serve as a storage area as well. Ignoring Kingpin's odd look, Wu Chen tapped on the red wish card and used the manual refresh function. With a soft whoosh, 100,000 in cash vanished into thin air, and the red wish card was ready for use again. Chakra seed, capable of granting chakra to those without it. Wu Chen entered this command. Discount has expired. Wish card used successfully. Chakra seed, grants chakra to someone with none. Requires payment of $1 million. $1 million for a single chakra seed? That was steep. But Wu Chen gritted his teeth and made the exchange. After all, it wasn't his own money. The remaining balance, $5.05 million. In a shimmering flash, a blue orb, about the size of a thumbnail, appeared in Wu Chen's hand. As he touched it, instructions for its use appeared in his mind. Usage, swallow it directly. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. It was the voices of the 4 henchmen who'd gone to treat their wounds. Boss, we're back. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Kingpin, he thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to set an example. And so he called out, come in. The door opened with a soft click. Green Goblin, Bullseye, and the others filed in one after another, only to immediately notice the small blue orb glowing in Wu Chen's hand. Boss, what's that? Bullseye, who had already grown genuinely devoted to Wu Chen and was quick-witted by nature, was the first to ask. Don't call me boss. Call me master. Wu Chen corrected their address before explaining. This is the seed of power. Whoever consumes, it will gain abilities just like mine. Abilities like yours? Bullseye, Green Goblin, and the others exchanged astonished glances. Images of Wu Chen's earlier feats flashed through their minds, and each of them felt a surge of wild excitement. Master, who do you intend to bestow the seed upon? Bullseye spoke up at once, his mind already racing with the possibilities. If he could pair that spatial power with his deadly aim, he would become even more formidable. The others looked on with barely concealed longing, each one clearly yearning to possess the same powers as the masked man. However, they had misunderstood Wu Chen's words. They thought the power he referred to was the ability to manipulate space. Wu Chen saw right through their thoughts and let out a soft chuckle. Of course, it's for my loyal Wilson. With that, Wu Chen gestured to Kingpin to open his mouth, then tossed the blue orb inside. The moment the orb entered his body, Kingpin felt a deep warmth flooding through him, like the embrace of his mother when he was a child. Then, some strange new energy began to stir inside him. Master, is this chakra? A blue glow appeared on Kingpin's hands, proof that he had already managed to channel the chakra within him to his palms. Wu Chen was a bit surprised. Kingpin's control over chakra was extraordinary. He had only just received it, yet he could already focus it in his hands. Kingpin, walk up to the ceiling. At Wu Chen's words, Kingpin's sharp eyes flickered. He dispersed the chakra from his hands and concentrated it all in the soles of his feet. Then, under the watchful gaze of Bullseye, Green Goblin, and the others, the hulking Kingpin strode straight up the wall. He climbed at a perfect right angle, walking vertically toward the ceiling. When he reached the ceiling, Kingpin pressed his feet against it, only for his chakra to suddenly vanish. With a sharp gasp, Kingpin twisted in midair and managed to land in a half-kneeling position on the floor, saving himself from an embarrassing fall. Wu Chen observed and said, Your chakra is still newly formed, and there isn't much of it yet. You'll need to practice diligently. Here, I have a method for refining chakra, as well as the 2 most basic ninja techniques. Take them and train. There are 3 fundamental ninja techniques: the body replacement technique, the transformation technique, and the clone technique. But Wu Chen only handed over 2, the body replacement technique and the clone technique. The reason was simple. The transformation jutsu was simply too troublesome. It allowed one to take on the appearance of others, much like a weaker version of Mystique's power. And just how formidable was Mystique? Although mutants didn't exist in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Wu Chen had seen movies from the mutant universe. In those films, Mystique toyed with a whole slew of powerful mutants, relying solely on her unparalleled shape-shifting abilities. While the transformation jutsu couldn't quite compare to Mystique's powers, it still enabled him to become someone else. In a world like Marvel's, where most people were ordinary humans, shape-shifting was like a fish in water. Such a power, Wu Chen had no intention of sharing it with anyone else. He meant to keep it for himself. With that, Wu Chen opened a new document on Kingpin's computer and wrote down his thoughts. All right, make sure this stays between us. And while you're at it, give me another 10 million in cash. As soon as he heard this, Kingpin nodded eagerly and immediately picked up the phone to issue the orders. He had no complaints whatsoever, because he'd just experienced the might of chakra firsthand. Never mind the jutsu for now, just the chakra alone was marvel enough. His jumping ability had skyrocketed, he could run much faster, and his strength had increased dramatically. But most importantly, with chakra, the very terrain itself became meaningless. He could scale walls, hang from ceilings like a spider. The only thing missing was the ability to fly. The chakra refining technique and the two basic ninja arts Wu Chen had just explained were absolutely crucial. Chakra was indeed marvelous, but having just a little of it wasn't enough. He needed more. And if chakra alone was so wondrous, what would it be like to actually use it in jutsu? Kingpin considered the 10 million as payment for the chakra refining method and the two ninja techniques. It was worth every cent. How could he not be pleased? Kingpin handed over the money with delight, and Bullseye and the others finally realized they'd completely misunderstood what Wu Chen meant by granting them his power. It wasn't spatial abilities after all, but something called chakra. But even so, chakra was a force that could lift a person above the ordinary. The four villains exchanged glances, each seeing the same longing in the other's eyes. Bullseye was pushed forward to speak for the group. He stepped up and bowed his head. Sir, would you grant us the seed of chakra as well? Though they were all supervillains, their power stemmed from brute strength and mechanical enhancements. That path of progress wasn't wrong, but compared with the method of generating energy within and growing stronger through it, there was a fundamental difference. Both methods had their pros and cons. It wasn't as though evolving energy alone was invincible, able to crush all opponents and suit anyone. It's just like the case of Tony Stark, the genius mechanic. Would cultivating chakra really suit him? Mastering chakra isn't something you can achieve with a half-hearted effort, putting in a few days here and there. It demands relentless dedication, day and night, before you see any results. If Iron Man, Tony Stark, truly tried to cultivate chakra, wouldn't that mean his Mark series of armor would lose its potential for upgrades? If that happened, could Iron Man still stand shoulder to shoulder with gods while remaining immortal? So, chakra simply isn't the right path for a mechanical genius like Tony Stark. By contrast, for people like Bullseye and Green Goblin, chakra fits them much better. They understand all too well that they've reached the limits of their original abilities, just like Kingpin's physical strength. So when they see a new way to become stronger, it's only natural that they get so excited. But just because something suits you, does that mean you'll get it? Wu Chen glanced at the four villains, and in his heart, he had already sentenced them to death. This death sentence didn't mean he was going to kill them. It meant the chakra seeds would never fall into their hands. At least, not for now. Some things lose their value if you gain them too easily. It's like a carrot dangled in front of a donkey. If the donkey could simply eat the carrot whenever it wanted, would it continue to pull the millstone? Right now, what Wu Chen wanted was to use the chakra seeds as that carrot, hanging them before these four donkeys. But before that, he needed to make sure they knew their place. If I give you a chakra seed, that's a privilege for you. But if you come demanding one from me, that's a different matter entirely. A sudden, oppressive force filled the air as the Mangekyo Sharingan in his exposed right eye slowly began to spin, its presence washing over the four villains like a tidal wave. Are you trying to make demands of me? The pressure was too much for Bullseye. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. My lord, I never meant that. It was all their idea. Betrayed by Bullseye, Green Goblin and the others cursed him inwardly, but quickly dropped to their knees as well. My lord, I didn't mean it either. It was all Scorpion and Dr. Octopus's plan. Dr. Octopus protested at once. My lord, I would never think such a thing. Whether you grant us the power seed, or to whom you grant it, it's a privilege for the recipient. As your subordinates, we should accept your will gladly. It was all Scorpion's idea. Scorpion, what the? My lord, I've been wronged. Scorpion's mechanical legs immediately went limp. Even if violent thoughts flickered in his mind, his survival instinct now completely overpowered them, leaving him utterly defenseless. Watching the four of them grovel with such lack of dignity, Wu Chen couldn't help but blink in surprise. He'd intended to subdue them anyway, but he hadn't expected them to surrender so easily, and with such utter spinelessness. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Wu Chen no longer felt the need to assert his authority. I'll let you off this time, but there won't be a next. As for the chakra power seed, it's not out of the question. It'll depend on your performance. The four, Bullseye, Green Goblin, and the others, were instantly overjoyed. They had thought they'd blown their chance, but to their surprise, there was still hope. So, they just had to be useful? Just had to play the loyal lackey? Who couldn't do that? And come to think of it, they hadn't realized before. Kingpin, with those thick brows and serious eyes, had actually foreseen this and was the first to pledge loyalty so decisively. What a sly old fox. Seeing their excitement, Kingpin's face instantly hardened. He growled in a low voice. Aren't you going to thank our master? The four villains snapped to attention and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if none of it mattered. Since our sides are now clear, it's time for you to get to work. The whole purpose of Wu Chen's visit was to bring New York's underworld under his control, then use their intelligence network to search for the location of the seal. Of course, that wasn't his real aim. His true intention was to subdue the underworld, orchestrate this entire performance, and put on a show. He wanted the outside world, more specifically, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the governments of various countries, to know that a shadowy force was eyeing the tailed beasts mentioned by Minato Namikaze. He wanted the entire world to believe that tailed beasts were real, and that they were beings ordinary people could never hope to defeat, beings nearly invincible. Once the world accepted this, it would be much easier for Wu Chen to introduce and impersonate more characters from the Naruto universe in the future. These intricate preparations at the start were all for a smoother path later on. The real climax would be built upon such layers of groundwork. Understanding this perfectly, Wu Chen was in no rush to leave Kingpin's side. In fact, he felt no impatience at all. What's more, it had been less than half an hour since he'd arrived at Kingpin's headquarters. There was still plenty of time. Wu Chen was in no hurry to depart. He was making the final arrangements for the opening act. That meant assigning Kingpin and the others the task of searching for the nine-tailed seal. According to Wu Chen's setup, the masked man from the Akatsuki didn't actually know the exact location of the nine-tailed seal. He only knew the beast was somewhere in New York, but had no idea where. That's why he had come looking for Kingpin, the emperor of New York's underworld, hoping to use the power of a local Kingpin to track down the seal. After giving Kingpin and the others this mission, Wu Chen gave a brief introduction to the power of the tailed beasts. At once, Kingpin and his gang were left utterly shocked. By their master's account, these tailed beasts were basically reusable, sentient nuclear bombs. And right here in New York, one such beast was sealed away. Akatsuki's interest in the tailed beasts was no coincidence. They had a plan. As everyone knows, human joys and sorrows are never truly shared. Some people burst into laughter from sheer happiness, while those around them only find it noisy and irritating. Simple contradictions, left unchecked, can escalate into wars between nations. Desire and greed. These are the decisive factors that drive the outbreak of war. Take, for example, why America went to war with Iraq. The official reason was absurd, counterterrorism. But was it really about fighting terrorism? Iraq is located in the Middle East, a region rich in oil resources, and the United States is a major consumer of oil. After the events of 9/11, under the banner of counterterrorism, the U.S. military stepped right into Iraqi territory. That's why a regulator is needed, someone to oversee all of this. The regulator holds an immense weapon, one capable of destroying a major nation in the blink of an eye. With everyone fearing annihilation, they're compelled to sit at the negotiating table and resolve issues peacefully. We, the Akatsuki, are that regulator, and the weapon at our disposal is the tailed beasts. When the nine-tailed beasts are united, they become the invincible 10 tails. Whoever controls the 10 tails holds the fate of the world in their hands, bringing about true peace. That's right. Everything the Akatsuki does is for the sake of world peace. The suffering of today is merely the harbinger of peace. It's the darkness before dawn. Endure a little longer, and a brighter future will be created by the Akatsuki. One has to admit, Wu Chen, disguised as Uchiha Obito, had quite a talent for speeches. Even though he spoke plainly, his words stirred the blood of Kingpin and the others, igniting their passion. If there were other choices, who would willingly become a villain? It's all because this damned society has forced us into it. But now, as members of the Akatsuki, we are no longer outlaws. We are doing the right thing. Seeing this, Wu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Then, taking the 10 million delivered by Kingpin's men, he used the power of Calamity to teleport himself away from the Kingpin's building and back to his own residence. Wu Chen hadn't wanted to leave too early, not only to assign tasks and instill the organization's philosophy into Kingpin and the rest, but also because he hadn't collected his 10 million yet. After securing the money and returning to the safety of his home, Wu Chen turned his attention to the system's shop, a smile spreading across his face. Back at the Kingpin's building, after the masked man's departure, Kingpin slowly settled back into his custom-made chair. Bullseye stared at Kingpin's new look, noticing a few strange black markings that appeared on Kingpin's forehead, and asked, "Kingpin, what happened to you? How did you end up with a new tattoo on your forehead so quickly?" At these words, Kingpin's brow furrowed, but before he could reply, the Green Goblin sidled over, a sly grin on his face, and said, "Kingpin, go on. Show us that trick again." Scorpion nodded eagerly in agreement. Yeah, do the chakra thing again. We haven't seen enough yet." Only Dr. Octopus remembered how Kingpin had just taken on all four of them single-handedly and thrashed them mercilessly. So he kept his mouth shut, quietly watching Bullseye and the others dig their own graves. As expected, Kingpin's tiger-like eyes widened to full circles. His massive body slowly rose, and a deep, rumbling voice squeezed out from his throat. "What gives you the courage to speak to me like that? Have you already forgotten the pain you just suffered?" At Kingpin's reminder, Bullseye immediately shuddered and stepped back 2 paces. "Boss, it's got nothing to do with me. It was their idea." Green Goblin and Scorpion exchanged glances, but instead of backing down, they glared at Kingpin with venom in their eyes. Out of the 4 villains, aside from Bullseye, the other 3 all had something wrong with their heads. Dr. Octopus, influenced by his mechanical arms, spent his days obsessed with building a miniature sun. Green Goblin had awakened an evil alter ego within, a manic persona bent on destruction. But Scorpion was the most extreme. His entire being was twisted by his mechanical enhancements, driving him further and further toward a scorpion-like existence. At this moment, though, Dr. Octopus was in a rare state of clarity. He managed to suppress his urges at the outset, restraining the evil impulses within and refraining from doing anything rash toward Kingpin. Green Goblin and Scorpion, however, were another story. In front of the masked man, a being of absolute power, they could force themselves to behave. But facing Kingpin, they felt no need to hold back their impulses. Compared to that man, who was Kingpin really? Besides, Kingpin had just exhausted a power called chakra and dropped from the ceiling, gasping for breath. Maybe his current appearance was all for show, just putting on a brave face. Perhaps, together, they actually stood a chance to take him down, become the boss's favorite subordinates, and gain that coveted power called chakra. Driven by these tempting prospects, the 2 dared to defy their superior, even after Kingpin had just beaten them down. Under normal circumstances, they would never have dared. But their deranged minds led them to misjudge, believing that the weakened Kingpin was no match for the 2 of them combined. Reality, however, would soon teach them who truly ruled Kingpin's domain. Channeling chakra into his fist, Kingpin's massive kettle-sized knuckles crashed down in a single blow, flattening Scorpion to the ground. Blood streamed from his nose as he instantly lost consciousness. Seeing this, Green Goblin was washed over by the same fear Kingpin had instilled in him moments ago, but it was already too late. Kingpin swung his gigantic fist, haloed in a shimmering blue light, and struck Green Goblin square in the chest of his armor. Crack, smash! A sharp, splintering sound rang out, not from Kingpin's fist, but from Green Goblin's metal armor. Green Goblin was sent hurtling backward, smashing against the wall. The breastplate of his armor shattered, revealing the vulnerable villain within. Kingpin strode over to Green Goblin, looming over him with a cold, mocking smirk curling at his lips. Yet, in the end, he resisted delivering the final blow. He treated Scorpion with the same rare mercy, sparing both of them. This wasn't an act of compassion on Kingpin's part. He simply recalled what the masked man had said. These 4 still had their uses. Not wanting to let these 2 wretches tarnish his standing in the masked man's eyes, Kingpin decided, just this once, to show a touch of mercy. "You've all heard the orders." Kingpin addressed the 4 villains icily. "Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, you 2 will mobilize your forces to search the east and west sides. Bullseye, Scorpion, you each take a team from my ranks and search the south and north sides." "Understood." "Yes, sir." Humbled by Kingpin's renewed show of strength, the 4 of them quickly fell in line. Bullseye suddenly wondered, "If we're searching all 4 districts of New York, what will you be doing?" But the sight of Scorpion and Green Goblin still sprawled on the ground made him wisely keep his thoughts to himself. Had Kingpin known what Bullseye was thinking, he would have slapped him to the floor without hesitation and spat. A subordinate's duty is to share the boss's burdens, while the boss concerns himself with his own affairs. And those affairs were none other than training in chakra. That was exactly Kingpin's plan. Let the 4 major villains search for what the masked man wanted, while he focused on strengthening himself. But that didn't mean Kingpin would slack off or ignore Wu Chen's orders in favor of his own pursuits. He wasn't that short-sighted. Kingpin knew his hope of growing stronger now rested entirely with the masked man, so he'd spare no effort in completing any task the masked man assigned him. Therefore, Kingpin would send other trusted lieutenants to search for the place where the Nine Tails was sealed, making sure the masked man's mission was carried out. And not just a handful. He would mobilize his entire syndicate, launching a full-scale operation. In truth, aside from not searching personally, Kingpin was doing everything within his power. As his subordinates sprang into action, Kingpin ordered the floor to be cleaned and made his way downstairs to the underground training room. The chakra refining method, the body replacement technique, and the clone technique that Wu Chen had given him, Kingpin had memorized them word for word, wiping every last trace from his computer to leave nothing behind. Keeping it all in his head was the safest choice. Sitting cross-legged, Kingpin began to refine his chakra, following the instructions from the chakra refining method. He had a hunch that once he mastered this technique, his strength would soar to new heights. This improvement would be far greater than simply gaining chakra for the first time. While Kingpin busied himself, things were lively on Wu Chen's end as well. After returning home, Wu Chen immediately began preparing to use the various features of the mall. At present, his mall balance displayed 15.05 million yuan. That was more than enough for Wu Chen to try out every feature the mall had to offer. There were 4 types of items in the mall, one of which he'd already used, the red wish card. Apart from the wish card, the mall also offered the multiverse random treasure chest, the blue summoning card, and options for weapon forging or repair. Judging by value alone, the wish card was by far the most powerful. Even though there were limits to what the wish card could grant, that hardly diminished its might. However, since Wu Chen had already used the wish card twice, he decided to lower its priority for now. The red wish card was the strongest of all, while the remaining 3 were more or less on par with one another. The multiverse random treasure chest was all about luck. Open it, and you might get a legendary artifact, making you unbeatable. Of course, if luck turned against you, you might just end up with a stack of worthless scraps. Fortunately, it didn't cost much, only 100,000 yuan per use, so Wu Chen decided to give a higher priority than the wish card. As for the blue summoning card, even the description alone made it sound incredibly powerful. The only thing he didn't know was whether the characters it summoned would stay forever or disappear after a certain time. That was something he'd have to experiment with to find out. Wu Chen slotted this right before the multiverse treasure chest in terms of priority. Then there was the weapon forging/repair option, which looked fantastic. Wu Chen immediately bumped it to the very top of his list. He'd handle this first before considering anything else. Although, in the later stages of the Naruto world, the truth-seeking orbs were considered the ultimate weapons, Wu Chen was still far from reaching that level. So, the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist, the Uchiha fan, the Sage of 6 Paths legendary ninja tools, and other chakra-infused weapons were all well worth forging for Wu Chen. Take right now, for example. He could craft a weapon perfectly suited for Obito. Minato Namikaze didn't need one. His ninja tool pouch was filled with tri-pronged kunai, and he made a habit of retrieving them after every use, so he was never short on weapons. But for Obito, it was a different story. At this stage, Obito's ability to evade attacks was nearly invincible, but his offensive power was sorely lacking. He only had a handful of fire-style jutsu, some shuriken techniques, and basic hand-to-hand combat. Nothing more. Actually, Obito was capable of using wood-style techniques as well. After all, he had transplanted tissue from the First Hokage and could successfully wield a variety of wood-style jutsu. And the power of wood-style was considerable, its effects outstanding. The only issue was that Wu Chen's progress in portraying Uchiha Obito was still limited, making it difficult to fully unleash wood-style abilities. This was a conclusion Wu Chen had come to based on his interactions with Minato Namikaze. Before reaching 50% progress in his role, when Wu Chen played as Minato Namikaze, he could only use Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, Sage Mode, Rasengan series, and a few wind-style jutsu. But when Minato Namikaze's progress hit 50%, although he hadn't tried it yet, Wu Chen just had a feeling. He could now use even more of Minato's techniques. For example, Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, Flying Thunder God, Level 2, and the dazzling 4-pronged Flash Dance. That was how it worked for Minato, and naturally, the same applied to Uchiha Obito. So, before he could freely wield wood-style jutsu, it was necessary to enhance Obito's offensive capabilities. And to enhance one's attack power, there's nothing better than forging a fine weapon. Obito wasn't like Minato, who carried his signature 3-pronged kunai. All Obito had were a few shuriken. He didn't even own a kunai. After thinking it over, Wu Chen decided to create the Uchiha fan for Obito. The Uchiha fan was a legendary artifact passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. It was said to be crafted from a part of the god tree, and in no way inferior to the tools once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths. The Uchiha fan had a unique ability. It could absorb energy and impact, then transform it into a gale of wind to counterattack. This move was called the Uchiha Counter or Uchiha Rebound. A wind element fan paired with Obito's fire style made for a combination greater than the sum of its parts. That's why the Uchiha fan was the perfect weapon for Obito. Moreover, during the Nine Tails attack, Obito also seemed quite adept at using chains as weapons. When he fought Minato with chains, he unleashed a series of impressive maneuvers. Although Minato ultimately outperformed him and claimed victory, it showed that chains could greatly boost Obito's combat power. Therefore, Wu Chen decided to forge not only the Uchiha fan, but also a 3 or 4 meter long, extremely durable chain. He clicked on the Weapon Forging/Repair option, entered the specifications and abilities of the Uchiha fan, then input the length, form, and abilities of the chain. And then, the price appeared before Wu Chen. Uchiha fan plus custom chain. Forging this set of weapons will cost 10.5 million yuan. Wu Chen what? A single fan and a chain. How could it be this expensive? The 10 million he had just acquired would be gone in an instant. Pricey as it was, the system's products had always been worth every penny. Wu Chen desperately needed weapons now, and he did have the money. So, gritting his teeth, he made the exchange. Forging in progress. Friendly reminder, forging will take some time. Estimated completion in half an hour. We suggest the host take a break and have something to eat. Looking at the remaining balance, 4.55 million yuan, Wu Chen was on the verge of tears. Over 10 million gone just like that. Who could still have an appetite after that? He couldn't rest easy until the fan was finished. Still, before that, he could try out the Universal Random Treasure Chest and the Blue Summon card. $4,550,000. Surely that should be enough. Originally, Wu Chen had been quite confident, thinking that with over 15 million, he'd have more than plenty to play around with all 4 items in the shop. But now just a single fan and an iron chain had swallowed up over 10 million. And suddenly, the 4,550,000 left in his hands didn't feel like much at all. His confidence had started to waver. That's the curse of being short on money. Without cash, it's hard to stand tall. But with only himself present, Wu Chen didn't feel too embarrassed. He simply tapped on the Universal Random Treasure Chest. Would you like to spend $100,000 to open the Universal Random Treasure Chest? Wu Chen naturally tapped yes. $100,000. Current balance, $4,450,000. Then, he heard the sound of a key turning in a lock right by his ear. Click. The chest opened, and the system prompt popped up. Congratulations, you've received 100 chakra test papers. You actually gave me a pile of paper. I was just joking. Staring at the thick stack of test papers, each about half the size of his palm, Wu Chen felt like crying. He hurriedly tapped on the wish card and typed in chakra test paper. The system responded. Chakra test paper. Used to test the holder's chakra attributes. Exchanging for one costs $1. $1 for each one, which meant he could have gotten 100 of these for just $100. What a ripoff. He just paid 10 times the price. Stupid treasure chest. Ruined my youth, wasted my money, corrupted my spirit, and crushed my morale. I'm never buying one again. Fuming, Wu Chen tossed the chakra test papers into the drawer beside him and tapped on the Blue Summon card. Would you like to spend $1 million to exchange for a summon card? System scan complete. The current host persona is the mysterious masked man, Uchiha Obito, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki. Among those closely connected to this persona, only 2 remain, Rin Noara and Kakashi Hatake. The summon card will randomly choose one of these 2 to appear in this world for 20 minutes. Extending their stay will require additional payment. How could it be that, out of all the people close to Obito, only Kakashi and Rin were listed? What about White Zetsu, for instance? Reading this explanation, Wu Chen's first thought was how tragic Obito's life was. In this world, he only had 2 people he could truly call close, and one of them was already gone, while the other, due to Obito's own choices, had become his enemy. Beyond that, he didn't have a single person with whom he shared genuine closeness. The system is virtually infallible. There are no White Zetsus or Uchiha Madaras lurking in the shadows. This means that no one has ever truly treated Obito with sincerity. All their relationships have been nothing more than mutual exploitation. Poor Obito. His fate is truly tragic. Still, for all his misery, Wu Chen at most would mutter inwardly, "Don't cry, Obito, mommy's here," or something along those lines. He didn't feel compelled to do anything more. So, should he get Obito a summoning card? Whether it was Rin Noara or Kakashi Hatake, both seemed like excellent options. Kakashi Hatake, Konoha's renowned technician, a master of countless jutsu, with rumors claiming he could perform over 1,000 ninjutsu. Plus, he possessed one of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, making him a formidable force indeed. His only flaw was his severe lack of chakra. So, spending $1 million to have Kakashi appear for 20 minutes was clearly a bargain. After all, having one more powerhouse on the field could sometimes determine the entire outcome of a battle. As for Rin Noera, she was in fact quite strong. For one thing, she was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, which alone was enough to make her formidable. Granted, she couldn't control the Three Tails. But in Wu Chen's view, Rin's purpose wasn't to be a Jinchuriki. It was about what she represented to Obito himself. Obito had spent his entire life trying to create a world where Rin existed. Now that Rin was here, would Obito finally feel his wish had been fulfilled? If he did, if he could truly let go, would that mean his role-playing progress would instantly reach 100%? Wu Chen thought it was worth a try. What if it worked? After all, it was only $1 million. He could afford it. So, Wu Chen chose to redeem the summoning card. He took off his mask, eyes fixed on the blue card in his hand, and felt a sudden rush of excitement. With a flourish, he tossed the card onto the floor. A burst of blue light erupted, filling the entire room. The next moment, a figure emerged from the blue glow and stepped before Wu Chen, who was still in his Obito persona, reaching out her hand in disbelief. Obito, is it really you? As the blue light faded, Wu Chen could finally see the person before him clearly. It was none other than Obito's lifelong wish, Rin Noera. She had short brown hair and big, deep brown eyes. With no bangs, she wore Konoha's forehead protector, a pale pink dress with safety shorts, dark red knee-high socks, and a red bracelet on her wrist. Her most distinctive feature was the pair of purple markings on her cheeks. She looked about 13 or 14 years old, with delicate features and a sweet, innocent charm. But she was only 13 or 14. Obito, what a mess you've made of things. Oh wait, Obito was that age back then too? Well, that's fine then. The girl reached up and gently touched the cheek of Wu Chen, who was playing Obito, her expression filled with concern. Does it still hurt? Wu Chen answered instinctively. It doesn't hurt anymore. He started to say, actually, I'm not really. Wu Chen suddenly realized that an ethical dilemma was arising. He was playing the role of Obito, but he wasn't truly Obito. Meanwhile, Rin Noera was clearly treating him as if he were the real Obito. Wasn't this essentially Wu Chen, using Obito's appearance, stealing Obito's love right from under him? Though he felt an inexplicable thrill, Wu Chen knew this wasn't right and decided he ought to come clean. But before he could say anything, Rin shook her head, cutting him off. I know, this is another world, and I was supposed to have died. But none of that matters. As long as you're still Obito, that's all I care about. I'm just so happy to see you again. As she spoke, she stepped forward and gently embraced Wu Chen. What now? Wu Chen was at a loss. He wanted to push her away, but his body simply wouldn't obey. It wasn't that he was lusting after Rin. Rather, the Obito he was portraying seemed unable to reject her. He repeated to himself silently, Obito, this isn't me trying to take what's yours. Rin made the first move, and you set things up this way. I have nothing to do with it. While enjoying the embrace, Wu Chen didn't lose sight of his original purpose for summoning Rin. He focused his mind and checked his progress in the system space. 22%. Whoa, a 10% jump just like that. While it hadn't risen straight to 100% as he'd fantasized, a 10% leap for $1 million was already a massive windfall. After all, money was easy to come by, but increasing progress in the role wasn't. So, did that mean that if he continued to act as Obito and dated Rin, his progress would keep rising? This thought suddenly struck Wu Chen, but he quickly dismissed it. Stealing someone's love once was more than enough. If he kept going, he knew he couldn't square it with his conscience. A few minutes later, Rin slipped from Wu Chen's arms, her cheeks tinged with a rosy blush, looking adorably shy. If this had been the real Obito, he probably would have been completely tongue-tied, awkward beyond belief. But Wu Chen was not Obito. He held no special feelings for Rin. So he spoke up directly, Noera, Rin, you just said you know this isn't the shinobi world, and that you're already dead? What's going on? Rin puffed up her cheeks, looking irresistibly cute. Don't call me Noera. If you act like a stranger, Obito, I'll be mad at you. As for your question, I'm not really sure myself. Suddenly, some new information popped into my mind, about who I am, the world I'm in, and my purpose here. I see. Wu Chen nodded. So you know this is the Marvel Universe, and you know you've already died. What exactly is your purpose here? When Wu Chen heard Rin Noera ask that, her cheeks flushed again. My mission is to listen to you, Obito. No matter what you ask me to do, I'll do it. Wu Chen was stunned. This. Looking at Rin's charmingly blushing face, Wu Chen thought that if someone with a penchant for younger girls were in his place, It wouldn't be surprising if 10 months later Rin had given birth to an adorable little baby. After all, with words like that, paired with Rin's innocent appearance, even though Wu Chen wasn't into that kind of thing, he had to admit that Rin was incredibly cute. But putting that aside, the summoning card was quite considerate. It not only informed the summoned character about the situation, but also ensured that they would absolutely obey his commands. This really was a great deal. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Wu Chen chatted with Rin a while longer, increasing his progress in impersonating Obito by another 3%. Then, he watched as Rin transformed into a streak of blue light, eventually returning to her original form as a blue card. The reason his impersonation progress improved just from chatting with Rin was because Wu Chen had been holding her hand the whole time. He wanted to test his earlier theory. Would developing a romantic connection with Rin help speed up his progress? To his surprise, it actually worked. What a pity. He just couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Wu Chen smacked his lips, but deep down he thought, if progress with Obito's impersonation really becomes a struggle, then maybe he'll just have to resort to desperate measures. Obito, don't blame me. I'm just trying to fulfill your dream. Pinching Rin's card between his fingers, he watched as its information surfaced before his eyes. Summoning card, Rin no Era. Effect, summons Rin no Era for 20 minutes upon use. Uses 0/1. Rechargeable. Each recharge costs 900,000 yuan. Oh, they even give you a 10,000 yuan discount. Wu Chen curled his lips and placed Rin's card in the drawer, together with the chakra test paper. He wasn't worried about anyone else finding these things. In anyone else's hands, they were nothing but ordinary paper and cards. Only Wu Chen could unlock their true potential. By now, the weapon forging/repair option had finished. Wu Chen tapped it, and suddenly his hand felt heavy. He was now holding a metal war fan almost as tall as a person, along with a length of chain as thick as a thumb. A smile spread across Wu Chen's face. He finally felt at ease. The Uchiha fan's design was simple and unadorned. It was completely white, with a black lacquered edge, and made of some unknown metal. The fan itself was shaped like a nearly flat gourd, with a handle running through its center. On both the front and back of the lower half, there were 2 pairs of red tomo. Each pair had 3 tomo, arranged in the pattern of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Aside from that, the long handle was wrapped in layers of white bandages. So, this was the Uchiha fan, worth over 10 million yuan. At the end of the fan's handle, a long chain was attached, and at the end of the chain hung a small iron hammer meant for counterbalance, though it could clearly double as a weapon. Weighing the whole thing in his hand, Wu Chen felt satisfied with its heft. After all, this wasn't just a fan, it was worth over $10 million. With his new weapon in hand, Wu Chen was finally able to eat in peace. He dropped his roleplay and returned to his own appearance, then went downstairs to fix himself a simple dinner. After eating, he transformed back into Uchiha Obito and entered the Kamui space. He wanted to test the power of his new weapon. Everything inside Kamui space was hidden from the outside world, so he could experiment as he pleased. Once inside, Wu Chen quickly formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. Now, 2 mysterious masked men stood face to face. The clone knew its purpose and immediately began weaving hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A blazing fireball, 3 or 4 meters in diameter, roared toward Wu Chen. Without hesitation, Wu Chen raised the fan to block the attack. Under his watchful gaze, the massive fireball began to shrink, smaller and smaller, until it vanished completely, absorbed by the fan. Strangely, Wu Chen sensed a surge of power accumulating within the fan, and he couldn't help but mutter softly, Uchiha Rebound. In the next moment, a violent gale erupted from the fan's surface, surging fiercely toward the masked clone. Although the clone flared with chakra, struggling to resist, it was ultimately swept into the air and, with a pop, vanished from Kamui space. The power is truly impressive. At this point, Uchiha Obito's strength had already reached Kage level. But even so, his clone was helpless against the fan's ability to absorb the great fireball and unleash a hurricane in return. This proved that every cent of those $10 million was well spent. As for the weapon's power, Wu Chen had already anticipated it. After all, reincarnated Uchiha Madara once used the Uchiha fan to block Naruto's tailed beast bomb in Nine-Tails chakra mode, transforming it into a gale and sending it right back to knock Naruto down. If the Uchiha fan's rebound could reflect even a mini-tailed beast bomb, then a mere C-rank ninjutsu like the Great Fireball stood no chance. In the world of Naruto, fire-style ninjutsu was jokingly dubbed the technique of compassion, because, amusingly, nobody in the series had actually died from a fire-style attack. Of course, that was more coincidence and banter. In reality, fire-style jutsu combined devastating power with tremendous range. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity, Wu Chen continued to train within Kimyui space. He practiced all sorts of fire-style jutsu that Obito could perform, then combined them with the fan for devastating wind and fire techniques, their power reaching entirely new heights. With the support of the Uchiha fan, an ordinary fireball jutsu swelled from a mere 3 or 4 meters in diameter to over 10 meters wide. The Uchiha fan truly is a legendary artifact for fire-style techniques. It's precisely because of these extraordinary qualities that the fan has been cherished by the Uchiha clan as a family heirloom, passed down through generations until it reached Uchiha Madara himself. Having enhanced Obito's offensive abilities, Wu Chen had already achieved his goal in spending money this time. He even discovered a new way for Obito to increase his impersonation progress. All in all, it was a fruitful session. Glancing at the time and seeing it was still early before bedtime, Wu Chen returned to his room, ended the impersonation mode, reverted to his original form, and began training his chakra control. Only with sufficient mastery over chakra could he hope to learn and use more advanced jutsu. Of course, aside from that, improving his chakra control was essential for another reason, because only then would he be able to create more shadow clones. And the number of shadow clones determined how many characters he could impersonate at the same time. Currently, with just 2 personas, a single shadow clone was enough, but what about when the number of roles increased in the future? So, he needed to master splitting into more shadow clones. As for the exhaustion that came after a shadow clone was dispelled, Wu Chen figured that so long as he had his wish card, everything could be resolved. He practiced walking up walls and onto the ceiling in his room, failing time after time, but with each failure, he made a little progress. In this way, he trained until Minato Namikaze returned home. A golden flash streaked by, and Minato, dressed in his white Hokage cloak and with his signature blonde hair, made a dazzling entrance. "Hey, you're back," Wu Chen greeted instinctively, only to see Minato dissolve the impersonation mode and transform back into Wu Chen's shadow clone. Then, with a soft pop, the shadow clone released itself of its own accord. Immediately, a rush of new memories filled Wu Chen's mind, and his body felt a wave of fatigue. That is the benefit of shadow clones. They can share memories and experiences. But there's a downside too. The accumulated exhaustion can be overwhelming. Wu Chen, however, remained perfectly calm. He didn't rush to sort through the new memories. Instead, he opened the system store and manually refreshed the usage counter for his wish card. -100,000 yuan. Once the wish card was ready, he entered the request, a potion that instantly removes all fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue pill instantly eliminates all fatigue accumulated during the day, with no side effects. Redeemed for 1 million yuan. Wu Chen, brimming with confidence, could only stare in disbelief. "That's way too expensive. No, that won't do. Let's try something else. A potion that removes fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue potion. After drinking, all fatigue accumulated during the day will gradually be relieved over the next few hours. Recommended for use before sleep. No side effects. Each use costs 1 million yuan, and the potion can be consumed up to 10 times. This one was a bit more affordable, but even so, every dose cost a staggering $100,000. It really felt like burning money. Still unwilling to give up, Wu Chen tried searching for other fatigue-relieving potions. In the end, he discovered that aside from the first 2 options, the cheaper alternatives all came with a host of side effects. Some would put you straight to sleep after drinking, while others would set off an uncontrollable wave of desire. None of them were any good. After weighing his options, Wu Chen finally decided to buy the anti-fatigue potion. -1,000,000 yuan. The moment the exchange was complete, a small blue bottle appeared in Wu Chen's palm. The bottle was beautiful, clear, and sparkling, faceted in such a way that it gleamed under the light. At the same time, as Wu Chen touched the potion, a set of instructions materialized before his eyes. Please note, each dose must be finished in one go. Otherwise, there is a chance the potion will lose its effect. After drinking, the potion will automatically replenish in 12 hours. So that's why the bottle is so small? Wu Chen unscrewed the cap and downed the contents in a single gulp. The potion was sweet and refreshing, sliding smoothly down his throat and leaving a cool sensation in its wake. Almost immediately, Wu Chen felt a wave of coolness sweep through his body, soothing both body and mind. He replaced the cap and tucked the bottle into a drawer. Glancing at the time, he headed for a shower, then turned off the lights and lay down on the bed, preparing to rest while sifting through the memories of his other self. As for Minato Namikaze's day, there wasn't much out of the ordinary. Just another routine mission with Black Widow, followed by receiving the reward and progress toward his role. This mission's reward was $50,000. Not bad at all, raising Wu Chen's balance from 2.35 million to 2.4 million yuan. However, the progress for playing Minato only increased by 0.1%. This confirmed Wu Chen's earlier suspicion. After reaching 50%, it became much harder to make progress. Still, there was no need to rush. After all, Wu Chen now understood that playing a ninja didn't just mean taking and completing missions. He could also advance by following the character's narrative and personal goals. Obito was a perfect example of this. With everything settled, it was finally time for bed. Perhaps it was the effects of the anti-fatigue potion, but Wu Chen slept exceptionally well that night, waking up refreshed with the sunrise. The next 2 or 3 days unfolded just as Wu Chen had expected. Under orders from Kingpin and the other villains, some strange new faces began appearing on the streets of New York. Some were small-time thugs, others men in black suits. The reason they were called strange was because they kept wandering around, stopping and starting, pausing at street corners to look around, as if searching for something. This unusual behavior immediately caught the attention of the New York government. They dispatched police officers, detained a few street punks, and began their interrogation. A police officer fixed a cold, hard stare on the punk in front of him and barked, "Why are you loitering around the streets?" "Why? No reason. Can I just walk around the streets if I want?" The punk wasn't intimidated in the slightest, because he was white, just like the officer questioning him. Had the punk been black, he likely would have confessed everything by now. It's not that black people are more timid or fearful, but because white officers have a reputation for shooting black people without much provocation. Just days ago, the news reported an unarmed black man being choked to death by police right there on the street, without ever resisting. So, as a matter of survival, black people usually cooperate to the utmost. Since the punks wouldn't say a word, the New York police had no other choice but to give them a verbal warning and let them go. But the strange occurrences didn't stop. In fact, the phenomenon grew, sweeping across the whole of New York. Soon, it seemed as if the entire city had joined a frenzied treasure hunt. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. and even higher levels of the U.S. government couldn't sit by any longer. If it were just a handful of delinquents acting out, it wouldn't matter. There are crazies every year, maybe just more than usual this time. But now, it seemed as if the entire city of New York was searching for something. This was anything but ordinary. Clearly, someone was manipulating things from the shadows. It was very likely the same hidden force that Minato Namikaze had mentioned. And perhaps those tailed beasts Minato spoke of, maybe they actually existed too. It was only at this point that Nick Fury reluctantly began to suspect that Minato's words might all be true. So, after much deliberation, he decided to send agents to investigate. At that moment, Minato Namikaze was sitting in a cafe, chatting with Natasha. Of course, Minato Namikaze here actually referred to one of Wu Chen's shadow clones in disguise. Wu Chen had laid down a rule. Whenever a clone played a character, that clone would be referred to by the character's name. Meanwhile, Wu Chen's true self was busy elsewhere, boosting his chakra control while running a burger stand right outside Stark Tower. Why was he doing this? The reason was simple. Wu Chen, unable to resist temptation the past few days, had opened a few more multiverse random treasure chests. This time, he'd scored some gourmet cooking equipment, a stove that enhanced the flavor of any dish, a mobile food truck that amplified every culinary delight, and, most importantly, the exclusive recipe for SpongeBob's legendary Krabby Patty burgers. The delicious stove looked just like an ordinary gas burner, while the mobile food cart was a simple, all-metal push cart, sleek, clean, and hygienic. It could carry the stove, hold ingredients, and serve as a station to prepare food. As for the SpongeBob limited edition secret Krabby Patty recipe, that was something truly special. Simply by keeping the secret recipe close and following its instructions in preparing the ingredients, anyone could make Krabby Patties so delicious that everyone who tried them would rave about the taste. All 3 items had cost Wu Chen a total of $500,000. After all, he needed 2 manual refreshes for his 3 box openings. Spending $500,000 and ending up with just these. If Wu Chen hadn't already known how to cook, these items would have been utterly useless. So he decided to stop there and use his remaining funds to refresh the wish cards, ending up with a few items that could only be used in specific situations. At this point, Wu Chen was left with just $50,000 in cash and a $500,000 check. Pressed by a looming financial crisis, Wu Chen recalled that Iron Man, Tony Stark, loved cheeseburgers. Inspiration struck, and he decided to set up his stall right in front of Stark Tower. This move was about more than just making money. It was also to pave the way for his upcoming plans. After all, Tony Stark wasn't someone you could just casually run into. But a hamburger vendor had a much better chance of meeting Tony Stark. Still, it was important to make one thing clear. Wu Chen wasn't just in it for the money. So he set some ground rules. He would sell only Krabby Patties, limited to 100 per day, with a maximum of 2 per customer, each priced at $50. The first 10 customers every day could make special requests of the proprietor, like asking for extra pickles in their Krabby Patty. Wu Chen felt supremely confident, not the least bit worried that the high price would scare off buyers. After all, the allure of the Krabby Patty was simply irresistible, and, as it turned out, things played out exactly as Wu Chen expected. On his very first day, after a customer let out an exclamation of delight, all 100 Krabby Patties sold out by midday. The last one was bought by Happy, Tony Stark's bodyguard, just as Tony came out for lunch. When Tony saw this unremarkable-looking hamburger, he frowned, having already heard from Happy about the vendor's many odd rules. Most importantly, the guy had actually refused Tony's perfectly reasonable request to add cheese to his Krabby Patty. Outrageous. I have to see for myself just how good this Krabby Patty everyone's raving about really is, Tony said defiantly and took a big bite. Instantly, he was stunned, left speechless except for the sound of chewing. In no time at all, Tony had devoured the entire Krabby Patty and shouted to Happy, "Happy, hurry! Go buy me 3 more. I want 2 for myself, and 1 for Pepper. This is insanely delicious." However, Happy said helplessly, "Boss, that was the last one just now. The owner's already packing up to go home. Besides, his rule is that each person can only buy 2. Tony turned to look, and sure enough, he saw a Chinese vendor tidying up his cart, while a circle of customers stood nearby, all wearing regretful expressions for missing out on the delicious crab roe burgers. He only sells 100 of these a day, and just 2 per person? He's leaving money on the table. Tony started to complain. "Let me go talk to him." With that, Tony walked over to Wu Chen and casually commented, "Your burgers taste great." Wu Chen glanced up at him, nodded, and then went on packing up the food cart. Tony was a bit put off by the lack of response, but he was pressed for time, so he let it slide. He got straight to the point. "Hey man, if you're interested, I can hire you as my private burger chef. $100,000 a month. $100,000 a month. That's quite a high offer. Just think, selling these delicious crab roe burgers. Wu Chen's daily revenue was about $5,000. After subtracting $500 for ingredients, he was left with $4,500 in profit. That adds up to only about $135,000 a month. Wait, $135,000. Without hesitation, Wu Chen turned down Tony's offer. Why would he go work for Tony Stark as his private burger chef, putting up with his attitude, when he could earn $130,000 a month by working just half a day at his own pace? Tony frowned, clearly having done the math himself, and realizing that Wu Chen's little burger stand actually made more than the salary he'd just offered. He immediately upped the ante. $1 million. For Tony, money was never the issue. What mattered was whether he could get what he wanted. Wu Chen had turned down $100,000 a month, but $1 million a month, that did make him pause for a moment. Still, he declined. After all, running this stand wasn't just about making money. It was laying the groundwork for his next plan. He knew this in his heart, but kept a straight face for appearance's sake. With a serious expression and a firm voice, Wu Chen refused. "Thank you very much for your offer, Mr. Stark. But I create delicious food because I want more people to enjoy it, not just one person. So I'm very sorry, but I can't accept your generous offer." As soon as Wu Chen finished speaking, the crowd around him broke into cheers. After all, if Wu Chen had agreed, they'd never get to taste those mouth-watering crab roe burgers again. Tony watched this scene unfold, and the irritation he'd felt a moment ago softened. This man truly loves food, especially since his passion was for burgers, just like Tony himself. Suddenly, Tony found himself liking Wu Chen a whole lot more. The next day, Tony, unable to resist the allure of the delicious crab patty, set aside his pride and queued up with Happy, buying 4 cheesed-up crab patties. On the third day, today, after enduring yet another noisy, crowded wait, Tony finally reached his limit. Tired of the constant commotion and the feeling of being watched like a circus act, he went straight to Wu Chen. "Hey buddy, how about we make a deal?" Seeing the confusion on Wu Chen's face, Tony laid out his proposal. He would personally upgrade Wu Chen's food truck for free, transforming it into a custom, drivable mobile kitchen equipped with all kinds of cutting-edge tech. That kind of overhaul would easily cost several million, considering it would be built by Tony Stark himself, using top-notch materials and state-of-the-art technology. And all Wu Chen needed to do in return was save 4 extra cheesy crab patties for Tony every day. Wu Chen agreed. Of the 3 gourmet items he'd put together in the last couple of days, the food truck was by far the weakest link. It was, after all, just a sturdier-than-average truck, at best, good-looking and practical, but nothing more. Now, not only could he boost Tony Stark's favorability, but he could also get a major upgrade for his food truck. Wu Chen had absolutely no reason to refuse. In fact, if he didn't agree, Tony Stark might start to get suspicious. While Wu Chen's main self was making important strides in his relationship with Tony Stark, His incarnation as Minato Namikaze wasn't about to be left behind. He was working hard to steer S.H.I.E.L.D, hoping to get them to bring him along during their investigation. With a serious expression, Minato looked at Black Widow, Natasha, and said, "It's confirmed. The shadowy organization has already arrived in New York and begun their operation. They must have already taken over the city's gangs. That's why those gangsters are combing the streets like this." Natasha's face clouded with doubt as she listened. "Then why did you stop us from secretly assigning people to guard Times Square? And this seal you keep mentioning, where exactly is it in Times Square? We haven't found a single clue." Minato glanced at Natasha, feeling she was either playing dumb or genuinely clueless. "Are you really that naive, or just pretending? If you post agents around Times Square, all the gangs in New York would know the thing they're looking for. The seal is right there. That's why I said we should do it secretly." Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly. "If it's a covert operation, they shouldn't notice, right?" Minato gave a dismissive laugh. "A secret operation? There's no such thing as a real secret in this world. Besides, even S.H.I.E.L.D has internal issues. How can you expect to keep anything under wraps?" These days, whenever Wu Chen played Minato Namikaze, he would always drop subtle hints about the problems festering within S.H.I.E.L.D. His intention, of course, was to provoke HYDRA into action, so that Obito could move in and take control of the entire HYDRA organization at once. Yet for some reason, up until today, not a single HYDRA operative had approached him. Logically speaking, HYDRA would certainly reach out to him. If they couldn't recruit him, they'd at least try to silence him. But so far, nothing at all had happened. So today, Minato Namikaze decided to be direct about it, hoping to give the HYDRA moles within S.H.I.E.L.D a proper jolt. If his provocation worked, perhaps nearly everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D, except for a select few, would show up in response. After all, at this point, S.H.I.E.L.D really was little more than a den of snakes. Minato's subtle hints made Natasha pause for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "Where exactly is the seal located? Why can't we find it? Can you tell us that much?" Upon hearing this, Minato glanced at Natasha and nodded. "The seal can only be activated with chakra. Since none of you possess chakra, it's only natural you can't find it. As for the seal's location, the answer is simple. The entire Times Square is the seal. To be precise, Times Square was built right on top of it." "Wait." Natasha stared at Minato in shock. Minato simply shrugged. "The Nine Tails is enormous. How could a tiny seal possibly contain it? You really ought to think about it a little." Natasha didn't fully believe Minato's explanation, but she relayed his words back to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters in their entirety using her comms. Instantly, the S.H.I.E.L.D office was abuzz with discussion. Nick Fury quickly spotted a gap in their logic. "Natasha, ask Minato." Natasha complied right away, turning to Minato. "Mr. Namikaze, you said only chakra can reveal the seal, but most people in the New York underworld don't have chakra either. How were they able to search for the seal?" Chakra, a concept that sounded straight out of a fantasy novel, had long been coveted by S.H.I.E.L.D. They had once sincerely asked Minato whether chakra was something they could learn to harness. But Minato had shaken his head and refused without hesitation. "Chakra isn't something just anyone can obtain. Even in our own Hidden Leaf Village, many people are never able to master it. And besides, we still can't fully trust you. So don't even think about chakra for now." Minato's refusal was firm, and there was nothing S.H.I.E.L.D could do about it. Not wanting to antagonize him, they had no choice but to let the matter drop. But now, when S.H.I.E.L.D raised this new question, Minato was taken aback. He clearly hadn't anticipated it. After thinking for a moment, he spoke with a grave expression. "I don't know either. Maybe they have some special methods. That's why you must include me in this investigation. I'm certain that the mysterious force behind all this is made up of chakra-wielding powerhouses. If they're lying low within the gangs, ordinary people like you would be nothing but easy prey. And besides, it seems they've developed some new chakra techniques. I believe it's crucial for us in Konoha to get to the bottom of this." All of this was just an act by Minato Namikaze. He was well aware of how the New York gangs were actually searching. After all, it was Wu Chen himself who had handed over the detectors to Kingpin, who then distributed them to the various squad leaders. The detector was a small, white crystal no bigger than a thumb. Its only function was simple. Once it entered a specific area preset by Wu Chen, it would glow red. Currently, Wu Chen had set only one such place, the public bench at the very heart of Times Square. As soon as any gang member placed the crystal on that bench, it would turn red, signaling to the hidden forces in New York that the location of the Nine-Tailed Seal was right there in Times Square. And as for where those crystals had come from, the answer was simple. Wu Chen had used a wish card to create them. He'd also used a wish card to set up a large, dazzling array, big enough to cover all of Times Square, though in reality, it served no actual purpose. That ceiling array was just for show, To fit the identity of the Nine Tails, it had no real power. The purely visual effects of the ceiling array had cost Wu Chen $500,000, plus another $200,000 for 2 manual refreshes, leaving him with only $1.1 million. Each detection crystal cost $10,000, so he simply made 110 of them and had Kingpin distribute them to the gang squad leaders. With this setup, the chaos of the Nine Tails might soon be set in motion. Wu Chen was eagerly awaiting that moment, because it would undoubtedly help Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito make significant progress in their roles. There was no doubt about it. Given Minato's firm words and unwavering attitude, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had no choice but to agree. After all, Minato had invoked the formidable yet mysterious reputation of Konoha, and he'd even claimed it was for the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D's own agents. Refusing him might risk offending him. No one wanted that to happen. Oh, and this counts as a mission, right? Just treat it as a commission from S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the reward, I'll let you decide. Minato reminded them, hoping to squeeze a bit more progress out of this performance. Understood. Even though the reward was left up to them, S.H.I.E.L.D. still offered $50,000 to be paid upon successful completion. And with that, Minato's goal was achieved. However, with this new development, the choice of agents for the investigation needed to be adjusted. Originally, Nick Fury had planned to send 2 agents skilled in stealth to infiltrate the gang territory. But now, with Minato Namikaze's spatial abilities in play, stealth wasn't as crucial a requirement for the agents anymore. After all, Minato could flash to the destination in an instant, while the agents would still need to travel there on foot. Therefore, the agent accompanying Minato needed to be someone capable of calming him and keeping an eye on him. With that in mind, who could be more suitable than Natasha, who had already spent several days working alongside Minato? So, Black Widow, Natasha, was selected. Nick Fury scribbled on the mission roster, weighing his options. After a few seconds of consideration, he added another name, Phil Coulson. Natasha alone wasn't enough. Nick Fury decided to send his trusted confidant, Agent Phil Coulson, along as well. Phil Coulson was an 8th-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, ranking above Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Agent Coulson was practically the gold standard for American agents, highly organized, decisive, and skilled in both firearms and hand-to-hand combat. Most importantly, Coulson was personally mentored by Nick Fury, making him absolutely trustworthy. This was a key reason why Egghead, as Fury was sometimes called, chose to assign Coulson to join Natasha and Minato's team. With the team decided, Nick Fury contacted Natasha and Agent Coulson separately. After receiving his assignment, Coulson accepted without hesitation, then drove off to rendezvous with Natasha and Minato. Meanwhile, Natasha informed Minato of S.H.I.E.L.D's deployment list. Only after he nodded his agreement did she send her response back to headquarters. A few minutes later, the 3 of them met up. With a gentle, friendly smile, Phil Coulson turned to Minato and said, "Thank you so much for saving so many civilians during the Hulk incident." Minato returned the smile. "It was the right thing to do. You don't need to thank me." As for Coulson, a genuinely good person through and through, Wu Chen found himself quite fond of him, so his attitude was naturally pleasant. Seeing Minato's approachable demeanor, Agent Coulson felt a wave of relief. Just as the intel had described, their target was easy to talk to and treated others kindly. As long as no one crossed his boundaries or provoked him, he would be easy to work with. Coulson had already met people with immense power, like Iron Man. To be honest, Tony Stark's personality left much to be desired. If it weren't for his thorough agent training, Coulson might have been tempted to rough Tony up the first time they met. Fortunately, ever since Tony became Iron Man, his personality has been slowly changing. He's become more responsible, and his attitude toward others has grown noticeably friendlier. Rumor has it that today, Tony even upgraded a young hamburger vendor's food truck for free. He really is turning over a new leaf. Once they each confirmed the others were people they could get along with, the tension among the 3 eased considerably. Sitting together at the same table, Agent Coulson glanced at Natasha. When he saw her nod toward Minato Namikaze, he turned to Minato and asked, "Mr. Namikaze, when do you think we should take action? Do you have a plan in mind?" As for taking action, Minato paused for a moment. He was estimating whether his real self had already finished work and gone home. Glancing at the time, only 11 o'clock, he decided it was still too early to be sure. So he said, "There's no rush. Let's discuss our plan first, and then have some lunch." After all, as the old saying goes, sharpening your axe won't delay the cutting of firewood. Coulson and Natasha exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. That's right, let's plan things out first. In truth, making plans together was something both Coulson and Natasha weren't used to. Normally, they were accustomed to following orders and carrying out commands, improvising only when absolutely necessary. But such situations were rare, so it was uncommon for them to sit down and strategize like this. At this moment, they were following Nick Fury's instruction. As long as it doesn't violate any principles, try to go along with Minato Namikaze. That was why they agreed so readily. Of course, it was an interesting new experience for them. I think our best bet is to sneak in quietly first, then capture a low-level thug for questioning, Coulson offered, giving a measured suggestion. My idea is similar to Agent Coulson's, Natasha added. However, I think after we infiltrate, we shouldn't tip them off right away. It's better to observe the situation quietly first. Investigating the gang's unusual activity wasn't exactly a difficult mission. It was only because there might be some mysterious chakra-wielding individuals involved that S.H.I.E.L.D. was willing to take on the task Minato had proactively offered to handle. Since the difficulty wasn't high, handling the matter would naturally be much simpler. Minato agreed with Coulson and Natasha's suggestions, though he did have a different take on one point. We can actually skip the infiltration step. Noticing their confused expressions, Minato explained, I've already left a flying thunder god mark in Hell's Kitchen. I can take us straight there. We don't need to sneak in. Come on. You both know about this, don't you? Why did I have to bring it up? Natasha and Coulson looked a bit embarrassed. After all, they couldn't exactly admit, we were too nervous around you to think of that. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze didn't press the issue any further. Instead, he simply went along with the conversation, easing the awkwardness. Then it settled. In a moment, I'll take both of you in with me. When we get to the gang's hideout, we'll observe quietly at first, and then look for a chance to capture a small-time thug for questioning. What a brilliant plan. Natasha praised him with obvious enthusiasm. Even though it was clearly an idea she and Coulson had come up with together. Coulson glanced at Natasha, saw her discreet signal, and quickly chimed in. This has a high chance of success. Mr. Namikaze, you truly deserve the title of Konoha's Fourth Hokage. Huh? Minato broke into a hearty laugh, clearly enjoying the compliments. After that, the three of them didn't go far. They lingered in the cafe, chatting for a while, then grabbed a quick bite to eat. Before they knew it, it was already noon. By now, my real self should finally be ready to make a move, no matter how slowly he's been taking it. Minato thought to himself. Then, turning to the two agents, he said, I'm going to step out to the restroom. Once I'm back, we'll head out. Coulson and Natasha had no objections, watching as Minato vanished from his seat in a flash of golden light. Coulson frowned. Does he really need to do that just to go to the restroom? Natasha just shrugged. Maybe he gets lost on the way to the toilet. I remember he did the same thing before. Of course, Minato wasn't confused by the restroom. He was heading home to check on his real body. Back at home, Minato saw his true self wheeling a cart into the dining room, getting it settled. Seeing this, Minato immediately dropped the disguise and resumed his shadow clone form as Wu Chen, then dispelled the clone. Wu Chen paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Minato hadn't really exerted himself much today, so Wu Chen could easily handle this level of fatigue without needing any stamina potions. After sorting through Minato's memories, Wu Chen made up his mind. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a crack and a puff of smoke, two new clones appeared beside Wu Chen, in addition to his original body. This was the result of his dedicated training over the past couple of days. His chakra control had improved, and naturally, he could now create more clones. However, for the task ahead, only Wu Chen's original body and a single shadow clone were needed. As for the extra clone, Wu Chen decided to have it continue training. After all, there could never be too much chakra control. Wu Chen then transformed into Minato Namikaze, while one of the shadow clones took on the guise of Obito Uchiha. The two impersonators exchanged a glance, both fully aware of what was to come. Then, one vanished in a flash of golden light, while the other was sucked away by a spiraling vortex, leaving the room. Only one shadow clone of Wu Chen remained at home. He raised a hand and touched his nose, feeling that his original self and that other clone were having a much more interesting time than he was. Everyone's the same, so why am I the one stuck with all the dull, tedious training while you two get to show off and act cool? Do my clones have no rights at all? When Wu Chen returned to the cafe, he saw that their table was now surrounded by a crowd. Minato Namikaze hadn't tried to hide himself at all, and when he left earlier, he didn't care a bit about the looks he was getting for people around. So, the onlookers had already recognized who he was. Yellow Flash. I love you, Yellow Flash. I want to have your children. Faced with this mob of overzealous fans, Wu Chen frowned. Natasha saw the scene at once, grabbed Wu Chen's hand, and said, Let's get out of here now. Coulson, standing nearby, nodded hurriedly, afraid Wu Chen might lose his temper and lash out at these innocent civilians. Even if Wu Chen probably wouldn't do that, what if he did? S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't about to take that risk. Seeing how anxious the two agents were, Wu Chen sighed and said, Do I really seem like someone who just kill innocent people to you? Never mind, I won't argue. He turned to take Natasha's hand in his, then reached out and laid his other hand on Coulson's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! All that was left at the table, now abandoned by the frenzied fans, were a few bills fluttering in the breeze. Payment for the check. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito stepped out from a swirling portal, appearing directly in Kingpin's office. At that moment, Kingpin was seated inside, diligently cultivating his chakra. These past few days, aside from practicing some basic clone and substitution techniques, he'd spent all his remaining time refining chakra, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a night. It was a level of dedication few could match. Noticing Obito's arrival, Kingpin immediately halted his training, stood up, and bowed respectfully. "Sir." His tone was full of reverence, a clear sign that his attitude had shifted from forced submission to genuine loyalty. The reason for this change was simple. The more he trained in chakra, the more powerful he felt himself becoming. Yet, this growth didn't make him arrogant enough to betray the masked man. Instead, the stronger he became, the more he realized the immense gap that still separated them. If just a few days of chakra training had made him this much stronger, then what about his superior? Surely, the man had trained for far longer than he had. And someone like that, just how strong had he become? The more Kingpin pondered this, the deeper his awe of the masked man grew. By now, he was convinced that the chakra within the man must be hundreds of times greater than his own. That fact alone was enough to keep him in line. And besides, the mark on his forehead served as a constant reminder. His very life was in the man's hands. Obito nodded gently, then turned to Kingpin and said, "I came to check on the progress." This progress, of course, referred to the search for the place in New York where the Nine Tails was sealed. Hearing Obito's question, Kingpin's heart sank. He quickly lowered his head and said, "My deepest apologies, sir. None of the detection crystals have shown any reaction." Seeing the anxious Kingpin before him, Obito shook his head lightly. "Kingpin, don't worry, I won't blame you this time. After all, New York is enormous. It's only natural that it takes some time," the masked man said slowly. Kingpin let out a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything more, Obito continued, "So I'll give you 3 more days. After 3 days, I want to know exactly where the seal is. Do you understand?" Though Obito's tone was calm, Kingpin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, so intense he could barely keep from falling to his knees. "Understood, sir." As soon as he answered, the pressure and sense of menace vanished instantly. The masked man sat down casually in Kingpin's chair and said, "Since I have a moment, do you have any questions about your training? Tell me. If there's anything I can help with, I'll answer." Kingpin let out a long breath and hurriedly began talking about some problems he'd encountered. Obito addressed each of his questions one by one. Then, beneath the mask, Wu Chen's expression grew a little strange. Based on the issues Kingpin just described, his chakra reserves had already reached the level of a Chunin, and it had only been a little over 2 days. Did Kingpin actually have a natural talent for chakra? It wasn't easy to cultivate a subordinate who would never betray him, so Wu Chen certainly hoped his tool would become as powerful as possible. With that in mind, Wu Chen, still in disguise, waved Kingpin over and had him extend his palm. Looking at the huge, fan-like hand in front of him, Obito placed his own hand on top, sensing Kingpin's chakra. Wow, it really was at Chunin level, and not just barely. His chakra was on par with a seasoned Chunin. He felt a wave of satisfaction. It seemed Kingpin was naturally blessed with an abundance of chakra. Definitely good news. Then, Obito withdrew his hand and produced a chakra paper from his Kemui dimension, handing it to Kingpin. "Hold this paper and channel your chakra into it." Giving Kingpin a chakra paper to use was a decision Wu Chen had made the previous night. After all, those chakra papers were just lying around and used. It was better to put them to use. By the way, when he made this decision last night, he'd also tested his own chakra nature, lightning and fire. Those are the only 2 he had. For that, Wu Chen felt rather ashamed, thinking he'd let down the reputation of a transmigrator. Look at other world travelers. When it comes to chakra nature, they usually have all the elements: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang, the complete set of 7. Sigh, what embarrassment. Although Kingpin was a bit curious about what this piece of paper was for, when the adult told him what to do, he naturally showed obedience. He reached out to take it, then held the chakra paper and began channeling his chakra into it. Under Obito's watchful gaze, the chakra paper in Kingpin's hand slowly grew damp, until it was completely soaked through. What? Kingpin was utterly surprised. This was beyond what he could accept. Seeing this, Obito's eyes flickered, and he explained, "This is chakra paper, made from trees extremely sensitive to chakra. It serves a single purpose, to determine your chakra nature. There are 5 chakra natures: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. When chakra paper encounters chakra of these types, it reacts differently. Wind causes it to split, fire makes it burn, lightning crumples it, water soaks it, and earth erodes it into powder. Clearly, your chakra nature is water. As for what chakra nature is good for, it's all about advantage and amplification. If you possess a certain chakra nature, training and unleashing ninjutsu of that nature becomes twice as effective with half the effort. The reverse is also true. Without the matching nature, it takes twice the effort for half the result. That's the gist of it. Then, with a hint of smile in his eyes, Obito continued. So, Kingpin, I have many water-style jutsu here. Are you interested? The reason for testing Kingpin's chakra nature and explaining it in such detail. Obito certainly wasn't doing charity work. He was here to collect payment. Or rather, equivalent exchange, which is a far better term. Kingpin pays him, he gives Kingpin power. That aligns perfectly with Wu Chen's principles. Taking things by force for no reason. That wasn't his style. Previously, when he'd taken so much money from Kingpin, it was also an equivalent exchange. Over 15 million in return for chakra and the basics of chakra cultivation. To Kingpin, that was a bargain. Just like now, understanding Wu Chen's intentions, Kingpin immediately nodded and agreed without a moment's hesitation, afraid Obito might change his mind. Money was something Kingpin could get as long as he wanted it, but power was what he truly craved. The opportunity to buy strength with money. Kingpin would take it 100 times over. All right then, I have here. Obito hadn't finished speaking when a thunderous crash erupted from the lower levels of Kingpin's building. He paused, shifted his tone, and gestured to Kingpin. Let's put this on hold for now. We should deal with the sudden situation first. If I'm not mistaken, the visitors are probably from the city government. Kingpin took a deep breath, nodded at the masked man, and then turned to head downstairs. Each of his steps landed with tremendous force, carrying an imposing aura that sent the employees in the corridor scattering in fear. At the same time as the staff watched the aggressive Kingpin storm by, they couldn't help but think to themselves, Kingpin is furious. Whoever's angered him is doomed. Meanwhile, Wu Chen, playing as Minato Namikaze, arrived at the Flying Thunder God Seal in Hell's Kitchen, with Natasha and Coulson in tow. When they appeared, the area was completely deserted. Originally, both Coulson and Natasha were fully prepared for a fight, but now, finding no one around, they could only reluctantly stand down. They had expected that, after teleporting here, they might immediately be thrown into battle. After all, Hell's Kitchen was notorious as a gangster stronghold. Yet nothing happened. To Coulson and Natasha, this felt strange, but to Wu Chen, it was exactly as expected. All the local thugs were out searching for the location of the Nine-Tailed Seal, so naturally, none of them remained in Hell's Kitchen. When they began their search for the Nine-Tailed Seal, Hell's Kitchen was their first stop. Using detection crystals, they scanned every inch of Hell's Kitchen, confirming that the seal wasn't there, and then moved on to other locations. So, a place usually teeming with criminals was, for once, uncharacteristically peaceful. With Hell's Kitchen finally quiet, it actually made their investigation easier. Under Wu Chen's watchful gaze, Natasha and Coulson put their skills as seasoned agents to good use. They selected a few shops suspected of being gang hangouts, and, without breaking any locks, slipped inside to search for evidence. However, even though their investigation went smoothly, their progress was next to nothing. Because, in the end, they found absolutely nothing. After checking 3 or 4 places with the same results, both Coulson and Natasha began to frown. Seeing this, Wu Chen couldn't help but remind them, if I were running things from the shadows, I'd go straight to the biggest crime boss in New York, not these small-time gangs. So, agents, do you know which is the most powerful gang in New York? Do either of you know? With Wu Chen's prompt, realization dawned on Natasha and Coulson. Kingpin's gang. Then let's pay Kingpin's gang a visit. Wu Chen decided on the spot. The reason he hadn't pointed this out from the start was to buy Obito a little more time. But they couldn't delay too long. Otherwise, if he didn't contribute enough, he might not gain any progress in his role after this mission. That would be a real loss. So, the 3 of them headed straight for Fisk Tower, Kingpin's headquarters. As they looked at the busy staff inside, Coulson and Natasha exchanged a glance. While they were still debating how to get in and investigate, Wu Chen spoke up without hesitation. Let's storm the place. These are all criminals working for the gang. There's no need to show them any mercy. Coulson was just about to argue and voice his objections when Nick Fury's voice came through his earpiece. Agree to it, Coulson. It's just a mobster, that's all. Kingpin truly did have connections everywhere, but there was no denying that he commanded a real criminal organization beneath him. And honestly, in front of those truly at the top, what did Kingpin amount to, anyway? So Natasha and Coulson sprang into action, unleashing their full strength. Without even drawing their guns, they took down every obstacle in their path, clearing the way for Wu Chen. Wu Chen stood steady between the two of them, occasionally using his abilities to shield them from bullets whizzing in from all sides. As the number of enemies around them only grew, Natasha clenched her teeth and shouted to Coulson and Wu Chen, "You two, get behind me. I'll clear the area." With that, Natasha stepped forward, pulled a grenade-shaped object from her belt, yanked out the pin, and hurled it into the fray. A deafening blast shook the air. The grenade exploded, but instead of shrapnel, it released a powerful concussive wave. It was a stun grenade. Natasha seemed to be wearing some kind of protective device and was unfazed, while Coulson and Wu Chen, standing behind her, felt only a mild effect. Still, catching a glimpse of Natasha's live figure, Wu Chen couldn't help but turn his head away. After all, he was in his early 20s, and his youthful energy was hard to suppress. "All right, the area's clear." Working alongside Coulson, Natasha quickly finished the job, knocking each opponent unconscious with a well-placed karate chop, her tone light and casual. But before Coulson or Wu Chen could say a word, the elevator in the distance slid open with a quiet chime. Out stepped a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and built like a mountain of muscle. Kingpin. The two agents recognized him instantly, and their expressions changed. They knew full well that as the king of the underworld, Kingpin's power wasn't just in his influence. His personal strength was nothing to scoff at, either. 3 agents. Kingpin's gaze swept over Coulson and Natasha, quickly assessing their identities. But when his eyes landed on Wu Chen, disguised as Minato Namikaze, his brows twitched involuntarily. Isn't this the man the master warned me about? The one whose strength rivals his own? He'd originally planned to crush the intruders without hesitation, but now, Kingpin didn't dare make a move. Seeing this, Wu Chen raised his hand and waved nonchalantly. "Your business with each other is none of my concern. You 3 can do as you please. I'll go take a look elsewhere." Wu Chen hadn't even finished speaking when a swirling vortex appeared behind Kingpin, and the masked man slowly materialized at his back. Sensing the arrival of the masked man, Kingpin looked as if he'd found a savior. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. "Sir." The masked man waved him off, but his eyes were fixed solely on Wu Chen, disguised as Minato Namikaze. "You people from Konoha really are persistent, like fleas that just won't go away." When Kingpin bowed and scraped before the masked man, Coulson and Natasha could hardly believe the information they had on him. The so-called king of the underworld? Wild and unruly? Cold-hearted and merciless? A killer without remorse? Yet here he was, smiling so broadly it seemed as if a flower might bloom on his face. Was this really the Kingpin they thought they knew? But after their initial shock, Coulson and Natasha quickly pieced together the reason for Kingpin's behavior. Could this masked man be the chakra wielder that Minato Namikaze mentioned, the one behind the scenes? Exchanging glances, Coulson and Natasha saw the same suspicion reflected in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they both activated the portable audio transmitters they carried, sending every sound from this moment back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Just before the fight broke out, they turned the devices off for fear they'd be damaged. Wu Chen noticed their movements but paid them no mind. For now, in his role as Minato Namikaze, all his attention was locked onto the masked man before him. This side of Minato was new to Natasha. No matter the mission before, Minato had always completed it with ease, his manner perpetually lazy and unhurried. Though he seemed focused on his tasks, Natasha, who had worked closely with him, could sense he'd never truly exerted himself. But now, Minato was finally serious, as if he'd found a rival worthy of his full strength. The masked man kept taunting, fanning the flames of hostility. "Wherever we go, you follow, like babies whining for milk." Wu Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning sharp and dangerous. So there really is a force working in the shadows after all. "I am Minato Namikaze, Fourth Hokage of Konoha. Who are you?" At these words, the masked man's eyes narrowed as well. "Want to know who I am? Beat me, and maybe I'll tell you." With that, he flicked 2 shuriken toward Wu Chen in a blur. The projectiles shot forward at blistering speed, their path slicing dangerously close to Coulson's and Natasha's necks before hurtling straight at Minato. Wu Chen reacted in a flash, using the body flicker technique to place himself between the 2 agents and the attack. His hand twirled a 3-pronged kunai, and with 2 crisp clangs, he batted the shuriken away. The shuriken, deflected but undeterred, struck the wall behind them with a metallic thud, embedding themselves halfway into the concrete. Coulson and Natasha felt a chill run down their spines. Had Minato not intercepted those shuriken, it wouldn't have been surprising if they died right then and there. At that moment, The masked man took a step forward and began forming hand seals at lightning speed. Recognizing the motion, Minato's expression changed. Without a word, he grabbed Natasha and Coulson by the shoulders and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. At the same time, a massive fireball appeared in front of the masked man, filling the corridor completely as it hurtled toward the spot where Minato Namikaze and the others had just been. Boom! Flames roared fiercely, blasting a gaping hole in the wall. Kingpin stared blankly at the scene, suddenly realizing that when Lord Tian had dealt with the Green Goblin and the others before, he must have been holding back. Otherwise, with the sheer power of this fire, the Green Goblin and those other villains would have been killed on the spot. Sir, your flames are truly formidable. Kingpin quickly offered praise, but the masked man gave no reply. Instead, he reached out, grabbed Kingpin by the collar, and in a swirl of vortex, pulled both of them in and vanished. Back on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, at the spot marked by Minato's Flying Thunder God seal, where the group had first arrived, three figures materialized once again. Whoosh! Wu Chen released Coulson and Natasha, allowing them to lean against the wall, gasping for breath. The reason space-time ninjutsu is so difficult to master and spread isn't just because it requires spatial talent, something few possess, but also because of the challenge of physical adaptation. Ordinary people can't handle more than 2 or 3 consecutive space jumps. Their bodies simply can't take the strain. Most would vomit immediately, while a hardy few would be left weak and breathless. Clearly, Coulson and Natasha were among the more resilient. Why do we have to dodge back there? Coulson, still catching his breath, asked in confusion. But before Wu Chen could answer, he spotted a fiery explosion erupting in the lower corridor of Fisk Tower in the distance. The deafening blast and the blazing inferno made it clear to Coulson that the two of them had just been saved again. Thank you, Natasha said, her gratitude sincere. But Wu Chen simply waved his hand. It's not over yet. Now that we've clashed, our chakras are mingled. We won't be able to escape each other for a while. Of course, Wu Chen was lying. Chakra marks do exist, but Obito hadn't used them just now, so there was no reason they had to keep fighting at this moment. He said this, of course, so S.H.I.E.L.D. would get a good look at the true might of Konoha and the Akatsuki. It could be said that, aside from a handful of the most dangerous villains, no hero or villain in the Marvel Universe could stand against Minato Namikaze or Uchiha Obito. After all, the powers of a ninja are truly uncanny. But if there's no worthy opponent, how else can people witness the true greatness of a ninja? That's why battles between ninjas must happen. Although he planned to stage a grand showdown between powerful ninjas today, Wu Chen didn't intend to unleash the Nine-Tails rampage just yet. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to truly grasp how terrifying ninjas could be. They hadn't even considered evacuating the citizens of New York. How could that possibly be acceptable? Although Wu Chen could control his strength when fighting himself, the Nine-Tails summoned by the car was a different story altogether, a fully manifested, complete Nine-Tails. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be surprising if the entire city of New York was reduced to ruins. Wu Chen worried that if the chaos of the Nine-Tails erupted now, innocent citizens might get caught in the crossfire. This wasn't about being overly righteous. He simply didn't want his own affairs to drag too many innocent people into disaster. That was his bottom line. A person without boundaries can become even more terrifying than a villain. Of course, the innocents Wu Chen wished to spare didn't include criminals, thugs, or villains. So, today's battle between powerful ninjas needed to be grand and overwhelming, enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. to fully grasp just how much destructive force ninjas could wield. That way, the citizens of New York would be evacuated. Only then could Wu Chen unleash the havoc of the Nine-Tails without hesitation, collect his rewards, and make progress on his role-playing mission. Hearing Wu Chen say this, Coulson, Natasha, and even S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank and Nick Fury, who were analyzing the situation, were all momentarily stunned. Before any of them could respond, Wu Chen pressed on, but this actually works in my favor. Running away without a fight? That's not my style. Besides, I'm the Fourth Hokage of Konoha after all. His words brimmed with confidence. A confidence that only comes from true strength. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately issued an order. Deploy drones to Hell's Kitchen. I want clear footage of everything happening there. A low hum filled the air as 3 drones launched from the Triskelion, S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters, and sped toward Hell's Kitchen. Just as Wu Chen had predicted, a swirling vortex appeared in the air, and the masked man followed, bringing Kingpin with him. Seeing the relentless pursuit, Coulson quickly turned to Wu Chen. Mr. Namikaze, are you confident you can defeat that masked man? Wu Chen replied calmly, 70% sure. Good. Natasha and I will hold off Kingpin. Don't worry about us. Coulson had a keen sense of the situation. He saw that, In a battle of this magnitude, agents like him and Natasha would only be out of their depth. Rather than risking themselves and distracting Minato Namikaze, it was wiser for them to keep the other combatant occupied and ensure he wouldn't interfere. On the other side, the masked man was thinking along the same lines. He glanced at Kingpin, then pointed at Coulson and Natasha. Kingpin, show me the fruits of your training. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a ninjutsu technique tailored just for you. Kingpin's eyes lit up with excitement, his fighting spirit surging as he glared at the two agents. In an instant, the battlefield seemed to split into two distinct arenas. One part of the battlefield saw two agents squaring off against the massive Kingpin, while in another corner, Minato Namikaze and the masked man faced each other from distance. At that moment, a S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance drone arrived on the scene. The steady thrum of its rotors seemed to signal the start of the fight, and in an instant, both battlefields erupted into action. Natasha and Coulson finally drew their pistols. They judged that, given Kingpin's enormous size, he must possess immense strength and an iron-like defense, but he was probably slow. In this situation, without resorting to lethal force, they might not even be able to break through his defenses, let alone defeat or subdue him. Kingpin curled his lips into a menacing grin as he eyed the two agents with guns in hand. Firearms could indeed hurt him now, but that was only if they managed to hit him in the first place. Empowered by chakra, Kingpin's speed had increased dramatically. He was no longer the lumbering hulk he once was. Though not faster than a speeding bullet, he was certainly quicker than the agents could swing their guns around to aim. As long as he dodged the muzzles, he'd never be struck. Even though he knew he could easily overpower the two agents, Kingpin had no intention of ending the fight quickly. Partly, this was due to his cautious nature. He wanted to gauge the agent's abilities before making a decisive move. But more importantly, he was eager to witness the clash between the masked man and Minato Namikaze, a real battle of chakra-fueled ninjutsu, the kind of fight he truly craved. So Kingpin juggled three tasks at once, toying with the agents, guarding against any sudden attempts to subdue him, and surreptitiously watching the battle nearby. Compared to Kingpin, the pressure on Natasha and Coulson was immense. They had never imagined that someone of Kingpin's size could move so fast. Seeing the blue glow shimmering beneath Kingpin's feet and around his fists, both agents realized a terrifying truth. Kingpin had master chakra, and the enhancement chakra brought to a person's body was far greater than they had imagined. They had no spare attention left for the fight on Minato's side. Even with 2 against 1, facing Kingpin demanded their absolute focus. The slightest mistake, and Kingpin could swat them aside with a single blow. Wu Chen cast a glance at the Kingpin skirmish, but most of his attention remained fixed on the masked man. Even though he knew that enemy was another version of himself, Wu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. What's the point of always winning effortlessly? A battle is only thrilling when the opponents are evenly matched. Wu Chen was also eager to see just how far he could push the power of the character he was portraying. Now at last, that evenly matched battle had arrived. His adrenaline surged as he drew 3-pronged kunai and hurled them straight at the masked man. The masked man lifted his head ever so slightly. He pulled out a slender chain, flicking it twice with a casual air, as if he didn't consider Minato Namikaze worthy of his attention. As the special 3-pronged kunai drew near, the masked man neither dodged nor flinched. He simply stood there, quietly watching the weapon hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., the scene caused everyone to furrow their brows in concern. The think tank buzzed with discussion. This masked man is far too arrogant to face Minato Namikaze head-on like that. He's doomed. I'm not so sure, another countered. He seems very confident. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. He doesn't look weak at all. Only Nick Fury kept his eyes fixed on the screen, as if trying to pierce through the mask and see the man's true face. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, Wu Chen, playing the role of Minato Namikaze, vanished from his original spot and appeared right in front of the masked man. He reached out, caught the flying kunai in midair, and drove it forcefully toward the masked man's neck. As expected, Minato Namikaze is truly formidable, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's strategists exclaimed, once again asserting his opinion while watching the live broadcast. But events in the field didn't unfold as he predicted. There was no decapitation, no crisis resolved in a single stroke. Instead, the kunai, along with Minato's hand, passed straight through the masked man's neck, as if the masked man weren't even there. What is going on here? Nick Fury finally lost his composure, shouting at the think tank. Analyze this situation now. The S.H.I.E.L.D. command center erupted into chaos. At that moment, the masked man sprang into action. He leaned forward, gripping each end of the chain with both hands, and darted right through Minato's body, sprinting further away. With a sharp metallic rattle, The chain sailed high into the air, drawing a perfect arc above them. Facing the incoming chain, Wu Chen's Minato showed no sign of alarm, as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual. He made no attempt to dodge, and was swiftly ensnared by the chain. Or perhaps, in such a situation, there was simply no time to escape. In an instant, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. Transferring the chain to one hand, the masked man began weaving hand signs. Fire style, dragon flame technique. With a whoosh, and under the watchful eyes of everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D., flames appeared out of thin air at the tip of the chain, racing along its length toward Minato Namikaze. Though there was clearly nothing combustible on the chain, the fire blazed fiercely, flames surging 3 or 4 meters high. The flames were about to engulf Minato, and disaster seemed inevitable. Then, with a sharp crack, Minato transformed into a wooden chair, slipping free from the chain and reappearing at the roadside a short distance away. Substitution Jutsu. An explosion followed as the wooden chair was struck by the fire, instantly becoming a blazing fireball. The strategists at S.H.I.E.L.D. were left completely baffled. They simply could not figure out how the masked man had pulled off such a feat. At this moment, Wu Chen, playing the role of Minato Namikaze, also pretended not to understand what was happening. His expression was grave, his eyes lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, Wu Chen formed a series of hand seals and declared, "Wind style, great breakthrough." A powerful gust surged from Wu Chen's mouth, hurtling straight toward the masked man who was gathering his chains. The wind style, great breakthrough was more than just a simple gust. Hidden within the wind were razor-sharp blades, capable of cutting an enemy. However, due to its limited power, this technique was often used for clearing the field or probing an opponent's abilities. At this very moment, Wu Chen was purposefully testing the masked man's response. As expected, the masked man didn't even try to dodge. He faced the storm head-on. Strangely, the chains in his hands, which by all rights should have been whipped around by the gale, remained perfectly still. Even his clothing was unmoved, not so much as a flutter. Witnessing this, Wu Chen, still in character as Minato, grew even more pensive. Meanwhile, the think tank of S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the verge of losing their minds. What on earth is this ability? He can attack others, but can't be attacked himself. What kind of invincible technique is that? Don't panic. It can't be absolute invincibility. Analyze it carefully, all of you. Back in the arena, the masked man finally spoke as Wu Chen's winds died down. His tone was cold and dismissive. "So this is the Hokage of Konoha? I'm not impressed. If that's the extent of your skills, I don't have time to keep playing with you." With that, the masked man withdrew his chains and reached into the vortex, pulling out the Uchiha fan. At that moment, his eyes flashed crimson with the Sharingan, making Minato cry out in spite of himself. "The Sharingan? You're one of the Uchiha clan? Heh, that decaying clan, worthy of a name." The masked man scoffed. "Enough talk, Hokage of Konoha. Prepare yourself." He raised the fan high and unleashed his next technique, fire style, explosive gale dance. As his words fell, a massive serpent of fire suddenly materialized before him, spiraling forward to strike at Wu Chen. The air itself seemed to twist, and the fire serpent's speed surged even higher. As the serpent stretched forward, it expanded rapidly in size, soon swelling to a diameter of 2 or 3 meters. But it didn't end there. The masked man whipped down the Uchiha fan, and a mysterious wind merged into the fire serpent, causing it to swell even further. In an instant, a fire serpent dozens of meters across, an earthly leviathan, filled the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't even consider blocking the attack. He immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing by Natasha's side. With a swift kick, he sent Kingpin flying, then seized Coulson and once again invoked the Flying Thunder God. In a blink, they reappeared several kilometers away, not far from where Wu Chen lived. On a certain rooftop, Wu Chen and his 2 companions each wore different expressions as they gazed at Hell's Kitchen, now entirely engulfed in flames. Wu Chen had never imagined that a B-level ninjutsu, fire style, exploding wind dance, combined with Obito's Kimui and the Uchiha fan, could produce such overwhelming results. Hell's Kitchen covered several square kilometers, and at this moment, most of it was shrouded in a blazing sea of fire. Although in the original Naruto storyline, Obito and Uchiha Madara had once unleashed a joint fire-style attack so powerful that the entire allied shinobi forces needed water-style to counter it, Wu Chen never expected that Obito alone could achieve such devastation here and now. Clearly, the Uchiha fan played a crucial role in this outcome. Still, what a spectacular effect. By now, S.H.I.E.L.D. should have a crystal-clear understanding of a ninja's destructive power. The main objective of this demonstration had been accomplished. Natasha and Coulson stared in shock at the calamity unfolding before them, as if witnessing a natural disaster. No matter how hard they tried, they simply couldn't fathom that a ninja could wield such might. The blaze had already scorched its way through several city blocks. Hands trembling, Natasha reached for her phone to call the fire department, but Coulson stopped her. Defeating the arsonist comes first. Otherwise, the flames will just keep coming back. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters fell into a dead silence, the kind where even a pin dropping would echo through the room. Once Kieran and the masked man ceased their fiery assault, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank finally managed to stammer out, This can't be real. How could any human possibly be capable of this? Director, I suggest we evacuate New York as quickly as possible. At the very least, Times Square must be cleared of all civilians. At last, someone had voiced the very suggestion Wu Chen had hoped for. Nick Fury stroked his chin, deep in thought. Director, is there even anything to think about? The final battlefield will definitely be at Times Square. Ordinary people won't stand a chance in a fight like this. The think tank member pointed at the giant screen as he spoke. Just look at Hell's Kitchen, even though the masked man has stopped. Now, the district is still suffering a severe inferno. If it's not put out soon, the whole of New York could go up in flames. Don't you see how urgent this is? Hearing this, Nick Fury's expression grew grim. I'll push the government on this. He then spoke into his earpiece. Agent Coulson, give your earpiece to Minato Namikaze. Up on the rooftop, Coulson removed his earpiece and handed it to Wu Chen. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow and accepted the device. Mr. Namikaze, are you willing to accept the commission now? I accept. Then, I am commissioning you personally to defeat that masked man as quickly as possible. The reward is $1 million. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will increase the reward for the mission to either stop or seal the Nine Tails. We'll raise it from $10 million to $20 million. The additional $10 million will be paid upon completion of the mission. Deal. Wu Chen agreed without hesitation. He had no reason to refuse. Nick Fury's commission was exactly what Wu Chen intended to do. After witnessing the masked man unleash fire techniques powerful enough to destroy the world, it was time to bring this battle to a close. As for the increased reward for the Nine Tails crisis, that was an unexpected bonus. Returning the earpiece to Coulson, Wu Chen patted him on the shoulder and said to the two of them, Just stay here and watch. Leave the rest to me. Coulson nodded obediently. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities and knew this was not a situation he could handle. Natasha, on the other hand, looked conflicted, her expression tinged with worry. Mr. Namikaze. But Wu Chen didn't give her a chance to put on a dramatic performance. He immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a streak of golden light and vanishing from sight. Natasha puffed out her cheeks in frustration, speechless. Back on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Wu Chen surveyed the surroundings, now a hellish landscape of molten rock and fire. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Maybe that was just a bit over the top. Looking up and seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's drones still circling overhead, Wu Chen wasted no time. He launched his attack straight at the masked man not far away. Once again, he began with his signature move, the three-pronged kunai. Wu Chen hurled the kunai toward the masked man. In the next instant, he turned into a flash of golden light, catching up to the kunai as it sped toward his opponent and engaged him in close combat. The clash of kunai and Uchiha fan rang out, the clear, metallic sound echoing through the air. Under the watchful eyes of everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D., Wu Chen, playing the role of Minato Namikaze, was now locked in a fierce hand-to-hand fight with the masked man. At any moment, it seemed, one of them would be struck and gravely wounded or even killed. All around, flames continued to roar and burn, occasionally swirling up into brilliant bursts of fire that made the scene look almost beautiful amidst the chaos. Only now did the onlookers begin to grasp the true nature of the ninja profession. Ninjas not only wielded earth-shattering techniques, but also possessed a level of physical strength and close combat ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if these two didn't use any ninjutsu at all, S.H.I.E.L.D's very best agents would likely be defeated without much effort. However, just as the two were locked in fierce hand-to-hand combat, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents suddenly tensed, their eyes sharpening with alarm. Without hesitation, they called out urgently to Coulson and Natasha, Agent Romanoff, Agent Coulson, support Minato Namikaze immediately. Now, their anxiety was well-founded. At some point, Kingpin had managed to sneak behind the battling duo without anyone noticing. He hefted a massive stone high above his head, poised to crush Minato Namikaze. At that moment, although Wu Chen, playing Minato, had noticed Kingpin's sneak attack, he couldn't spare the attention to defend himself. The masked man kept him completely occupied. Any distraction could lead to a fatal opening. If he forced himself to split his focus, he would only expose a weakness and court defeat. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. understood the danger as well, which was why they immediately summoned Coulson and Natasha into the fray. Coulson, the better marksman of the two, wasted no time. Taking the pistol Natasha handed him, he dual-wielded his weapons and opened fire on Kingpin without hesitation. Bang! 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 Kingpin raised the boulder to shield himself from the hail of bullets, but in doing so, he lost his chance to strike at Wu Chen. Meanwhile, Natasha, a master of close-quarters combat, dashed down the stairs and made her way swiftly onto the battlefield. In that instant, Kingpin's hope of helping the masked man defeat Minato Namikaze was crushed. Even though Coulson and Natasha were no match for a Kingpin who had mastered chakra, they could at least keep him occupied. Noticing the agent's timely intervention, Wu Chen flashed a quick smile at Coulson and Natasha before putting some distance between himself and the masked man. "I've figured it out completely," Wu Chen declared with newfound confidence. "I know your weakness." "Oh." The masked man gave a skeptical sneer. "It seems the Hokage of Konoha isn't just shameless. He's fond of empty boasts as well. Next, I'll defeat you." Wu Chen acted as if he hadn't heard the taunt, tightening his grip on the three-pronged kunai and charging straight at the masked man. "If you think you can, then come at me." The masked man met him head-on, gripping one end of his chain in one hand and the fan attached to the other end in the other, ready for anything. All these shifts, the bold declaration from Minato and the rapidly changing scene, were observed in detail by S.H.I.E.L.D's agents. The audio transmitters and drone cameras were still intact, transmitting every moment. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the think tank broke into animated discussion. "Do you think Minato Namikaze can defeat that masked man?" "I'm not so sure. The masked man's abilities are extremely tricky. As long as he wants, he can hide forever. No one can touch him. Minato's strong. But how could he possibly hit someone who can turn intangible?" "Intangible. That's right. This is the name I came up with for masked man's ability. As long as he wills it, he can become immune to any attack. If that's not intangibility, what is it?" "Intangibility. It's the perfect name. I also think Minato Namikaze was just trying to provoke the masked man earlier. He doesn't really have a way to defeat him." Agreed. "Oof. Just wait and see. Minato Namikaze isn't someone who boasts without substance. If he says he can win, he must have a way." Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., there were also fans of Minato Namikaze. After all, his actions had shown a clear affinity for the agency. Supporters of Minato Namikaze and those who believed he was only bluffing found themselves in a heated debate in the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. But as their argument continued, the situation displayed on the conference room's main screen suddenly changed. However, the change wasn't between Minato Namikaze and the masked man. It was happening on Kingpin's side. Natasha, with her exceptional combat skills and Coulson providing remote cover fire, was locked in a fierce, evenly matched fight with Kingpin. Then, she made use of her special agent equipment. With a quick stomp of her foot, a slender spike, about 5 or 6 centimeters long, snapped out from her toe. The spike gleamed with droplets of liquid, making it clear this was more than just a simple blade. Natasha had coated the spike with a sedative. If the drug entered the bloodstream, it would paralyze her enemy within seconds. With the spike deployed, Natasha's fighting style immediately shifted. She was willing to take a minor hit if it meant piercing Kingpin's skin with the spike, paralyzing him, and securing victory. Kingpin, seemingly oblivious to her plan, took the bait without hesitation. Natasha deliberately exposed a vulnerability, her side. Kingpin swung his fist right at it. A sharp crack echoed through the room. Kingpin's punch easily broke 3 or 4 of Natasha's ribs. Gritting her teeth and fighting through the pain, Natasha lashed out with a swift kick, aiming to drive the spike into Kingpin and deliver a decisive blow. But in that instant, Kingpin flashed a twisted smile. Body replacement jutsu. With a loud burst, Kingpin's massive frame vanished, replaced by a wooden log. He had prepared the log in advance, knowing that the body replacement jutsu worked best when swapping oneself with a log, so he'd scattered several around the area. And so thud, Natasha's spike plunged deep into the log, embedding itself completely. Try as she might, she couldn't pull it out. Kingpin, never one to miss an opportunity, closed in. He raised his fist and swung down with all his might, aiming straight for Natasha's head. If that punch had landed, Natasha's skull would have shattered, killing her instantly. But right now, there was nowhere for her to escape. The wooden stake was seriously hampering her movement. Coulson hurried to provide covering fire, but Kingpin blocked every shot with the car door he was wielding like a shield. Kingpin had no intention of letting Coulson get a clear shot. In a heat of battle, he'd simply ripped off a car door to use as protection. As Kingpin's bulky figure drew closer, Natasha could almost smell the scent of death. She was on the verge of being sent to the afterlife. Yet, strangely, her mind flashed to Minato Namikaze, the man she'd spent so many days fighting alongside. "You must defeat the masked man and save New York," she cried out in her heart, as if it were her final words. Then, in a burst of golden light, Wu Chen appeared behind Natasha, swiftly wrapping an arm around her slender waist. In an instant, they vanished in another flash of light, leaving Kingpin's attack to hit nothing but air. Though Wu Chen wasn't a fan of Natasha's femme fatale tactics, he wasn't about to stand by and watch her get killed by Kingpin. He signaled to the masked man, who was still locked in combat. Instantly, the masked man understood and allowed himself to be driven back, giving Wu Chen the opening he needed to unleash the Flying Thunder God technique and rescue Natasha. With another flash of gold, Wu Chen appeared on the rooftop where Coulson was, still holding Natasha in his arms. "Were you really going to give up that easily? That's not like the Natasha I know." So, Wu Chen was about to say more when he noticed Natasha looking at him with an unreadable expression in her eyes. Feeling a bit guilty, he quickly handed Natasha over to Coulson. "In any case, I don't need your help. I'll handle everything from here." Whoosh. From a distance, Natasha watched as Minato Namikaze returned to the battlefield. Despite the pain in her side, her eyes sparkled with determination. Coulson glanced her way, lips parted as if to say something, but in the end, he kept silent. Back on the field, the masked man turned to Kingpin. "Kingpin, I'm quite satisfied with your progress. Step aside for now. Watch as I defeat this Hokage with my own hands." "Yes, sir," Kingpin replied immediately, retreating to the edge of the battlefield. Truth be told, after witnessing Minato Namikaze's uncanny abilities, Kingpin had no desire to fight him. He knew he could never reach the level where only he could attack and was completely untouchable, but even so, Minato was far beyond what he could handle. So when a masked man told him to step back, Kingpin gladly accepted. After all, if the boss was satisfied, he'd be sure to get his reward, like that water-style ninjutsu he'd been promised. Once again, the field was set for a one-on-one duel. Seeing this, Wu Chen smiled. Well, I didn't expect you to have such a sense of honor. I just think that dealing with you doesn't require anyone else's help. Otherwise, that would be an insult to me." The masked man did not accept Wu Chen's compliment. He watched Wu Chen warily, ready to defend against any attack. At that moment, Wu Chen made his move. This time, he didn't throw his three-pronged kunai first. Instead, he dashed straight at the masked man. With a swift motion, he casually tossed out the kunai in his hand. It hardly seemed aimed for real harm, just a probing attack. The masked man had no intention of dodging. He simply let his body become intangible, allowing the kunai to pass right through him. By then, the distance between Wu Chen, playing the role of Minato Namikaze, and the masked man had become dangerously close. The masked man reached out, as if intending to grab Wu Chen's cloak. Seeing this, Wu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. He didn't unleash his jutsu immediately, but instead timed it perfectly. Just as the masked man's fingers brushed his collar, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Wu Chen appeared above the masked man, one hand gripping the kunai that had just passed through his opponent's body, the other raised high, holding a spiraling ball of blue energy. Twisting his body, and before the masked man could react, Wu Chen brought the Rasengan crashing down onto his back. A thunderous impact echoed across the battlefield. "This is the second phase of the Flying Thunder God." Wu Chen's voice rang out as the Rasengan in his hand erupted with energy. The masked man was sent crashing into the ground by the Rasengan, taking the full brunt of its power. This was also the first time he had ever been struck by an attack from someone else. It worked. Those within S.H.I.E.L.D. who supported Minato Namikaze were even more excited than Minato himself. "I told you Minato could take down the masked man. What do you have to say now?" The supporters banged on their desks, taunting the doubters, who had no choice but to accept defeat with a sigh. Who could blame them for misjudging? For the first time, Nick Fury broke into a smile, only for the expression to be replaced with a pained grimace. $1 million gone? Natasha, supported by Coulson, watched from afar as the scene unfolded, then smiled warmly. "I knew you could do it." Kingpin's eyes went wide with disbelief. That powerful man, defeated here and now. How could this be possible? Wu Chen pressed a Flying Thunder God seal onto the masked man before the dust settled. As the smoke cleared, the masked man leapt back several times. Seeing this, Kingpin let out a sigh of relief. The boss could still move. It should be all right. Looking at Minato Namikaze, the masked man's voice was tinged with pain. "I never expected you'd figure out. In that case, let's call it a day for now." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Chen appeared right in front of him in a flash of golden light. Bang! With a swift kick, Wu Chen sent the masked man flying. Kingpin reacted instantly, positioning himself just right to leap up and catch the masked man midair. Cradled by Kingpin, the masked man said nothing. Instead, he silently gathered chakra at his fingertips and swiped it across the flying thunder god mark on his back. With a flick, the mark was erased. The masked man, now with nothing more to say, took Kingpin and vanished into a swirling vortex. They're finally gone. A cheer erupted inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After witnessing the masked man's overwhelming power and bizarre abilities, no one had expected Minato Namikaze to end things here once and for all. Simply driving the enemy away was more than enough. Without missing a beat, S.H.I.E.L.D. jumped into action, immediately dispatching nearby fire crews to rush to Hell's Kitchen and put out the blaze. Meanwhile, within the burning ruins of Hell's Kitchen, Wu Chen watched as the masked man and Kingpin disappeared, a look of confusion crossing his face, as if he hadn't expected his opponents to retreat so decisively. With another flash of golden light, Wu Chen reappeared beside Coulson and Natasha. "Let me get you both to the nearest hospital." As he spoke, he reached out and placed a hand on Coulson's shoulder, ready to teleport them away. But Natasha, bracing against the pain, gently freed herself from Coulson's support and instead leaned in close to Minato, seeking his help. Wu Chen couldn't simply leave her. She was badly wounded, after all. Resigned, he wrapped an arm around Natasha, and with Coulson beside them, whisked the two out of the still-burning Hell's Kitchen. At the hospital entrance, Wu Chen ignored the pleading look in Natasha's eyes and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Back home, Wu Chen reverted to his true form. He placed a hand on the window and gazed out at the distant, blazing inferno of Hell's Kitchen, murmuring quietly to himself, "Does this count as cleaning up Hell's Kitchen in a roundabout way?" Bang! His shadow clone, who'd been diligently practicing chakra control, could barely contain his irritation at seeing the original Wu Chen show off like this. Not only had he been forbidden from leaving, but now the original had returned just to flaunt his deeds. "Are you even human, original? Forget this. No more training for me." With that, he willingly dispelled himself, sending all his memories, experiences, and fatigue rushing back to the main body. Feeling the clone's emotions, Wu Chen could only shake his head and chuckle. Just then, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared in the house. From within it stepped the masked man, the very one who had set all of Hell's Kitchen ablaze. Without a word, the masked man dropped the act and reverted to the form of Wu Chen's shadow clone. The shadow clone was half drenched in blood, looking as if he'd suffered severe injuries. This made Wu Chen realize that whenever the character he was portraying got injured, the wounds would transfer to his own body once he stopped acting as that character. Fortunately, my real self wasn't playing the one getting beaten up, but rather the one dishing out the blows. It didn't matter if the shadow clone was hurt. All I had to do was dismiss it. That way, my true self would only feel the pain experienced by the clone, but wouldn't actually suffer any real injuries. With this in mind, Wu Chen made up his mind. In the future, whenever there was a situation where the left hand strikes the right hand, his real self would always play the character in the dominant position and let the shadow clone handle all the beatings and injuries. Thud! The shadow clone finally couldn't hold on and vanished on its own. At the same moment, Wu Chen felt a sharp pain shoot across his back, accompanied by a flood of memories. Without a second thought, Wu Chen pulled out an anti-fatigue potion, downed it in one go, then lay down on his bed to ease the pain, sorting through the clone's memories while reviewing the benefits he'd gained from this fiery battle in Hell's Kitchen. Still, there's no denying it. Taking a Rasengan full force is excruciatingly painful. Before this fight began, Wu Chen had pondered how best to stage the masked man's appearance, and then his retreat. Making him show up was easy. A chance encounter would do the trick. As for his defeat, Wu Chen recalled how Minato Namikaze had dealt with the masked man during the Ninetales incident. Flying Thunder God. Second step. Such a dazzling and powerful move. In truth, the second step isn't that much more technically complex than the standard Flying Thunder God technique. The key is in timing its release and possessing lightning-fast reflexes. After Wu Chen's Minato impersonation progress reached 50%, he felt confident he could pull off the second step flawlessly. So he decided to use the Flying Thunder God, second step, as the finale to temporarily force the masked man off stage. This way, he could defeat the masked man convincingly and elevate both the masked man's and Minato's reputations. The masked man was supposed to be formidable. How could he be beaten so easily? Otherwise, everything Wu Chen had built up so far would have been for nothing. So, it wasn't that the masked man was weak and lost to Minato. Rather, it was Minato's exceptional combat intelligence that made victory possible. There's a world of difference between those two narratives. Now, Having successfully recreated Minato's defeat of the Masked Man with the second step, Wu Chen figured S.H.I.E.L.D. would have even more faith in Konoha Village. At the same time, unless they were fools, their vigilance toward the Masked Man wouldn't diminish in the slightest. With the memories swirling in his mind, Wu Chen learned what happened after the Masked Man left with Kingpin. Driven by greed, the Masked Man, under Kingpin's guidance, used his space-warping ability to reach Kingpin's private vault. After receiving 20 million in cash up front, the Masked Man handed Kingpin 5 water release jutsu techniques. Water release, water formation wall, water release, water prison, water release, water clone, water release, water dragon bullet, and water release. Great waterfall technique. 5 jutsu in total, each averaging 4 million, but Kingpin was more than willing to pay. After all, this was a monopoly. Only the Masked Man was willing to teach him, and no price was too high for Kingpin. However, the Masked Man wasn't taking all that money for nothing. He would personally guide Kingpin through the training of each jutsu, helping him to master all 5 techniques. And these weren't randomly chosen jutsu, either. Defense, control, utility, offense, and finishing blow. They were a well-rounded set, sure to elevate Kingpin's combat abilities to a whole new level. Why did the Masked Man possess so many water release techniques? The answer was simple. While Uchiha Obito was controlling the Fourth Hokage, he had free access to Kirigakure's equivalent of the Book of Seals, so the Masked Man memorized countless water release jutsu. Not only the common water release techniques, but even Kirigakure's secret arts. The Masked Man knew them all. This meant he could keep selling more jutsu to Kingpin in the future, making this a steady stream of income. After taking the money, the Masked Man parted ways with Kingpin. As for what would happen to Kingpin after this incident, the Masked Man wasn't worried at all. Someone like Kingpin, even with ironclad evidence, would be hard to imprison. His extensive network of connections would always protect him. Once he left Kingpin, the Masked Man headed home. At that moment, Wu Chen was in high spirits. Though his back ached terribly, the rewards more than made up for it. He focused his mind and entered the system space, glancing at his system panel. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, none. Current progress, none. Characters owned, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 55%. Mysterious Masked Man Uchiha Obito, 35%. Character draws remaining, 0. Chosen character ability, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 0. Just as he expected, Minato Namikaze had saved Hell's Kitchen, rescued the agents, and indirectly saved New York City, completing S.H.I.E.L.D's mission and significantly boosting his acting progress. After reaching 50%, the difficulty of increasing progress rises sharply. But now he had nearly 5% more progress in one go. As for Uchiha Obito, that was even more impressive. He jumped from 25% to 35%, a 10% leap in progress. It was clear, minor skirmishes couldn't compare to the impact of a major event. It seems that creating major events based on the goals of the character I'm playing is truly the fastest and most effective way to advance my progress as that character. Wu Chen was quite moved by this realization. Wasn't this just an invitation to stir up trouble? But honestly, causing a little chaos is exhilarating. Toying with everyone, having them dance in the palm of my hand, and getting stronger at the same time, what an exhilarating feeling. Feeling a rush of excitement. Wu Chen even forgot about the pain in his back. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then opened the in-game shop to check his balance. 20,050,000 yuan. The $500,000 reward from S.H.I.E.L.D. for the last mission and the $1 million from Nick Fury's personal assignment hadn't been collected yet, so they weren't reflected in the balance. Still, with over 20 million yuan, what should I do with it? Wu Chen looked at the various options in the shop, and once again, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Then, Wu Chen fell asleep. The combination of the anti-fatigue potion and his injuries finally caught up to him, and despite his excitement, fatigue took over and he drifted off. The next morning, Wu Chen awoke refreshed and full of energy, ready to pick up where he left off the night before. He opened the system shop again and began to weigh his needs for the 4 types of items available there. Weapons? No need. Minato Namikaze never lacked weapons, and now that Obito possessed the Uchiha fan, they were more than well equipped. So, weapon crafting/repair could be eliminated. Summoning a companion? Now that's an option. However, it couldn't be a companion for Uchiha Obito, because Obito's summon had already been decided. Rin no era. The system had informed Wu Chen that each character can only summon one person who is closely connected to them. Once summoned, unless the summoning card is damaged, you can't summon another. So, only Minato Namikaze's friends and family were eligible. Fortunately, Minato had quite a few. His wife Kushina Uzumaki, his son Naruto Uzumaki, his student Kakashi Hitaki, and his teacher Jiraiya, all of whom were viable options. Among these four, aside from Naruto, who might be summoned as a child and therefore less useful, the other three would be extremely valuable. Yes, at the very least, much more powerful than Rin no Era. And by powerful, I mean in terms of raw strength. Rin no Era was only a regular chunin. If Naruto were summoned as anything but a child, even his early-stage self would already be stronger than Rin. Though Rin did know some medical ninjutsu, her abilities were pretty average. In fact, when Wu Chen, disguised as Obito, had shaken hands and chatted with her, he discovered that there was no three tails sealed inside her. Looking at it this way, among all the characters that could be summoned right now, Rin no Era was the weakest. But being weak isn't the issue. As long as she has a purpose, that's enough. Summoning Rin no Era would serve only one purpose: to keep Obito company, to chat and ease his loneliness, and perhaps to gently guide him back onto the right path. As long as he did this, Wu Chen's progress in playing the role of Obito would improve. What a huge win. That's why Wu Chen summoned Rin no Era. Not for her strength, but because of how important she was to Obito. From this perspective alone, Rin no Era was already remarkable. After all, to Obito, everyone else was either dispensable, someone to use, or even to kill. The character Wu Chen would summon for Obito was already set, so let's leave that aside for now. As for Minato Namikaze, there were 4 possible choices he could summon. Even though there were options, Wu Chen didn't dwell on this matter for long. Because the summoning was random, he couldn't choose. Anyone could show up. So all he needed to do was set aside $1.1 million as a summoning fund, and that would be enough. Next up, the Universal Random Loot Box? That was definitely worth considering. After all, the reason Wu Chen even got to connect with Tony Stark was because he'd drawn a set of culinary items from the Universal Random Loot Box. Otherwise, how could he have possibly gotten close to the legendary Iron Man, let alone built a somewhat friendly relationship? And the reason Wu Chen wanted to connect with Tony Stark was naturally because he hoped to accept commissions from Tony and thus gain progress in his role-playing. Wu Chen never forgot. Accepting and completing missions from superheroes yielded much more progress than working with ordinary people. As for how he'd use this connection in the future, that was simple. All Wu Chen needed to do was make an introduction as a go-between. For example, Wu Chen could tell Tony that he happened to run into someone who could heal Tony's injuries, and out of friendly concern, he recommended Tony give it a try. Tony Stark might be sharp-tongued and sarcastic, but when it came to friends he respected, he was usually quite generous. Wu Chen still needed to put in a bit more effort, but he was getting closer. Perhaps not long from now, the young Chinese man selling burgers, Wu Chen, might become a true friend of Iron Man. And when the events of Iron Man 2 unfolded, with Tony deeply poisoned and ordinary medicine failing, Wu Chen could be the one to bring him a lifeline. Not only would this earn him progress in his role, but also boost Tony's goodwill toward him. A total win with no downside. But could the person Wu Chen introduced really cure Tony? Conventional medicine wouldn't work for Tony's condition, but medical ninjutsu, or healing items from other worlds, should be able to save him. Many villains in Konoha or other organizations were well-versed in medical ninjutsu. Even if he couldn't summon a character with medical ninjutsu later, Wu Chen could still use a wish card or try his luck with the Universal Random Loot Box to get medical items from another world. And that would absolutely cure Tony Stark. So, it was definitely worth trying the Universal Random Loot Box. As for the wish card, there's not much else to say. Being able to grant wishes within a limited scope makes it incredibly useful. So of course Wu Chen wasn't about to leave it out. After giving it some serious thought, Wu Chen decided to first summon Minato Namikaze's loved ones before dealing with anything else. So, he spent 100,000 to refresh the summon card, and then, slipping into the role of Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen tapped the option to redeem the card. -1, 000,000 yuan. With a faint swish, a blue, unmarked card appeared in Wu Chen's hand. He tossed the card onto the open ground in front of him, and immediately, blue light burst forth. In the next instant, a figure stepped out from the glow and, without hesitation, threw herself into Wu Chen's arms, Minato's arms. Minato! Her voice was filled with the bashful charm unique to a girl in love. Yet beneath that sweetness was a vibrant strength, as if she were both endearing and full of spirit. Her long, wine-red hair fell in smooth waves, framing delicate, pretty features. Her black eyes shone with affection and dependence for Minato Namikaze. A hairpin was clipped to the left side of her hair, a wristband circled her left wrist, and she stood about 1.65 meters. A white dress and gray apron hugged her graceful figure, though the soft curves beneath left little to the imagination. With a shapely form both elegant and alluring, she was impossible to overlook. This was Kushina Uzumaki, mother of Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto, and wife of Minato Namikaze. Together, Minato and Kushina had weathered many trials, and their deep affection eventually blossomed into marriage. Judging by Kushina's current demeanor, it seemed she and Minato had only recently married. However, glancing down at Kushina's posture, Wu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He gently pried Kushina from his embrace, but before he could say a word, he saw her lovely face clouded with hurt, tears threatening to spill over. "Minato, don't you love me anymore?" The real issue wasn't whether he loved her or not. The real problem was that he wasn't Minato at all. Wu Chen groaned inwardly, but outwardly he played along. "I just want to take a good look at you." With those words, he pulled Kushina back into his arms. He had to admit, holding Kushina, Uzumaki felt wonderful. She was soft, fragrant, warm, and alive with energy, if only he didn't have to wrestle with the guilt. A few sweet words soothed away Kushina's sorrow, and she nestled in his arms, chattering on about all sorts of things. From her rambling, Wu Chen gathered that her situation was much like that of Rin Noera. She knew her current state, her location, and that she was to obey the person who had summoned her. This knowledge brought Wu Chen a measure of relief. Sinking his consciousness into the system space, Wu Chen checked the progress of his Minato Namikaze roleplay. 58%. If you remember correctly, it was only 55% last night, wasn't it? So, does this mean Kushina Uzumaki plays the same role for Minato as Rin Noera does for Obito? But Kushina's role isn't just to exchange banter and flirt with Minato. She's also a formidable force in her own right. To be honest, Kushina's strength is truly extraordinary. Exiting the system space, Wu Chen channeled his chakra into Kushina's body, confirming that the Nine Tails was absent within her. This matched Rin Nohara's situation as well. Yet, unlike Rin, even without a tailed beast inside her, Kushina was incredibly powerful. She was already a Jonin-level powerhouse, wielding the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing techniques. Her combat prowess was simply outstanding. Just look at her performance during the Nine Tails rampage. Even after having her abdomen pierced and being on the brink of death, she could still use the sealing jutsu, adamantine sealing chains, to subdue the fully manifested Nine Tails with ease. Sealing jutsu. Thinking about this, a sudden idea flashed through Wu Chen's mind. A new way to use Kushina. That would be to have Kushina seal the Nine Tails into the body of his Minato persona during the chaos in New York. If Minato became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, wouldn't that accelerate the roleplay progress? There was a very good chance. Originally, Wu Chen had planned to seal the Nine Tails somewhere in New York after the chaos, since his Minato roleplay progress hadn't reached 100% and he couldn't yet master Minato's sealing techniques. But now, with Kushina Uzumaki, the Grandmaster of Sealing, on his side, Wu Chen could absolutely have his Minato become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for why he didn't just let Kushina, the original Nine Tails Jinchuriki, take on that role again, the reason was simple. Every 20 minutes. Kushina existed cost $1 million. It was fine to summon her occasionally, but he couldn't afford to have her around all the time. He breathed ordinary air. Kushina, on the other hand, breathed pure cash. After chatting with Kushina for a while longer, Wu Chen watched as she dissolved into a beam of blue light, transforming into a card that landed in his hand. What a pity, Wu Chen sighed, shaking his head. With Minato's roleplay progress up by another %, he was now just one step away from 60%, an important threshold where Wu Chen could unlock another of Minato's abilities. Still, no need to worry. Today he was determined to hit that 60% mark. Wu Chen was brimming with confidence. As long as he took on a few more S.H.I.E.L.D. assignments, or even put in some overtime, he was sure he could push his roleplay progress up by that final 1%. Returning to his true form, Wu Chen made himself a hearty breakfast. After eating, he used the shadow clone technique to create 2 clones, assigning them the roles of Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. Now it was time to get back to business. Wu Chen's so-called business consisted of 3 things: collecting payment from S.H.I.E.L.D., completing his deal with Kingpin, and continuing to gain Tony Stark's favor. Since there wouldn't be any battles or anything particularly tricky going on, Wu Chen decided to let his 2 clones act as Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. Minato would head over to S.H.I.E.L.D. to collect the money and push the mission progress up to 60% by making a strong impression. Meanwhile, Obito would go to Kingpin to teach him how to master those 5 water release ninjutsu techniques. As for himself, he'd focus on raising his favorability with Iron Man. Of course, he could also enjoy the fun of running his little street stall and see how last night's events had stirred up New York citizens. Once their tasks were set, the 3 Wu Chens sprang into action. Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha vanished from the room, using their unique skills, while Wu Chen leisurely pulled out his handcard and strolled out the door. On the way, Since Hell's Kitchen wasn't far, Wu Chen put on a look of surprise and stared at the district, where wisps of smoke were still rising. Turning to a passerby, he asked, "What happened over in Hell's Kitchen?" The man he questioned, a black man, looked at him in astonishment. "You don't know? There was a huge commotion last night." Wu Chen shook his head. "I went to bed early, and my place is good soundproofing. So, could you, good sir, tell me what exactly happened?" Perhaps Wu Chen's compliment of "good sir" pleased him, because the man immediately pulled out his phone and played a video for Wu Chen. The video had been shot from a distance. It showed the masked man unleashing fire release ninjutsu, setting all of Hell's Kitchen ablaze, and the latter half of his fight with Minato Namikaze. After watching, Wu Chen wore a look of disbelief. Are these some kind of movie special effects? No way humans could do that. The man saw Wu Chen, didn't believe him, and got indignant. He grabbed Wu Chen's shoulder, pointed at the still-smoking Hell's Kitchen, and exclaimed, "Buddy, then how do you explain this? Those firefighters are still putting out the last of the flames. And look, the spots where the flames burned in the video match exactly where you see the smoke now. I'm telling you, this isn't some movie trick. I saw it with my own eyes. That villain in the black robe and mask was no match for our Golden Flash." Sure enough, he was defeated by the Golden Flash in the end. As he played the video for Wu Chen, the black man kept insisting that everything he said was true, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Golden Flash is awesome. Minato Namikaze is unbeatable." "Alright, have you seen the video of the Golden Flash's debut? Let me show you." Wu Chen watched the whole thing with a gentle smile, and finally nodded, acknowledging that everything this man said was indeed true. Only then did the black man look truly satisfied. Seeing that Wu Chen was about to push his cart to set up his stall, he offered to help, using his pickup truck to tow the cart to a spot not far from Stark Tower. Watching the black man wave goodbye and drive off, Wu Chen felt genuinely delighted. He hadn't expected to run into one of his fans. This black man, whose name was Mike, was a die-hard fan of Minato. The reason was simple. The very first time Wu Chen played the role of Minato Namikaze, one of the people he rescued from Abomination's henchmen was none other than Mike himself. Indebted for having his life saved, Mike began doing everything he could to support and promote Minato's reputation. Last night, the sound of their fight woke Mike, who lived not far from Hell's Kitchen. He hurried out to see what was happening and was lucky enough to catch those moments on video. Today, he planned to spread these videos far and wide, hoping more people would come to love the Golden Flash, this new superhero. Wu Chen could never bring himself to dislike someone who admired him. However, just having this one Minato fan didn't mean that the people of New York had made up their minds about what happened last night. So, as he went about selling his delicious crab meat burgers, Wu Chen made a point to ask every customer 2 questions. "Do you know what happened in Hell's Kitchen last night? And what do you think? Who was right and who was wrong?" Most people answered that they weren't sure, only that there had been a fire. Clearly, the authorities had stepped in. A handful of those who knew more said things like, the masked man was evil, and they were grateful the Golden Flash had stopped him from causing more harm. It seemed his efforts were making a difference after all. Feeling content with this thought, Wu Chen went back to selling his burgers with peace of mind. What he didn't realize, however, was that his repeated questions about what had happened in Hell's Kitchen caught the attention of Happy, who had come by for a crab meat burger, and he reported it to Tony Stark. As a superhero, Iron Man Tony Stark naturally kept tabs on the goings-on in the city. When the Golden Flash first appeared a couple of days ago, Tony had been busy and couldn't investigate right away. But after last night's commotion between the Golden Flash and another masked man, Tony couldn't afford to ignore it any longer. Who were these two? What were they really up to in New York? That was the question weighing on Tony's mind. With doubts lingering in his mind, Tony began to investigate through his own information network. If even an ordinary citizen like Mike, who's just a Watergate fan, could capture such clear footage of the battle, then for Tony, who commanded cutting-edge technology, learning what happened last night, or even before, was naturally a simple task. After carefully watching and analyzing the video, Tony came to a conclusion similar to that of any well-informed citizen. The Golden Flash was a good guy, a superhero worth befriending. This much was clear from the way he took down the rampaging Abomination and defeated the out-of-control Hulk. Not to mention what happened last night. If he hadn't defeated that masked figure in black, the aftermath might have been even worse. As for that new villain in the black cloak and mask, he was the very definition of an antagonist. He acted with reckless abandon, relying on his overwhelming powers to set several city blocks ablaze. Whatever his motives, such actions made Tony furious. Due to official secrecy, Tony didn't know about chakra or ninjutsu. He simply assumed that both the masked man and Minato Namikaze possessed superpowers. Now that he'd become a superhero, Tony believed he should shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Last night, thanks to an exhausting night with Pepper, he'd slept soundly and missed the chaos that erupted in Hell's Kitchen. But that couldn't happen again. Quietly, Tony made up his mind to create a device that could monitor the whole of New York, maybe even the entire world. For example, he could launch a few private satellites into orbit, using satellite imagery to pinpoint and investigate anything suspicious. That way, whenever something happened, Tony would know immediately and could respond as quickly as possible. Maybe he could even call on the Golden Flash to join him, since he was blazingly fast as well. They could form a superhero team, standing up to evil and protecting the innocent together. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. But before that, he had to track down and deal with that masked man in black. A dangerous character like that, left unchecked, could easily threaten Pepper's safety. After all, Stark Tower wasn't all that far from Hell's Kitchen. Truth be told, Tony wasn't a saint. He'd only just become Iron Man, and though his worldview was changing, those closest to him still mattered far more than anyone else. If Pepper and a stranger were both in mortal danger at the same time, and Tony could only save one, if the other would die for lack of his help, Tony wouldn't hesitate for a second. He'd save Pepper, not the stranger who meant nothing to him. At this stage, what Tony truly wants to protect are the people around him. Driven by his desire to keep Pepper safe, Tony begins to wonder if he should make a suit of Iron Man armor for her as well. However, he doesn't dwell on this thought for long. He decides to set it aside for now and revisit it when he has more time. For the moment, the pressing issue is how to track down that dangerous individual. The man in the black robe and mask seems to possess spatial abilities similar to those of Minato Namikaze, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. What's more, he has concealed his true identity, making it nearly impossible to find him unless he chooses to reveal himself. Given these circumstances, the only option is to find him through other people. Other people. Suddenly, Tony's eyes light up as he thinks of Kingpin. Tony has heard about Kingpin's reputation. This is a man with considerable influence, both in the criminal underworld and within legitimate circles. Based on last night's video, Kingpin seems to have a deep connection with the masked man in black. Whether they're partners or one serves the other, this suggests that the best way to find a masked man is to start with Kingpin. But even for someone as powerful as Tony, taking on Kingpin is no easy task. Tony rubs his forehead, realizing this problem will require careful planning. By the way, why isn't my delicious Krabby Patty ready yet? Troubled by his thoughts, Tony craves some food. Just then, Happy finally returns, carrying 4 takeout Krabby Patties with extra cheese. Tony quickly grabs one and takes a huge bite. No matter how many times I eat these, the Krabby Patty never fails to live up to its name. Then, noticing Happy hesitating as if he wants to say something, Tony waves his hand. If you want one, go ahead. Out of these 4, there's one for you. But Happy shakes his head. Boss, I'm not really a fan of burgers and such. Oh, then what's bothering you? Tell me. Maybe it'll cheer me up. Happy purses his lips, choosing not to dwell on his boss's mischievous mood, and instead truthfully tells Tony about Wu Chen's recent behavior. Tony immediately picks up on something unusual. Even if Wu Chen was concerned about last night's events, there's no reason for him to ask so many times, so persistently. He exchanges a look with Happy, and, in that instant, they both understand what the other is thinking. There's something off about that food vendor. To be fair, Tony actually has a good impression of Wu Chen, the young Chinese man who sells burgers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a deal with Wu Chen or help him upgrade his food truck. By the way, the new food truck is already finished. Tony is always efficient when it comes to engineering. Originally, he had planned to have Happy deliver the new food truck to Wu Chen at lunchtime today. But now he's changed his mind. He wanted to deliver it to Wu Chen in person, and, at the same time, carefully probe into the true nature of this young man with the burgers. If this burger youth really had some connection to the masked man, then through him, Tony would find the masked man. With this thought, Tony's expression grew grave, a cold, dangerous edge glinting in his eyes. And so, seated in the top-floor office of Stark Tower, Tony used high-tech equipment to remotely observe Wu Chen, who was busy downstairs. After a short while, Tony mused to himself, it doesn't look like he's linked to the black-robed masked man. If that's the case, could he be connected to Minato Namikaze's group? Though Wu Chen never smiled at his customers, his attitude was always sincere. When answering questions, he was frank, and when meeting someone's gaze, his eyes held no hint of evasiveness. Whether someone had something to hide could often be gleaned from the smallest differences in behavior. But above all, what caught Tony's eye was the look of pure satisfaction on Wu Chen's face as he handed a delicious crab burger to a customer. When the customer eagerly took a bite, a sense of accomplishment radiated from Wu Chen, an unmistakable pride from a job well done. Tony knew that feeling all too well. It was the same look he had whenever he completed a work he was truly proud of. Clearly, this burger youth was someone who genuinely loved what he did. How could someone like that possibly be a villain? If he wasn't a bad guy, and hadn't been coerced, then if anything was out of the ordinary, it was far more likely that he was connected to the good side. After all, during last night's battle in Hell's Kitchen, wasn't Minato Namikaze's group the ones fighting for good? Tony finished his analysis, confident he hadn't missed anything, and he found himself lowering his guard against Wu Chen once more. Just then, the sharp click of the door opening echoed through the office. There is only one person in the world who could enter Tony's office without knocking and not make him angry. His personal assistant and the future CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts. Carrying a folder in her hands, Pepper strode in. "Tony, have you finished dealing with those files yet? Several departments are still waiting for her." She broke off mid-sentence as she caught sight of Tony's surveillance feed, intently focused on the young man selling burgers downstairs. "Oh my God, Tony, what are you doing?" Pepper suddenly had the strangest feeling, almost as if she'd caught him cheating. She couldn't help but shout, "I never knew you were interested in men too." Happy, who had followed Pepper into the office, froze at her words. Instinctively, he reached behind himself and covered his backside with his hand. "I'm not." Tony was startled, quickly realizing what Pepper meant and hurried to explain. "Pepper, this guy just seemed a little suspicious, so I was checking if he could be trusted, that's all." At the same time, he shot an annoyed look at Happy. "Happy, you know what I'm talking about, right?" Happy staggered backward in fright. I don't know anything." "You idiot. I meant we might have some connection with Minato Namikaze. What are you even thinking about? Even if I were looking for a man, I'd never choose you." Originally, Tony hadn't wanted to drag Pepper into this kind of business, but now he realized that if he didn't come clean, there'd be no way to explain things clearly. With a helpless sigh, he decided to lay all his cards on the table. Only now did Happy realize he'd misunderstood. "Still, why do I feel like the boss just insulted me?" Happy wondered silently. With Happy as a witness, Tony finally managed to prove he was telling the truth, and, at the same time, defend his own preferences. "You won't get in trouble interacting with him, will you?" Pepper anxiously grabbed the front of Tony's shirt. "If there's any risk, let Happy handle it instead." Happy was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Tony shot Happy a smug look, then shook his head. "Don't worry. It'll be fine. Even if something's up with him, there's no way he could hurt me. Happy and I will go together, and Happy will bring my Iron Man suit." "Huh? But your Iron Man suit is huge and heavy." "Happy's not that strong," Pepper asked curiously. A proud smile appeared on Tony's face. "I've developed a new Mark Series suit. It looks just like a suitcase, very light. When I need it, it transforms into the Iron Man armor. Super convenient." Once Pepper was reassured, Tony got to work. By the time he finished, Wu Chen had just hit his goal of selling 100 burgers. Seeing this, Tony immediately sent Happy down to keep Wu Chen occupied, while he himself headed to the underground garage to bring out the food truck. At this moment, Wu Chen was packing up his things. Another day of selling delicious crab roe burgers had come to a close. He was filled with a deep sense of accomplishment. Honestly, if the world were at peace and there were no dangers lurking, running a burger stand would be a pretty good way to live. It brought in money and gave life a sense of purpose. Whenever Wu Chen saw the satisfied smiles of people eating his burgers, he felt his work had real meaning. Tidying up the food cart was simple. Wu Chen finished in just a couple of minutes. Once he was done, he planned to buy some ingredients on the way home and cook himself a nice lunch. He didn't know his way around a kitchen. Of course, lunch wasn't the most important thing. What really mattered was what he intended to do after getting home. Before coming out to sell burgers today, Wu Chen had planned to open some random multiversal treasure chests while working at his stand. After all, the chests were on his system panel, invisible to everyone else. And he still had plenty of money left. Might as well turn it into something useful. That was the plan, at least. But he hadn't expected that. While selling burgers, he'd be so busy he never got the chance to open the system panel and unlock any chests. Because there were simply too many customers, and their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Wu Chen didn't have a single moment to spare. He ended up working nonstop all morning. Though it was busy, it was also fulfilling, and he felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Now that he'd sold out of burgers, it was finally time to head home and take care of the things he planned, but hadn't had a chance to do earlier. So, his plan was to have a meal at home and immediately open the treasure chest. It felt just like those games where you spend money for a chance at loot. Pay, open a box, test your luck, hit the jackpot, become invincible in the Marvel Universe, and never have to struggle again. The thought of it lit a fire in Wu Chen's heart, and he moved with a newfound urgency. But just as he was about to wheel his cart away, a pair of hands gripped the handle. "Hey Wu, sold out already and packing up?" Happy looked at Wu Chen with his usual deadpan expression, greeting him with a routine small talk. "Oh, Happy, what's up?" Wu Chen wasn't at all intimidated by Happy's slightly menacing appearance. He replied with perfect composure. That confidence didn't come just from Wu Chen's own abilities. It was also because he understood Happy's true nature. This guy only looked fierce on the outside, Underneath, he was really just a big softy, and by big softy, it wasn't an insult. It meant he was genuinely kind-hearted and endearing. That's exactly the kind of person Happy was. For the past couple of days, Happy had come by for burgers every day. They'd gotten quite familiar with each other. And combined with Wu Chen's memories from his previous life, he knew Happy's personality inside and out. Seeing Wu Chen's laid-back attitude, Happy felt a little put out. Come on, I make my living off my looks. Wait, no, off my intimidating presence as a bodyguard. Could you at least pretend to be a little scared? Show some respect for my professional image? But on the surface, he still maintained that stoic bodyguard persona. At least, that's how he saw himself. Wu, are you in a hurry to leave? Happy had keyed in on Wu Chen's slightly rushed movements just now. Wu Chen scratched his head. That's right, I'm hungry. So I was planning to go home, have a meal, take a nap, enjoy some afternoon tea, and then maybe watch some TV before bed. You lucky guy. Happy gritted his teeth in mock envy. This was the kind of lifestyle he'd always dreamed of. Still, the explanation made sense, so Happy didn't press further. He explained why he'd stopped Wu Chen. My boss kept his promise to you. He's driving the food truck over right now. The moment Wu Chen heard this, his eyes lit up, and he no longer felt the urge to rush home. So that's what's going on. Although selling burgers was just a side gig for him, Wu Chen truly enjoyed it and naturally wanted to make it even better. He waited with Happy for a few minutes, and soon enough, the sound of an engine humming reached his ears. Turning his head, Wu Chen saw Tony himself driving a small delivery truck straight toward them. The truck was entirely silver-white, gleaming attractively. On its roof sat a series of huge, mouth-watering crab burger models, making it clear what this vehicle truly was, a hamburger food truck. Awesome. Tony had only just stepped down when he saw Wu Chen's eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the food truck. There's just something about vehicles that men can't resist. No matter what kind of vehicle it is, even if it's just a food truck, its owner will always cherish and love it. Seeing this, Tony immediately broke into a smile. So what do you think? Not bad for my design, right? He then proceeded to introduce the truck's features to Wu Chen. Automatic driving, one-touch transformation, the closed rear compartment. Could open up on both sides, turning it into a mobile kitchen, GPS and WeChat navigation, anti-terrorism devices, and much more. Wait, anti-terrorism devices? Wu Chen stared at Tony in confusion, while Tony, his face serious, explained, this country doesn't ban firearms, so you need to be able to protect yourself. If you ever run into danger, just get inside the truck and press this button. The hamburger on the roof will transform into an automatic machine gun. The onboard system will identify any threat to you or the truck and respond accordingly, with neutralization or other measures. Wu Chen was left speechless, but he had to admit, this was necessary. After all, in a country where firearms are legal and racial discrimination is rampant, people of color do need to look out for themselves. So, he thanked Tony, even though he was perfectly capable of protecting himself. Seeing how delighted Wu Chen was, Tony exchanged a glance with Happy, who nodded and picked up a red and gold suitcase he'd brought along. Wu, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Tony's eyes locked onto Wu Chen's, his expression unusually serious. Wu Chen, still riding his earlier excitement, froze for a moment, then met Tony's gaze with equal gravity. Tony's demeanor made Wu Chen realize that this visit wasn't just about delivering a food truck. It made sense. A man as busy as Tony Stark, the superhero Iron Man, billionaire, head of the Stark Group, wouldn't have time to personally deliver a food truck and give a detailed introduction unless there was something more. There had to be another reason. Wu Chen realized he'd been too caught up in the joy of getting his own food truck to notice this sooner. Now that he understood, he composed himself. Not wanting to jeopardize his relationship with Tony, Wu Chen made sure not to take offense at Tony's serious tone or react impulsively. Besides, he trusted that Tony wouldn't hurt him. After all, Tony was a superhero at heart. Of course, the most important reason was that Wu Chen didn't believe Tony could hurt him, even if he tried. With all the training he'd done lately, he hadn't spent those days in vain. With confidence in his heart, Wu Chen found himself better equipped to face any problems that arose. Because of this, he responded in the right way. Mr. Stark, is there something you'd like to ask? Seeing Wu Chen remain calm under his imposing presence, and even responding to him, made Tony even more certain. Wu Chen had nothing to hide. He clearly had no real connection to the masked man. After all, as Iron Man, his name was well known to the public. Even if someone wasn't a fan, standing before him would make most people nervous. And when people got nervous, they tended to reveal all sorts of flaws Tony could spot in an instant. Only someone with a truly clear conscience could react the way Wu Chen did. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. With that realization, Tony's tone softened a little. What I'd like to ask is, do you have some sort of connection to Minato Namikaze? Huh? What makes you ask that? Wu Chen was a little surprised, The question caught him completely off guard. Why would Tony ask this? Could it be that he had discovered Wu Chen was actually playing the role of Minato Namikaze? Wu Chen couldn't help but consider, should he silence Tony to keep this secret from leaking? But instead of denying anything, Wu Chen simply asked Tony a question in return. Seeing this, Tony relaxed and let out a breath. He gestured for Happy to put down the suitcase, then explained, I heard from Happy that you kept asking about what happened in Hell's Kitchen last night. I found that a bit odd, so I decided to test you. And sure enough, you really do have something to do with Minato Namikaze. So this is where I slipped up? Wu Chen felt a bit awkward. He curled his hand into a claw, preparing to summon a Rasengan. With his improved chakra control, even the shadow clone who sold burgers yesterday had been able to handle it smoothly. A Rasengan was now within his grasp. At this distance, with Tony out his armor, a single Rasengan would be enough to kill him. Wu Chen had made up his mind. To protect his secret, he would have to take Tony's life, even if it meant doing so through tears. But just then, Tony came right up to him, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said with a friendly grin, Wu, you know, besides being a billionaire, I'm also a superhero. Sometimes I really want to talk shop with someone in the business. So, if you could help me get a message to Minato Namikaze, see if he'd be willing to meet with me, there are a few things I'd love to ask him. Oh, and don't worry, I'm not asking you to do this for nothing. I'll keep this secret for you. As far as Happy's concerned, he never heard a thing. Tony turned to Happy. Right, Happy? Happy nodded helplessly. At that, Wu Chen finally relaxed the tense vigilance in his mind. Tony had come in good faith. He didn't know Wu Chen was the one playing Minato Namikaze. He simply assumed Wu Chen knew him somehow. With the biggest secret still safe, there was no reason to resort to drastic measures. So it turns out I was just overthinking things. Wu Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment. But honestly, Tony's actions fit perfectly with what Wu Chen wanted. He had planned to wait until he'd gotten on better terms with Tony, and only then introduce Minato Namikaze or someone else to Tony, earning some progress points from the encounter. But now, with Tony taking the initiative himself, Wu Chen had absolutely no reason to refuse. So he nodded. I can pass along your message, but whether Master Minato will actually come, I can't guarantee. Master? Tony looked surprised. Wu, Minato Namikaze is your teacher? A master is similar to a teacher, only the bond runs deeper. There's teacher and student, but also master and apprentice. That was the connection Wu Chen had quickly crafted between himself and Minato Namikaze. Wu Chen possessed chakra and could use ninjutsu. As long as he didn't give himself away, there was nothing to worry about. But now that Tony knew he had ties to Minato Namikaze, it was better to spell out their relationship than let Tony jump to wild conclusions. Wu Chen had learned chakra and ninjutsu not to show off, but simply to enhance his own ability to survive. Of course, no one else knew that. Even Tony had initially suspected he was working with the masked man, let alone everyone else. They probably assumed Wu Chen was part of some secret organization. So, for his own safety, Wu Chen needed to offer an explanation for the source of his abilities. And what could be better than, I have these talents because Master Minato taught me ninjutsu? This way, he could openly rely on Minato Namikaze for protection, killing two birds with one stone. It was all benefit, no downside. Wu Chen nodded again. Master Minato really is my teacher. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stark, aren't you the least bit curious how an ordinary burger vendor like me could end up connected to a superhero like Master Minato? Tony's eyes widened. Of course I'm curious, but that's your personal business. Even though we're friends now, I can't just pry. His words said one thing, but Tony's expression said everything else. Wu Chen couldn't help but grin. He'd always thought it would take a lot longer to reach the goal of becoming friends with Tony Stark, but it had just fallen into place, easy as that. It was like the old saying goes, you plant flowers with care, yet they refuse to bloom, but willows you never meant to grow now fill the yard with shade. The reason I got in touch with Master Minato is actually quite simple. Wu Chen began, spinning his tail. Tony, since you call us friends, I hope it's all right if I call you that too. Of course, of course. Tony, eager for the story, waved his hand dismissively. Wu Chen went on, Tony, you remember a while back when the Abomination was rampaging through the streets of New York, right? I know. I was there at the time, too. Master Minato saved me, Wu Chen said, his eyes taking on a distant, nostalgic look as if reliving the moment. While rescuing me, Master Minato discovered my natural talent for harnessing chakra. After he defeated Abomination and Hulk, he sought me out. What's chakra? Tony interjected with a question. Would you hold your questions until I've finished? Wu Chen shot Tony a glare before continuing. I was startled back then, but since he was my savior, I couldn't refuse his request. So, I became his disciple. Even though we're the same age, Master Minato is incredibly powerful. He's also patient and attentive. No matter how slow I was to learn, he never lost his temper with me. So, over these past days, under Master Minato's guidance, I've learned to control chakra and picked up a few ninjutsu techniques. I can protect myself now. Honestly, Tony, those anti-terror machine guns you installed on my food truck, well, I don't really need them anymore. Tony ignored Wu Chen's jab and cut straight to the point. 2 things. What exactly is chakra? And what do you mean by ninjutsu? Chakra is a supernatural energy that ninjas possess, including Master Minato. You can think of it as something like a wizard's magical power. As for ninjutsu, it's the extraordinary techniques used by channeling chakra. In a way, they're like the spells a mage would cast. So, it's not a superpower after all, Tony muttered, though he was evidently still skeptical. Wu, can you prove it? I want to see for myself what chakra and ninjutsu really are. Wu Chen nodded. Of course, but this isn't the best place for it. He glanced around. Several bystanders were already raising their phones, ready to snap photos. I'd rather not lose my peaceful life, just because. People find out I have extraordinary abilities. If you have somewhere private and out of the way, I can show you a little demonstration. To earn Tony's trust, Wu Chen was willing to take a risk. Seeing Wu Chen's caution, Tony understood his concern. After all, not everyone was willing to reveal their identity as openly as he had. Happy. Watch the food truck. Bring me the briefcase. Wu, come with me. With that, Wu Chen followed Tony in his star tower. They took an elevator down to the 3rd basement level, arriving at the parking garage. All the cars here belong to my family, so no outsiders will come in. You can show me here. As soon as Tony made his extravagant remark, Wu Chen nearly had a heart attack from the sheer audacity. He looked around. There were at least dozens of luxury cars parked here. Even though Wu Chen didn't care much about car brands, he could still sense just how expensive these vehicles were. He raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. Give me a target. I can't just use ninjutsu on empty air, can I? Oh, right. I can first show you how chakra is used. With that, Wu Chen gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, walked straight up the wall, and eventually hung upside down from the high ceiling of the parking garage. Tony's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wu, get down here first. I need to check your shoes. After examining them, Tony was even more amazed. There really is such a thing as chakra, and you can use it like this? Wu, quick, check if I have any talent for cultivating chakra. Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Let me show you some ninjutsu first. Is there anything I can use as a target? Tony pointed at the wall. The wall's pretty solid. With a shrug, Wu Chen gathered chakra into a spiraling sphere, then slammed it hard against the wall. A thunderous crash followed. The once smooth surface now had a massive hemispherical crater, its shape oddly beautiful. This is ninjutsu. Tony was even more astounded. That kind of power, it's stronger than my particle cannon. Wu, check if I'm gifted at this. Unable to refuse Tony's eager request, Wu Chen examined him. He channeled his own chakra into Tony's body. A moment later, Wu Chen shook his head. Sorry, Tony. You don't have the talent to cultivate chakra. It was only to be expected. In fact, without a chakra seed, no one in the Marvel Universe could cultivate chakra at all. Chakra is a product of the divine tree, so only those with Akatsuki blood can possess it. At the very least, you'd have to be someone from the world of Naruto. Otherwise, you'd have to rely on an external aid, a chakra seed, to master it. That's exactly how Kingpin managed it. Hearing Wu Chen's answer, Tony looked a little disappointed. Just moments earlier, when Wu Chen was probing his potential, Tony's mind had already started to imagine how he could incorporate chakra into the design of his Iron Man suits, upgrading and revolutionizing his armor. Even if he didn't use it that way, just wielding ninjutsu like Wu did would have been incredible. After all, extraordinary power is something everyone longs for. Even as children, if given the choice to become a superhero or a genius scientist, most people would pick superpowers without hesitation. Though Tony was disappointed, he didn't blame Wu Chen in the slightest. After all, talent isn't something you can force or rage yourself into having. Tony had seen proof of this countless times from those who envied his own gifts. He might not have access to the mystical power called chakra, but that didn't stop Tony from wanting to learn more about it. At Tony's request, Wu Chen gathered chakra once again and demonstrated its various uses. For instance, his jumping ability improved, his strength increased, and even his eyesight became a little sharper. All these changes only fueled Tony's curiosity about chakra, making it harder and harder for him to suppress his desire to know more. Wu, can you let me experience chakra for myself? Tony looked at Wu Chen, his eyes filled with longing. Wu Chen felt a bit awkward under such an intense gaze, but thinking that he needed Tony's trust, he nodded in agreement. So Tony extended his palm, and Wu Chen gathered chakra into his own hand before placing it gently against Tony's. So this is chakra. It feels kind of warm. Tony savored the sensation carefully. But just then, The elevator in the underground garage suddenly pinged open. Pepper strode out, holding a folder. Tony, Happy said you hadn't left yet. There's an important file you need to see. Oh, my God. Pepper's jaw dropped in shock. Tony, you're actually doing this with another man. I'm never letting you touch me again. Startled by Pepper's outcry, Wu Chen suddenly realized how compromising his current posture with Tony must have looked. He quickly pulled his hand away and retreated 3 or 4 steps, casting a wary glance at Tony. Tony was speechless. Wu, we were just checking out the chakra in your body, weren't we? Why are you acting like this, too? After teasing Wu Chen, he hurried over to Pepper to explain what had really happened. It took quite some time, and only after Wu Chen conjured a swirling raisin gan in front of her, before Pepper reluctantly accepted Tony's explanation. By the way, Miss Potts, please don't tell anyone about me. I just want a quiet and peaceful life, Wu Chen emphasized, glancing at Tony as well. Tony shook his head, clearly disagreeing with Wu Chen's view. Wu, I think we make a great superhero team. If you want, I can even build you a custom Iron Man suit. Wu Chen's eyes widened, and he had to admit that for just a moment, he was tempted. But knowing that doing so would risk exposing his real secrets, he firmly shook his head and declined. Seeing this, Tony realized he couldn't force the issue and simply nodded. All right, your secret's safe with me. But if I ever need your help, I hope you'll lend a hand. Tony was still reluctant to let go of such a powerful ally. And I'll pay you generously, absolutely generous compensation. Before learning about Wu Chen's abilities, Tony never would have made such an offer. But now that he knew Wu Chen was basically a magic-using superhuman, just one who couldn't fly, he was determined to recruit him. Since Tony put it that way, Wu Chen couldn't really refuse, so he agreed. In Wu Chen's simple philosophy, free volunteer hero? Oh, absolutely not. Paid assistance? Yes. If there's money involved, of course I can help you out. After all, isn't that what friends are for? Bidding farewell to Tony, Wu Chen headed straight out of Stark Tower at Tony's reminder. Don't forget to get in touch with Minato Namikaze for me. Happy was still watching over the food truck outside. Wu Chen asked him to give a hand, and together they lifted the pushcart onto the mobile food truck. With that, Wu Chen set off and drove away. Back in the office, Tony had already been dragged back by Pepper. He stood at the window, gazing thoughtfully at the departing food truck, his expression heavy with concern. Seeing this, Pepper walked over to Tony and said, Tony, you're not still thinking about Wu, are you? Tony rolled his eyes. Of course not. Yet before the words had even left his lips, he turned, pulled Pepper gently into his arms, and kissed her deeply. His actions left no doubt about where his heart lay. After a lingering moment, their lips parted. Nestled in Tony's embrace, Pepper's cheeks flushed. She looked up puzzled. Then why do you care so much about Wu? Is it just because he mastered that kind of power? Tony shook his head. Pepper, you don't understand. This energy called chakra, it's a power strong enough to shake the world. And now it's not just the good guys who have it. Even the villains have gotten their hands on it. I'm not just paying attention to Wu. I'm watching this power called chakra and those who possess it. Back at home, Wu Chen made himself a simple lunch. After eating, he secured all the doors and windows, getting ready to open his treasure chests. He set aside 3.6 million as a summoning fund. With that, he could summon a character 4 times, since both Rin Ohara's and Kushina Uzumaki's cards needed 900,000 for each activation. 4 times 9 is 36. That left him with 15 million. More than enough. Without further ado, Wu Chen went for a 10-chest opening spree. 1 million for the refresh, 1 million for the opening, 2 million gone in a flash. But in their place were 10 new items laid out before him. 4 secret recipes, 3 cards, 2 stacks of cash, and a sword. Glancing through the descriptions, Wu Chen was instantly convinced that this 2 million was money well spent. All 4 secret recipes were for classic Chinese dishes: shredded pork with garlic sauce, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, and mapo tofu. Their effects match the recipe for the delicious crab burger. Just carry the recipes and follow the instructions, and anyone eating your food would be full of praise. But getting 4 classic recipes, was this the universe's way of telling him to reopen his family's traditional Chinese restaurant? Wu Chen shook his head. He didn't have that kind of free time. Selling burgers in the morning was enough for him. The rest of the day he needed for training. The 3 cards were fantastic. Wu Chen felt he'd really hit the jackpot with these. A 10-fold amplification card, and 2 duplication cards. The function of the 10-fold amplification card is simple. After using it, your next skill will be amplified 10-fold. Since the effect is limited to skills, this means you can't use it for ordinary attacks like punches. It has to be a jutsu. Of course, Wu Chen wasn't foolish enough to waste such a precious card on throwing a punch, just to turn it into the equivalent of 10 punches. Naturally, he would save it for casting a critical jutsu, and only then use the card. As for the duplication cards, their function is equally straightforward, but incredibly useful. A duplication card can record a skill, and when you use the card, it allows you to unleash that skill in its entirety, with absolutely no cost. This is, in every sense of the word, a true trump card. For example, if Wu Chen used a duplication card to copy a tail beast bomb, he'd be able to instantly fire off 2 more tail beast bombs in battle, and it wouldn't cost him any chakra. That would give his combat power a significant boost. However, he couldn't waste duplication cards on just any jutsu. They had to be powerful techniques, otherwise it would just be a waste. As for the 2 stacks of bills, they were just ordinary US dollars, $10,000 per stack, a complete loss. But it was the last item, a sword, that made Wu Chen feel the 2 million he spent was truly worth it. The sword was called Famed Blade, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Wu Chen remembered it from a mobile game he'd played his previous life. A life-saving piece of gear in King of Glory, shaped as a strikingly cool silver longsword. It was about 1 meter long, with winding decorations extending from the hilt, and several blue gems embedded along the blade. Altogether, it looked very impressive. Of course, if it was just for looks, Wu Chen wouldn't have been so thrilled. It was the sword's special attribute that made all the difference. Famed Blade, S.H.I.E.L.D, incredibly tough material, extremely sharp, able to channel various energies. Special effect, Shadow Veil. When taking fatal damage, triggers a brief invincibility and increases movement speed by 30% for 1 second. Cooldown, 7 days. The value of being able to block a fatal blow goes without saying. If Wu Chen's clone is hurt, it's no big deal. If his true self can't die, the clone will always be there. But if the real Wu Chen dies, the clone disappears as well. That's why Wu Chen decided that whenever danger loomed, he'd always send a clone to play the role. But even so, it's no guarantee of safety. After all, even if you don't go looking for danger, danger can always find you. That's why this once every 7 days life-saving ability was exactly what Wu Chen needed. Not only that, but Wu Chen had even estimated the sword value. To forge the Famed Blade, S.H.I.E.L.D, you need to spend $10 million. Proceed with forging. This was the message that popped up when Wu Chen tried to use the shop's forging function to craft the Famed Blade, S.H.I.E.L.D. $2 million for something worth $10 million, plus 3 powerful cards and 4 recipe scrolls. Definitely not a loss. In fact, it was a complete and utter win. From this perspective, it seems like an open treasure chest more often in the future. Wu Chen felt as if his bad luck had smuggled itself all the way to Europe. At this moment, he was brimming with good fortune. So, he put all these things away and then spent another $2 million to do a 10 times draw. With a sharp smack, 10 bundles of cash appeared, each bundle worth 10,000 US dollars. Not convinced, Wu Chen went for another 10 draws, losing another $2 million in the blink of an eye. Once again, a crisp slap, a fresh 10 bundles, each worth $10,000. Refusing to give up, Wu Chen gritted his teeth and pressed on. In the end, of the 15 million he started with, he had only 1 million left. All he had to show for it were the 8 useful items from the beginning and 62 bundles of $10,000 each. Remaining balance, 1.62 million yuan. Wu Chen threw his head back and let out a howl. Gambler's mentality will be the death of me. Even if it kills me, even if I have to jump out the window, I, Wu Chen, will never open another treasure chest. He had made a huge profit from the very first 10 draws, but by the end, he lost almost everything. Well, actually, maybe he hadn't lost after all. Just the legendary blade, Ming, was worth 10 million, and those 3 special cards, surely 5 million would be a conservative estimate. With this realization, Wu Chen quickly used his wish card and entered acceptance for the 2 types of cards. A smile spread across his face. The tenfold amplification card, wish card redemption price, 10 million yuan. The copy card, wish card redemption price, 5 million yuan. Yes, looks like I didn't lose at all. In fact, I made a profit of 15 million. But why do I still feel so much regret inside? That evening, Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha returned. Wu Chen had them drop their role-playing mode, then dispelled his shadow clone. Sorting through the shadow clone's memories, Wu Chen's expression turned odd. Obito's memories were straightforward. He'd just guided Kingpin in his ninjutsu training, and Kingpin treated Obito almost like his own father. You could say Obito had enjoyed a day of luxury. Except, of course, for refusing the female models Kingpin had called in. Compared to Obito's uneventful day, Minato Namikaze's memories involving Black Widow Natasha were a whole different story. Why was she so enthusiastic, and why did her gaze seem so strange? And why was she standing so close to me, even taking the initiative to lean against me? After mulling over it for a good 10 minutes, the single dog Wu Chen finally figured out. Black Widow Natasha wants to set me up? First seduce me, then secretly take evidence when I can't resist, and use that to threaten me. This is a classic honey trap. Wu Chen was instantly furious. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Black Widow might actually like Minato Namikaze. Yes, Wu Chen had always excelled at reading comprehension questions. But after thinking it over, he still decided not to do anything to Natasha. After all, she was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a woman at that, which meant she could be nothing but trouble. And if that's the case, better not provoke her at all. He just asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to send a different agent for future contact. Having made up his mind, Wu Chen opened the system panel. Host, Wu Chen. Currently portraying, none. Current progress, none. Own personas, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 60%. Mysterious Masked Man Uchiha Obito, 35%. Persona draw attempts remaining, 0. Selected persona ability, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 1. Today, Minato Namikaze's main mission was to gain 1% progress in the persona roleplay. Now that this goal had been achieved, Wu Chen could select Minato Namikaze's abilities. This time, Wu Chen didn't hesitate. He chose the talent for space ninjutsu. He'd long known how to perform the Flying Thunder God technique, but had always lacked the innate talent to actually use it. Now, things had changed. He could finally perform the Flying Thunder God technique. He decided to give it a try. Wu Chen left his own Flying Thunder God mark, a single Wu, on the wall, then jumped out the window. In the next instant, he appeared right where the Wu mark was on the wall. It worked, just as I thought. Wu Chen was overjoyed. With this, he now possessed at least a third of Minato Namikaze's strength. His chakra was just like Minato's. He'd mastered key ninjutsu like the Rasengan, and most importantly, he could now use the Flying Thunder God technique, making him the Black Flash. Compared to Minato Namikaze, what Wu Chen still lacked were the various types of ninjutsu, sage arts, and sealing techniques. Come to think of it, the Rasengan itself was a chakra-based technique without an elemental attribute. If you infused it with wind, you got the wind release, Raisen Shuriken. But what about other chakra natures? Wu Chen's chakra attributes were just like Sasuke's, fire and lightning. What would happen if he infused a Rasengan with fire chakra? And what about lightning chakra? That said, developing new ninjutsu was always difficult. Wu Chen decided that once he had more money, he'd use wish cards to help him create those techniques. For now, he'd focus on practicing fire release ninjutsu. Not only did Minato Namikaze's memories contain fire release techniques, but Uchiha Obito's memories were overflowing with them. Wu Chen only needed to study and use them. There was no need to worry about running out of ninjutsu. As for why he didn't practice lightning release, the reason was simple. None of the personas he portrayed had truly mastered it. Minato Namikaze, while possessing lightning chakra, specialized in space and wind ninjutsu. His skills in fire and lightning were only superficial. Such superficial knowledge paled in comparison to Obito's expertise in fire release. So the choice was obvious. Wu Chen didn't even have to think about it. Without any persona memories of advanced lightning release, even if Wu Chen wanted to learn it, he wouldn't know where to start. He'd just have to wait until he gained a new persona who had mastered lightning release. Then he'd learn and use it. And so, 2 peaceful days passed by without incident. Wu Chen had mastered several fire release jutsu, and the secret agent bluffing Minato used for communication had been replaced with Coulson. Meanwhile, the deadline set by the masked man for Kingpin to find the seal was up. Those 3 days had been incredibly intense for Kingpin. His chakra reserves had grown at a remarkable pace. Within just 3 days, he'd gone from the level of a chunin all the way to that of an elite jonin. This alone showed that Kingpin had the potential to become a tailless-tailed beast, much like Kisame Hoshigaki. But that wasn't all. As his chakra increased, Kingpin also managed to learn those 5 water-release jutsu, finally achieving the true combat ability of a ninja. It could be said that if the current Kingpin fought his former self, he could take on 100 of his old selves at once without breaking a sweat. Yet despite his tremendous growth, Kingpin knelt on the floor like a chastened child, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The reason was clear. He and his men had still failed to locate the place where the 9 Tails was sealed. After all, New York was simply too vast. Even with over 1,000 thugs in Kingpin's gang, it was impossible to search the entire city in just a few days. Of course, an even more critical point was that Kingpin hadn't actually participated in the search for the 9 Tails seal himself. He'd been wholly focused on strengthening his own abilities. There was nothing wrong with striving for improvement and growing stronger. The masked man hadn't criticized Kingpin for this during his tutelage, either. If the seal was found in the end, everyone would be satisfied, and Kingpin would be in the clear. But if it wasn't, then Kingpin's failure to carry out the masked man's orders would be an undeniable crime. In his own gang, the punishment for such failure was clear. Break all 4 limbs and dump the body in New York Bay. So before the masked man could say a word, Kingpin knelt down first, begging for a chance to live. The masked man gazed at Kingpin with interest and asked, "Kingpin, raise your head. What are you doing?" "My lord, I am guilty," Kingpin replied in a grave tone. "I shouldn't have focused only on my own affairs and let your important plans suffer. No matter what happened, it was always the subordinate's fault when things went wrong." And the kind of subordinate who could truly understand this and proactively take the blame was every boss's favorite. That was exactly what Kingpin was doing now. Some people, faced with such an admission, might forgive him for his good attitude. But would the masked man do the same? Looking at Kingpin, still kneeling, the masked man played along. "Kingpin, you know your mistake. So, tell me, how do you think you should be punished?" On the surface, he was leaving the choice up to Kingpin, but in truth, he wanted to see where Kingpin stood. Kingpin caught on to his meaning, raised his head, and replied, "My lord, I will take off one of my own arms." Not bad. Your attitude is acceptable." The masked man nodded, then walked up to Kingpin and patted him on the shoulder. Having learned the art of ninjutsu, Kingpin understood all too well the importance of hand seals. For someone like him to be willing to pay with an arm was clearly a desperate move to stay alive, a lizard sacrificing its tail to escape. Just as Kingpin began to feel relieved, thinking he would only lose an arm and not his life, the masked man spoke. "I'll let you keep your arm. Losing it would weaken your fighting ability. For now, you still have some value, so I'll try a different punishment." Before Kingpin could ask what he meant, a searing pain erupted in his mind, stabbing directly into his brain. Agony. Unbearable agony. Kingpin wished he could dig out his own brain, anything to lessen that torment. The pain lasted a full minute before it gradually faded, leaving his clothes soaked with sweat. He lay flat on the ground, gasping for air, as if he were a half-dead fish, grateful just to be alive. This was the power of the caged bird seal. As the pain receded, Kingpin forced his exhausted body to turn over and half-knelt on the floor. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life." The masked man released the hand seal for the caged bird. "Don't thank me just yet. If you fail to find the location of the nine-tailed seal." He left the rest unsaid, but Kingpin needed no explanation. Dragging his weary body, Kingpin immediately prepared to join the search himself. He was terrified now. That sensation, the brain pierced by 1,000 needles, was one he never wanted to experience again. Watching Kingpin stumble hurriedly out the door, Wu Chen allowed himself a faint smile. This activation of the caged bird seal wasn't a whim. It had been carefully planned. Though the seal had long been inscribed on Kingpin's forehead, it had never actually been triggered. Who could say whether Kingpin truly believed in its power? Now, things are different. From now on, Kingpin would surely be much more obedient. As for the possibility of not finding the sealed location, Wu Chen had already accounted for that. That's why his shadow clone on the other side was about to take action. In Times Square, the heart of Manhattan, and known as the crossroads of the world, a scruffy, brown-haired young thug wandered in, a white crystal clutched in his hand, exhaustion written all over his face. A flicker of crimson, a Sharingan, shone in his eyes, then vanished as he strode straight toward the public benches at the very center of the square. He slumped onto a bench, the red fading from his eyes, replaced by utter fatigue. "How long can I keep living like this?" The thug cried out in shock. His crystal suddenly blazed with a blinding red light. When it came to finding the true location of the seal, Wu Chen never counted on the thugs and hoodlums from Kingpin's gang to be of any real help. In his view, those people served only one purpose: to let others know that a hidden force was searching for the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. Now that this purpose had been achieved, and with everything ready on his end, it was time for the real show to begin. So, while disguised as Toby, Wu Chen used the shadow clone technique to create a duplicate of himself. Originally, he had planned to knock out one of the small-time crooks, have his clone take on the crook's appearance, and then accidentally discover the location of the seal. But after some thought, he realized this might risk exposure later, so he changed his approach. Instead, he used Jinjutsu to gently guide the hoodlum to rest on a bench right at the center of Times Square. Because it was guidance rather than outright control, even if the crook felt something was off afterward, he wouldn't be able to say exactly why. Of course, more likely than not, the little gangster wouldn't notice anything unusual at all. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as Wu Chen had planned. The hoodlum, following the script, sat down on the public bench and spotted the white crystal glowing with a red light. The masked clone watched as the excited crook made a phone call, and then, on his own, released the shadow clone technique. Back in Kingpin's office, Wu Chen suddenly paused as he received the clone's memories. A smile appeared on his lips. The fuse has been successfully lit. His gaze shifted to the window, looking into the distance. I wonder how the original me is progressing. At this moment, the masked man was in fact a shadow clone, created by Wu Chen's true self using the shadow clone technique. Here lies the marvelous interplay between the shadow clone technique and the role-playing system. Previously, Wu Chen had discovered that when his shadow clone took on a character, even if it was injured, it wouldn't disperse unless the clone chose to release itself or Wu Chen, the original, ordered it to do so. No one else could achieve this with the shadow clone technique. Even more, under normal circumstances, a shadow clone shouldn't be able to use the shadow clone technique itself. Yet now, while playing Toby, he could still use it. It was like achieving an infinite nesting doll effect. These 2 points were the miraculous results of combining the shadow clone technique with a role-playing system, something no one else could replicate. Wu Chen considered this a hidden perk of the system. He didn't bother to investigate the principle behind it. As long as it was useful, that was enough for him. While the shadow clone, disguised as Toby, had already found the location of the seal, the original Wu Chen was leading Minato Namikaze to the entrance of Stark Tower. This was to fulfill the promise he'd made to Tony 2 days earlier. Tony had wanted a good chat with Minato Namikaze. The reason this matter was delayed for 2 days wasn't because Wu Chen wanted to keep Tony waiting, but simply because he had forgotten about it altogether. After returning home that day, Wu Chen had been busy unpacking and cultivating, and for the next 2 days, he focused entirely on strengthening himself, pushing Tony's request completely out of his mind. It wasn't until this morning, as he got out of bed with a nagging sense that he'd forgotten something, that it finally came back to him while he was preparing ingredients for hamburgers. He remembered the promise he'd made to Tony. Without hesitation, he immediately split into 2 clones. One took on the role of Uchiha Obito, and the other became Minato Namikaze. He sent Obito off to prepare things on Kingpin's end, while he himself drove the food truck, with Minato as his passenger, heading straight for Stark Tower. This was both to fulfill his promise, and also because Wu Chen wanted to keep an eye on Iron Man's movements. With the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident about to unfold, Wu Chen wanted to bring as many well-known actors onto the stage as possible. At the moment, among the superheroes, none were more famous than Iron Man, Tony Stark himself. So Wu Chen wanted to sound out Tony, and if possible, have Minato invite him stand together against the imminent Nine-Tails chaos. Parking the food truck discreetly, he and Minato slipped unnoticed to the front entrance of Stark Tower, careful not to draw attention. He had to be cautious. After all, he'd been so focused on training that he hadn't set up his food stall in days, and now plenty of hungry regulars were lying in wait at his usual spot. Glancing at those customers' furrowed brows, their longing for his delicious crab patties almost seemed to fill the air with resentment. In a situation like this, how could Wu Chen dare to show his face? Stepping into the building and approaching the front desk, Wu Chen was immediately greeted with a spark of recognition from the receptionist. "Are you Mr. Wu Chen and Mr. Minato Namikaze by any chance?" After they confirmed their identities, the receptionist said, "Mr. Stark asked me to give this to you." With that, she produced a small black disc and handed it to Wu Chen, continuing, "Also, Mr. Stark left for Europe on a private jet at 8 this morning. He won't be back until tomorrow afternoon, or possibly the following morning." "Oh, I see," Wu Chen said, clicking his tongue with mild disappointment. Life is full of surprises. He'd hoped to get Tony on stage for this performance, but it turned out Tony had slipped away. Yet perhaps this was for the best. With only his own people on the stage, wouldn't that mean he could orchestrate things however he liked? Taking the small disc, Wu Chen and Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly to the food truck. The truck was quite spacious, and as Wu Chen examined the disc, he noticed a button. When he pressed it, Tony's holographic image sprang to life. "Hey Wu, and maybe Mr. Minato as well. If you're seeing this, it means I'm already on my private jet to Europe." Tony's holographic message went on, but it all basically boiled down to 2 things. First, "I'm heading out now. Let's have a proper chat when I get back." Second, "Here's my contact info. If you're ever feeling lonely in the middle of the night, feel free to give me a call." Who on earth would call this flamboyant guy just to chat in the dead of night? Wu Chen muttered to himself and then waved his hand, signaling Minato Namikaze to go find Coulson. As for himself, of course, it was time to set up shop and sell some burgers. If a person who makes a living selling burgers suddenly stops for no reason, wouldn't that make anyone suspicious? He watched as Minato walked away, then started up the food truck and slowly drove it back to his usual spot. But the moment he opened up for business, his entire truck was instantly surrounded by a ravenous crowd, their hunger nearly wild with anticipation. "Boss, I'll have 2 delicious crab burgers." Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the rendezvous point with Coulson. No sooner had he appeared than Coulson said, "Mr. Namikaze, perhaps you should switch Natasha back onto this assignment." "What's this? Did she ask to be switched back?" Minato looked puzzled and a little annoyed. The Black Widow wanted to set him up. If he couldn't handle her, he could at least steer clear, right? That's why Coulson had become his new contact. But now, if they were going to chase him down just to frame him, this was really crossing the line. Seeing the expression on Minato's face, Coulson hesitated, almost saying, Natasha likes you. She just wants to spend time with you. It's not what you think. When it comes to matters of the heart, Coulson figured it was best for outsiders not to meddle. Who knows? Maybe Minato already knew how Natasha felt, and this was his way of turning her down. No, it's nothing. Coulson quickly changed the subject. Mr. Namikaze, here's today's list of assignments. Take a look and see which ones you'd like to tackle. He pulled out a tablet, unlocked it, and set it in front of Wu Chen. After working together for 2 days, Coulson had learned how to get along with this Hokage from the Hidden Leaf. Normally, Minato would have adapted easily, taken the tablet, and picked out just enough work for the day. But today, Minato pressed the tablet down with a serious expression, and, seeing Coulson's puzzled look, said, Coulson, I have a feeling that something big is going to happen today. Coulson was taken aback, then shook his head. Mr. Namikaze, I thought someone as powerful as you wouldn't believe in things like premonitions. Halfway through his sentence, he realized, wasn't a premonition or foresight, just another form of extraordinary ability. And the man standing before him, Minato Namikaze, certainly possessed such powers. At this thought, Coulson immediately grew serious. Mr. Namikaze, are your instincts usually accurate? Minato Namikaze nodded. The last time I had this feeling, something truly dreadful happened in our Hidden Leaf village. What kind of dreadful thing? Are you able to share it? Coulson asked, his curiosity piqued. Minato shook his head. I'm sorry, that's classified information. I can't disclose it to outsiders. Before Coulson could say anything else, Minato continued. This major event, I sense, is most likely related to the Nine-Tailed Seal. You're aware of what happened at Times Square, aren't you? Yes, we are. We've installed ultra-high-definition surveillance cameras there. Then check the footage at once. At Minato's urging, Coulson immediately contacted Nick Fury and reported the situation. After hearing the report, Nick Fury took it very seriously. He pulled up today's surveillance video from Times Square and saw a small-time thug holding a white crystal sitting down at a public bench in the center of the square. As the camera rolled, the white crystal in the thug's hand suddenly shimmered into a crimson hue. He sent the footage to Coulson, and after Coulson and Minato watched it together, Minato spoke up at once. They already know that the seal is located right there. Hurry. At the very least, clear out everyone in and around Times Square. Mr. Namikaze, even if we do that, it still might not be certain. Coulson tried to protest, unwilling to picture the terror of the Nine-Tails rampaging through Times Square. Minato interrupted him sharply. Don't take your chances. Let me speak with your director directly. He took Coulson's earpiece and relayed his words to Nick Fury, then continued. If I'm right, that crystal is chakra, or, after being modified, it becomes highly sensitive to chakra of a specific nature. That crystal in the thug's hand was likely transformed by the organization the masked man belongs to, altered so it could react to the chakra used in the seal. So, Director Fury, you need to act immediately. I'll head to Times Square myself to assess the situation. If a battle breaks out, I won't be able to look out for anyone else. Mr. Namikaze, didn't you already defeat that masked man once? Nick Fury's voice came through. Is there any chance you could beat him again before he breaks the seal? That would solve everything. Minato shook his head. There's almost no chance of defeating him again. Last time, he was careless and didn't know I discovered his weakness. This time, he'll be on guard. He might not even confront me directly. And besides, to fight him, I need to find him first. I have no way to do that, so I plan to wait at Times Square and see if he shows up. Can you find him? This question left Nick Fury at a loss. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly track down a masked man? If they had a way, they would have acted long ago instead of passively letting the masked man run amok. In a flash of golden light, Minato Namikaze vanished from where he stood, leaving only Coulson gaping at his earpiece in astonishment. Coulson, follow him and adapt to the situation. If the opportunity presents itself, assist Minato Namikaze in defeating the masked man. Yes, sir. Coulson immediately started the car and gave chase. Hearing Coulson's reply, Nick Fury nodded, but the gravity of the situation didn't fade from his face in the slightest. Remembering Minato Namikaze's words, his expression flickered with internal struggle. After a brief moment, Nick Fury finally made up his mind and spoke to the operator. Give me the mayor on the line. Right now, Kingpin felt as if he'd been cast down from heaven into hell, only to be lifted right back to paradise again. Gaining new power was a taste of heaven. Enduring the torment of being a caged bird was hell. And now, one of his men had found the location of the seal. He was soaring once more. His emotions surged and plummeted like a roller coaster. For the first time in his life, Kingpin was experiencing such wild and unpredictable feelings. How much longer until we reach Times Square? Even with all his composure, Kingpin couldn't help but show a hint of impatience. The driver answered at once. Sir, we'll be there in no more than 3 minutes. Good. Kingpin nodded, composed himself, and closed his eyes to gather his strength. 3 minutes slipped by in an instant. A specially customized stretch Lincoln pulled up at the edge of Times Square, and Kingpin was the first to step out. Thud, thud, thud. His massive frame shook the ground with every step he took. Even though he could easily have walked in utter silence now that he wielded chakra, tonight Kingpin chose not to restrain himself. The street punk who had first discovered the S.H.I.E.L.D. site spotted Kingpin approaching and immediately stood up to bow. Sir, right over here. He pointed to a public bench behind him. I tried several spots, but only this bench would turn your crystal red. You've done well. Kingpin reached out and patted the young man's shoulder. Normally, he wouldn't have given someone like this a second glance. Go to the gang treasury later and collect $1 million. That's your reward. The punk was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Not so fast. Stay a moment and tell me how you found this place. Kingpin hadn't let down his guard. He still remembered Minato Namikaze, the man who had defeated his master. Sir, I was assigned to search this area. I'd been at it half the night and was exhausted, so I wanted to sit down for a rest. I happened to spot this bench and sat down. And that's when the crystal turned red. Staring into the eyes of the street punk, Kingpin knew the guy wasn't lying. Still, he didn't let the man go just yet. Instead, he pulled a crystal from his pocket. He placed it on the seat, watching as it shifted from white to red, pulsing with a crimson glow. At last, Kingpin nodded in satisfaction. All right, go collect your reward. The punk breathed a sigh of relief and darted away. Kingpin, meanwhile, took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he spoke respectfully. Sir, we found it. It's right here at Times Square downtown. Excellent. Stay put. I'll be there shortly. The masked man's voice came through, now tinged with excitement. Oh, and if you want your men to live, get them out of that area. What's about to happen is beyond anything ordinary people can handle. Understand. Kingpin immediately ordered everyone else to withdraw, leaving only himself standing in the middle of Times Square. At that moment, he noticed government officials beginning to clear out pedestrians and shopkeepers, as if they intended to evacuate the entire square. A suspicion began to form in Kingpin's mind, and he grew even more cautious, bracing himself for what was to come. Right then, Coulson finally arrived. As soon as he parked, he saw the crowds streaming away, leaving Kingpin's massive figure alone in the vast square. Glancing around, Coulson searched for Minato Namikaze. The next instant, Minato appeared at Coulson's side, his tone reproachful. Coulson, what are you doing here? What happens next isn't something you should be involved in. Before Coulson could reply, Minato continued, and honestly, you're just making things harder for me. I wasn't planning to show myself. I was waiting for the masked man to make his move first. Now that you've shown up, he's bound to know I'm here. Coulson opened his mouth, but the words he'd prepared stuck in his throat. His face showed his regret. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Namikaze. I just wanted to help you. Oh, never mind. Minato shook his head. You're no match for Kingpin. In fact, none of your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are. That guy has mastered chakra. That's why I called in someone to help you. But you have to promise me, after this is over, S.H.I.E.L.D. won't interfere with his life. Though he has power like mine, all he really wants is a peaceful, uneventful life. Do you understand? Coulson immediately realized this meant another Leaf Ninja had appeared. He hurried to report this to Nick Fury. Without a second thought, Nick Fury agreed to the condition. With help at hand, even if there's a chance the ally might turn their back later, it's crucial to agree to their terms for now and keep them on side. Seeing Coulson nod in agreement, Minato Namikaze spoke thoughtfully. Since you've agreed, it's best to keep your promise. Otherwise, I'll make sure justice is served for him. After all, he's my student. With those words, Minato Namikaze vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving only Coulson standing at a distance, locked in a standoff with Kingpin. Student, Coulson heard Nick Fury's astonished voice crackle through his earpiece. Minato Namikaze is barely in his 20s. His student can't be more than a teenager. What could a kid like that possibly do? That's just asking for trouble. Kingpin was visibly nervous. The moment Minato Namikaze appeared, he couldn't help but tremble. He hadn't forgotten how, just 3 nights ago, he'd been sent flying by a single kick from Minato. It was pure domination. Even though he'd grown stronger since then, standing before Minato Namikaze, he still didn't have the slightest chance. Why isn't the boss here yet? Kingpin was growing increasingly anxious inside, but when Minato vanished, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still, he didn't let his guard down. Instead, he kept a wary eye on Coulson. This agent, is he from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are they trying to get involved too? Elsewhere, Wu Chen's hamburger business was booming. After 2 days away, the number of customers who'd come to try his food was staggering. His burger truck was surrounded by a thick crowd that showed no sign of dispersing. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared inside the burger truck. Ignoring the shocked stares of the customers, he spoke directly to Wu Chen. Wu Chen, I need your help. Wu Chen was momentarily stunned, then nodded immediately. All right. He offered an apologetic smile to the customers and promptly locked the food truck. In the next instant, Minato Namikaze grabbed Wu Chen's shoulder, and the two of them vanished from inside the truck. That's awesome. The crab burger chef is actually a superhero and teamed up with Minato Namikaze, the Hokage from Konoha. No, don't go. Save the world or whatever, but make my crab burger first. Wu Chen's decision to enter the fray himself was one he'd already made. The reason was simple. Iron Man had learned about his situation and would inevitably invite him to join the Avengers. If that happened, Wu Chen's abilities were bound to be exposed. Rather than being forced to reveal himself later, he preferred to take the initiative. By demonstrating his strength and making his own demands clear, he could prevent others from interfering with his life. A much more convenient approach, and one that suited Wu Chen's way of doing things. Although he wished to keep a low profile, that very desire might tempt some fool to see him as an easy target for humiliation. Wu Chen didn't want to go through any unpleasant experiences, so he chose to let others know about his strength, making them think twice before provoking him. As for whether this approach might be dangerous, Wu Chen felt that, since it was like his left hand fighting his right, even if danger arose, it would be someone else's problem. He himself would never be at risk. Besides, after all this time cultivating, he had yet to experience an actual battle. Wu Chen was eager for a real fight, hoping to test his true combat abilities and get a clear sense of his own strength. But if he wanted a genuine battle, he needed an opponent who wouldn't hold back. With that in mind, Wu Chen set his sights on Kingpin. This ninja, Kingpin, already possessed the chakra reserves of Jonin, had formidable taijutsu, and even knew some water-style ninjutsu. Judging by pure strength, Wu Chen was sure he could overwhelm Kingpin, so he wasn't worried about any unfortunate surprises in the fight. However, to truly gauge his fighting power, he needed to experience combat firsthand. Accompanied by Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen arrived at Times Square. He saw Minato give a nod to Coulson before vanishing into thin air. Hello, my name is Wu Chen. He greeted Coulson as well, then ignored the slightly baffled look Coulson gave him and turned his attention to Kingpin in the distance. You stay here and be ready to back me up. I'll go meet this big guy first. Wu Chen gave Coulson this quick instruction, then drew his famed blade, Siming, and sprinted toward Kingpin in that distinctive ninja dash. Such a headstrong move made Coulson furrow his brow. Though Wu Chen didn't look like a teenager, he didn't inspire the same confidence as Minato Namikaze. Charging straight at an unknown foe without testing the waters first, this was reckless, to say the least. Coulson found Wu Chen's approach rash, but only because he had no idea of Wu Chen's true abilities. If he knew Wu Chen, like Minato, had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he would certainly think differently. It's fair to say that anyone who has mastered space-time ninjutsu, like the Flying Thunder God or Kamui, hold an innate advantage in any battle. They can attack or retreat at will, holding all the initiative in their hands. That's precisely why Wu Chen felt confident enough to face Kingpin head-on at this moment. As Wu Chen sprinted closer, he reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out 2 3-pronged kunai, which he hurled at Kingpin. In the past couple of days, Wu Chen hadn't been able to resist opening a few more random treasure chests from the myriad worlds. Fortunately, unlike before, he didn't suffer any losses this time. One of the most useful items he obtained was a ninja tool pouch. It could be placed anywhere on his clothing at will, and the space inside was much larger than it appeared. Calling it a spatial ninja tool wouldn't be an exaggeration. Then, to match his own combat style, Wu Chen used the weapon forging/repair function to craft 10 3-pronged kunai and a sword scabbard. Wu Chen often played the role of Minato Namikaze, so he was extremely adept at wielding the 3-pronged kunai, so natural and skillful that his combat effectiveness soared far beyond what he could achieve with ordinary kunai. As for the scabbard, it was, of course, meant to accompany the famed sword, Simi. The legendary blade, Simi, was powerful and practical, but its only flaw was the lack of a scabbard, making it inconvenient to carry around. Now that he'd added a scabbard, Wu Chen could finally carry it with him, using it as his personal sidearm. His ninja pouch, kunai, and scabbard. These things had completely drained Wu Chen's resources, leaving his funds wiped out. Yet, Wu Chen didn't concern himself much with money. If he ever needed more, he could always earn it again. At worst, he could simply sell some gold or a few ninjutsu techniques. Meanwhile, Jinbing was standing at the ready, completely unaware that he had just paid for the young man's new weapons and gear, making his opponent even stronger. And now, that very opponent was coming for him. If Jinbing knew this, he might well faint on the spot out of pure rage. Thanks to the nourishment of chakra and recent training, Wu Chen's strength had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. So now, as he hurled two three-pronged kunai, they streaked through the air like twin flashes of silver, flying straight toward Jinbing. The kunai drew ever closer, but Jinbing made no move to dodge. Instead, he channeled water element chakra onto his fist and struck at one of the kunai. Dodging would only expose a weakness, and against a lightning-fast ninja, even the slightest opening could spell defeat. By coating his fist with water element chakra, he made it tough and resilient, impervious to being cut by sharp weapons. That was why Jinbing dared to meet the kunai head-on with his bare fist. He'd knock away the kunai first, then give this brat a lesson with his iron fists. What a joke. He couldn't even throw two kunai straight, and yet he had the nerve to challenge Jinbing. Clearly, he didn't take him seriously at all. Did this kid think he was Minato Namikaze, charging up so recklessly? Jinbing would teach him a harsh lesson. There's always someone stronger out there. However, while Jinbing had the script laid out perfectly in his mind, reality had other plans. Because he hadn't noticed the flying thunder god seal, marked with the character Wu, wrapped around the handles of those two kunai. And just before Jinbing's fist could smash into the kunai, a streak of black light flashed by. The black-haired youth, who had been more than 10 meters away, suddenly appeared right in front of Jinbing. One hand gripped a three-pronged kunai. The other held a strange, ancient sword, its blade swinging in a deadly arc toward Jinbing's neck. Wu Chen intended to take Jinbing's head, right here and now. At this critical moment, Kingpin didn't have time to think. He instantly channeled chakra into his left arm, twisted his body slightly, and raised his arm to block the sword head-on. With a sharp sound, a chunk of flesh was sliced away. Kingpin's left arm lost a large portion of muscle, blood gushing out in torrents. At the same time, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, teleporting to the spot marked by another three-pronged kunai. He appeared right at Kingpin's side, and before Kingpin could react, Wu Chen landed a powerful kick that sent him flying. The first round ended in a decisive victory for Wu Chen. Truth be told, this outcome was only natural. Wu Chen knew everything about Kingpin, while Kingpin knew nothing about Wu Chen. On top of that, Wu Chen was no weakling to begin with. Having been underestimated by Kingpin only made it easier for him to completely dominate. Wu Chen understood all this, but the others didn't. Coulson stared, dumbfounded, at the scene of Wu Chen sending Kingpin flying in the blink of an eye. Unbidden, memories of that day flooded back. The day he and Natasha teamed up, only to be brutally beaten by Kingpin. Once the shock wore off, Coulson immediately reported the situation through his earpiece. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone was stunned. The helper Minato Namikaze, called in his Chinese, goes by the name Wu Chen, and he defeated Kingpin easily. He appears to possess Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Nick Fury felt as if he'd just been slapped across the face. He'd only just dismissed the newcomer, and now that very man had single-handedly taken down Kingpin, someone even two elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents couldn't handle together. As for Wu Chen knowing Minato's jutsu, that didn't surprise Fury. After all, the two of them were master and apprentice. Wu Chen, Fury repeated the name, and then suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He might not be from Konoha. Hurry and check. See if there's a Chinese man named Wu Chen living in New York City. Recruiting someone from Konoha would be next to impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. But what if he wasn't from Konoha? For the first time, Nick Fury saw real hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. might gain access to chakra. And what about the surveillance drones? Are they in position yet? Transmit the footage to me right away. A few seconds later, Wu Chen's background file appeared before Nick Fury. After reading it, Fury could more or less guess how Wu Chen had come to be Namikaze Minato's disciple. So, some people really do have the talent to cultivate chakra. Who would have thought? Nick Fury had always assumed Minato's talk of talent was just an excuse, an easy way to avoid teaching anyone else how to train with chakra. But Wu Chen's appearance shattered that assumption. Wu Chen had been extraordinarily ordinary. Orphaned, with no family or friends, his life could hardly have been more tragic. The only thing that set him apart was his secret recipe for delicious crab burgers, which had sent New York's foodies into a frenzy. For someone like this, there was no benefit at all for Minato Namikaze to teach him how to cultivate chakra. In fact, there was even a risk of revealing the secrets of chakra cultivation. And yet, Minato Namikaze went ahead and did exactly that. What's more, Wu Chen not only mastered chakra, but trained it to a remarkable degree. Given these facts, there could only be one explanation. It must be true, then, that cultivating chakra requires a special talent, and Wu Chen just so happens to possess it, with an exceptional gift for it at that. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how Wu Chen was able to defeat Kingpin with such ease and even master the Flying Thunder God technique that only Minato Namikaze himself had wielded. The thought of this made Nick Fury even more determined to recruit Wu Chen into the Avengers team he was assembling. At that very moment, the camera drone arrived at Times Square, beaming back high-definition footage in real time. Everyone in the conference room fixed their gaze on the enormous, crystal-clear screen. Nick Fury was no exception. He kept his eyes glued to Wu Chen, as if trying to divine what move Wu Chen would make next. Wu Chen's next step, in fact, was quite straightforward. He would continue his fight with Kingpin. Kingpin had not yet lost his fighting strength. The two quick strikes Wu Chen had just landed had at most injured him, lightly at that, not nearly enough to incapacitate or capture him. Yet Wu Chen didn't press his advantage. Kingpin had been knocked into the shrubbery at the edge of the square, where the thicket made a perfect hiding place for an ambush. Charging in recklessly would be a fool's gambit. Wu Chen had enough battlefield sense to realize that. Just then, Kingpin's voice reached Wu Chen's ears. Water style. Great waterfall jutsu. Wu Chen started for a split second, then instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing at Coulson's side. Without waiting for any questions, he grabbed Coulson and leapt onto the nearest rooftop. Perched atop the building, several meters above the ground, Coulson had just opened his mouth to ask what was going on when he saw an enormous spray of water erupt from the shrubbery where Kingpin had been hiding. The swirling jet of water twisted and gathered in midair, growing larger and larger until it became a massive sphere of water, dozens of meters in diameter, crashing down with tremendous force on the spot where Wu Chen had been standing just moments before. With a thunderous crash, everything in the water sphere's path was obliterated. The giant ball slammed into a two-story guest house at the end of the street, demolishing it completely before the water finally dispersed and flowed away. Even so, Times Square was now submerged. The water on the street was over a meter deep. Seeing this, Wu Chen gave Coulson a word of warning. Stay up here and don't run around. I'm going down to deal with him. Coulson was just about to protest, but then realized that joining the fray would only get in Wu Chen's way. Besides, a battle of this scale was far beyond anything he could handle. And another thing, are chakra and ninjutsu really that powerful? The masked man unleashed a single jutsu and set all of Hell's Kitchen ablaze, while Kingpin used just one technique to flood Times Square. What on earth is happening to this world? The folks at S.H.I.E.L.D. were thinking the same thing as Coulson. Nick Fury never imagined that Kingpin would become so strong. The guy was just a heavy-hitting brawler before, nothing but muscle and bulk. As for what everyone else was thinking, the people involved had no way of knowing. Wu Chen leapt down from the small building and landed firmly atop the water surface. At that moment, Kingpin emerged, his arm already bandaged. Just like Wu Chen, Kingpin stood effortlessly on the water. However, he had no desire to exchange words with Wu Chen. Instead, he began weaving hand seals immediately. Seeing Kingpin's movements, Wu Chen also started forming seals. A ninjutsu showdown. This was a romance unique to ninja, and Wu Chen naturally wanted to experience it for himself. Judging by the complexity of Kingpin's hand signs, Wu Chen guessed it must be the water style, water dragon bullet technique. After all, Kingpin only knew 5 water style jutsu, eliminating the great waterfall technique that left only 3 utility techniques and 1 offensive move. With so many hand signs, there was no doubt it had to be that offensive technique, water dragon bullet. So, after a moment's thought, Wu Chen decided to counter with fire style, great fireball technique. The next second, both men finished their seals and unleashed their jutsu at the same time. A massive fireball burst from Wu Chen's mouth, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, a textbook example of the great fireball technique. As expected, Kingpin conjured a writhing water dragon, several meters tall, which lunged straight at Wu Chen. Unfazed, Wu Chen increased his chakra output, causing his fireball to swell by another meter or 2, then pushed the blazing sphere directly toward the water dragon. A thunderous roar exploded. The fireball was pierced straight through by the tightly bound water dragon, nearly snuffing it out entirely. With home field advantage and elemental superiority, it was only natural that Wu Chen's fire style, still unrefined, would be at a disadvantage. As water and fire clashed, a torrent of steam billowed forth, and with each exchange of jutsu, the mist only grew denser. Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't hesitate. He instantly abandoned the ninjutsu duel. He used the body replacement technique to escape the water dragon's pursuit, then hurled 3-pronged kunai, preparing to take the fight to Kingpin up close and personal. Kingpin saw this and didn't foolishly waste chakra maintaining the water dragon. He immediately cut off the jutsu, watching the thick white fog with heightened vigilance. In this moment, Kingpin's wariness and respect for Wu Chen had risen to the highest level. This kid might not be quite as formidable as Minato Namikaze, but he was just as troublesome. Not only could he use space-time jutsu, but he was also adept with fire style, and his taijutsu seemed nothing to scoff at either. Fortunately, he doesn't know how to use the Rasengan. Otherwise, this fight will be a lot tougher for me. Kingpin muttered to himself. Then, he heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air and immediately tilted his head to dodge. The memory of their recent clash, where a chunk of flesh had been carved from him, was still fresh in Kingpin's mind. But in the next instant, Wu Chen appeared midair, Rasengan in hand, hurtling straight down toward Kingpin. This was the true convenience of the Rasengan. No hand seals required, just mastery of the technique, and it could be unleashed in a flash, catching your enemy completely off guard with devastating power. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the thick fog. S.H.I.E.L.D's drones finally managed to capture footage of the two combatants once again. Seeing Wu Chen soaring through the air, clutching the Rasengan and about to deliver a decisive blow, Nick Fury finally let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Just moments before, when Wu Chen's fireball had been shattered by Kingpin, Fury had nearly sworn out loud in shock. It wasn't that Wu Chen himself was so important to S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather that he was the disciple of Minato Namikaze. If Wu Chen were to die while helping S.H.I.E.L.D, there was no way Minato would ever forgive them. That's why Nick Fury had specifically instructed Coulson to keep a close eye on Wu Chen's safety. Though, admittedly, Coulson wasn't quite up to the task. Now, seeing Wu Chen on the verge of victory, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. But in the very next second, Fury watched in disbelief as Kingpin, struck head-on by Wu Chen's Rasengan, suddenly dissolved into a pool of water. The abrupt turn of events seemed to stun Wu Chen too. His three-pronged kunai slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Suddenly, from out of the water, another Kingpin emerged, grinning wickedly as he spread his hands wide. Water-style, water prison jutsu. With a rush of water, Wu Chen was instantly trapped inside a sphere of water, large enough for two people, with no chance to react. Watching Wu Chen flail underwater, Kingpin flashed the smile of a man certain of victory. "Kid, you're still too young." Noticing Wu Chen's bewildered expression, Kingpin, confident that the fight was over, took the liberty to explain, "That was the water clone technique. Did you really think that after witnessing your space-time ninjutsu, I'd just let you get close to me again?" Nick Fury clenched his fist, immediately barking an order into his earpiece. Coulson, open fire on Kingpin. Bang! But the shot didn't come from Coulson's gun. It came from within the water prison, from Wu Chen himself. The Wu Chen who had been trapped inside the water sphere had suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. Kingpin froze, a sinking feeling washing over him, but it was already too late. Right where Wu Chen's kunai had fallen moments before, a new Wu Chen materialized in an instant, Rasengan at the ready, and drove it straight into Kingpin. Thud, thud, thud. Kingpin had no time to dodge. He took the Rasengan full force and was sent hurtling backward through the air. "Uncle, if you can use the art of duplication, do you really think I can't?" Wu Chen gave a dismissive snort. "When I jumped out of the building just now, I'd already used my own clone technique." Despite his banter, Wu Chen remained on high alert. He walked slowly up to the unconscious Kingpin, drew his famous blade, Simi, and poked at Kingpin's arm. There was no response. Seeing this, Wu Chen raised his sword high, preparing to finish Kingpin off once and for all. At that moment, a vortex appeared in the void, and a hand gripping a metal gourd fan swung out, smashing Wu Chen and sending him flying. "Kid, I still have some use for Kingpin. I can't let you kill him just yet." Wu Chen was knocked back more than 10 meters, but he fought to regain his balance and landed, standing atop the water. The masked man emerged slowly from the swirling vortex, his movements unhurried, but the entire atmosphere grew tense the moment he appeared. He stood on the water, fixing Wu Chen with a cold, unblinking stare. Even many agents at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. Wu Chen, even more so. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but then clenched his teeth and forced himself to advance again, reclaiming the ground he'd just lost. A flicker of surprise flashed in the masked man's eyes, and his tone shifted. "It seems you might actually be worth my time." With that, the masked man drew Kingpin into his divine space. Then, gripping the Uchiha fan in one hand and a chain in the other, strolled towards Wu Chen with practiced ease. Wu Chen gritted his teeth, summoned a Rasengan, and charged straight at the masked man. Nick Fury's heart sank. This was bad. Did Wu Chen really not know who he was up against? Had Minato Namikaze not told him? And where was Minato, anyway? Why hadn't he shown up yet? Sure enough, the Rasengan had no effect. Wu Chen, and his jutsu passed straight through the masked man's body as if he were a ghost. Suddenly, the masked man grabbed Wu Chen's wrist, raised his fan high, and was about to bring it down on Wu Chen's head. A brilliant golden flash erupted from Wu Chen's body. Minato Namikaze appeared in midair, blocking the fan with his three-pronged kunai, and at the same time, seized the masked man's wrist. Got you. Coulson, watching from a distance, suddenly understood why Minato had waited until now to reveal himself. At that moment, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank came to the same realization, breaking into admiring murmurs. Director Minato Namikaze is truly incredible. He used the fight between Wu Chen and Kingpin as bait. He knew exactly what his student was capable of, so he kept out of sight, waiting for Kingpin to fall and the masked man to reveal himself. The moment the masked man showed up, Minato struck and caught him. Director, the seal might actually stay intact after all. Nick Fury was also relieved. Although he had already persuaded the mayor to evacuate everyone from Times Square, it was still better to avoid a fight if possible. After all, public facilities are built with taxpayer money. But would Wu Chen really do as he wished? Just then, the masked man, caught by Minato Namikaze, remained calm and unhurried. He pointed at Wu Chen and said to Minato, "Take a look at what's on your student's back." Minato glanced over and saw, to his shock, an explosive tag. Seizing the moment, the masked man quickly formed hand seals, igniting the tag. The tag crackled and burned rapidly, on the verge of exploding. Minato had no choice but to release the masked man, rip the tag from Wu Chen's back, and hurl it far away. A deafening blast followed as the explosive tag detonated, and the masked man faded into an intangible state. How despicable! Using tricks like that. The S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank fumed in outrage. See? That's why villains always seem stronger than superheroes. They have no scruples at all. But did you notice that piece of paper? A single sheet could explode like a grenade. Wow, you're right. Doesn't that mean both the Hidden Leaf Village and a masked man's organization have the power to create these tags? Meanwhile, the chaotic scene inside S.H.I.E.L.D. had no effect on the events unfolding in Times Square. At that moment, neither those inside Times Square nor anyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. realized that everything happening there was being captured in full by a camera on a distant building, broadcast live to New York television, and aired as breaking news. New York television, stationed near Times Square, had sensed a major story the moment the government ordered an evacuation. The network executives, thinking ahead, ordered the crew to set up high-definition cameras and connect directly to the live news feed. And so, everything in Times Square was now being broadcast live across America. Footsteps echoed on the pavement as the masked man strode toward the center of Times Square, his body passing straight through Wu Chen and Minato Namikaze. Wu Chen and Minato exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. Neither of them could touch the masked man. With a flash, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique, taking Minato to Coulson's location, and then used the technique once again. Coulson, suddenly finding himself in front of Stark Tower, looked around in confusion. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Minato, aren't we supposed to stop the masked man?" In response to Coulson's question, Minato shook his head. "It's not that we don't want to stop him. It's that we can't. Just now is our best chance to catch him. But he slipped away by using a dirty trick." Hearing this, Wu Chen immediately apologized. "Master Minato, I'm sorry. It was my mistake that held everyone back." Minato Namikaze shook his head. "It's not your fault. The fact that you were able to defeat Kingpin is already impressive. This was my oversight." Coulson interrupted their conversation. "So what do we do now?" Before Minato could reply, a pillar of crimson light erupted from Times Square, shooting straight into the sky. New York Television's clever move behind the scenes sent their live news ratings soaring, instantly outshining every other program airing at the same time. Before evacuating, they left a message in the newsroom. "We've been ordered to evacuate, and it's not just us. All of Times Square is being cleared out. We don't know what will happen next, but out of respect for the public's right to know, and as a symbol of social responsibility, we've decided to leave cameras rolling to record whatever unfolds in Times Square. Note, we have no idea when the cameras might be shut off, or if we'll actually capture anything at all. We simply want to do our job as journalists." With words so noble, they instantly captivated countless viewers desperate to know what was happening in Times Square. But in truth, who doesn't know the less than noble side of journalism? For an exclusive story, reporters often do things that would make ordinary people uncomfortable. This was New York Television's gamble. And fortune favored them. They won big. Not only did they capture the entire superhuman battle between Wu Chen and Kingpin, but they also filmed rare footage of the Nine-Tails beast descending upon the world. The masked man walked step by step toward the center of Times Square. The public bench there had just been destroyed by Kingpin's massive waterfall technique. So the masked man simply raised his arm high and slammed his palm down onto the ground. In an instant, a radiant circular array of runes flared around his hand, spreading outward. The array was enormous, covering several hundred square meters of Times Square. This was the same technique Wu Chen had used earlier. Though useless in itself, it served to highlight the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails. In reality, the true key was the Nine Tails card beneath the masked man's palm. Chakra surged around him as he shouted, "Sealing Jutsu. Release." Crack! The massive, glowing array shattered like fragile crystal, splintering into countless motes of light that drifted upward and vanished. At this sight, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. all grew grim. Nick Fury, eyes narrowed, ventured his own theory. It seems the last time a Nine Tails broke free wasn't a fluke. Whoever's behind this might have found a way to break the Sage of Six Paths seal. Brilliant, Director. That's exactly what I was thinking. Director, you're amazing. I could just hug you. So, what do you all think the Nine Tails should look like? Even as the Nine Tails was on the verge of breaking free, some members of the think tank were still in the mood to chat idly. Perhaps this is what they call, "It's none of my business, so I'll just watch from the sidelines." Although they wore anxious expressions on the surface, deep down, they were actually waiting to see a good show. However, their curiosity was quickly satisfied. As the seal faded away, a pillar of crimson light shot up from Times Square, piercing the sky. Hundreds of meters across, the beam bathed the entire area in a scarlet glow. Suddenly, a deafening roar split the air, echoing for miles. Upon hearing the beast's cry, Minato Namikaze's face tensed. He glanced at Wu Chen, saw his nod, and then turned to Coulson. "Coulson, contact S.H.I.E.L.D. right away. Make sure all civilians are cleared from the area. This battle could become extremely dangerous. Both Wu Chen and I may not be able to protect anyone once it starts." This arrangement was necessary, for the towering red pillar and that tremendous roar only seemed to attract thrill-seekers. People who, far from running away, were now eager to go on an adventure. To be honest, there's a reason foreigners sometimes seem reckless. Seeing all this, Coulson nodded at once and urged, "Mr. Namikaze, Mr. Wu, please, both of you be careful." Minato Namikaze needed no introduction. He was the embodiment of kindness. As for Wu Chen, though Coulson hadn't known him long, he was a good judge of character. Wu Chen was definitely not a bad person. For someone like that, Coulson would never hold back his concern. Watching Coulson hurry off, Wu Chen's lips curled into a grin. Now it's time to subdue the Nine Tails and defeat the masked man. Minato nodded. "Right, let's move." With two flashes of light, Wu Chen and Minato vanished from sight. While Wu Chen and Minato delegated tasks to Coulson, the Nine Tails finally emerged in full. Under the crimson pillar, its massive head broke through first. Fiery red fur, fierce, merciless eyes, every inch of it radiating untamed power. Then came the enormous claws, the colossal body, until at last, the 100-meter-long tailed beast, the nine-tailed demon fox, towered above Times Square in New York. This beast, rivaling the height of most buildings, struck terror into the hearts of all who saw it, even while simply standing there. The first thrill-seeker to arrive froze instantly at the sight. Moments later, he spun around and bolted, tripping over himself in his haste to escape. Soon, more adrenaline chasers arrived, and each and every one reacted the same way as the first. But with so many people, their frantic flight created a cacophony, drawing the attention of the newly awakened Nine-Tail straight to them. Although it could speak and communicate its thoughts, the Nine-Tails had absolutely no desire to interact with these insignificant insects. When it first came into being, it had approached humanity with kindness, hoping for peaceful contact. But humans, gripped by fear and greed for its power, went so far as to harm it in their attempts to possess that strength. From that moment on, any goodwill the Nine-Tails might have felt toward humans slowly faded away. Later, in the world of Shinobi, the Nine-Tails was forcibly controlled by a man from the Uchiha clan, enduring a humiliating period under his domination. Even now, having arrived in another world, the hatred it harbored toward humans still burned fiercely within its heart. In fact, it could have roared out loud, "I despise humans the most. Given all this, how dare these little bugs disturb me?" Watching the fleeing crowd not far away, the Nine-Tails' eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, it began to gather a tailed beast ball. Its jaws parted slightly, and countless strands of black and red chakra emerged from the air, swirling and converging toward its mouth. Finally, a black and red chakra sphere, several meters across, materialized before its maw. In the next instant, the Nine-Tails suddenly lowered its head and unleashed the massive chakra ball with a thunderous force. The ball shot forward at incredible speed, reaching the group of people in the blink of an eye. Had it made contact, not only would those people have been obliterated, but even the surrounding buildings would have been vaporized on the spot. But at that very moment, a three-pronged kunai came flying through the air. In a flash of golden light, Minato Namikaze appeared directly in front of the tailed beast ball. Clutching the kunai tightly, he shouted, "Flying Thunder God, guiding Thunder." With a surge, a massive array erupted from the kunai, instantly enveloping the entire tailed beast ball. The sphere compressed and collapsed inward, then was drawn completely into the kunai. The next second, out in the wastelands beyond New York City, a chakra sphere several meters wide appeared and exploded with a deafening blast. A tremendous shockwave followed, drawing everyone's attention. It was as if a massive C4 bomb had detonated, the explosion engulfing hundreds of meters and plunging S.H.I.E.L.D. and all those watching the battle into stunned silence. It was only after a long moment that Nick Fury finally picked up his earpiece and barked, "Evacuate everyone from the area around Times Square now." Immediately. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was going into full emergency mode, Wu Chen was equally busy. Furious, he yanked one reckless thrill-seeker after another away from the brink of death. Truth be told, Wu Chen felt little desire to save these foreigners who courted death in the name of excitement. But they were, after all, human lives. As both he and Minato were supposed to be superheroes, he forced himself to act. His methods, however, were far from gentle. He'd grab someone, teleport them away with the Flying Thunder God technique, and unceremoniously toss them aside, without so much as a thought for their comfort. Moreover, Wu Chen memorized the faces of these people. He would save them only this once. If they ever sought death a second time, Wu Chen would choose to stand by and watch, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to even give them a push. While Wu Chen was busy on his end, Minato Namikaze and the Masked Man were far from idle. Right after the Nine Tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb, the Masked Man leapt straight onto the beast's head. He lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the Nine Tails. In that instant, the kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes began to spin, and the beast, which had just regained its freedom and sense of self, was immediately plunged into submission. A chilling breath escaped. The Nine Tails' eyes shifted from fierce red slits to the Sharingan. In a heartbeat, the Nine Tails grew quiet, as if it had always been a masked man's mount, docilely letting him stand atop its head. Now, it's time for the world to witness the true power of a tailed beast. No sooner had the masked man spoken than the previously subdued Nine Tails sprang into action. It lunged toward a cluster of buildings, and with a single swipe, toppled them like toys. At the same time, it began to gather another tailed beast bomb. But this time, instead of forming a single massive sphere, it created several smaller ones. A big sphere could be intercepted and hurled out of New York by Minato Namikaze, but with a barrage of smaller bombs, Minato would be powerless to stop them all. Wu Chen still felt that New York deserved a proper chaos, a spectacle worthy of the plan. It wasn't just about venting his anger, but about following through with the strategy. Unless the world truly witnessed the might of a tailed beast, how could they take Konoha and the Akatsuki seriously? If they didn't, then even if Wu Chen orchestrated earth-shaking events, the progress of his roleplay wouldn't advance much. On the other hand, if the world paid them serious attention, then whenever he stirred up trouble as one of his characters, the roleplay progress would soar. Just like now, whether it was Minato Namikaze or Uchiha Obito, their progress bars were visibly surging. Wu Chen estimated that, once this Nine Tails incident was over, both roles would reach a new level of mastery. Suddenly, several tailed beast bombs, each the size of a human head, shot outward from the Nine Tails like a deadly storm, scattering in all directions. A series of explosions ripped through the air, shaking the ground like a squadron of bombers dropping high-yield payloads. In the blink of an eye, every building around Times Square was reduced to rubble, transformed into a wasteland. Controlling the Nine Tails, the masked man unleashed devastation upon everything in the vicinity of Times Square. At that moment, a S.H.I.E.L.D. drone hovered slowly into view, stopping before the masked man and projecting Nick Fury's voice. "Masked man, just what is it you want?" The masked man paused for a moment, then continued to control the Nine Tails, launching miniature tailed beast bombs. He looked coldly at the drone. A mere machine under someone else's control dares to speak with me? Fire style, great fireball technique. With a thunderous roar, a surging ball of flame erupted into existence, shooting straight toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. drone. Just then, a three-pronged kunai suddenly whistled through the air. Minato Namikaze appeared in a flash, grabbed the drone, and pulled it aside, saving it from certain destruction. "Is this thing alive?" Minato poked the drone with a curious expression, clearly intrigued. Thank you very much, Mr. Namikaze." Nick Fury quickly changed the subject. expressing his gratitude to Minato, careful not to let him realize he had just rescued a rather insignificant piece of equipment. At the same time, Fury requested Minato's help in talking to the masked man. This isn't really a favor. I was planning to question it myself. With that, Minato tossed the drone aside and fixed the masked man with a serious gaze. He spoke slowly. Let's start with introductions. I am Minato Namikaze, Fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. And you are? The masked man's eyes flickered with a complex expression. Only after a long moment did he reply, the Akatsuki. Toby. The Akatsuki? Minato's eyebrows rose in surprise. I think I've heard of your group before. But Toby? Why are you doing this? Why start a war? At Minato's questioning, the masked man suddenly burst out laughing. Oh. Minato played along, asking, what's so funny? I'm laughing at this country. The masked man stopped laughing, though a mocking tone lingered in his voice. Do you really think a nation that starts wars for trivial reasons has the right to question the Akatsuki's reasons for waging war in pursuit of a noble goal? A noble goal? What kind of goal? Minato didn't refute the masked man's accusation, but instead pressed him for the Akatsuki's true objective. After all, the masked man wasn't wrong. America had acted as he described. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., hearing this, couldn't help but lower their heads. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. was an international organization, its headquarters was in New York, and most of its members were American. And anyone with sense knew who was in the right, just from looking at America's actions. Seeing that Minato didn't defend America, the masked man seemed to be in a better mood. The Akatsuki's goal is singular, true world peace. World peace. Minato was astonished. He raised his hand, gesturing toward the devastation all around, and his voice grew sharp with anger. Is this your idea of peace? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., tempers flared as well. World peace. More like nuclear peace. That group is nothing but a terrorist organization. Not only that, it must be a terrifying organization where supervillains gather. This guy named Ah-Fei never even claimed to be the leader. It's obvious that the real leader of the Akatsuki is someone else. Seeing Minato Namikaze's anger, the masked man shook his head. This is the only path to peace. After all, humanity is a species incapable of truly understanding one another. That's nonsense. If people couldn't understand each other, how could families or nations even exist? Before Minato could respond, the voice from the drone burst out in protest. This time, the masked man didn't take action. He glanced at Minato, knowing that even if he tried, Minato would surely stop him. So he replied, if people could understand each other, then why do wars still break out between nations? At this, the S.H.I.E.L.D. side was left speechless. Witnessing this, the masked man began to preach the philosophy of the Akatsuki. At the end, he added, since people can't understand each other, then maybe making them experience pain will force them to understand. And through that, peace can be achieved. This is a way too. Even if the world rejects this path, it's still far better than doing nothing, like you all. To be honest, the masked man came off as incredibly cool. He looked cool, and everything he did was cool. In America, a nation that idolizes coolness, at this very moment, with the entire country watching live, the masked man calmly spoke about his organization's beliefs, and he was actually putting them into practice. To American teenagers, he was the very embodiment of cool. In an instant, many teenagers decided they wanted to find a way to join the Akatsuki. Some even went so far as to call the government directly, boldly asking how they could sign up. At this point, even if the American government had been slow or clueless before, they now realized something was seriously wrong. After some investigation, they were shocked to discover that the New York television station, one that received substantial government funding every year, was the one stabbing them in the back. The government acted immediately, cutting off the power to Times Square, leaving the live stream and cameras in total blackout. But this only sparked public outrage. In no time, the New York government's complaint lines were overwhelmed with calls. Still, the New York authorities held firm under the pressure and refused to restore the broadcast. A few complaint calls were nothing compared to the chaos caused by the Ninetales rampage. Before, perhaps they hadn't realized the broadcast was live, but now that they knew, there was no way they'd just let it go. The flood of complaints did nothing to affect those in Times Square. Seeing that he couldn't convince the masked man, Minato Namikaze simply fell silent, pulling out several three-pronged kunai, readying himself for battle. The masked man, noticing this, ordered the Ninetales to continue its destruction, while he himself stepped forward to confront Minato. With no one left to restrain it, the Ninetales kept smashing buildings with its massive body, gathering chakra to form tailed beast balls and launching them relentlessly. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze's face flashed with hesitation. Then he shouted to Wu Chen, Wu Chen, go to Konoha and bring your master's wife here. Wu Chen, who had just finished his task, looked at Minato in surprise. Master Minato, are you sure? Hurry. Wu Chen nodded immediately, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the scene. Of course, he intended to find a place to use Kushina's card and summon Uzumaki Kushina. The exchange between Minato and Wu Chen was naturally overheard by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, and the others were quite surprised. They hadn't expected someone as young as Minato to already be married. It was truly unexpected. But Minato's wife, was she really that strong? Could she really handle a Ninetales? While the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. were caught between surprise and doubt, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, felt a twinge of disappointment mixed in with her astonishment. She had finally, for the first time, found herself genuinely drawn to someone, only to discover he was already married. Stealing another woman's husband was something Black Widow simply couldn't bring herself to do. In that case, there was only one option left. No, I can't accept this. At the very least, I have to see this so-called master's wife before I admit defeat. Staring at the screen showing Times Square, Natasha watched as Wu Chen returned using the Flying Thunder God technique, this time accompanied by a red-haired woman. Her looks were easily on par with Natasha's, and her presence was striking, just a different kind of charisma. But her strength. Natasha's heart sank as she realized Minato had specifically asked Wu Chen to bring this red-haired woman. Her mood darkened. Sure enough, under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others, the red-haired woman suddenly unleashed a surge of chakra. Several slender, golden chains shot out from behind her, wrapping themselves around the arrogant Ninetales and pinning it forcefully to the ground. The whole process took only seconds. The red-haired woman had utterly overwhelmed the Ninetales. It's hopeless for me. Natasha had expected the red-haired woman to be strong, but she hadn't imagined this level of strength. Even Minato couldn't do anything against the Ninetales, yet this woman subdued it in the blink of an eye. S.H.I.E.L.D. was just as stunned. They immediately created a top-secret file for Uzumaki Kushina, ranking her power on par with Minato Namikaze. Watching the Ninetales being subdued instantly, the masked man's aura faltered. It was clear he was considering retreat. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, your sealing techniques are truly formidable. Minato Namikaze, this time you win. But Akatsuki won't give up so easily. We'll come back for the tailed beast again, so for now, we'll just leave it with you. Toby, the masked man, tried to flee, but Minato had no intention of letting him go. However, his intangibility was almost impossible to counter. Unless it's Kakashi, who possesses another Kamui Sharingan, all the initiative lies firmly in the hands of the masked man. A swirling distortion of space appeared, and in an instant, the masked man vanished. Seeing this, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally breathed a sigh of relief, and even Nick Fury let himself relax. The masked man had fled, and though the Ninetales had broken free from its seal, it was easily subdued by Minato, Namikaze's wife. Times Square might have been reduced to near ruins, but at least there were few casualties. All things considered, the outcome wasn't bad. As if remembering something, Nick Fury used a drone to speak with Minato Namikaze. Mr. Namikaze, will you reseal the Ninetales right away? Do you need any assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Back on solid ground, Minato glanced at Wu Chen and replied, no need for help. Just make sure no one else comes to interfere. As for the Ninetales, of course it must be resealed. However, I intend to use a different sealing method this time. A different sealing method? Nick Fury asked with curiosity. You don't plan to seal it in Times Square again? Minato shook his head. That method is too risky. The masked man, Toby, knows how to break the seal. He could release the Ninetales at any time. That's why I plan to seal the Ninetales inside a human vessel. In a human? Nick Fury was utterly stunned. The Ninetales is enormous. How could that even work? Is it really possible for a human to contain it? Absolutely. Minato's answer was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. My wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is a master of sealing techniques, arguably the most skilled in the world. With her here, creating a Jinchuriki for the Ninetales is no difficult task. Jinchuriki? Nick Fury immediately latched onto the term. A Jinchuriki refers to someone who has a tailed beast sealed within their body. Jinchuriki typically wield unique forms of attack by tapping into the chakra of their tailed beast, or even partially transforming into them. In the world of Naruto, every great ninja village possesses its own Jinchuriki. However, most Jinchuriki face the risk of having their minds eroded by the tailed beast's power, losing control, and transforming completely into the beast itself. To draw a comparison, a Jinchuriki is something like a somewhat unstable, mobile nuclear bomb, and this bomb can go off over and over again. If you look at it from this angle, a Jinchuriki seems nothing but dangerous, with little to no benefit. But if a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast come to understand and accept one another, they can perfectly master the beast chakra and become what's known as a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki is free from the dangers faced by ordinary hosts. They become true friends with their tailed beast. The beast, in turn, willingly lends its power, all under its own control. Moreover, a perfect Jinchuriki is immune to most forms of Jinjutsu control, since an illusion can't possibly ensnare both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast at the same time. In that case, as long as one of them remains conscious, they can disrupt the illusion and help the other wake up as well. It's like having two souls in one body, working in perfect harmony. Additionally, a perfect Jinchuriki can fully transform into their tailed beast, essentially allowing the beast to reappear in this world, while the Jinchurikis will remain intact, uncorrupted by the beast's influence. That's a nuclear weapon with a mind of its own, and one that can be reasoned with. Wu Chen did not keep this information to himself. Instead, he had Minato Namikaze share everything with S.H.I.E.L.D. because his next step was to split the Nine Tails in two, sealing one half inside Minato Namikaze and the other half inside himself. Such a move would be impossible to hide from others, and trying to conceal it would only breed suspicion within S.H.I.E.L.D. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't particularly useful, Nick Fury still had his merits. Unless absolutely necessary, Wu Chen preferred to maintain this fragile relationship. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was puzzled by this plan. Are you sure this is even possible? Minato Namikaze nodded without hesitation. Nick Fury pressed further. If it's possible to seal a tailed beast inside a person, why wasn't this done before? If they'd done this earlier, wouldn't we have had several more powerful fighters by now? With the likes of the Masked Man and the Akatsuki around, breaking the seal wouldn't have been so easy, right? Minato glanced at the drone, a subtle trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Even you're worried about whether a Jinchuriki is safe or not. So imagine how ordinary people who know about Jinchuriki must feel. Do you think just anyone can become a perfect Jinchuriki? For most people, even if you seal a tailed beast inside them, it's nearly impossible for them to achieve that level of harmony. If you had a bomb that could go off at any moment right by your side, how would you feel? Nick Fury was momentarily stunned, immediately picturing the kinds of situations a Jinchuriki might face. A person like that would surely be ostracized. Ordinary people see Jinchuriki as monsters, and believe that if their emotions spiral out of control, they could transform into a tailed beast and plunge everything around them into chaos. So that's how it is. Nick Fury finally understood, but he still had questions. If it's you, Minato Namikaze, I'm sure you could become a perfect Jinchuriki. But why split the Nine Tails in two and seal one half inside your disciple? If, and it's only an if, Wu Chen doesn't become a perfect Jinchuriki, wouldn't that put him in danger? Hearing this, Minato Namikaze shook his head and looked at Wu Chen with eyes full of trust. If you're asking about me and Wu Chen, I'd say Wu Chen is even more qualified than I am to become a perfect Jinchuriki. And I stake my name as the Fourth Hokage on that. With Minato putting it that way, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to trust his judgment. As for why we have to split the Nine Tails and seal it in two parts, the reason is simple. The chakra of the Nine Tails is simply too powerful. If you don't divide it, it's almost impossible for one person to bear it. What? The Nine Tails is that powerful? S.H.I.E.L.D's drones turned their cameras to the beast, tightly bound to the ground by Kushina Uzumaki's adamantine sealing chains, rendered completely immobile. Even with all its ferocity, there was nothing it could do in its current state, leaving it looking almost comically frustrated. Unexpectedly, the Nine Tails looked a bit cute like this. Seeing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D. found Minato's explanation less than convincing. If the Nine Tails were truly that formidable, would your wife really be able to pin it down so effortlessly? One last question. Nick Fury spoke up again. The Nine Tails is huge. How exactly do you split it in two? Are you planning to chop it up with a sword? Minato was a bit exasperated. This is the last question. No more after this. All right. The tailed beasts aren't purely physical beings, Minato explained. They're born from chakra, so they exist both as physical forms and as chakra constructs. As long as your sealing technique is strong enough, you can definitely split them into two. As Minato spoke, Kushina Uzumaki began to perform the sealing jutsu. In the next moment, there were now two enormous Nine Tails bound on the ground. The single Nine Tails had been split in two, one slightly darker, embodying the yin aspect, and the other a bit brighter, representing the yang aspect. Both new versions were somewhat smaller than the original, but even so, each remained a colossal beast. In the world of Naruto, the Nine Tails sealed inside Naruto Uzumaki is the yang half, which is why its personality is a bit more aggressive and prideful, a fact made obvious by how many times Naruto struggled with it growing up. Meanwhile, the yin half of the Nine Tails was sealed in Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, and its temperament was a bit calmer and gentler. You could see this when the yang half was taken away and the yin half was sealed into Naruto. The two quickly developed a harmonious partnership. Later on, it even helped Naruto overcome the invincible Sasuke, proof of their strong cooperation. With everything proceeding under Minato's control, S.H.I.E.L.D. ceased their questioning, merely watching in silence and keeping onlookers from barging in. At the same time, Nick Fury glanced at Wu Chen once more, his resolve to recruit Wu Chen into the Avengers growing ever stronger. Once Wu Chen joined the Avengers and became a perfect Jinchuriki, he could easily become one of the Avengers' main combat forces. That's a power that far surpasses even Captain America. At this point in time, Captain America has already been rescued from the ice by S.H.I.E.L.D. It won't be long before this legendary figure reappears before the world's eyes. With S.H.I.E.L.D. finally falling silent, Minato Namikaze and Wu Chen began their preparations to receive the seal. The reason for splitting the Nine Tails in two and sealing each half into Wu Chen and Minato Namikaze was a carefully considered decision by Wu Chen. The incident where Obito set Hell's Kitchen ablaze had already proven that recreating the deeds of the characters he played could significantly speed up his progress. Since Wu Chen happened to have the Nine Tails, and his first character was Minato Namikaze, the idea of sealing the Nine Tails into Minato's body came to him naturally. He wondered whether this would not only boost Minato's strength, but also advance his role progress. And since this was about restoration, splitting the Nine Tails into halves was the most fitting choice, specifically giving Minato the yin half of the Nine Tails. That would then free up the yang half of the Nine Tails. Naturally, Wu Chen began thinking about how to enhance his own power. Now that he possessed Minato's chakra and talent for space-time ninjutsu, it was as if he had inherited Minato's very constitution. If Minato could become the perfect Jinchuriki, there's no reason he couldn't do the same. Besides, even if he couldn't immediately earn the trust and understanding of the temperamental and proud young Nine Tails, didn't he still have a wish card? All he had to do was wish for something that increased favorability, set his target as the young Nine Tails, and mutual understanding would be within easy reach. With that in mind, he decided to claim half of the Nine Tails for himself as well. If he couldn't redeem the Nine Tails chakra mode from Minato, he could simply grant it to himself. Problem solved. And so, things progressed to how they are today. Meeting Minato's gaze, Wu Chen unzipped his outer jacket and lifted his shirt underneath. The seal had to be placed directly on bare skin. No clothing could get in the way. Though in truth, clothing wouldn't make much difference. The power of the Nine Tails and the sealing process would just destroy any fabric in the way. Wu Chen was rather fond of this shirt. Minato did the same, revealing his own abdomen. Thanks to their chakra training, both Wu Chen and Minato had impressive 8-pack abs, making their physiques look exceptionally well-defined. Over at S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha watched the big screen and couldn't help but lick her lips. Even though she knew her chances were slim, she couldn't suppress the impulses and thoughts stirring in her heart at that moment. After all, food and desire are both part of human nature. This quote comes from the 4th section of Mencius, Gongsun Shou, Part 1. It was raised by Gaozi during his debate with Mencius. Its meaning is, for human beings, whether it be the enjoyment of food and drink or the pursuit of luxury and beauty, these are all natural instincts. Even though Natasha is an outstanding agent, she too has an innate desire to seek out things she finds beautiful or aspirational. This kind of behavior is perfectly normal. Still, while such behavior is understandable, it can become a bit inappropriate if it's too blatant. Nick Fury had even considered advising Natasha, telling her not to interfere with Minato Namikaze's personal life. But after thinking it through, he realized that Natasha wasn't the kind of person to be impulsive, so he let it go. Kushina Uzumaki could never have imagined that someone would be coveting her husband. At this moment, she was in the midst of forming hand seals to perform the four-symbol seal, the sealing technique most suited for containing tailed beasts. In the world of Naruto, it's the four-symbol seal that was used to seal the Nine Tails inside Naruto. To perform the seal, first the Yin attribute of the Nine Tails would be sealed into Minato Namikaze, and then the Yang attribute into Wu Chen. Kushina Uzumaki truly lived up to her reputation as a master of sealing arts. She executed the technique in one smooth, continuous flow. With a dramatic rush, a fierce roar erupted. The two Nine Tails barely had time to howl before. Under the combined force of the adamantine sealing chains and the four-symbol seal, they were compressed and locked away. With the sealing complete, Kushina finally felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Seeing this, Wu Chen and the other two immediately prepared to take their leave. Wait! Nick Fury quickly called out to stop them. Is that really it? Is everything settled now? That's right. It's all over, Minato said, glancing at the hovering drone. The seal is complete. What else could go wrong? The Ninetales rampage just ended like that. For a moment, Nick Fury found it hard to believe. For S.H.I.E.L.D. and his team, this disaster had seemed utterly unsolvable. Yet here, in the hands of Minato and his family, it was resolved almost effortlessly. Was it that he and his people were simply too weak, or were these newcomers simply too strong? Perhaps it was a bit of both. So, Mr. Namikaze, Mr. Wu, what are your plans next? Such powerful allies, whether or not they joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was not about to let go of their strength. Besides, Minato Namikaze had already established a good working relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. There was every reason to maintain and even deepen that cooperation moving forward. As for Wu Chen, he was an even more crucial prospect to win over. But to win someone over, one must first understand his thoughts and intentions. Only then could any subsequent efforts yield double the results with half the effort. Otherwise, if Wu Chen were to take offense and develop a negative opinion of S.H.I.E.L.D., the consequences would be disastrous. Out of respect for Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Minato Namikaze knew he had to give him some face. He paused for a moment and said, "As for me, nothing's changed from before. It's just I'll need to take on missions less frequently now. I have to focus on getting stronger and becoming the perfect Jinchuriki as soon as possible. After all, the masked man, Obito, has escaped, and behind him stands the entire Akatsuki organization." Although Obito didn't say it outright, it's already clear. The Akatsuki's target is the tailed beasts. As for what they want to do with the tailed beasts, that's still unknown for now. In any case, getting stronger is never the wrong move. Nick Fury nodded immediately. "Understood. Please do your best to increase your strength, Mr. Namikaze. Oh, and by the way, for the remaining balance, would you prefer to pick it up tomorrow, or do you want it now?" "I'll take it now. Let me get Kushina home first." With that, Minato Namikaze nodded at Wu Chen, then put his arm around Kushina and, in a flash, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Seeing this, Nick Fury quickly started preparing the cash and called Coulson to come pick up the money. Next, a drone landed in front of Wu Chen and asked, "Mr. Wu, what do you plan to do next?" "Why are you asking?" Wu Chen replied, puzzled. "For someone as powerful as you, the government needs to keep a record. Otherwise, a lot of people would be uneasy," Nick Fury explained. Wu Chen understood this perfectly and didn't mind at all. He answered straightforwardly, "I'll just keep selling hamburgers. And, of course, keep training so I can become the perfect Jinchuriki as soon as I can. I don't want to let Master Minato down." "Have you ever considered becoming a superhero? Maybe even joining a superhero team?" S.H.I.E.L.D. has put together a team called the Avengers, and Iron Man is a member. Nick Fury already knew that Wu Chen got along well with Iron Man, so he dropped Tony's name intentionally. Sure enough, Wu Chen hesitated a little. "Tony's in the Avengers? Still, being a superhero isn't really my thing. I prefer selling hamburgers. We can offer quite a generous salary." Nick Fury knew Wu Chen's life had been pretty modest before. Wu Chen just curled his lips dismissively. "I make pretty good money selling hamburgers. It's enough for me." Nick Fury wanted to say more, but Wu Chen waved him off. "I'm just a small-time hamburger vendor who happens to be a superhero for fun. If you ever run into problems you can't handle, feel free to ask me for help. I'll take care of it. As for joining S.H.I.E.L.D. or even the Avengers, I'm really not that interested." Nick Fury's eye lit up, and he immediately said, "Mr. Wu, I think you might have misunderstood. The Avengers aren't the kind of organization that forces everyone to act together. Generally, each Avenger goes about their own work, and only when something truly major happens, like today, do we call everyone in to stand against evil forces as a team. If that's the case, then I'll think it over," Wu Chen replied, not rejecting him outright. "For now, I'll head back and keep selling burgers. We can talk more at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters later." "You're more than welcome." Nick Fury was thrilled. Since there hadn't been a direct refusal, the odds of Wu Chen agreeing seemed promising. Now, all that was left was to make a good impression and persuade him to join. With that in mind, Nick Fury called out in a commanding voice, and the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters sprang into action, tidying themselves up. Even the cleaning lady who had just finished sweeping the building that morning came out again to polish everything anew. Former director Alexander Pierce, having learned the full story, sidled up to Nick Fury and asked, "Fury, is all this really necessary?" As a HYDRA spy, Alexander could only hope Wu Chen wouldn't take a liking to S.H.I.E.L.D. That way, HYDRA would have a better chance of recruiting him. But Nick Fury nodded solemnly. "Alexander, you still don't understand the importance of chakra and ninjutsu. That's a power capable of shaking the world to its core." Since they'd agreed to talk later, Wu Chen left a Flying Thunder God seal on the drone, and then quietly departed from Times Square. Returning to his burger truck, Wu Chen resumed selling burgers as if nothing had happened. Seeing the burger truck open for business again, still a fair distance from Times Square, People nearby weren't too disrupted by earlier events. In fact, they were even more enthusiastic when they came up to buy burgers. Boss, how did you breathe fire and zip around like that? Is that some kind of superpower? Boss, you're amazing. I want to have your babies. Boss, what happened to that nine-tailed fox? Did that masked villain get defeated? Boss, you still owe me a crab burger from earlier. Wu Chen, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, barked, "Everyone keep quiet while I'm selling burgers. If you say a word, you lose your chance to buy." At once, the area around the truck fell silent. After all, most people were really just here for the show. But if their curiosity cost them a chance at a delicious crab burger, that would be a real loss. And as for anyone daring to try to take a burger by force, they'd all just seen the live broadcast from New York TV. So, the line behind the burger truck formed in a neat, orderly queue, and Wu Chen handed out burger after burger, his mood gradually lifting with each satisfied customer. At that moment, a customer who had just finished his crab roe burger turned around and called out, "Boss, can you do that fire-breathing trick again?" Wu Chen shouted back without missing a beat, "No more for you tomorrow. Come on, don't do this. I was wrong. Forgive me." The atmosphere around Wu Chen remained lively and cheerful. Even though he had become the superhero who saved New York, the customer's attitude toward him hadn't changed much. Yes, he was still the same boss who blessed them with delicious crab roe burgers every day. He only sold 100 each day, limited to 2 per person. Not only were they expensive, but once they were sold out, he would close up shop and leave. This way of selling made it clear. Take it or leave it. I don't care. Wasn't he just like a strict parent? While Wu Chen continued as usual, Namikaze Minato's day after leaving Times Square was far more uneventful. He first found a quiet spot to talk with Kushina, and after 20 minutes, carefully put away the card that would let Kushina return. Then, activating his Flying Thunder God technique once more, he appeared beside Coulson. At that moment, Coulson was at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters collecting the payment. Minato's sudden appearance startled the nearby agents. Several of them immediately drew their pistols and aimed at him. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! This is Lord Fourth Hokage from Konoha Village, the man who just saved New York." Coulson quickly intervened. Most likely, their bullets wouldn't even scratch Minato, but he could defeat them all in the blink of an eye. If anyone angered Minato in a situation like this, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself might be wiped out in a flash. With Coulson vouching for him, everyone recognized Minato at last. They put away their guns, apologizing awkwardly. Just then, Nick Fury strode over, breaking the tension. "What are you all standing around for? Don't you have jobs to do?" The agents glanced at Minato, saw he wasn't offended, and quickly dispersed. That's when Minato suddenly noticed, why did the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters look so much cleaner and nicer than the one in the movies? And several people were busy cleaning. Was today some kind of major cleaning day at S.H.I.E.L.D.? He was puzzled, but kept a calm expression. Accepting the cash box Coulson handed him, Minato nodded, ready to leave. He didn't bother counting the money. S.H.I.E.L.D. was strict about these things. If they said a certain amount, that's exactly what it would be. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Besides, they wouldn't dare shortchange him. Then Nick Fury suddenly spoke up. "Not taking on any more missions today, Mr. Namikaze. There's still plenty of time left." Minato shook his head. "I have more important things to do today. We could talk about missions tomorrow." "Very well. I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Namikaze." Nick Fury extended his hand, signaling for Minato Namikaze to proceed as he wished. Minato understood immediately, nodded, and prepared to leave. "By the way, although my apprentice Wu Chen hasn't officially joined Konoha, you could say he's half a Konoha man. I don't want any unpleasant incidents happening to him. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Just before activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato suddenly spoke. Nick Fury nodded at once, seizing the opportunity to ask, "Then, Mr. Namikaze, you wouldn't object if Mr. Wu wanted to join other organizations, would you?" "Of course not, as long as it isn't a criminal organization and he's willing to do it." With those words, Minato vanished. He went straight home, put the money away in the safe, disengaged from his role-playing mode, and released a shadow clone of his own accord. Nick Fury, meanwhile, was overjoyed. Now that Minato wouldn't stand in the way, he felt even more confident about recruiting Wu Chen. Around noon, after selling out his hamburgers, Wu Chen drove the food truck back, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at S.H.I.E.L.D. The sight before him left him speechless. Clean, orderly, sparkling, it looked every bit the model workplace. It was several times tidier than what he'd seen of S.H.I.E.L.D. through Minato's eyes. What on earth had happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wu Chen's confusion lasted only a moment. When he spotted Nick Fury approaching, forcing a rather awkward smile, he began to understand. "Mr. Wu, finished with work for the day?" After Wu Chen had assured him that his earnings from selling hamburgers were more than enough, Nick Fury had taken the trouble to look into his job. After some research, he decided that tomorrow, on his way to work, he'd swing by Stark Tower and try a couple of Wu Chen's burgers himself. Wu Chen nodded, and Nick Fury, trying to hide his eagerness, asked, "So, Mr. Wu, have you thought it over? I mean, joining the Avengers? All right, I'll give it a shot." Wu Chen didn't let Fury's efforts go to waste, giving an answer that made Fury's face light up with joy. This was a decision Wu Chen had made after much deliberation while selling hamburgers that day. Even though he had Konoha backing him, the village sometimes felt just a bit too otherworldly. Put simply, in the course of daily life, the name of Konoha couldn't compare to the usefulness of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a homegrown, official organization in the Marvel world, with many years of influence and resources. Of course, HYDRA was even more powerful in some ways, given that it had been around even longer than S.H.I.E.L.D. But, unfortunately, HYDRA's reputation was abysmal, and with their constant ambitions of world domination and the like, they were the quintessential villainous group. There were even more advantages to joining S.H.I.E.L.D. than that. Wu Chen could also use this opportunity to get closer to the various superheroes more conveniently. This way, he could introduce his own persona to them, and, in turn, gain progress in his role-playing from these superheroes. Of course, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. also had its downsides. Namely, he would very likely get dragged into all the messy affairs S.H.I.E.L.D. would face in the future. But honestly, he didn't really see this as a bad thing. After all, Wu Chen thought, since he'd come all the way to the Marvel world, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't get involved in some of those legendary events? So, as far as he was concerned, as long as the pros outweighed the cons, there was no reason not to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Still, he made sure to add a caveat. Let's get one thing straight. I won't be coming here regularly. I've got my own work and training to do. Nick Fury naturally agreed. By now, he understood that chakra and ninjutsu weren't superpowers, but rather extraordinary abilities that could be cultivated through training. So, he couldn't help but ask, holding on to a sliver of hope, "Mr. Wu, would you be willing to share the method for cultivating chakra with S.H.I.E.L.D.? We're willing to pay." Wu Chen shook his head with a resigned smile. "You'll have to talk to Master Minato about that. It's not up to me." Nick Fury looked a bit disappointed, but he nodded to show he understood. "Oh, by the way," Wu Chen continued, "I heard from Tony that he's a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Could I get the same arrangement? Also, if I help you out with anything, you'll pay me, right?" Neither of these requests was a big deal, and Nick Fury agreed without hesitation. And so, everyone walked away happy. After receiving an S.H.I.E.L.D.-issued phone and some explanatory documents, Wu Chen glanced at the time and prepared to take his leave. "It's getting late. I'm heading home for dinner. If you need me, just give me a call. How about I treat you to a meal?" Nick Fury offered politely. "Sure. I've never eaten at a fancy restaurant in New York before." Wu Chen agreed enthusiastically, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Nick Fury was just being courteous. With little choice, Nick Fury, his face dark with resignation, took Wu Chen to the largest Western restaurant in New York for dinner. Only after seeing Wu Chen off did Nick Fury return to his usual self. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he created a file for Wu Chen and, in his final assessment, wrote, "Personality is relatively calm, not easily swayed by external factors, but with a clear sense of right and wrong. No real risk of malicious behavior. Confirmed as a member of the Avengers, to be listed as trustworthy. Evaluator, Nick Fury." As it turned out, everything that had just happened was all part of Nick Fury's act, a test to see what kind of person Wu Chen really was. Nick Fury knew all too well that you could never truly understand someone's character just by looking at their records. You have to see and experience things for yourself before you can draw any final conclusions. Now, thanks to Nick Fury's assessment, Wu Chen had been deemed trustworthy. Unaware of this, Wu Chen had already returned home and was getting ready for a midday nap. Even if he knew about it, he wouldn't have cared because his true focus wasn't on S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather on the role-playing system. His reason for joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was simply to find shelter under a mighty tree, to make use of the connections and resources. After securing the windows and doors, Wu Chen lay down on his bed, ready for a nap. Originally, he should have been sorting through the spoils and gains from the Ninetales incident, but at this moment, sleep was all he wanted. Minato Namikaze's exhaustion had returned to him, and, on top of that, there was his own fatigue from the battles and the hard work. He was already at his limit. Just then, reality shimmered and twisted as a swirling vortex appeared in the room. Wu Chen sat up and saw that the masked man had returned as well. Without saying a word, the masked man immediately disengaged from the role-playing mode, then undid the shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, Wu Chen felt the memories and weariness from the masked man surge into him. He quickly got up, grabbed an anti-fatigue potion, and downed it in one gulp. And then, he drifted off to sleep. As for sorting through the aftermath and tallying up the spoils, that could wait until after he'd had a good rest. He slept so deeply that his stomach was growling when he finally woke up, and by then, night had already fallen. Carrying the secret recipes for a few special dishes, Wu Chen whipped up a table full of delicacies for himself. After polishing them off for dinner, he sat in his room, eyes half closed, sipping tea. On the surface, he was simply having tea to help digest after the meal, but in truth, his consciousness had already sunk into the system space. Gazing at the changes on his personal panel, Wu Chen felt a profound realization. Stirring up big events was truly the fastest way to grow stronger. Host, Wu Chen. Current role, none. Current role progress, none. Own personas, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 70%. Mysterious Masked Man Uchiha Obito, 49%. Role extraction attempts left, 0. Selected persona ability, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 1. During today's Nine Tails chaos, the actual fight between Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito lasted only a brief moment in the morning, probably not even 10 minutes. Yet Minato's role progress had increased by 10%, while Obito's had surged by 14%. Minato's progress had already passed the 50% threshold, so it only went up by 10%. Obito's, on the other hand, rocketed up by 14%, just 1% short of reaching 50%. Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, sending the clone to roleplay as Uchiha Obito, and then used a summoning card to call forth Rin Noera. He sent the two of them to another room to hold hands and talk, while he stayed in his own room, continuing to sort through the aftermath of the battle. Obito, unlike Minato Namikaze, couldn't take on missions to advance his role progress. After all, there was no one assigning him tasks. So, the only way to increase that elusive 1% in his impersonation progress was to have him fall in love with Rin Noera. Getting Obito's impersonation progress to 50% was crucial. For this, Wu Chen felt it was worth bending the rules just a little. As long as Uchiha Obito's impersonation progress reached 50%, Wu Chen would gain another chance to draw a new character to play, an opportunity of immense value. Earlier today, the masked man left with a menacing threat. If the Akatsuki didn't make a move after that, the mystique they had just established might vanish in a thin air. For most people, that air of mystery might not mean much. But for the Akatsuki, only with enough mystique did their roles flow smoothly. That's why the Akatsuki had to take action. It was the only way to keep Wu Chen's plan on track. But if they did, they'd be short on manpower. Aside from Minato Namikaze, there was only Wu Chen himself as an unofficial member in the Leaf Village. Wu Chen's strength had already been proven today. While he wasn't quite on the level of the Masked Man or Minato, those truly top-tier powerhouses, he had no trouble utterly outclassing Jinbing, who was at least as strong as a Chunin or even a Jonin. And what about the Akatsuki? Aside from the Masked Man, they really only had Jinbing, who was there to make up the numbers. Looking at it that way, could the Akatsuki's only powerhouse be the Masked Man alone? So, getting another chance to draw a new character was vital, and the next character had to be an Akatsuki member. With that in mind, after rescuing Jinbing, Wu Chen's shadow clone, who was playing the Masked Man, decided to give Jinbing another shot at becoming stronger. If Jinbing could become powerful enough, the Akatsuki would have one more capable hand. After all, there was no way Jinbing could betray them. So making him stronger was just keeping the benefits within their own circle. Besides, this was the perfect moment to make some money. Wu Chen searched his memories and saw what happened back then. Jinbing was wrapped head to toe in bandages. With the help of the medics, he struggled to his feet and knelt on one knee before the Masked Man. "Master, I have failed you. I'm no match for that person." The Masked Man turned to look at Jinbing and shook his head. "No, he's already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It's only natural you couldn't defeat him." Hearing these comforting words, Jinbing didn't relax. Instead, he grew even more regretful. He hated his own weakness, hated that he was still stuck at the level of cannon fodder. So he raised his head to the Masked Man. "Master, I want to become stronger." A faint, knowing smile curled beneath the Masked Man's mask. "You can, I'll give you the chance. But remember, becoming stronger comes at a price." Jin didn't hesitate at all. He took the Masked Man straight to his private vault, and after a thorough count in exchange for gold, Jin's total assets amounted to $220 million US. With such a vast fortune, Jin handed it all over to the Masked Man without a moment's doubt. This act was both a display of loyalty and a clear sign of Jin's determination to become stronger. In return, Wu Chen wrote out every single ninja technique belonging to Kisame Hashigaki for him. He also used the store's weapon forging/repair function to craft Samahada, one of the 7 ninja swords, and, with a wish card, exchanged for a water affinity enhancement seed. The Great Blade Samahada was incredibly powerful, naturally boosting combat ability, while the water affinity enhancement seed looked like a drop of gelatinous water. After consuming it, one's natural water element chakra would be greatly strengthened, a perfect match for Jin, whose chakra affinity was solely water. Together, these items cost 10 million, 5 million for the water affinity seed, and another 5 million for the Great Blade Samahata. Watching as Jin's skin turned a watery blue from swallowing the water affinity seed, Wu Chen handed him the Samahata blade and thought that Jin was already beginning to resemble Kisame Hoshigaki. If only his physique were a bit bulkier, his face had a few more shark-like gills, and he grew some hair. Then Jin would be the spitting image of Kisame Hoshigaki. Indeed, Wu Chen's intention was to mold Jin into a second Kisame Hoshigaki. And to be fair, Kisame's strength was nothing to scoff at. He once faced Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, in a one-on-one battle, and using his fusion with Samahata and his gigantic water prison, managed to defeat Killer Bee. Although Killer Bee underestimated him, the outcome was clear: Kisame won. If the Fourth Hokage hadn't arrived in time, Killer Bee would have been captured by Kisame. Vast reserves of chakra, shark-themed water-style jutsu, and a mighty Samahata. All these were key components of Kisame's power. Jin's chakra reserves were still growing, and with the water affinity seed, mastering shark-style water jutsu would be no problem for him. He now possessed Samahata as well. On top of that, Jin had one more advantage over Kisame. His physical prowess was even greater. Once he fully matured, his strength would surely surpass that of Kisame Hoshigaki. By then, Jin would be more than worthy of becoming an official member of the Akatsuki. Wu Chen looked forward to that day. So, before leaving with the money, the masked man said to Jin, "Work hard and get stronger. I'll be back to check on your progress soon. Once you've earned my approval, I'll recommend you to the leader for official membership in the Akatsuki." The leader? Jin was taken aback for a moment. "Sir, you're so powerful. Aren't you the leader of the Akatsuki?" The masked man shook his head. "That man possesses the eyes of the legendary Sage of Six Paths." Sage of Six Paths? Kingpin asked in confusion. But the masked man offered no further explanation and simply turned and left. Watching as the swirling vortex slowly faded away, Kingpin clenched his fists, feeling the living, breathing presence of the great sword Samahata in his hands. He couldn't help but voice his resolve. "Sir, just you wait and see. I'll master everything you've given me, become strong enough, and officially join the Akatsuki." This was what happened to the masked man, Uchiha Obito, after he left Times Square, and it was the reason he returned just a little later than expected. Even though he came back late, Wu Chen was in high spirits. With 210 million in funds, Wu Chen could do so much. For instance, he could try to capture another tailed beast. Of course, it wasn't just about the tailed beasts. He also aimed to master the Nine Tails chakra mode and to gain proficiency in another chakra nature. After the fight with Kingpin earlier that day, Wu Chen realized that while his combat skills were decent, he still lacked a true finishing move. By finishing move, he meant a jutsu as decisive as the wind release, Raijin Shuriken. First of all, he ruled out fire-style jutsu. Fire-style just didn't have a reliable finishing move. The only true one was Amaterasu, the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular jutsu. Other than that, there really wasn't anything else. As for lightning style, there were definitely some deadly techniques, like the various lariat techniques of the Raikages, Sasuke's Kirin, Kakashi's Chidori, and Madara's Sage-Art. In release lightning dispatch. All of these were tremendously powerful, but Wu Chen couldn't get his hands on any of them. Or to put another way, they simply weren't worth the effort. With the wish card, it was possible to obtain the training methods for these jutsu. But having the training method didn't guarantee mastery. Every one of these techniques required relentless practice and exceptional talent to truly master. If Wu Chen was going to invest his time in learning a finishing move, it had to be something truly powerful and full of potential. So, Wu Chen set his sights on the main character of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, as his model for acquiring a finishing move. 4 wind-style finishers, the wind release. Raijin Shuriken was Naruto's signature technique. Wu Chen had seen the entire Naruto series and knew that the Raijin Shuriken's potential was nearly limitless. On top of that, he already knew how to train in the Raijin Shuriken, so this wind-style finisher fit his requirements perfectly. That meant he needed to possess and master Wind Nature Chakra. With that, he used a wish card to acquire a top-tier Wind Nature talent seed. Click. 10 million yuan. But Wu Chen didn't feel it was a loss. After swallowing the seed, which looked like a transparent wind orb, Wu Chen didn't feel any immediate change. Perhaps only after he studied and mastered the wind style, Raijin Shuriken, would he truly understand the purpose of this seed. With that, Wu Chen still had 210 million in cash left. 200 million came from the masked man, and the remaining 10 million was the follow-up payment from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, Wu Chen suddenly noticed something unusual on his system panel that he hadn't seen before. There was a next to Minato Namikaze's roll progress. Curious, Wu Chen tapped on the question mark. Immediately, a system prompt appeared. Roll. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze meets the advancement criteria. Roll progress over 50% and possession of a power-up related to the character. Would you like to advance? Special reminder. During advancement, role-playing will be unavailable. Upon completion, you will receive an extra character draw as a reward. Advancing a character and getting an extra character draw as a reward. Wu Chen was stunned. If anything in the system was truly valuable, it had to be the character draw chances. After all, his system was the strongest roleplay system across the worlds. The more characters he could embody, the more freedom he had, and the stronger his overall abilities would become. Now, with character advancement rewarding extra draws, Wu Chen didn't hesitate for a second. He clicked yes without delay. As for being unable to play Minato Namikaze for a while, that was easy enough to handle. Wu Chen picked up his phone and dialed Nick Fury. Hello, Director Fury? This is Wu Chen. I've got some news for you. Master Minato has already grasped the principles of Jinchuriki training. He won't be coming to New York for the next while. He needs to focus entirely on his training. How long? At least a month, I'd say. How should you get in touch with Konoha in the meantime? Master Minato says you can contact me directly, and I'll pass the information on to Konoha. Click. He hung up. The Minato Namikaze issue was settled. Then, Wu Chen looked at the system prompt, a smile spreading across his face. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Fourth Great Ninja, War Minato Namikaze. Ninetales Chakra Mode. Advancement in progress. Time remaining, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. A month's wait, and he'd have a Minato Namikaze capable of using the Ninetales Chakra Mode, plus an extra character draw. What a huge win! Besides, if he guessed right, once advancement was finished, Wu Chen could use the ability exchange option to redeem the Ninetales Chakra Mode directly. But after some thought, Wu Chen decided against it. He already had another idea in mind for this round of ability exchange for Minato Namikaze. That is to say, he redeemed the perfect Sage Mode. To be honest, the power of Sage Jutsu was immense. Wu Chen absolutely had to master it. Moreover, the boost that perfect Sage Mode gave to his strength was significant, making it a perfect match for the Wind Release ultimate move he wanted to learn, Wind Release, Raijin Shuriken. After all, the ordinary Wind Release, Raijin Shuriken couldn't be thrown, but the Sage Art, Wind Release, Raijin Shuriken could be hurled like a real shuriken. So, without hesitation, he used this opportunity to redeem perfect Sage Mode. After the exchange, Wu Chen still didn't feel much of change. He figured he'd only notice the difference once he actually started training in Sage Mode. At this point, all the spoils from a Ninetales rampage were laid out before him. He had truly gained a lot. Shortly after, Wu Chen decided to use a wish card, spending $100 million to redeem the one-tailed Shikaku. This was a decision he just made. The Akatsuki couldn't act recklessly. They moved with purpose, seeking the tailed beasts. That meant every operation had to involve one of the tailed beasts. And soon, they would be banished to Earth, likely in just over a month. Wu Chen wanted to combine the Akatsuki's mission to capture tailed beasts with the events surrounding Thor's arrival. After all, gaining progress for his role by interacting with a superhero was far more efficient than completing ordinary quests. Wu Chen remembered that Thor landed in a desolate, rocky wasteland, the perfect environment for the one-tailed Shikaku. However, he also recalled that when he previously redeemed the Nine Tails, it cost him $10 million, thanks to a 90% discount. Without that discount, the price would have been $100 million. Yet now, the weaker one tail also cost $100 million. This made Wu Chen wonder, aside from the 10 tails, could he redeem any of the other 9-tailed beasts for just $100 million each? Sure enough, that was exactly the case. He tried entering the names of the other tailed beasts with his wish card, and found that each could indeed be redeemed for $100 million. In the past, when he was short on cash, $100 million seemed like a fortune. But now, with $200 million to his name, Wu Chen suddenly felt that $100 million wasn't all that much. After carefully storing away the one-tail Shikaku card, Wu Chen gazed out the window, lost in thought. For the next month, his main goal would be to train diligently, to master Sage Mode and the Wind Release, Raijin Shuriken. Of course, along the way, he'd also be selling some delicious Krabby Patties. At that moment, Obito arrived, leading Rin Noara by the hand. Then, one of them transformed back into a card, while the other exited both the roleplay mode and the shadow clone technique. Wow! Wu Chen glanced at his system panel. Obito's roleplay progress had already surpassed 50%. Mysterious Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, 51%. However, this time, after 20 minutes, the acting progress only increased by 2%. Has Rin Nohara's role reached its limit? Looking at the 51% progress, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Wu Chen's mind. If Minato Namikaze, upon obtaining half of the Nine Tails, could advance to his fourth great ninja war state and master the Nine Tails chakra mode, then couldn't Obito Uchiha also advance in a similar way? Wu Chen pondered this carefully and felt that it should be possible. If Minato could do it, then as a character to be portrayed, there's no reason why Obito Uchiha couldn't do the same. To advance a character, two conditions must be met. One is for the acting progress to reach 50% or more. The other is for the character to obtain something that enhances their power. Obito had already met the first requirement. As for the second, what would count as a power-up for him? Wu Chen took a moment to recall the storylines in Naruto and thought of three possibilities: Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the Ten Tails. All three exist within the Naruto plot. After a bit of consideration, Wu Chen immediately ruled out the Ten Tails. The reason was simple. There was no way for him to obtain the Ten Tails. Previously, when he was testing the prices of other tailed beasts, Wu Chen had tried using the wish card to conjure the Ten Tails. After all, if he could become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, wouldn't he be able to soar to new heights instantly? But the wish card clearly indicated that the Ten Tails could not be redeemed. Obviously, the only way for the Ten Tails to appear was for Wu Chen himself to redeem all nine-tailed beasts, and then create the demonic statue of the Outer Path, thereby bringing forth the Ten Tails. And to even attempt something like the demonic statue, he'd have to at least wait until he could portray the Six Paths of Pain. Therefore, giving Obito the Ten Tails to help him advance to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was simply not realistic. As for the Rinnegan, that was just as difficult. Because the Sharingan in Naruto is undeniably impressive, Wu Chen had once, in his spare time, used the wish card to check how much it would cost to get himself a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If the Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't the eternal version, it would be a hassle, not to mention the risk of going blind, which Wu Chen naturally wanted to avoid. So, at the very least, it had to be the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to be worth it. The wish card told him it would cost $50 million. That immediately put Wu Chen off the idea. He simply didn't have that kind of money at the time. If even a level below the Rinnegan, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, cost $50 million, then the Rinnegan would surely cost at least $100 million. Determined to find out, Wu Chen tried it with a wish card, and sure enough, it required $100 million. In fact, if he wanted to redeem it, he could. After all, Wu Chen currently had $110 million. Even after exchanging for the Rinnegan, he'd still have $10 million left. The problem was, $10 million wouldn't be enough to guarantee that Wu Chen could become the perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki and master the Nine Tails chakra mode. Therefore, not all of this money could be used to exchange for the Rinnegan. Wu Chen would still need funds to support his future cultivation, so he couldn't invest everything into acquiring the Rinnegan at once. Looking at it this way, only Kakashi Hitaki's Kimyui Mangekyo Sharingan remained as an option. When this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was finally complete, their power would be formidable, not in Obito's hands, but wielded by Kakashi Hitaki. Setting aside the fact that, once both eyes were restored, the Kimyui Mangekyo Sharingan would also gain offensive capabilities, the most crucial point was that, when both Mangekyo coexisted, the Susanoo ocular technique would be unlocked. A gigantic blue Susanoo. For this reason alone, the Kimyui Mangekyo Sharingan was more than worth choosing. After all, who could resist the temptation of piloting a mecha with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Having made up his mind to complete Obito's pair of Kimyui Mangekyo Sharingan, Wu Chen used a wish card to request the exchange for a single Kimyui Mangekyo Sharingan. Single Kimyui Mangekyo Sharingan, evolved from the Sharingan Obito Uchiha bestowed upon Kakashi Hitaki. Exchange requires 10 million yuan. A pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan costs 50 million. A pair of regular Mangekyo costs 20 million. So naturally, a single one could be obtained for just 10 million. 10 million. Not expensive at all. Wu Chen exchanged for it immediately, and a test tube appeared in his hand, containing a strange, shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. He carefully put it away, then promptly used another wish card. Exchange for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan of the same origin as Uchiha Obito's. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, same origin as Uchiha Obito. Exchange requires 20 million yuan. Without any hesitation, Wu Chen made the exchange again, and another test tube appeared in his hand, this time containing two shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking closely, this pair of Mangekyo had subtle differences in their shuriken patterns compared to Obito's, making it clear they weren't the exact same pair. The reason for exchanging another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan with the same origin as Obito's was simple. Wu Chen not only wanted to complete Obito's pair of Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan, but also intended to upgrade Obito's Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason Obito could recklessly abuse his Mangekyo-S powers was that half of his body was made up of Hashirama's cells. This marvelous combination of Hashirama's cells and Uchiha Sharingan allowed Obito to use the Mangekyo-S abilities as freely as if he possessed the Eternal Mangekyo. However, that could never truly replace the real Eternal Mangekyo. So Wu Chen thought, since he owned such a game-breaking item as the Wish Card, why not simply upgrade Obito's Mangekyo to the Eternal Mangekyo as well? After all, no matter how powerful Obito became, he was just a character Wu Chen played. Betrayal was absolutely out of the question. Strengthening Obito was essentially the same as enhancing Wu Chen's overall capabilities, so he was naturally willing to do it. Besides, once Obito acquired the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and considering he already had Hashirama cells within him, there was a good chance he could awaken his own Rinnegan. Wouldn't that be a savings of $100 million right there? So, Wu Chen now had 3 Mangekyo Sharingan in hand, and the balance had dwindled to 80 million. He placed the 3 Mangekyo into a drawer, but didn't immediately take on Obito's role to help him advance. The reason was simple. He just didn't have the ability to do it. Although, in the Naruto world, Sharingan eyes could be swapped and used as easily as plugging a USB drive into a port. Anyone could use them, anyone could swap them in. But that was in the world of Naruto. Over here in the Marvel Universe, no one had ever been seen swapping out eyes like that. So, out of caution, Wu Chen decided to use his current character draw opportunity to try for a powerful medical ninja, planning to take on that role to help Obito advance. Of course, drawing a medical ninja wouldn't be a waste, since Tony Stark also needed a top-tier medical ninja. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When it came to strong medical ninjas, one character immediately popped into Wu Chen's mind, a formidable, intelligent woman. The 5th Hokage of Konoha, granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Tsunade. She wasn't just a peerless master of medical ninjutsu, but also a powerhouse in combat, standing at the very peak of Kage-level strength. However, there was a problem. Tsunade was a woman, and Wu Chen was a man. If he played Tsunade, wouldn't that be cross-dressing? No cross-dressing. Absolutely not. Wu Chen immediately shook his head and dismissed the idea, turning his thoughts to other strong medical ninjas. According to his requirements, the candidate needed both advanced medical skills and considerable strength. After going over all the options, with Tsunade ruled out, only Kabuto Yakushi remained. Kabuto had served as Orochimaru's right hand, so his medical prowess was beyond question. And as for strength, Kabuto was remarkable as well. After mastering Sage Mode at Ryuchi Cave, Kabuto improved the Impure World Reincarnation technique and joined forces with Obito. Together, they set off the 4th Great Ninja War. That alone was proof of Kabuto's power. If he were weak, why would Obito choose him as an ally? However, Kabuto's appearance in Sage Mode, a strange blend of human and ghost, gave Wu Chen some pause. Now, his 2 choices were clear: Tsunade, which meant cross-dressing, or Kabuto, who was rather unsightly. Wu Chen found it hard to decide. But in reality, even if he made a choice, it wouldn't matter. When drawing characters, Wu Chen could only narrow the selection pool. Who he actually got was a matter of luck. It could be Tsunade, it could be Sage Mode Kabuto, or it could even be someone else entirely. Thinking too much was pointless. So Wu Chen immediately used the opportunity to draw the character granted by the system when his Obito impersonation progress reached 50%. At the same time, he kept repeating in his heart, a powerful medical ninja. Ding! Drawing a character for impersonation. As the system's voice faded, a rapid succession of figures flashed through Wu Chen's mind. Finally, the image in his mind settled on a man with silver hair and red eyes, wearing a protective metal forehead guard that looked like a mask, 3 red marks streaking across his cheeks, clad in a black form-fitting combat suit layered with blue armor plates, and a white fur collar draping from both shoulders and trailing down his back. This is... Wu Chen was utterly stunned. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the character. Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage of Konohagakure from the world of Naruto. A surge of excitement and confusion flooded Wu Chen's heart. He was delighted by Tobirama Senju's formidable abilities. Not only had he developed and mastered countless forbidden jutsu, but his mastery of water-style techniques was legendary, earning him the title Water God. Yet, what puzzled Wu Chen was, why would a powerful medical ninja turn out to be Tobirama Senju? Wasn't he known as the master of forbidden jutsu and the ultimate water-style user? Recalling the Naruto storyline, Wu Chen suddenly realized that when he was wishing for a powerful medical ninja, he had completely overlooked the original creator of medical ninjutsu. the first Hokage of the Leaf, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Perhaps not everyone knows. Why is Konoha's medical ninjutsu so advanced? The reason is quite simple. Medical ninjutsu was a system developed by Hashirama Senju based on his own unique constitution. After his death, Tsunade inherited this medical knowledge and helped it flourish, which is why Konoha's medical ninjutsu became so powerful. So, when you think of powerful medical ninjas, both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju are bound to be among them. Tobirama was incredibly gifted in ninjutsu. Otherwise, how could he have created so many techniques and forbidden jutsu? Naturally, he would have learned the highly practical medical ninjutsu developed by his elder brother, Hashirama. I'm not making this up. If you don't believe it, just search for medical ninjutsu online and you'll find the relevant information. Therefore, Tobirama Senju is certainly a master of medical ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Wu Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret. If I had known, I would have wished for Hashirama Senju instead. When Wu Chen draws a character to impersonate, it isn't about who's the strongest. That's only his secondary criterion. His first priority is whether the character suits his current needs. That's why he hasn't desperately tried to draw someone like Kaguya Otsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths. But now what he truly needs is medical ninjutsu, and Hashirama Senju is the very founder of this art. Most importantly, Hashirama's strength is simply unmatched. It could be said that, aside from Uchiha Madara, no one could stand against him. Not even his own brother, Senju Tobirama. To put it bluntly, and perhaps a little disrespectfully to Tobirama, Hashirama could utterly overpower his younger brother with ease. The god of the shinobi world was not a title handed out lightly. That's why Wu Chen regretted not chanting Hashirama's name before the draw. But then again, on second thought, maybe it was for the best that he didn't get him. Tobirama's strength was undeniable, yet Wu Chen didn't think he could match Minato Namikaze in his Nine-Tails chakra mode. Still, Tobirama was certainly a powerhouse at the Super Kage level. This way, with Konoha gaining another Super Kage, the Akatsuki would still have means to counterbalance him. All Wu Chen needed was to later draw the Six Paths of Pain. But if Konoha gained a Hashirama Senju, then the Akatsuki would be finished, plain and simple. To be honest, even the Six Paths of Pain would stand no chance against Hashirama's overwhelming might. If that happened, how would Wu Chen's plan carry on? How could he keep up the act? If things went that way, wouldn't it become nothing more than a rigged match? Although Wu Chen was essentially playing both sides, a completely scripted fight would make it far too easy for others to spot the flaws. So, it was fortunate that he drew Tobirama Senju instead of Hashirama. Having drawn a master of medical ninjutsu, he could now move forward with his plan for Obito's dual Kimui and Eternal Mangekyo upgrade. Without wasting a moment, Wu Chen immediately created a shadow clone. His original self would play Tobirama, while the clone would act as Uchiha Obito. In the next instant, the room was occupied by the classic figure of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, standing beside the masked man, Uchiha Obito. As soon as Wu Chen slipped into the role of Tobirama, he felt an endless surge of physical power streaming into him. It was at this moment that Wu Chen realized his earlier judgment. That Tobirama was weaker than Nine-Tails chakra mode Minato was mistaken. Setting everything else aside, just the sheer physical strength alone already surpassed that of Minato. Still, since Nine-Tails chakra mode could also enhance physical might, the only way to truly determine who is stronger would be to let them fight out. Wu Chen guessed that Nine-Tails mode Minato and Tobirama were probably evenly matched. After savoring Tobirama's power, Wu Chen turned his attention to the masked man. Without needing a word, the masked man laid down on the bed. After all, he was played by Wu Chen's own shadow clone. No one could understand Wu Chen better. Once Obito was in place, Wu Chen, now as Tobirama, took out the Kinui Mangekyo Sharingan he had previously exchanged for. His left hand glimmered with chakra, forming a surgical scalpel. With his right hand, he removed Obito's mask, gently lifted his left eyelid, and with a precise swipe of the chakra scalpel in his left hand, deftly removed Obito's left eye. Wu Chen removed the Kinui Mangekyo Sharingan, and at the same time, placed the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan he had taken out into storage. Then, he carefully pressed the Kinui Mangekyo into Obito's left eye socket. Finally, with both hands glowing with a soft, phosphorescent green chakra, Wu Chen pressed them over the left eye, reconnecting the optic nerves and muscles. Now Obito possessed both Kamui eyes, mission complete. But that wasn't the end. Next, Wu Chen took out the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that shared Obito's lineage and directly inserted them into Obito's eye sockets, filling every space to the brim. The process looked somewhat cruel, but there was no other way. This was how the Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo. Under the owner's will, the Mangekyo Sharingan would begin to merge, and eventually, these two pairs would fuse into a single, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After bandaging Obito's oddly swollen head with gauze, the shadow clone Wu Chen released his impersonation mode and then dispelled himself. At this point, Wu Chen looked once more at the system panel and noticed a question mark had appeared beside Obito's impersonation progress. Musta ios maskman Uchiha Obito 51%. Tapping the question mark, a prompt popped up, almost identical to the one he'd seen from Minato Namikaze. Impersonation of mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito meets the criteria for advancement. Would you like to advance? Special reminder, during advancement, impersonation is unavailable. Once advancement is complete, you will receive an extra chance to draw a new character. This time, Wu Chen didn't hesitate and clicked yes without delay. A new prompt appeared on the screen. Mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito, dual, Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Obito, Eternal Eye, advancement in progress. Estimated time remaining, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Perfect. Wu Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Now, all he had to do was wait for both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito's advancements to finish, and he could begin a new round of action. After that, Wu Chen exited Tobarama Senju's impersonation mode and turned his attention to training. A month, neither too long nor too short. In a month, Kingpin could master all the jutsu the masked man had taught him and develop a close bond with Samehada, the giant sword. In a month, Wu Chen himself could successfully attain Sage Mode and master the Wind Release, Raisen Shuriken. In a month, the whole world would come to know of the Akatsuki, of Konoha, and of the mysterious masked man, Minato Namikaze, and the Nine Tails. During these 30 days, the legend of the ninja spread ever wider, until it reached every corner of the world. As a result, Wu Chen received several offers from various factions, each eager to recruit him. Among these factions, HYDRA was lurking in the shadows. However, once Wu Chen made it clear that he was an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., all those attempts to draw him in quickly ceased. When it comes to matters like this, S.H.I.E.L.D. does have its uses. Once HYDRA learned that Wu Chen was serving as a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, they, like other organizations, ceased their attempts to recruit him. After all, Wu Chen was no pushover, and with the powerful Hidden Leaf Village backing him, trying to force him into their ranks could easily backfire, needlessly bringing a formidable enemy upon HYDRA. Besides, in HYDRA's view, since S.H.I.E.L.D. was already under their control, anyone who joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Wu Chen included, could be considered one of their own, more or less. However, what HYDRA didn't know was that Wu Chen had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant on his own terms, answering only when he chose, much like Tony Stark. He had long ago made it clear to S.H.I.E.L.D. that he would only get involved in truly significant matters, and only if he wished to do so. While Wu Chen and his companions felt that the past month had been long and fulfilling, Tony Stark, on the other hand, found the month to be a bit too short. He had just returned from a business trip to Europe, only to find, wow, Times Square had been reduced to ruins. Since Tony considered New York his own turf, he naturally began investigating immediately. His search soon led him to S.H.I.E.L.D., and leveraging his position as a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, he hacked into their database and uncovered the truth. So someone really is out there, wielding chakra with ill intent. With a sigh, Tony turned away from S.H.I.E.L.D., relying on his own resources to investigate and pursue the Akatsuki organization. Yet, when it came to a group that practically didn't exist, not even Tony's cutting-edge technology could help him track them down. This left Tony deeply frustrated. Had it not been for his conversations with Wu Chen, who offered comfort and wise counsel, Tony might have spiraled into complete despair. Of course, Tony's inclination toward giving up wasn't just because he couldn't find the Akatsuki or the Hidden Leaf Village. Was also due to prolonged exposure to his miniature arc reactor, which had caused dangerous levels of palladium to build up in his system. Simply put, Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning. If he continued to use the Iron Man suit, he would eventually die from this toxicity. But there was no way Tony would give up his armor. It was his greatest invention, the very thing that made him a superhero. Without a solution, Tony was doomed to die from palladium poisoning. There were possible solutions, such as creating a new element to replace palladium as the arc reactor's power source. But inventing a new element, what a monumental task. Alternatively, he could undergo surgery to remove all the shrapnel lodged in his body, freeing him from his dependence on the arc reactor and its toxic effects. But the risk was enormous. There was a very real chance he could die on the operating table. Tony could never let his fate rest in someone else's hands, so he rejected the idea of surgery. He hadn't managed to create a new element, nor was he willing to go through with the operation. As a result, Tony's palladium poisoning was getting worse by the day, and the countdown to his death was becoming ever more apparent. That was the real reason Tony felt that 1 month simply wasn't enough time. On top of that, Stark Industries was preparing to hold an exposition, and a month was hardly sufficient to get everything ready. Fortunately, Tony had already handed off all these chores and trivial matters to his girlfriend, Pepper Potts, who was also serving as acting CEO of Stark Industries. Thanks to her, he could steal away a little time from his packed schedule to come chat with Wu Chen. It was evening now. Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, flew straight to Wu Chen's front door. There was a sharp knock at the door. Wu Chen opened up, only to be greeted by the flamboyant sight of Iron Man's armor. He frowned and was about to close the door and turn Tony away. But Tony blocked him. Hey Wu, don't be so heartless, come on. After stopping the door, Iron Man squeezed his way inside. The suit then opened up automatically, and Tony, now in casual clothes, stepped out. Wu, are you making dinner? I was, until you interrupted. My bad. That's on me. Hurry up and get back to it. Don't let the food burn. Tony urged, shooing Wu Chen back into the kitchen. For the past month, whenever Tony was in a bad mood, he'd come over to Wu Chen's place. It was a chance to chat and, just as importantly, to mooch a meal. Wu Chen only made 4 dishes each time, but every one of them tasted better than anything Tony had ever eaten. That was why he kept shamelessly dropping by. On the surface, Wu Chen acted annoyed, but deep down, he didn't really mind. After all, he'd been in a Marvel world for quite a while now, and Tony was his only friend. Of course, Wu Chen's willingness to indulge Tony, talking with him, cooking for him, wasn't just because Tony was a friend. He was also waiting for the right moment to introduce Senju Tobarama to Tony, so he could treat Tony's palladium poisoning. That way, Tobarama could earn more progress in his role-playing quest. Over the past month, Tobarama's presence had already come to the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason was simple. Wu Chen used a shadow clone to play the role of Senju Tobarama, then, with his real self leading the way, approached S.H.I.E.L.D. and took over the missions that had originally been Minato Namikaze, completing tasks to earn role progress. Tobarama started with a mere 10% in his role progression. After a month of task grinding, he'd reached 20%. Truth be told, only gaining 10% in a month felt rather slow. He recalled how, after the Ninetales incident, Obito's role progression had shot up by 14% at once. Comparing the two, Wu Chen's resolve to make something big happen grew only stronger. However, it wasn't yet time to set big plans in motion. At the very least, that would have to wait until both Uchiha Obito and Minato Namikaze completed their respective advancements. Wu Chen saw himself, and by extension, Konoha, as the good guys in this story. So, any major upheaval needed to be instigated by the villains first, leaving it to them to restore peace afterward. That was the proper sequence. And as for the villains, of course, that would be the Akatsuki. Right now, the villains weren't ready, so naturally, it wasn't time to shake things up. But today happened to be the final day of the countdown for the 2 characters' advancements. Wu Chen glanced at the timer. Minato Namikaze, 0 days, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Uchiha Obito, 0 days, 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In just a couple of hours, the grand scheme could truly begin. For now, he decided to collect the rewards from Tony's role-playing progress first. He quickly finished preparing dinner, called Tony over to help set the table, and they chatted as they enjoyed their meal together. After dinner, Wu Chen, as was his habit, packed up a portion of the food he'd set aside while cooking and handed it to Tony. This had become a tradition. Every time Tony left, he'd take a meal home for Pepper. If that wasn't true love, what was? Tony took the food container, smacked his lips in appreciation, waved casually at Wu Chen, and prepared to head out. Usually, at this point, Wu Chen would simply watch Tony leave. But this time he called out, "Tony, about your illness, I might have a solution." Since Wu Chen was the one Tony confided in, he naturally knew Tony's situation. Of course, Tony hadn't told him everything, only mentioning things like, due to certain confidential reasons, I've been poisoned by heavy metals, and leaving it at that. Hearing Wu Chen's words, Tony stopped in his tracks. He turned, his gaze flickering with a glimmer of hope. Does Konoha really have a way? Tony had long known that Wu Chen was an apprentice of Minato Namikaze, and that he had connections with the mysterious Konoha Village. Wu Chen nodded. There are many branches of chakra-based jutsu, and among them, there's one called medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? Tony hesitated. I'm not keen on surgery. Wu Chen shook his head. Don't worry, medical ninjutsu is nothing like modern medicine. Let me put it this way. If someone is truly skilled in medical ninjutsu, curing your condition would be a breeze. At that, Tony lit up with joy. He knew Wu Chen wouldn't joke about something like this, so he hurriedly asked, "Who knows this medical ninjutsu you're talking about? Is it you?" With that, Tony strode over with excitement and clapped Wu Chen on the shoulder. I had no idea. Not only are you a fantastic cook, but you're secretly a medical ninjutsu master too. Way to go, Wu. Wu Chen immediately pulled Tony's hand off his shoulder with a look of mock disdain. A little personal space, please, guy. Wasn't me. I've been busy training. Where would I find the time to study medical ninjutsu? It was someone you should know. He's been rather active lately. Someone I know? Tony's mind began to race. Someone I know, related to Konoha and a ninja. He quickly arrived at a conclusion. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju? Correct. Wu Chen applauded. The founder of medical ninjutsu is our very own first Hokage, Lord Hashirama Senju, and Lord Tobirama, being his younger brother, also mastered formidable medical techniques. As it happens, he's free today, so I invited him over to help treat you. Oh, and remember to be a bit formal later. Treat this as a formal request. There's a better chance Lord Tobirama will agree if you do. I see. Tony murmured, then glanced at Wu Chen. Why are you helping me so much? Wu Chen waved his hand. Aren't we friends? Even if you're a sharp-tongued freeloader, I can't just stand by and watch you die. If I have the power to help, of course I will. Tony was moved. Wu Chen immediately held up a hand to stop him, laughing and scolding. Cut it out. I'm not interested in men. Tony didn't mind Wu Chen's strength. Knowing he had a shot at survival had already lifted his spirits. Wu, just wait. I'll definitely give you a surprise someday. Wu Chen shook his head. Just don't let it be a shock. I have a feeling your surprises aren't what I'd call pleasant. Before talking with Tony, back when he was washing dishes in the kitchen, Wu Chen had already arranged for his shadow clone to play the role of Tobirama Senju. Now that everything was clear between him and Tony, Tobirama, picking up on Wu Chen's subtle cue, appeared at Wu Chen's side in a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique. At the sight of Tobirama Senju, Wu Chen bowed respectfully. Lord Tobirama, thank you so much for coming. No need for such formality. Tobirama waved a hand in a bold, carefree manner. Despite his stern, stoic face, he had an unexpectedly hearty personality. That was just how Tobirama was. You're the fourth student, which makes you my junior in a way. This is just a small matter. With that, he turned to Tony, his red eyes scrutinizing him. Tony froze for a moment, not expecting Tobirama to arrive so promptly. Well, Lord Senju, do you think you could treat the palladium poisoning I'm suffering from? Tobirama nodded coolly. Unless something unforeseen happens, it shouldn't be difficult to cure you. That's wonderful. Faced with a matter of life and death, Tony's awkwardness vanished. Shouldn't you do an examination first, Lord Senju? I mean, maybe you should take a look so you know exactly what's going on. It was a reasonable request, and naturally, Tobirama had no reason to refuse. So, Tony lay down on the sofa, while Tobirama Senju half-knelt beside him. A soft glow of emerald green appeared in Tobirama's palm as he gently pressed it to Tony's chest. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand. Wu Chen asked anxiously, Lord Tobirama, can he be cured? Tony, hearing this, looked at Tobirama with just as much tension in his eyes. Under their expectant gazes, Tobirama nodded. Yes, I can heal you. Tony was instantly overjoyed, but before he could say anything, he heard Tobirama continue. There are fragments of shrapnel still lodged in your body. That device on your chest seems designed to attract and contain those fragments, preventing them from reaching your heart. However, because your body is in direct contact with this device, certain substances from within it have inevitably entered your system, which is why you're suffering from metal poisoning. Tony's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Tobirama to see through all his secrets with a single touch. Don't be alarmed. I'm here specifically to treat you, and I will resolve your problem, Tobirama said, his expression unreadable. Wu Chen nodded in agreement. Lord Tobirama has a good disposition, Tony. Trust him. Tony glanced at Wu Chen, then at Tobirama, and finally nodded. Wu, I trust you. In that case, Mr. Senju, I'd like to formally request your help with all of my injuries. For this, I'm willing to pay $5 million as your fee. Tony hadn't forgotten what Wu Chen had just said. If it was a commission, Tobirama was more likely to accept. As for $5 million, that was hardly a concern for Tony. If he could regain his health, no amount of money would be too much. $5 million. Tobirama was slightly taken aback, but made no attempt to bargain. After all, he had no personal connection to Tony. Accepting payment for a job was perfectly reasonable. He nodded and agreed. Very well, I accept your commission. However, I want it in cash. No problem. Tony nodded immediately. So when do we start? And where? Right now, right here. As he spoke, Tobirama reached out, intending to pull out the miniature arc reactor from Tony's chest. Whoa, hey, let me do that myself. Tony, startled by Tobirama's rough approach, quickly stopped him and removed the arc reactor on his own. Mr. Senju, Are you sure we don't need a sterile environment? My lab has a clean room. Tobirama glanced at Tony, shook his head slightly, and replied, No need. Medical ninjutsu doesn't require such things. With that, the green glow in his hand flared even brighter, and he pressed his palm directly onto the gaping wound in Tony's chest. A warm, surging sensation flowed into Tony's chest, and he could feel a subtle heat wherever the shrapnel was embedded. He instinctively looked down and saw Tobirama Senju raising his hand, a shard of metal wrapped in a shimmering green chakra. That's it? It's out already. Tony was at a loss for words. The shrapnel that had tormented him for so long had just been casually extracted by Tobirama. Medical ninjutsu really is incredible. Even someone as proud as Tony had to admit this, at least for this moment. Then, Tobirama repeated the process. In total, 14 pieces of shrapnel were removed, every last one. After extracting the fragments, Tobirama didn't stop the treatment. He continued, channeling the mystic palm technique. A soft whooshing sound seemed to fill the room. Clusters of black material were drawn from Tony's chest, gathering together until they formed a mass about the size of a fist. These were the palladium deposits that had built up inside Tony's body. Once all the palladium was removed, Tobirama rather unceremoniously pulled out the iron socket in Tony's chest for the arc reactor, and then used the healing technique once more. Moments later, Tony stared in astonishment at his perfectly healed chest, and tears began to stream down his face before he even realized it. Seeing this, Tobirama said, Just give the money to Wu Chen and have him pass it on to me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. From a moment he was forced to become Iron Man, the foreign object in Tony's chest had plagued him without end. Aside from the constant stabs of pain, even taking a shower had been a torment. And as if that weren't enough, the arc reactor that had saved his life now threatened to take it. Tony felt as if life was just one hardship after another. But now, the palladium that could have killed him was gone, the shrapnel that might have pierced his heart was gone, and even the gaping hole in his chest had vanished as if it had never been. Feeling weak but lighter than he had in years, Tony turned to thank Tobirama, but the man was gone. Wu Chen reminded him. Lord Tobirama had other things to do. He's already left. Tony recalled Tobirama's words, nodded, then strode over and hugged Wu Chen tightly. Wu, thank you so much. I'll have someone bring the money over soon. And, just wait, there's a surprise I'm preparing for you. Oh, and I'm taking these pieces of shrapnel with me. I'm going to turn them into a necklace for Pepper. After all, these things were once so close to my heart, just like she is. With that, Tony threw on his Iron Man suit, gathered up the shrapnel, and left in a whirlwind. Wu Chen just stood there, watching Tony's figure disappear, his expression turning dark. You could have just left, but did you have to rub your happiness in my face? So what if you got a girlfriend? Does that make you so special? Damn it. A moment later, Happy came in, handed Wu Chen a suitcase, then left as well. When Wu Chen got home and opened the case, sure enough, inside was $5 million in cash. With this, Wu Chen's remaining balance was now $75 million. Originally, the amount should have been $85 million, but Wu Chen used $10 million of it to assist in his training of the wind release, Raijin Shuriken, and Sage Mode. After putting the money away, Wu Chen glanced at his progress in portraying Tobirama Senju. 28%. An 8% jump in one go. How fantastic. Iron Man truly lives up to his title as the chosen son of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Saving his life yielded such a generous reward. Next, Wu Chen checked the countdown timers for his two character portrayals. One showed an hour and a half remaining, the other 2.5 hours. Between having a meal and treating Tony, he had spent only half an hour. There was still plenty of time left. However, Wu Chen couldn't quite settle down to train just yet. After some thought, he decided to communicate with the Ninetales again and deliver his final ultimatum. Over the past month, Wu Chen had not only focused on mastering the wind release, Raijin Shuriken, and Sage Mode, but had also made every effort to communicate with and win over the Ninetales, hoping to eventually become a perfect Jinchuriki like Naruto. He never intended to cheat from the beginning. He genuinely wanted to befriend the Ninetales. But the Ninetales proved extremely uncooperative. Every time Wu Chen faced the beast, he would be overwhelmed by the immense surge of chakra, his consciousness forced out of the sealed space. After dozens of such attempts, Wu Chen eventually stopped entering the sealed realm and instead concentrated on his wind release techniques and Sage Mode training. The reason the Ninetales treated Wu Chen this way was rooted in its very first moments in the Marvel world. The beast's initial impression was the Sharingan, followed by being thoroughly suppressed by the Minato couple. Wu Chen, a peripheral figure, had been there witnessing the suppression, and had even coveted the Ninetales' power in the end. Of course, what mattered most was that, with its ability to sense the good and evil in human hearts, The Nine Tails had discerned that both Minato Namikaze and the masked man were, in fact, Wu Chen himself. This isn't just the author's whimsy. The Nine Tails truly does possess this ability, as shown by Naruto's ability to distinguish disguised white Zetsu while in the Nine Tails chakra mode. Wu Chen's greatest secret had been uncovered by none other than a tailed beast. For this very reason, the Nine Tails stubbornly refused to accept Wu Chen. If time permitted, Wu Chen could have played the long game, patiently proving to the Nine Tails that he was, in fact, a good person. But now, according to his plan, Wu Chen needed to quickly raise his power. He simply didn't have the time to keep stalling with the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails still refused to communicate, then he would have no choice but to resort to cheating. Lying on his bed, Wu Chen closed his eyes and let his consciousness gradually sink into the sealed space. Drip, drip. He entered a vast, waterlogged chamber, just like Naruto's sealed domain. Setting foot atop the shallow water, Wu Chen strode step by step through the darkness. Suddenly, with a rush, his surroundings lit up, revealing a colossal iron gate before him. The iron gate soared so high that its top was lost from sight, and its sides stretched into infinity, as if this iron barrier had split the sealed space in two, dividing it into separate worlds. On one side was Wu Chen's mind, and on the other, beyond the iron gate, there lay a colossal nine-tailed fox, its fur a brilliant orange and its tails fanned out behind it. At that moment, the fox seemed to be dozing, eyes shut in feigned slumber. Wu Chen wasted no time and called out, "Hey, Kurama!" A heavy, rumbling sound swept through the air. Roused from its rest, the Nine Tails cracked open a disdainful eye to glare at Wu Chen. With a flicker of annoyance, it rose ever so slightly, and a flood of crimson chakra surged forth, bursting past the iron gate and crashing violently into Wu Chen. At the same time, the Nine Tails finally spoke. "Leave," it thundered. A tremendous crash echoed. Wu Chen's eyes snapped open. He was staring at the ceiling of his own room. He sat up in bed, eyes narrowed with resolve. Favorability pill. Instructions: swallow to use. Effect: the user's goodwill toward the person who administers the pill increases steadily, ultimately reaching its maximum. No side effects. Can be stored in the mental realm. Duration: permanent. Cost: 50 million yuan per pill. This was the item Wu Chen had chosen after much careful consideration, deciding to exchange his wish card for it. Other items that boosted goodwill were either too short-lived or weak in effect, or else they were potent and permanent, but outrageously expensive. Only this pill fell within Wu Chen's acceptable range. Having made up his mind, Wu Chen immediately completed the exchange. Minus 50 million yuan. Now, Wu Chen had 25 million yuan left. After the transaction, a small blue pill appeared in Wu Chen's palm, looking for all the world like an ordinary mint candy. Its appearance gave nothing away, but its effect, to influence the feelings of a sentient being without any side effects, was nothing short of miraculous. This effect even surpassed the most overpowered ocular jutsu in Naruto, the Konoha Village of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, Konoha Village distorted the target's perception, while this pill did not alter perception at all. In the language of fantasy novels, the favorability pill was a rule-defining artifact. Once you take my pill, you're mine, no questions asked. That's why this pill was so expensive, priced on par with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Clutching the pill, Wu Chen thought of the Nine Tails' attitude toward him and decided not to enter the sealed space right away. At the moment, even if he brought the pill inside, there was no way to feed it to the Nine Tails. He'd need a powerful ally to go in with him, someone who could hold the Nine Tails down and force it to take the pill. With that in mind, Wu Chen used the shadow clone technique, instructing his clone to once more take on the guise of Tobirama Senju. In truth, Obito would be more suitable for the current situation. Even without a unique illusion technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan can still use Genjutsu, and with its power, it could forcibly control the Nine Tails. That way, the Nine Tails would obediently open its mouth and take the medicine. But there was no helping it. Obito was still in the process of advancing, and so was Minato Namikaze. That meant the burden would fall to the second Hokage once again. Without a word from Wu Chen, Tobirama Senju understood instantly, placing a hand on Wu Chen's shoulder. Then, Wu Chen's awareness sank into the space of the seal, arriving at the iron bars before the Nine Tails gate. Turning his head, he saw that Tobirama Senju was indeed right beside him. Their entrance startled the Nine Tails. It looked up and saw the two of them. When it activated its sense for good intentions, it realized that Tobirama before it was also Wu Chen in disguise, and its anger flared even more. "Get out!" With the Nine Tails' furious roar, a crimson wave of chakra surged forth again, crashing toward Wu Chen and Tobarama Senju. This time, however, the two stood their ground, utterly unmoved. The reason was simple. Tobarama Senju possessed an indomitable will. Although Wu Chen's battle strength was nothing to scoff at least at the Quasi-Kage level, he'd only recently gained such power and his will hadn't quite caught up. That was why the Nine Tails could toss him out of the ceiling space-time after time. Tobarama, on the other hand, was different. As a survivor of the Warring States era, his resolve was unshakable. Even though this Tobarama was being portrayed by Wu Chen, the portrayal system had perfectly recreated the real Tobarama Senju. With such willpower, there was no way the Nine Tails could shake him. Consequently, Wu Chen also stood firm at his side. The Nine Tails was stunned. It had assumed Wu Chen must have used some underhanded trick to play multiple roles at once. But to its shock, Wu Chen had truly brought forth Tobarama Senju. Having been pummeled often enough by Hashirama Senju, the Nine Tails knew all too well who Tobarama was, and understood that his strength was more than enough to subdue it. So, it stopped trying to throw Wu Chen out, turned its head away, and refused to look at them. What a prideful fox. Wu Chen couldn't help but sigh, then had Tobarama step through the great ceiling gate. The Nine Tails was startled, glaring viciously at Tobarama, but to no avail. Without another word, the battle began. Behind the ceiling gate, Tobarama Senju and the Nine Tails clashed. Seeing this, Wu Chen felt no need for chivalry. He joined the fray without hesitation, teaming up with Tobarama to besiege the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails were whole, Tobarama might not have been a match for it. But now the beast possessed only half its strength, and with Wu Chen joining in, the Nine Tails quickly found itself at a disadvantage. There was a furious cacophony of battle, a storm of blows, and energy flying in all directions. A few minutes later, Tobarama Senju pressed his hand firmly against the nape of the Nine Tails, pinning the beast to the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Chen pulled out a small pill, pried open the Nine Tails' jaws by force, and tossed the pill between its clenched teeth. "You little brat, what did you just make me swallow?" The Nine Tails roared in helpless fury, its voice booming with indignation. Wu Chen shrugged. "It's just a little something so we can have a proper conversation, that's all." With that, Wu Chen and Tobarama released the Nine Tails and stepped back, moving outside the great iron gate of the seal. "You can go now. There's nothing left here that concerns you," Wu Chen said to Tobarama. Under the stunned gaze of the Nine Tails, Tobarama simply nodded and exited the sealed space. Witnessing Wu Chen's ability to play multiple roles, the Nine Tails' emotions shifted constantly. At first, the Nine Tails believed Wu Chen had resorted to some cheap trickery to pull it off. But after experiencing Tobarama's overwhelming strength firsthand, those doubts began to waver. When its head was pinned to the ground by Tobarama, that familiar sensation made the Nine Tails realize this was the real Tobarama. And yet, now before its very eyes, this human simply waved his hand, and Tobarama obediently left, just like that. It was as if he appeared at a summons and vanished at a gesture. In that moment, the Nine Tails' impression of Wu Chen shifted. He was no longer just a despicable, lowly human who relied on tricks, but someone with genuine power and means. Wu Chen, of course, noticed the subtle shift in the Nine Tails' gaze. He knew perfectly well why the beast's attitude had changed. After all, the affinity pill was not something taken in vain. There was still a bit of time before the personas of Obito and Minato completed their evolution. So Wu Chen sat down cross-legged, intending to chat with the Nine Tails and help the pill's effects settle in faster. Seeing Wu Chen seated, the Nine Tails hesitated for a moment, then sat down as well. "Hello, Kurama, the Nine Tails. It's our first meeting, so let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Chen." Wu Chen greeted the beast calmly and sincerely. For reasons it couldn't explain, the Nine Tails suddenly found Wu Chen rather agreeable. At the very least, ever since its birth, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, Wu Chen was the first to treat it this way. The Nine Tails began to reflect. Had it been too hasty in judging him before? Maybe, just maybe, there were reasons behind Wu Chen's actions, even his attacks, reasons he couldn't easily explain. No, he did hit me, and that's a fact. What kind of reason could justify that? With that thought, the Nine Tails bared its fangs and shot Wu Chen a glare, then turned its head away in a huff, full of pride. Wu Chen didn't mind and continued speaking. First, he explained his origins. "Kurama, the truth is, my situation is a lot like yours. I also come from another world. In that world, without paying any attention to the fact that the Nine Tails, though outwardly indifferent, was actually listening intently, Wu Chen began to speak of his previous life, his journey through worlds, and the system he relied on. Normally, the secrets of being a transmigrator and of the system itself were of utmost importance, things that should never be shared lightly. But now, Wu Chen was telling the Nine-Tails everything. The reason was simple. Despite the Nine-Tails' current rebelliousness and open hostility toward Wu Chen, he knew that once its affection for him rose, it would become as docile as a kitten in his presence. At that point, even if the Nine-Tails knew all of Wu Chen's secrets, it would keep them safe out of loyalty. What's more, Wu Chen genuinely needed someone to be his tree hollow, a confidant to whom he could pour out his burdens. He had to play so many roles, stir up so much trouble, all on his own. Originally just an ordinary person, Wu Chen was under tremendous mental pressure. If that pressure kept piling up, it was likely he would break down at some point. And once his mental state unraveled, he could easily become, in the words of the common folk, mad or mentally ill. Wu Chen had no desire to become such a person, so he had to find a way to relieve his stress. For now, confiding in someone was the best solution. And as things stood, Wu Chen had found a most suitable confidant. Yes, it was none other than Kurama, the Nine-Tails. After all, the Nine-Tails could only reside within Wu Chen's body, unable to speak with anyone else. Besides, once its affection reached the highest level, the Nine-Tails would see Wu Chen as its closest companion. A Nine-Tails like that would never harm Wu Chen, and could be trusted completely. When that day came, Wu Chen would no longer be alone. As Wu Chen rambled on, the Nine-Tails' posture shifted from proud and dismissive to quietly gazing straight at Wu Chen. The Nine-Tails had never seen a human so open and sincere. In this moment, it suddenly felt a sense of being trusted. "So that's why you summoned me in that place, and then attacked me?" it asked. Wu Chen nodded. "Kerame, I'm truly sorry. I had no choice. After all, only the Nine-Tails deserve such an honor. The other tail beasts are just a bit too weak." Hearing this, the Nine-Tails' eyes lit up with delight, though it tried hard to keep a stern expression. "Then why did you split me in two? I remember you divided me, and although I can sense the other half is still alive, I have no idea where it is." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen knew that this was the Nine-Tails' only remaining psychological obstacle. If he could help it overcome this, it would truly become his gentle little kitten. Wu Chen spoke earnestly. "In my plans moving forward, the 10 tails will undoubtedly appear. Kurama, you know this too. The 10 tails can only be brought into existence when all 9 of you are merged together with the demonic statue of the outer path. But I don't want you to just disappear like that. Let me put it this way. Out of all the 9-tailed beasts, you're the one I like most, Kurama." This wasn't just talk. Wu Chen genuinely favored the 9-tails chakra mode, which was essentially the same as liking Kurama. "That's why I split you into 2. So that's how it is." Kurama, having lived for countless years, was far from foolish. In fact, he was remarkably astute. Moreover, with his sharp sense of good and evil, Kurama could clearly discern that every word Wu Chen just spoke was the unvarnished truth, without a hint of falsehood. Moments ago, Kurama had already learned about the chaos Wu Chen had stirred up in the Marvel world just to survive. So the appearance of the 10 tails and the concept of a Jinchuriki for it weren't surprising at all. They were within Kurama's expectations. What did come as a surprise was realizing Wu Chen had split him in 2 out of affection, unwilling to let him simply vanish. A strange, indescribable warmth welled up inside Kurama's heart. It was the fondness a house cat feels toward its human, the bond between a spoiled feline and the person who cares for it. Kurama resided in the sealed space, which was actually Wu Chen's mental landscape. Their relationship, in many ways, mirrored that classic dynamic of pet and caretaker. So, this kid truly cared for him. Maybe, just maybe, getting along with Wu Chen wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Kurama couldn't help but think this. Noticing Kurama's expression soften, Wu Chen realized his words had finally taken effect. Deciding to seize the moment, he prepared to win Kurama over completely. He stood up and walked to the great iron gate, sealing Kurama away. Looking directly at him, Wu Chen asked, "Kurama, can I trust you?" Kurama blinked, as if he'd already guessed Wu Chen's intentions. He couldn't help but warn, "You'd better think hard about the consequences of letting me out. So, tell me, can I trust you?" Wu Chen repeated, unwavering. Kurama fixed his gaze on Wu Chen. The longer he looked, the more agreeable Wu Chen seemed to him. Though on the surface, Kurama bared his teeth in a fierce, intimidating snarl. "Do you really think someone like me can be trusted?" With that, he let out a thunderous roar toward the ceiling, as if venting all the pent-up anger inside him. Afterward, he stole a quick glance at Wu Chen, only to quickly avert his eyes when he saw Wu Chen watching him. Wu Chen simply smiled at the corners of his mouth, saying nothing. Instead, he let his actions do the talking. He reached out and peeled away the seal from the great iron gate. With a low, resonant rumble, the massive gate slowly swung open before fading into nothingness. In that instant, An endless surge of crimson chakra erupted from behind Kurama, rolling toward Wu Chen like a tidal wave. Seeing all of this, Wu Chen made no move to resist. Instead, he opened his arms wide, as if preparing to embrace the Nine Tails. Outside, the Wu Chen who sat cross-legged was now shrouded in a crimson, translucent cloak of tailed beast chakra. Above his head, the chakra took the shape of fox ears, and behind him, three tails swayed gently. As the waves of red chakra in the ceiling space surged around Wu Chen, the number of chakra tails behind him in the real world steadily increased. 4, 5, 6, all the way to 9. Yet even as 9 chakra tails appeared, Wu Chen's flesh and blood remained unharmed, and he did not slowly morph into the form of the 9 tails. He retained the form of the tailed beast chakra cloak, with no other abnormal changes. The ceiling space, now more aptly called the realm of the mind. Within this mental space, the 9 tails charged at Wu Chen with a furious roar, raising its long, razor-sharp claws high as if to drive them straight through him. But Wu Chen looked upon the 9 tails with unwavering trust, making no attempt to dodge. Time itself seemed to freeze, a colossal beast about to slay a fragile human. Yet in the end, the 9 tails' deadly claws halted just a centimeter from Wu Chen's forehead, refusing to move a hair closer. Seeing this, Wu Chen broke into a heartfelt, relieved smile. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around the 9 tails' finger, and, climbing up along it, dashed across its massive arm until he plopped himself down atop the beast's enormous head. "Hey, brat, I never said you could sit on my head." The 9 tails huffed in annoyance, but it didn't shake him off. Instead, it lowered itself slowly, making sure Wu Chen could settle in more comfortably. Such was its sunder way. Wu Chen understood perfectly, and with a knowing smile, he reached up to pat the fur atop the 9 tails' head. "Kurama, I have a name, you know. Stop calling me brat. I'm an adult now." The 9 tails snorted disdainfully. "Umph. To us tailed beasts, every human is just a brat. But, since you've begged so sincerely, I suppose I can make an exception for you." "Wu Chen, what a strange name. What's so strange about it? It's a classic name from Huaxia. After all, I am Huaxia born." As Wu Chen lay atop Kurama's head, chatting away, the crimson-tailed beast chakra cloak around his body in the real world slowly faded, until it vanished completely. Moments later, Wu Chen opened his eyes. With a single thought, his body was enveloped in a shimmering golden layer of chakra, as if he himself were forged from pure golden light. Tailed Beast Chakra Mode, Initial Stage, complete. This stage refers to the state Naruto Uzumaki was in just after his tug-of-war with Kurama. With diligent training and Kurama's wholehearted cooperation, one can enter the advanced phase of Kurama Chakra Mode, the very same mode Minato Namikaze used during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Simply put, it's the form depicted on this book's cover, the one with the flowing cloak. Compared to the basic form, the advanced form is more than just a cloak. It represents Kurama's deeper recognition and trust in the Jinchuriki, as well as the increased amount of chakra Kurama is willing to provide. The sheer quantity of tailed beast chakra makes the power of Kurama Chakra Mode vastly different from one level to another. Take Naruto's initial basic form, for instance. He only had the portion of chakra he managed to wrest away in the tug-of-war, and Kurama wasn't willing to supply him with more. In that state, Naruto could only reach the strength of an average Kage, and even then, only for a limited time. But once Kurama fully trusted him and willingly offered up his chakra, Naruto achieved the advanced Kurama Chakra Mode. At that point, he soared past the power of the 5 Kage, and his strength became enduring, as Kurama was happy to keep supplying him with tailed beast chakra to wield as he pleased. Right now, Wu Chen is in the basic form. However, unlike Naruto's situation, Wu Chen's basic form isn't due to Kurama's reluctance. It's simply because he's only just gained the ability to use Kurama Chakra Mode and hasn't yet mastered it. Once he's more proficient, he'll be able to enter the advanced form directly. It's worth mentioning that Kurama Chakra Mode doesn't stop at the basic and advanced forms. There's an ultimate form as well. The so-called ultimate form builds upon the advanced level, using Kurama's chakra to manifest a gigantic, fully chakra-constructed version of the 9 tails. In this form, the Jinchuriki commands the entirety of the tailed beast chakra, wielding the full power of a complete tailed beast. They can also use ninjutsu and senjutsu, multiplying their combat power several times over. That said, mastering the ultimate form also takes practice, and since Wu Chen hasn't even fully grasped the advanced form yet, there's no point in thinking about the ultimate one for now. Looking down at his hands, sparkling with golden light, Wu Chen walked over to the mirror and checked out his handsome face. Not bad, even cooler than before. Bathed in shimmering gold. If he were to step onto the battlefield now, he'd undoubtedly be the brightest star out there. Honestly, when the Sage of Six Paths divided up the tailed beast chakra, he really did show favoritism to Kurama. Just look at it. The Kurama chakra mode alone is something no other tailed beast can match. Of all the Jinchuriki, only those with Kurama can use this chakra mode. For the hosts of other tailed beasts, even the Eight Tails, which comes closest to Kurama, there's nothing remotely like this form. Not only that, but the Nine Tails possesses the greatest quantity of chakra among all the tailed beasts, and is also the most powerful of them. So when Wu Chen devised his plan to seek the power of a tailed beast, the Nine Tails was the first that came to his mind, rather than any of the others. At times, Wu Chen even wondered if, when the Sage of Six Paths divided the chakra of the 10 Tails, he might have skewed things a bit, perhaps even unintentionally. Maybe back then, the Sage of Six Paths thought, the 10 Tails is far too dangerous. I can't just leave it unchecked. I'll split it into 9 parts. From the 1 tail to the 9 tails, a total of 9 beasts. But then, how should the chakra be divided? I've got it. 1 share for the 1 tail, 1 for the 9 tails, 2 shares for the 2 tails, another for the 9 tails, 3 shares for the 3 tails, yet another for the 9 tails, and so on, until the 8 tails gets a share, and the 9 tails receives another. Wait, why is there still so much left over? Forget it. Let's give 1 more share each to the 1 tail and 8 tails, and just leave the rest to the 9 tails. Although it might seem disrespectful to the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps that's really how it happened. Otherwise, there's just no other way to explain how the 9 tails alone could so easily overpower the combined force of the other 8 beasts. After silently grumbling about the Sage of Six Paths, Wu Chen released the 9 tails chakra mode. He then lay down on the bed, letting his consciousness drift back into his inner world, where he could chat with Kurama and build their bond. Since he didn't have the right environment, even if he wanted to test the true power of the 9 tails chakra mode, it just wasn't possible for now. Besides, the most important thing at the moment was to wait for Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha to complete their advancement. Other tasks could be handled along the way, but he couldn't afford to get distracted from this main objective. While Wu Chen kept Kurama company and waited for the 2 personas to level up, Tony's unusual condition had already caught S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Although he had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant, his free-spirited, uncooperative attitude had always been a headache for the agency. Because they understood Tony's temperament and worried about pushing him too far, S.H.I.E.L.D. had chosen to give him a long leash. Still, when attention was needed, they kept an eye on him. When help was required, they would step in. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. was always aware of Tony's situation. They also knew how to cure palladium poisoning. If a new element could be found to replace palladium in the arc reactor, Tony would no longer suffer for poisoning. S.H.I.E.L.D. had made some headway on this front. In the notes of Howard Stark, Tony's father, and one of S.H.I.E.L.D's forefathers, they discovered clues pointing toward the creation of a new element. Unfortunately, there was no one within S.H.I.E.L.D. who could actually synthesize this new element. All they could do was wait for the right moment to inform Tony, so he could try to solve it himself. And as for treating the symptoms of Tony's palladium poisoning, S.H.I.E.L.D. had also found a temporary but effective remedy: lithium dioxide injections. The lithium dioxide injection can effectively alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning, but it only provides temporary relief rather than a cure. The condition will inevitably recur. That's why S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't immediately give it to Tony. However, today, Black Widow Natasha, who had just gone undercover at Stark Industries, reported that Tony's arc reactor was missing from his chest. With the reactor gone, but Tony still alive, didn't that mean all of Tony's injuries had been completely healed? Setting aside the question of how Tony managed to remove the shrapnel from his body and heal the gaping wound in his chest, the simple fact that his problem had been resolved caught S.H.I.E.L.D. completely off guard. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. planned to wait until Tony was truly desperate, then show up with the lithium dioxide injection and Howard's notes and relics, saving Tony's life at a critical moment to win his gratitude. Given Tony's stubborn nature, it was clear he couldn't be swayed by mere profit or leverage. If they wanted Tony to listen, the best way was to bind him with emotional ties. In fact, in Iron Man 2, S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed followed this playbook. But now, thanks to Wu Chen, the role of Senju Tobarama, S.H.I.E.L.D's carefully laid plans had crumbled spectacularly. This sudden turn of events immediately alarmed Nick Fury. After much deliberation, Nick Fury decided to personally take Howard Stark's notes and relics to visit Tony. They couldn't offer help in Tony's darkest hour anymore, but if they couldn't even manage a timely gesture of goodwill, S.H.I.E.L.D. might as well disband on the spot. What use was such an inept organization? Should they keep it around just for the sake of tradition? Nonetheless, Nick Fury's move wasn't merely a token gesture. Helping Tony discover a new element to upgrade the mini-arc reactor and facilitating his reconciliation with his father. These were actually significant aids to Tony. In truth, Tony cared deeply for his father, Howard. It was the lack of love from Howard during his formative years that had turned Tony into the playboy he once was. So, Nick Fury's actions weren't exactly a lifeline in a snowstorm, nor just icing on the cake. They were more an act of genuine goodwill. All in all, it would still leave S.H.I.E.L.D. with a favorable impression in Tony's eyes. And so, Nick Fury hurried over to Tony, bringing the notes and a suitcase full of relics. Stark, while sorting through some things recently, I came across your father's notes and personal effects. They might help you upgrade your arc reactor. No sooner had he finished this long explanation than Nick Fury noticed Tony and his assistant, Pepper Potts, wrapped in an embrace, apparently about to kiss. Having barged in on Tony and Pepper's intimate moment by accident, Nick Fury was nearly thrown out by Tony on the spot. Fortunately, by waving the notebook in his hand, he managed to keep his place at Tony's table for tea. The old man's notebook? Tony took the notebook and the relics with curiosity, not the least bit wary of Nick Fury, and started leafing through them right away. After reading for a while, Tony frowned and began rummaging through the relics in the suitcase. He searched for quite some time. When he finally looked up, he saw Nick Fury watching him with interest. Tony scowled and said, "You've had your tea. Aren't you leaving yet?" "Oh, I was just wondering. What happened to the arc reactor on your chest?" Nick Fury made no effort to hide his curiosity. It was something he genuinely wanted to know. "Oh, that." Tony paused. "A friend introduced me to someone remarkable. He fixed me up." "Your friend? And someone remarkable? Who are they?" Nick Fury tried to dig deeper, but Tony was quick to show him the door. "You can figure that out yourself. I'm not about to sell out my friends." After ushering Nick Fury out, Tony took a videotape from the suitcase of relics and started to play it. Meanwhile, as Nick Fury started his car for the drive back, his mind was turning over Tony's words. Just who was this impressive person Tony had mentioned? Tony's friend, someone with extraordinary skills. It couldn't have been Colonel Rhodes. Then who? Who would be close enough to Tony to be called a friend? Suddenly, inspiration struck Nick Fury. He recalled how Tony had been visiting Wu Chen frequently of late. A string of deductions began forming in Nick Fury's mind. Wu Chen doesn't seem to have any healing abilities, and neither does Senjitobarama. That means could the Hidden Leaf Village have sent another powerful figure? Looks like I'll have to find time to pay a visit to Wu Chen, our S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant. While Nick Fury was busy planning a meeting with Wu Chen himself was feeling a rush of excitement. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze, Ninetales Chakra Mode, is advancing. Time remaining for advancement. 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Advancement complete. Congratulations, host. The character you are playing, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, has successfully advanced to Fourth Great Ninja War Minato Namikaze, Ninetales Chakra Mode. Character advancement complete. All progress has been inherited. Host has received one chance to draw a new character. The advancement was finally complete. The system hadn't lied. He really did get an extra character draw. A new member for the Akatsuki is on the way. Wu Chen didn't rush to experience Minato's Ninetales Chakra Mode. Instead, he decided to use his new character draw first. Over the past month, he'd already mapped out numerous ways to keep stirring things up and increase his progress as a player. In fact, he had the next stretch of his plans all lined up. Now, all he needed was for the various key players to take their positions. The very first to come to the forefront are the events of the Thor incident and Iron Man 2. According to Wu Chen's plan, he needs members of the Akatsuki to participate in both of these events. The American government has already classified Akatsuki as a superpowered terrorist organization. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a waste of their reputation if Akatsuki didn't stir up some trouble? Minato Namikaze has already completed his advancement. He's ready to go, and Wu Chen can experience his role at any time. But for now, it's best to draw Akatsuki members for the roles before considering anything else. Because the Thor and Iron Man 2 incidents occur almost simultaneously, but in locations far apart. Even if Obito tried to run between the two, it would be difficult for him to handle both at once. So, a single Akatsuki member won't be enough for this operation. There have to be at least 3 or 4. One will be Obito, and then Wu Chen will use the 2 character drawing chances he earned from Minato and Obito's advancements to select 2 more Akatsuki members. That makes 3, barely enough to divide the tasks. In Wu Chen's plan, Obito will handle the Thor incident alone, while the other 2 Akatsuki members will take on the Iron Man 2 storyline. After all, with Obito's evolution into Double Kamui Eternal Eye, his power has increased tremendously. Taking charge of an entire event by himself won't be a problem. This strategy isn't just about participating in the events, but about releasing tailed beasts into both incidents, forcefully breaking in and capturing them. This will definitely speed up the Akatsuki members' progression in their roles, since their mission is to capture tailed beasts. And when the time comes for a showdown with Obito, the opponent will, of course, be Ninetales Minato. Obito's abilities mean that ordinary people stand no chance against him. Even though Tobirama Senju is incredibly powerful, without knowledge of Obito's abilities, he's very likely to be defeated. Minato Namikaze, on the other hand, has defeated Obito before, and now his strength has grown even further. Having Minato face off against Obito is clearly the more fitting choice. That's the plan for the Thor incident. As for New York, Wu Chen has a different arrangement. Akatsuki members, through their information channels, learn that Wu Chen, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, is carelessly hanging out somewhere in the city, making no effort to hide himself. Seeing this as a provocation, they decide to have two members launch a direct assault and capture the Ninetales right then and there. Conveniently, their attack is timed to coincide with the events of Iron Man 2. Roughly speaking, that's Wu Chen's plan. Now, all he needs are two more Akatsuki members in position. Akatsuki members, Wu Chen murmurs, beginning the selection process. Ding, drawing for character roles. As the system's voice fades, a rapid succession of figures flashes through Wu Chen's mind. In the end, the image in his mind settled on a striking young man clad in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, his golden hair tied in a single ponytail, a peculiar device adorning his left eye, and a mouth on each hand, tongues playfully extended. It's actually him. Wu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character to impersonate Deidara, the Azure Dragon of the Akatsuki from the world of Naruto. He never expected to draw Deidara, the artist of explosive creations. Wu Chen's mind began to recall Deidara's abilities. Deidara could mold clay into explosive puppets. Their size and power could vary greatly, making them not only highly functional, but also incredibly destructive. Most terrifying of all was his C-4 technique, capable of generating countless microscopic bombs invisible to the naked eye, which would infiltrate an enemy's body and, upon detonation, reduce them to nothing but dust. A truly horrifying sight. Yet, despite Deidara's formidable skills, he was ultimately vulnerable to lightning release and powerful illusions. Deidara had been defeated twice in his life, once by Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu, and once by Sasuke's combination of Jinjutsu and lightning techniques, clear counters to his strengths. Fortunately, in the Marvel world, only Obito possessed illusion techniques. As for the others, even Loki's magic, impressive as it was, could do little against Deidara. In fact, in certain situations, Deidara's talents could even surpass those of Pain himself. Of course, Wu Chen had to admit, if he could have drawn Pain, he would have preferred that option. Having successfully drawn a member of the Akatsuki, Wu Chen finally felt a bit more at ease. Now, all he had to do was wait another hour for Obito's evolution to complete, and he'd be able to draw another Akatsuki member. Since he had some free time, Wu Chen decided to continue his conversation with Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, to deepen their bond. Suppressing the excitement bubbling inside, Wu Chen sank his consciousness into his spiritual space, found a comfortable spot beside the nine-tailed beast, leaned against it, and began to chat. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito, dual Kimui Mangekyo, Sharingan Uchiha Obito, Eternal Eyes, evolution in progress. Time remaining. 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Evolution complete. Congratulations, host. Your character impersonation has upgraded to dual Kimui Mangekyo, Sharingan Uchiha Obito, Eternal Eyes. With this character upgrade, all impersonation progress is fully retained. Host has gained another opportunity to draw a character to impersonate. With the chance to draw another character, Wu Chen wasted no time. Silently chanting Akatsuki in his mind, he began his second draw of the day. Ding, drawing character to impersonate. As the system's voice faded, a rapid succession of figures flashed through Wu Chen's mind. At last, the scene in his mind settled on 6 figures, all wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Their hair blazed orange, black metal studs embedded throughout their bodies, and their eyes were ringed in grayish-purple circles, reminiscent of archery targets. The 6 stood together, unified and imposing. Behind them sat another figure, perched atop a strange device. His back bristled with black iron rods, and his eyes bore the same swirling, gray-purple pattern. His long, wine-red hair framed a gaunt, skeletal face, an emaciated young man emanating an eerie presence. A chime sounded in Wu Chen's mind. Congratulations! You have drawn the role. Nagato, the 6 Paths of Pain from the Akatsuki organization in the world of Naruto. It really is Pain. Wu Chen was so excited that he leapt up from his seat. He felt like rushing out to buy a lottery ticket. Maybe he won $1 billion right then and there. His luck was unbelievable. He'd gotten exactly what he wanted. Could I be the chosen one of the system? The system's voice chimed in, deadpan. The system cannot reproduce. Please conduct yourself properly. Wu Chen stopped his wild daydreaming, but he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Hey, what's got you so excited? The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Wu Chen's mind. You're already my Jinchuriki, and still you act like this. So impatient. Honestly, what a sight. Kurama, do you remember that role-playing system I told you about? I just drew a character with the Rinnegan. Wu Chen recalled the saying, share your happiness, and it multiplies. So, he told the Nine Tails all about his jackpot moment. After the Nine Tails exclaimed in shock, what? The Rinnegan? Isn't that the Sage of Six Paths' eyes? Wu Chen genuinely felt his joy double. So, what are you planning to do next? The Nine Tails sprawled lazily in Wu Chen's mental space, asking with curiosity. Well, next. Wu Chen's exhilaration settled as the Nine Tails spoke. He suddenly realized he needed to update his plans. After all, the Six Paths of Pain, Nagato's signature technique, involves 7 people altogether. Only 6 actually do the fighting, but even so, it's nothing to underestimate. So, Wu Chen said to the Nine Tails, Kurama, aren't you always bored in here? Well, I'll put on a grand show for you soon. What kind of show? Kurama asked. You'll see soon enough, Wu Chen replied, leaving the Nine Tails to wonder. He stopped paying attention to Kurama and began thinking things through. His previous master plan didn't need major changes, but the details would have to be adjusted. But before he made any modifications, he needed to figure out exactly how the Six Paths of Pain came to be. Would playing as Nagato automatically grant him the Six Paths of Pain? Or would he have to capture 6 people himself and turn them into pain? The solution was simple. Just try role-playing as Nagato and see what happened. So, without further ado, Wu Chen began to play the part of Nagato. In the next instant, a strange device appeared in the room. An emaciated Nagato Uzumaki was fastened into it. A sharp cry of pain escaped Wu Chen's lips. After transforming into Nagato, he could feel waves of agony rippling through his body. Some of the pain came from the iron rods embedded in his back, while other aches seemed to originate from Nagato's body itself. Despite the excruciating pain, Wu Chen finally understood how to perform the 6 paths of pain transformation. He first released the Nagato persona and returned to his own appearance. Then, he cast the Shadow Clone Jutsu, summoning 6 shadow clones. Next, he had one of the clones take on the form of Nagato. Wu Chen, along with the remaining 5 clones, reached out to touch the Nagato clone. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 6 paths of pain materialized. The method for becoming the 6 paths of pain was quite different from usual. It involved both a primary and secondary transformation. The primary transformation was Nagato's true body, while the secondary transformation split into the 6 paths of pain. Wu Chen could directly assume the main role, but for the secondaries, he needed to first become the main character, and then, by touching himself in that form, activate the others. So essentially, drawing one transformation card gave him access to 6 characters at once. Wu Chen, now in the form of Tendo, the Deva Path, glanced at himself, then at the other pain standing by his side. He immediately concluded that Nagato alone was enough to handle things in New York, so he would send Deidara and Obito to deal with Thor instead. It worked out perfectly. After all, Akatsuki's tradition was to act in pairs, and Deidara and Tobi made a natural duo. Back in Konoha, Minato Namikaze was still the only one facing off against Obito. Hashirama Senju would remain in New York with Wu Chen's original body. With this setup, the balance between good and evil on both sides was set. Next time he had the chance to draw new characters, he would need to select some more powerhouses from the Leaf Village. Otherwise, the forces of good and evil would be out of balance. Thinking of strong fighters, Wu Chen realized he hadn't yet tested Minato, Obito, Deidara, or the 6 paths of pain. So, while playing as Tendo, he undid the transformation, summoned 3 shadow clones, and had them transform into Kyuubi Minato, Eternal Mangekyo Obito with dual Kamui, and Deidara. Understanding what the original was thinking, Minato emerged and immediately activated the Nine Tails chakra mode. Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped in dazzling golden light. The radiant chakra of the Nine Tails covered Minato completely, turning even his cloak into a crystal clear gold. At the same time, a heavy, overwhelming pressure began to emanate from Minato, spreading outward in all directions. Noticing the effect, Minato furrowed his brow and quickly reined it in, withdrawing the Nine Tails chakra mode. The oppressive aura vanished at once. Obito was the same. He appeared in his new attire, a black cloak adorned with red clouds. However, the mask on his head was neither the previous pale yellow one with black stripes, nor the single-eyed spiral mask worn by Toby, but rather the mask he wore during the Fourth Great Ninja War, marked with 3 tomo of the Sharingan. This was the white mask that revealed both eyes, able to cover his entire head, leaving only the back exposed. After all, the Sharingan is not like the Byakugan. A mask would block his vision and hinder his abilities. At this moment, the Mangekyo in both of Obito's eyes rotated slowly. Upon closer inspection, the triangular shuriken pattern not only had its original sickle shapes, but now displayed 3 additional small sickles. It was clear this was the form of the Eternal Mangekyo, created through the fusion of 2 pairs of the same source Mangekyo. Just meeting the gaze of this pair of Eternal Mangekyo brought Wu Chen a palpable pressure, as dense and overwhelming as a rising tide. Not only that, but those eyes seemed to possess a strange allure, irresistibly drawing others to meet their gaze. At such a moment, if Obito launched a Jinjutsu, his success rate would be a guaranteed 100%. HYDRA's appearance, meanwhile, was exactly as it had been in the reference illustration when he was summoned. A handsome face, golden hair tied in a ponytail, though the mouths on his palms remained unsettling. Seeing the 3 shadow clones each assume their roles, the real Wu Chen once again took on the identity of Tendo Pain. In an instant, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, HYDRA, the 6 Paths of Pain, and Nagato Uzumaki, 10 people in all, crowded together in the not-so-spacious bedroom. Suddenly, the room felt even smaller, more cramped and stifling. Fortunately, Obito immediately activated his ability, summoning a vortex that swept everyone inside. To test the abilities of the upgraded Minato and Obito, as well as the newly summoned HYDRA and the 6 Paths of Pain, it would be impossible without a suitable training ground. And that training ground, naturally, was Obito's Kimui dimension. Wu Chen had used this space for such purposes in the past, so it was only natural for him to do so again. Yet, the moment they entered the Kimui space, Wu Chen, in the guise of Tendo, noticed that something about it fell off. Where previously the Kimui dimension was made of floating islands suspended in the void, now those islands had merged together, forming a single unified mass. Is it because all the Sharingan were gathered together, and have now become the Eternal Mangekyo? Wu Chen glanced at Obito, who nodded in confirmation. In that case, let's spread out a bit so we don't get in each other's way. With that, everyone except Nagato Uzumaki dispersed throughout the area, preparing to unleash a barrage of ninjutsu to test their abilities. Minato Namikaze immediately activated the Nine Tails chakra mode. In this form, he unleashed his ultimate move, the spiraling flash super round dance Howl Style 4. First, the tri-pronged kunai are thrown outwards in a flurry, scattering like a celestial maiden casting flowers. Then, the Shadow Clone Jutsu is activated, creating duplicates that dart and flash among the kunai, launching attacks as they go. The real Minato, meanwhile, gathers a giant Rasengan, and finally, together with his clones, unleashes this powerful attack in unison on the airborne enemy, who has already been struck and sent flying. The beauty of this move lies in its speed and overwhelming power. The enemy has no time to react. Minato's relentless combo leaves them dazed and utterly defeated, finished off before they even realize what's happened. Its drawback, however, is that it demands an extraordinarily high reaction speed. Only after activating the Nine Tails chakra mode does Minato's reflexes reach such a level. In his normal state, even he can't pull off this technique. It's fair to say that with the Nine Tails chakra mode, Minato's reaction speed has reached the very limit of human potential. What's even more remarkable is that, in this form, his body can actually keep up with his mind's lightning-fast responses. Compared with the excitement stirred up by Minato, Obito Uchiha's side seems much simpler. Most of his abilities remain unchanged. The only difference is that his Kimui Mangekyo is now complete, and his Sharingan has evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo. So, Obito first tries out a simple long-range Kimui attack. It's an assault that twists space itself. How powerful can space manipulation be? Think back to Avengers. Infinity War. A formidable foe of Thanos had his hand sliced clean off when Doctor Strange opened a portal right as the blow landed. That alone speaks volumes. With a whoosh, a swirling vortex appears in the distance, tearing open the very boundary of Kimui's space. After testing Kimui, Obito's eyes grow sharp as he activates Susanoo. With a shimmering sound, a blue skeletal half-torso materializes, cloaking Obito within. The skeleton then fills out with flesh, slowly transforming into a stern, armored samurai. At this point, there's nothing more to add for now. Obito has just awakened the dual Kimui Mangekyo S Susanoo and is not yet fully skilled in wielding it. No doubt, in time, he'll be able to summon a complete Susanoo, towering 100 meters tall. If Minato's Nine Tails chakra mode dazzles like radiant light, and Obito's Kimui and Susanoo are stunning visual effects, then what HYDRA brings to the table is, quite simply, explosions. Of everyone present, HYDRA's commotion is by far the most dramatic. Tiny spider-like clay figurines, boom. Little bird-shaped clay creatures, boom. Bizarre four-winged birds, boom. Enormous, gigantic birds, boom. A massive clay dragon, as large as a small passenger plane, spits out flocks of birds and spiders. And then, boom, boom, boom. For HYDRA, every jutsu must have the potential to explode. If it can't explode, it's worthless. After all, art is an explosion. Ignoring the commotion on HYDRA's end, the 6 members of the 6 Paths of Pain had little left to experiment with. The Naraka path could summon and control the King of Hell, and even resurrect the other 5, making it one of the true cores of the 6 paths. The human path possessed the ability to search souls. Simply by gripping an enemy's head, it could forcibly extract memories and then snatch away their very soul. The animal path could summon a host of powerful, massive creatures, and even bring the other 5 paths to the battlefield as summons. The Preta path excelled at defense, generating a shield to absorb enemy ninjutsu and energy attacks, serving as the defensive cornerstone among the 6. The Azura path wielded monstrous strength and could summon an arsenal of weapons through a unique summoning technique, taking on the primary offensive role within the 6 paths. And then, there was the Deva path, portrayed by Wu Chen himself. The Deva path bore the likeness of Yahiko, Nagato Uzumaki's dearest friend. There was a simple reason for this. The Deva path was crafted from Yahiko's very corpse. It was precisely Yahiko's death that awakened Nagato to the truth that peace could not be achieved through mere dreams. Only when everyone had suffered pain could they truly understand one another, and only then could genuine peace be attained. The Deva path was the undisputed core of the 6 Paths of Pain, though its abilities were deceptively simple, granting control over attractive and repulsive forces. Yet, it was exactly this seemingly simple power that had spelled disaster for countless heroes. Indeed, the entire Hidden Leaf village had been brought to ruin by this very force. The technique that raised the village was astonishingly straightforward. It was the Deva path's signature move, Almighty Push. This jutsu unleashed a powerful repulsive force, blasting away all incoming attacks. Whether it was an energy-based assault or a physical strike, everything would be heartlessly repelled. When chakra reserves were sufficient, the Deva path could rise into the air, focus all its chakra, and unleash the super almighty push, creating a massive spherical repulsion that pressed outward from the Deva path center, obliterating everything in its radius and leaving behind an enormous, cratered wasteland. As he watched the other Pains testing their unique abilities, Wu Chen suddenly wondered if he should imitate the original Pain even further. After all, why was he stirring up so much trouble? Wasn't it all for the sake of progressing in his performance as Pain? What if, while impersonating the Deva path, he unleashed a monumental almighty push on the city, housing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, in an attempt to force the Jinchuriki out of hiding? Wouldn't that earn him a massive leap in his impersonation progress? The more he thought about it, the more Wu Chen felt this was likely. However, New York was far too vast. Even a super almighty push might only flatten a single district, nowhere near enough to engulf the entire city. Then, inspiration struck. Wu Chen remembered the tenfold amplification card he'd never used. What if I used the Super Shinra Tensei with a tenfold power boost card? Even if it couldn't wipe out all of New York, taking out a quarter of the city shouldn't be a problem. The very thought made Wu Chen tremble with excitement. Just imagining himself launching a single jutsu and instantly obliterating a quarter of New York made Wu Chen feel as if he held the world in the palm of his hand. But after the initial rush, Wu Chen realized a major problem. If he really did that, what about the innocent citizens of New York? There had to be a line he wouldn't cross. He simply could not bring himself to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of lives. Should he give up on the plan, then? Wu Chen shook his head. After careful thought, he made up his mind. He would unleash one massive Shinra Tensei, but afterward, with his decision made, Wu Chen returned to his bedroom. He ordered all his shadow clones to drop their disguises and then dispelled them. As 9 streams of memories and 9 waves of exhaustion flooded into him, Wu Chen absorbed them while downing an anti-fatigue potion. Stretched out on his bed, savoring Minato Namikaze's memories, Wu Chen finally understood how to enter the advanced stage of the Nine Tails chakra mode. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Wu Chen created 5 new shadow clones. He assigned each of them a role: Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato, Tendo Pain, and Tobarama Senju. Meanwhile, Wu Chen himself drove the food truck out to sell hamburgers. Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju headed off together to S.H.I.E.L.D. Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, absorbed Uzumaki Nagato into the Kamui dimension and, together with Tendo Pain, went to find Kingpin. Wu Chen's true body could now use the advanced stage of the Nine Tails chakra mode. His power had finally reached the ideal level. It was time to act. In front of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, a golden flash and a surge of water appeared simultaneously. Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju made their dazzling entrance. Both had left flying thunder god marks at the entrance, so they could teleport there without a hitch. In fact, they had marks inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. building as well, but out of respect for the organization, they refrained from teleporting straight inside. After all, some formalities ought to be observed. Just then, Coulson walked out of the building. It was time for their scheduled meeting. Having just finished the task list, Coulson was ready to find Tobirama Senju when he saw this scene. His eyes lit up, and he jogged over to the two of them. Mr. Namikaze, have you completed your training? Mr. Senju, here's today's task list. Would you like to have a look first? As he spoke, he reached for his earpiece, intending to report Namikaze's return to Nick Fury. Upon seeing this, Minato Namikaze raised his hand to stop Coulson, then spoke softly, "Let's not talk here. We should go straight to Director Fury's office." With that, he exchanged a glance with Tobirama Senju, and together with Coulson, they activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the doorway. It wasn't allowed to intrude without permission, but if someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. was present, that was a different matter. At that moment, Nick Fury was in his office, reviewing Wu Chen's file. Yesterday, upon learning that more powerful ninja from Konoha had arrived in New York City, Fury had begun pondering what excuse he could use to visit Wu Chen at home. With Tony, Fury could still use the pretense of returning Tony's father's belongings and notes as a reason to show up at his door. But when it came to Wu Chen, no matter how much he racked his brains, he couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. So, he decided to look through Wu Chen's file, hoping to find some inspiration. However, he barely glanced at the pages before he heard a sudden sound at his desk. Looking up, he saw Minato Namikaze and his companions standing before him. Fury's heart skipped a beat. He thought, when did these two leave their mark in my office? Does this mean that, all this time, I've been living with the risk of being killed at any moment by Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze? A cold sweat broke out at the thought. Fury resolved to have the cleaning crew thoroughly scrub every inch of the place, especially the walls. Outwardly, he remained composed. Coulson, though Fury hadn't asked a specific question, Coulson instantly understood and truthfully recounted what had just happened. Oh, I see. So, what brings two Hokage to visit a humble director like me? Fury replied, half joking, half curious. Looking at Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju standing together, one in his 20s, the other around 30, Fury couldn't help but marvel at Konoha's progressive policies. Why was that? Because both Hokage were so young and close in age, which suggested that the position of Hokage wasn't hereditary or a lifelong appointment, but rather an elected role. It was just like how the United States elected a new president every 3 or 4 years. Otherwise, how could he explain why Minato and Tobirama were so young and had such a small age gap? At this moment, Wu Chen had no idea what Fury was imagining. If he did, he would certainly applaud Fury and say, "Thank you for giving me such a perfect excuse." Upon hearing Fury's question, Minato glanced at Coulson. Fury immediately caught on and said, "Coulson is trustworthy. Whatever you need to say, you can say it openly." Upon seeing this, Minato Namikaze spoke up directly. "According to our sensory jutsu, another tail B seal has started to loosen." Nick Fury was so furious he almost started swearing. "Didn't you say the seals left by the Sage of Six Paths were unbreakable? How did Obito, this masked man, manage to so easily unravel the nine-tail seal in New York, and now the other tail B seals are coming undone too?" Suppressing the urge to curse, Nick Fury took a deep breath and fired off a barrage of questions. How reliable is that sensory jutsu? Which tail B seal is loosening? Where's it sealed? Is this another scheme cooked up by the Akatsuki? Minato answered each question in turn. It's very reliable. That sensory jutsu was specifically invented to detect tailed beast chakra, and it was this very jutsu that alerted us to the disturbance in the nine-tail seal. The tailed beast whose seal is weakening is Shikaku, the one tail among the 9. It's a gigantic tanuki covered in spell markings, and it's well-versed in wind style and magnetic style sealing techniques. But don't be fooled just because it only has one tail. In fact, its combat strength is second only to the 8 tails and the 9 tails. It's sealed beneath the sand dunes just outside a small town called Enchanted Wonderland in New Mexico. As for whether this is the Akatsuki's doing, we can't say for sure without an investigation. But personally, I think it's highly likely that they're behind this. We can now be certain that the Akatsuki's target is the nine-tailed beasts, Minato continued. Although we don't yet know what they want with them, they've never bothered to hide their intentions. Minato, I'm not sure your assessment is correct. Tobirama Senju suddenly voiced his objection, catching Minato off guard. Lord Tobirama, what's wrong with it? It's about them, Tobirama replied with utmost seriousness. So far, only one masked man has appeared. We haven't seen any other Akatsuki members. For all we know, the Akatsuki could be just that masked man. All those supposed other members might just be his own trickery, smoke, and mirrors. Minato's expression darkened. Lord Tobirama, Nick Fury couldn't help but cast a questioning look at Tobirama Senju as well. Sensing this, Minato knew it was pointless to argue further with Tobirama, so he turned to Nick Fury and said, "Do you have any other questions?" Nick Fury immediately shifted his gaze back and replied, "Of course I do. I want to know why you've come to inform me, and what you intend to do next." Having witnessed the chaos caused by the Nine Tails firsthand, Nick Fury now fully believed in the existence of the tailed beasts. After all, once a tailed beast breaks free, a creature of that size, there's just no way something like that could be faked. If it really were a hoax, then honestly, they deserve to be fooled. So, at this moment, Nick Fury didn't doubt Minato Namikaze's explanation. Still, he was curious about why Minato and Tobirama Senju had come all this way just to inform them, and what Konoha planned to do next. Wait a minute, could it be something like the Nine Tails incident all over again? And also, was the one-tail Shikaku really sealed beneath the sand dune near the Paradise Town in New Mexico? Why did that location sound so familiar? Just as he was mulling it over, Nick Fury noticed Coulson signaling to him, and suddenly remembered. That was exactly the place mentioned in the intelligence report Coulson had just brought in, the site where the hammer fell from the sky. The one tail is sealed there, and that hammer just happened to fall from the sky recently. Could there be some connection between the two events? Nick Fury fell into deep thought, but Minato Namikaze answered his questions directly. The reason we told you? Isn't it obvious? After all, the tailed beast seal is on your soil. Even if we have the right to suppress, seal, or claim the tailed beast, we should at least inform you. Minato gave Nick Fury a somewhat puzzled look, then continued. As for what we plan to do, more precisely what I plan to do, Lord Tobirama has other tasks and won't be joining me on this. As for me, I'd like S.H.I.E.L.D. to officially commission me for this mission, just like during the Nine Tails incident. This way, Konoha earns some funding, and we get to help you out. Hearing this, Nick Fury inwardly gritted his teeth. Damn, it really was just as he'd suspected. Seeing the odd look on Fury's face, Minato asked in confusion, "What? S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't want to commission me to try and stop the one tail from breaking free, or to reseal it if it does." Of course that's not the case. Nick Fury took only a second to make up his mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. would like to formally commission you, Minato Namikaze, to stop the one tail from escaping its seal, or to reseal it if it does break free. A $10 million reward. So, Minato, do you accept the commission? Of course I accept. Compared to a bit of money, maintaining a good relationship with Konoha was priceless. In fact, if it were some other organization, they'd probably be eager to hand money over to Konoha. After all, an upright group like Konoha, once they've taken your money, would never turn against you. In fact, they'd even be willing to help solve your toughest problems, just as they were doing for S.H.I.E.L.D. But this way, the funds are going to be a bit tight. Nick Fury couldn't help but think to himself, looks like I'll have to go ask for more money again soon. S.H.I.E.L.D's funding comes jointly from the United Nations. So, when it comes to the budget, it's basically wholesale from the UN as well. Glancing at Minato Namikaze, then at Tobirama Senju, Nick Fury suddenly asked, "Mr. Senju, could you share a little about your mission?" Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to pry into Konoha's secrets. It's just that, after witnessing the power of the Nine Tails, I feel it might be risky for Mr. Namikaze to go alone. I'm simply curious as to why you can't accompany him. After learning about Minato Namikaze's goals and upcoming tasks, Nick Fury was eager to know what Tobirama Senju would be doing. Though in the past month, Tobirama had helped S.H.I.E.L.D. with a number of tricky assignments, and they were well aware of his formidable water release techniques. The true extent of his power remained a mystery. Tobirama had never gone all out. In every mission, he resolved the issue with minimal effort. Still, even without having seen Tobirama's full strength, Fury reasoned that anyone who had served as Hokage couldn't possibly be any weaker than Minato was a month ago. That train of thought led Nick Fury to pause. Minato, a month ago. Minato had spent an entire month in seclusion, training to become a perfect Jinchuriki, focusing solely on his cultivation. Now that he'd emerged, did that mean he'd succeeded? Had his power skyrocketed? With that realization, Nick Fury shot Minato an inquisitive, almost searching glance. Before Minato could grasp what Fury meant, Tobirama's answer confirmed all of Fury's suspicions. Minato has made peace with the Nine Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki. His power has reached the Super Kage level, so he can easily suppress the One Tail and deal with the troublemakers there all by himself. He doesn't need anyone else's help. Alright then, Minato, why don't you give Director Fury a little demonstration? Put his mind at ease. At Tobarama's suggestion, Minato could only nod with a resigned smile. He took 2 steps back and activated the Nine Tails chakra mode. A sudden burst of golden energy surged from beneath Minato's feet, sweeping outwards in all directions. The powerful shockwaves scattered every paper on Fury's desk, sending them fluttering through the air. Such overwhelming presence. And that was without Minato even making a move. What would it be like if he actually attacked? Nick Fury was left speechless, mouth agape. Coulson looked no less astonished. Then Minato deactivated the Nine Tails chakra mode, nodded to the 2 men, and said, "It's just as Lord Tobarama described. I can handle the One Tail situation on my own." Then, Tobarama Senju continued speaking. "As for me, Director Fury, you seem quite curious about my strength, don't you?" There was a certain pressure in Tobarama's gaze that made Nick Fury's heart skip a beat. In terms of raw power, I'm about on par with Minato here. But as for who's stronger in an actual fight, well, we'd have to test that to find out. Retracting his stare, Tobarama fixed his eyes on Minato Namikaze. "So, Minato, how about we have a spar?" Seeing Tobarama brimming with fighting spirit, Minato felt a headache coming on. No, Lord Tobarama, you're far stronger than I am. There's no need for us to fight. I concede right now. TCH, boring. Tobarama shot Minato a glare, then turned to Nick Fury to continue answering his question. "As for my mission, it's nothing classified, so there's no harm in telling you. I'm here in New York to protect someone." Tobarama's response made Nick Fury silently resolve to bump Tobarama's file up several security levels. Minato felt the same way. Just a month ago, Minato had already demonstrated overwhelming strength, and now Nick Fury had witnessed his new abilities firsthand. With his powers further enhanced, how formidable must Minato be now? And what about Tobarama Senju's true capabilities? Super Kage level. That was the term these ninjas used to measure their power, wasn't it? Kind of like an archmage or something similar. He remembered Minato mentioning before that he was a Kage-level powerhouse. But, protecting someone? A face flashed through Nick Fury's mind. Wu Chen, Minato's student. "The person you're protecting, is it Mr. Namikaze's disciple, Wu Chen?" Tobarama nodded, then explained, "The masked man from Akatsuki does have some real power. Since they're targeting the tailed beasts, there's no way they'd overlook the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Wu Chen. Though Wu Chen is incredibly gifted, he even became a perfect Jinchuriki together with Minato. He hasn't been a ninja for long, and he lacks experience. If he were to face the masked man, odds are he'd lose. That's why, while Minato is in seclusion, I came to New York. Partly to continue building ties with you, and partly to protect that kid. But he's stubborn as a mule. If he'd just come back to Konoha with me, none of this would be an issue. But no, he insists on staying here, saying things like, 'New York is my home, I'm not leaving.' Keep in mind, my big brother, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, is guarding the village. Even if Akatsuki had the nerve of 10 men, they wouldn't dare set foot in Konoha. Luckily, that kid has some skills now. He's just strong enough to temper his will and gain experience in the face of whatever disaster might be coming. Otherwise, if he were any weaker, I'd have dragged him back to Konoha myself." After listening to Tobarama Senju's explanation, Nick Fury couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Wu Chen has become a perfect Jinchuriki. Doesn't that make him, like Minato Namikaze, a powerhouse on a level above Kage? Wait, but there's the matter of experience. Maybe that's why Wu Chen's abilities are still a notch below Super Kage level. So, he must be Kage level? Kage level. That's exactly where Minato Namikaze was a month ago. That's already incredibly strong. Looks like I'll have to treat Wu Chen with a bit more respect from now on. Nick Fury made a silent promise to himself. Then, he realized he might have overlooked a crucial detail just now. Pausing for a moment, Nick Fury recalled something Tobarama had said earlier. His older brother, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, known as the god of shinobi. "Mr. Senju, did you just say that Konoha is guarded by your brother, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju?" Nick Fury cut straight to the heart of the matter. What does god of shinobi mean? Is your brother an actual deity? At Nick Fury's question, Tobarama rolled his eyes. Where in this world is there truly an all-powerful god? The so-called gods are just another kind of powerful being. My brother is considered the strongest shinobi, so he's honored with the title god of shinobi. The strongest shinobi? Nick Fury found it hard to wrap his head around. After all, he couldn't even imagine the strength of Nine Tails Minato or Tobirama Senju, let alone something greater. Sensing the limits of Nick Fury's imagination, Tobirama explained further. To put it simply, someone like me, my brother could mop the floor with me using just one hand. Minato too, for that matter. Now, that was a comparison Nick Fury could grasp. At last, Nick Fury gained some understanding of Hashirama Senju's overwhelming might, though he still found it difficult to believe. If he hadn't seen Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju's power with his own eyes, Nick Fury never would have believed that humans could reach such heights. So, until he saw Hashirama Senju with his own eyes, Nick Fury would never fully accept the legends about his strength. Still, that didn't stop Nick Fury from continuing his conversation with Tobirama and Minato. Mr. Namikaze, when are you planning to head out to New Mexico? I'll set off in a little while, Minato replied after some thought. It's not especially urgent, but I want to check on the ceiling of the One Tail first. Would you mind taking Coulson with you? It just so happens that right near where the One Tail is sealed, something fell from the sky. A hammer. Coulson needs to investigate that incident. Nick Fury considered for a moment, then said frankly, this is also a good opportunity for Coulson to document your combat abilities. That will put a lot of people at ease. With someone as powerful as Minato Namikaze, keeping secrets served no purpose. Nick Fury understood this all too well, which is why he was upfront about his intentions. Document? With a camera? Minato asked, a touch of curiosity in his voice. Yes, Coulson will have a miniature camera on hand, recording the entire mission as it unfolds. Nick Fury answered honestly, as always. Sure, record as much as you like. I don't mind being on camera, Minato said, spreading his hands. By the way, since the distance is too great, and I haven't left a Flying Thunder God mark over in New Mexico, we'll have to drive there first. With that, he turned to look at Coulson. Coulson, how are your driving skills? I'd say I'm pretty confident behind the wheel, Coulson replied with a small smile. Then there's no problem, Minato nodded. Shall we head out now? Let's go. So Minato caught a ride with Coulson, while Tobirama Senju continued with his own mission. Although their priority was to protect Wu Chen, there was nothing unusual happening at the moment. The shadow clone playing the part of Tobirama Senju decided it was best to keep working on improving his impersonation of the character. Once everyone had left the office, Nick Fury finally allowed himself to relax. He slumped back in his chair, and for once showed signs of exhaustion. In the presence of such formidable individuals, Nick Fury was never as calm and unruffled as he appeared. Every moment, he was taut with tension and fully focused. The kind of vigilance drained both his mind and body, and now, Nick Fury was utterly spent. Fortunately, the feeling only lasted a short while before he regained his composure. He couldn't afford to let anyone see him in that state. Minato had once mentioned that things inside S.H.I.E.L.D. were far from stable, a fact Nick Fury never forgot. And after his own covert investigations, he had indeed discovered some troubling hints. But without solid evidence, it would be unwise to alert the enemy. Still, Nick Fury had never imagined that, aside from a handful of individuals, everyone else in S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually an undercover HYDRA agent. In other words, Nick Fury was the snake who would startle the grass, not the one hiding in it. Elsewhere, when Obito appeared before Kingpin alongside Tendo, Kingpin was taken aback. After a month of training, Kingpin's chakra reserves had already reached the level of an ordinary Kaga-level powerhouse. He had also mastered the shark-style water release techniques, developed a strong bond with Samehada, and honed his swordsmanship in his spare time. By now, Kingpin had become a true Kaga-level warrior. To be fair, compared to Wu Chen, Jinbing is the true ninja prodigy. If Jinbing had been born in the world of Naruto, he would undoubtedly be among the elite at the top of the ninja ranks. The rise in raw power brings not only greater combat ability, but also heightened senses. Once he saw clearly that it was Obito, and sensed that familiar, chilling aura, Jinbing slowly dropped to one knee. Sir, a faint smile played at the corners of Obito's mouth beneath his mask. He could also sense the formidable strength Jinbing now possessed. However, this was not the time to discuss such matters. The masked man stepped back half a pace, making room for Tendo, then gestured to Jinbing. This is our Akatsuki leader, the master of Akatsuki's Zero Burial, Pain of the Six Paths. The leader, Jinbing, who had just lifted his head, showed clear astonishment on his face. Unconsciously, he looked toward Tendo, and was instantly captivated by the grayish-violet Rinnegan in Tendo's eyes. Truthfully, Jinbing was as resolute as a boulder, and if Obito hadn't placed the caged bird seal on him, Jinbing would never have submitted. Yet now, even someone as steadfast as Jinbing found himself transfixed by those Rinnegan eyes, as if he'd been bewitched, his very soul drawn inside. Tendo narrowed his gaze slightly. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from his pupils, making Jinbing's eyes ache. Jinbing quickly lowered his head, not daring to look any longer. Obito watched this whole interaction with interest. Not only did he make no move to stop it, he actually welcomed it. It wouldn't do for Jinbing to submit to only Obito. He needed to submit to the whole Akatsuki organization. After all, every member of Akatsuki was played by Wu Chen. They were all insiders. So, Pain's display of authority over Jinbing, making him more obedient and compliant, was exactly what Obito wanted to see. Seeing Jinbing bow his head to Tendo, Obito figured this was enough and spoke. That's right. You should remember what I told you before. This time, I'll test your abilities, and then the leader will decide whether you can become a full member. By the way, my codename is Akatsuki's Jade Maiden. During the time Obito went by the name Toby, he wore the ring that used to belong to Sasori after Sasori's death, and that ring bore the symbol for Jade Maiden. Yade Maiden. Although Jinbing felt puzzled by the codename, he dared not voice his thoughts. For a subordinate to question or criticize their superior is the surest way to provoke their anger. For most people, such behavior might cost them their job at most, but if Jinbing tried it, it could easily cost him his life. After all, Akatsuki is far from a benevolent organization. Jinbing, tem dos poucos sudene. Jinbing immediately responded, Yes, sir. How was your intelligence network in New York? Upon hearing this question, Kingpin's heart leapt with joy. Chief, there may be a few secrets in New York that I don't know about, but for most things I can get you the information you need. You can think of me as a local Kingpin of New York. This was no exaggeration. Kingpin was the undisputed underworld emperor, not just of New York, but of all America. Although many small-time thugs were arrested during the chaos caused by the Nine Tails last time, after Kingpin displayed his overwhelming power, even more people chose to join him or pledge their loyalty. As for those gangs unwilling to fall in line, Kingpin would employ subtle tactics to make them submit of their own accord. So even though many of his members have been taken in, Kingpin's influence had only grown stronger. This might seem unusual, but in a country like America, where freedom and coolness are celebrated, it was perfectly normal. Here, personal strength made Kingpin appear both formidable and free. In the eyes of many, Kingpin became a figure brimming with charisma. It was only natural that so many would choose to follow him. Very good. Tendo nodded, his gaze still cold and detached. Kingpin, help me find a man named Wu Chen. I want his location and his latest intel. And also, I want a detailed introduction to this country, America, and what it has done in the past. Kingpin immediately nodded and stood up. Chief, is this Wu Chen the disciple of Minato Namikaze you're referring to? Yes. Tendo glanced at Kingpin, who was a bit taller than himself. Kingpin quickly nodded and bowed, lowering himself to appear slightly shorter than Tendo. With Kingpin being so perceptive, even Tendo couldn't find fault, so he continued, Wu Chen is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the beast itself is our Akatsuki's target. No need to search for him, Chief. He defeated me before, so I've already gathered intelligence on him, and even have people monitoring him. I can present his file to you right away. As he spoke, Kingpin hurried behind his desk and began printing out a thick stack of documents, each page filled with intelligence on Wu Chen. With both hands, he respectfully handed the documents to Tendo, then continued, Please review this first. I'll have someone gather the information you requested on America. All right, please have a seat, both of you. I'll be right back. Kingpin jogged out, looking quite anxious and eager. 2 minutes later, he returned with another stack of papers in hand. Chief, it's all here. After Tendo received them, he glanced at Obito. Obito immediately understood and said to Kingpin, Don't resist. Kingpin paused, then quickly stood up straight. Suddenly, a massive vortex materialized in the office, swallowing Obito, Tendo, and Kingpin all at once. A few minutes later, the three emerged once more. Obito stood completely unscathed, while Kingpin was soaked to the bone, his body covered in wounds. Yet, the way he looked at Obito was filled with even greater awe. At that moment, Tendo held a file in his hand and looked at Kingpin, saying, Kingpin, your strength has earned my recognition. I bestow upon you the codename Southern Star of Akatsuki. Here are your ring and uniform. And this ninjutsu, you must master it. He produced a specially prepared ring and an oversized black cloak adorned with crimson clouds, handing them along with a ninjutsu scroll to Kingpin. Kingpin accepted the ring, cloak, and scroll with a mix of respect and delight. He first slipped the ring, inscribed with the character for South, onto his pinky finger. That was the only finger the ring would fit. His other fingers were simply too thick. Next, Kingpin donned the oversized cloak, black with red clouds, and wound bandages around Samahata, securing the sword to his back. In an instant, a stronger, bald version of Kisame Hashigaki appeared in the office. Kingpin, Kisame Hashigaki Bing. And so, Kingpin officially joined the Akatsuki, taking Kisame's place within the organization. He was more than worthy of the position. Back in the Kimui dimension, after a series of tests, both Obito and Tendo had acknowledged Kingpin's strength as a worthy successor to Kisame Hoshigaki. To accurately gauge Kingpin's true abilities, Obito had refrained from using his usual tricks. Instead, he forewent intangibility, opting for a direct ninjutsu clash and hand-to-hand combat. During the ninjutsu exchange, Obito did not wield the Uchiha fan, and so his fire style was doused by Kingpin's water style, giant exploding water colliding wave. Perhaps knowing full well how formidable Obito was, Kingpin went all out right from the start. At the very beginning, he unleashed the giant exploding water colliding wave to reshape the battlefield, creating a colossal, elliptical water prison. This water prison stretched more than 100 meters in both length and width, towering 50 or 60 meters high, instantly engulfing Obito. But that was only the beginning. Immediately after, Kingpin merged with Samehada, entering his semi-sharpened form. In this mode, Kingpin grew gill-like slits along his neck and could move freely underwater, just like a true shark. Meanwhile, Obito, forcibly trapped inside the massive water prison, found himself on the verge of drowning. Even with the terrain in his favor, Kingpin did not recklessly charge in for close combat. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of shark-themed ninjutsu. Water style, water shark bullet jutsu. Water style, giant shark bullet jutsu. Water style, 4 shark rain. Water style, 5 feeding sharks. Water style, 1,000 feeding sharks. One after another, he unleashed these techniques, burning through vast reserves of chakra. The result? The entire gigantic water prison was soon teeming with sharks made entirely of water. A pair of giant sharks, one large and one small, led the charge, followed by 4 swift sharks, and then an endless swarm of mid-sized sharks surged from behind. Under Kingpin's command, they all rushed straight toward Obito's position. Anyone else in this situation would likely have perished by now. After all, with the dual threats of drowning and a shark attack, unless you're Superman, survival is nothing but a fantasy. But this was exactly what Obito had demanded before the fight began. Fight with the resolve to kill me. If you don't, be prepared for me to kill you instead. Even if this was only a test of strength, Obito's presence alone brought immense pressure to Kingpin. Yet, within this massive water prison, Obito showed not the slightest sign of drowning. In fact, he remained full of energy and vigor. Although he didn't need to use full intangibility for combat, phasing just his mouth and nose technically wasn't against the rules. With his mouth and nose existing outside the Kimui dimension, there was no risk of him choking on water or drowning. As Kingpin unleashed one ninjutsu after another, Obito's lips curled into a faint smile beneath his mask. Then, he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate power, Susun. In an instant, a glowing blue skeletal form sprang up around Obito, blocking every single shark attack that came his way. The defenses of Susanoo aren't something ordinary ninjutsu can break through. No matter how skilled Kingpin was with shark-based techniques, none of his attacks could breach Obito's Susanoo. So, when all the sharks finally vanished, having spent the last of their chakra, Obito's skeletal aura transformed into the upper body of a warrior. Aside from this, absolutely nothing had changed. He hadn't even suffered a scratch. Despair washed over Kingpin. He had used every trick up his sleeve, yet hadn't managed to harm the masked man in the slightest. This was a devastating blow to Kingpin's confidence. After all that training for a month, was this really all he'd achieved? Anyone else would find that hard to accept, too. Seeing Kingpin's state, Obito wasted no time. He swung Susanoo's mighty fist straight at Kingpin. He offered no words of comfort, no advice. Obito's intention was clear, to knock some sense into him. If someone still has time to wallow in self-pity, it only means their will to survive isn't strong enough. In cases like this, a good beating is the best remedy. With the iron fist of Susanoo pounding down, Kingpin initially managed to hold his ground by taking advantage of the terrain. After all, as a half-sharkman, he was far more agile in water than Obito, even with Susanoo active. But once Obito hurled a Kimui shuriken through Susanoo, instantly warping all the water of the giant prison away to another dimension, Kingpin's advantage vanished in a heartbeat. And then, with nowhere left to run, Kingpin was thoroughly pummeled by Obito and his Susanoo. After getting beaten up, Jean Bing shed his earlier melodramatic attitude. Instead, he began to reflect inwardly, thinking that the real reason for his weakness was simply not working hard enough. He hadn't been exposed to chakra and ninjutsu for very long, so as long as he kept training diligently, he believed that one day he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the masked man, seeing the world from that lofty vantage. Noticing Jean Bing's shift in mindset, Obito finally spoke. Not bad. I acknowledge your strength now. Hearing this, even Tendo nodded in agreement. Jinbing was instantly overjoyed. He thought his performance this time had disappointed Obito and Pain, and that he'd lost his chance to join the Akatsuki. But to his surprise, he had actually gained their approval. The Akatsuki, what a powerful and mysterious organization. Could he really become a member now? Jinbing found it almost too good to be true. Seeing his disbelief, Obito explained, Jinbing, your strength is already at the level of a Kage. It's just that you're still not. Used to fighting other shinobi and lack experience. Combined with my overwhelming power, that's why the battle seems so one-sided. But in truth, your abilities are more than enough. So I acknowledge you. However, if you want to become even stronger, for instance, to gain even more powerful ninjutsu, I have ways to help with that too. As he finished speaking, Obito gave Jinbing a meaningful wink. Jinbing immediately understood Obito's implication and replied at once, My lord, I've been working hard to earn money this month. Please come with me in a bit. All right. Obito's tone now carried an unmistakable note of glee, as if he were a freeloading vampire perched on the backs of hardworking folk. Now, after Jinbing had donned the black cloak adorned with red clouds and slipped the Akatsuki ring onto his finger, Wu Chen, the man behind the shadow clones playing both Obito and Tendo, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Jinbing was one of those rare talents Wu Chen had witnessed growing stronger step by step, giving him a distinct sense of nurturing and up-and-comer. It was just a shame, he mused, that he was nurturing not a cute girl, but a burly man. With that thought concluded, Obito took a moment to briefly explain the ninjutsu recorded in the scroll to Jinbing, intending for him to master the technique immediately and then destroy the scroll. The ninjutsu, inscribed in the scroll Tendo handed over, was the illuminated projection technique. This jutsu played a crucial role within the Akatsuki in the world of Naruto. Members of Akatsuki would sit and release waves of thought converted from chakra. As the commander, Pain would receive these waves, amplify them, and project illusions onto specific locations. These illusions were fundamentally different from ordinary projections. When channeled through Pain, all sorts of techniques could be unleashed. The illusions produced by this jutsu possessed all the abilities of the original body, marking it as a Kekkei Genkai technique unique to the Rinnegan. In the world of Naruto, the early meetings of the Akatsuki were all conducted through illusions created by this particular ninjutsu. Not only did this technique greatly facilitate communication among Akatsuki members, effortlessly transcending the barriers of distance, but most importantly, it ensured the safety and secrecy of their gatherings. Since everything was merely an illusion, even if someone discovered the meeting location, they would find nothing but an empty space. Such a powerful and useful ninjutsu naturally had to be showcased for its security and discretion. While Obito was teaching Jinbing this technique, Tendo spent his time poring over files and documents from the United States. At last, Jinbing mastered the illusory projection technique, and Obito promptly burned the scroll containing the ninjutsu. At that moment, Tendo set down the documents in his hands. He strode over to the floor-to-ceiling window of Jinbing's office, gazing out at the morning skyline of New York. This country is far too arrogant, he said softly. Hearing this, Obito and Jinbing came over, genuinely agreeing from the depths of their hearts. Absolutely, they echoed. Obito's worldview was rooted in the same origins as Tendo's, so it was only natural that he would feel the same way. Although Jinbing had grown up as an American, raised in this country since childhood, now, standing on the side of the Akatsuki, he too could sense the arrogance that permeated America. Maybe it's because this country emerged as the strongest victor after World War II, making it the most powerful nation in the world. That's probably why its attitude toward everything is so overbearing. Let's set aside distant history for the moment. Take what's happening now, the so-called War on Terror in Iraq. But is that really about fighting terrorism? Iraq sits in the heart of the Middle East, rich in oil resources. And oil is one of the most vital sources of energy on Earth today. With his back still turned, Tendo Pain spoke quietly, his lips barely moving as he recounted America's actions. Obito nodded. In my view, they went to war in Iraq purely for its oil. If they genuinely wanted to help Iraq, why not support the Iraqi government? Provide them with weapons and manpower, let them fight terrorism themselves, and stand on their own feet. By intervening so directly in another country's affairs, doesn't that make America the biggest terrorist of all? Tendo nodded in immediate agreement, thinking to himself, as expected of someone like me, he sees things so clearly. And that's not all. This country, which boasts of being the freest in the world, is rife with racism and all sorts of discrimination. Jinbing was quick to nod in agreement. I may be a gangster, But even I was furious when I saw the news the other day. Those police officers choking a black man to death right in the street. But truthfully, was Kingpin really outraged? In his eyes, anyone outside the Akatsuki was just a pawn. If they died, so be it. Right now, he was merely playing along, serving as the supporting voice for Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki Six Paths. You're absolutely right. As the Heavenly Path spoke, he turned his head to glance at Kingpin, making Kingpin feel the pressure once again and causing him to bow slightly. However, this time, neither Obito nor the Heavenly Path paid any attention to Kingpin's subtle gesture. At this moment, Obito was gazing intently at the Heavenly Path, who himself remained fixated on the view outside the window. Seeing this, Kingpin felt it was time to make himself useful. The leader had just agreed with his words. Wasn't that a sign that he wanted Kingpin to continue speaking? So, following along with the intentions of the Heavenly Path and Obito, Kingpin pressed on. As everyone knows, America is the country most plagued by racial discrimination in the world. The author wishes to remind readers, all countries and cities mentioned in this book are from the Marvel Universe and bear no relation to the real world. Although America is a multi-ethnic nation, in the eyes of the majority white population, there is deep discrimination against black people and people of other colors. News of racial discrimination incidents in America is frequent, and for every case reported, countless others never come to light. This recent incident of a black man being choked to death in broad daylight, I believe it's not an isolated case. There must be similar tragedies happening elsewhere that we simply don't know about. It's supposed to be a civilized society, and yet it's riddled with problems you'd expect only in primitive tribal communities. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, what's gone wrong with this country? What's wrong with the world? How did things end up like this? At that moment, Kingpin carried himself like a crusader, bathed in a righteous, almost blinding, white light. But what he truly thought deep down, only he himself knew. Still, this set up the perfect opportunity for the Heavenly Path to respond. Kingpin, I already have your answer. Huh? Kingpin was momentarily stunned. He had only been making conversation, yet it felt as if the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, was taking him very seriously. They are incapable of understanding one another. The Heavenly Path's voice rose slightly, carrying more weight. Relieved, Kingpin let out a breath. He'd half feared that, thanks to his own agitation, the leader was about to bring ruin to the world. But the Heavenly Path continued. History has taught us one thing. No matter what, humanity will never truly understand each other. Humans are foolish creatures. Do you know what history is? It is the growth of truth, the understanding of the past, the intuition of the future. To know these things, that is history. Events always seem to happen suddenly, and the reasons only get tacked on afterward. So, how can humanity ever grow and learn to understand one another? There is only one answer: pain. Hearing this, Kingpin suddenly sensed danger, but he had no way to interrupt, for the Heavenly Path, in a calm and measured tone, was now speaking of matters ever more grave. Ignorant and foolish children can only grow up once they have known pain. Racial discrimination arises from a lack of mutual understanding. Wars between nations are also caused by the inability to understand one another. Those who have never known pain can never truly understand what peace means. I have endured endless pain and, through it, transcended the limits of ordinary mortals, becoming something far greater, becoming a god. Hearing these words, Kingpin froze where he stood. He thought to himself, is the leader of the Akatsuki some kind of delusional maniac? Otherwise, how could he say things like that and even call himself a god? It was only natural for Kingpin to harbor doubts. After all, he had only heard rumors about the Akatsuki's leader's power, but had never witnessed it with his own eyes. At this moment, if he weren't so afraid for his life, Kingpin would have demanded to know if this heavenly figure was just suffering from a severe case of delusions of grandeur. I am determined to bring an end to the ceaseless wars of this world. That is the mission of a god. As if he hadn't noticed Kingpin's skeptical expression, Tendo continued to lay out his beliefs. How can we quickly put an end to wars between nations? All it would take is a group of people firm in their sense of justice and peace, wielding weapons, powerful enough to annihilate an entire country in an instant. With tens of thousands, even millions wiped out in a heartbeat, fear would grip the world. People, nations, the entire world, they would all come to understand pain. That fear would become a force of restraint, and from then on, wars would cease. In this way, the world would be guided toward true stability and peace. Pain is what makes the world grow, just as it once made me grow. For the world to mature, to move forward in thought, it needs the guidance of a god. The world is still a child. If it is to grow, it must first experience pain. That is why we need the tailed beasts. Why we must fuse all 9 into the 10 tails, a force capable of ending the world itself. With that power in our grasp, we can bring about genuine peace. That is why I founded the Akatsuki. Madman. This guy is a complete and utter madman. After listening to everything Tendo had said, only this word echoed in Kingpin's mind. If he were just an ordinary lunatic, at worst he'd be locked away in some asylum. But if that madness is paired with overwhelming, unmatched power, then the entire world could be reshaped by his hands. Kingpin couldn't shake the feeling that this change was about to unfold right before his eyes. Those who discriminate will grow to understand the pain of being outcast. Warmongers will taste pain and, through it, come to grasp the true meaning of peace. Originally, I intended to leave New York after capturing the Nine Tails host, Tendo continued. But now, I believe it is necessary to let New York, and this arrogant nation, experience true pain. I imagine that, only then, this country might begin to temper its pride and finally long for real peace. However, this time, Kingpin's subtle gestures failed to catch either Obito's or Tendo's attention. At this moment, Obito was staring intently at Tendo, while Tendo's gaze remained fixed on the world outside the window. Seeing this, Kingpin felt he needed to make his presence known. The leader had just agreed with what he said. Wasn't that a sign that he should continue speaking? So, following the cue from Tendo and Obito, Kingpin went on, as everyone knows, in America. This part originally discussed issues of racial discrimination in the U.S., but due to censorship, it has been omitted. It's supposed to be a civilized society, yet it's plagued by problems you'd expect to find only among primitive tribes. Sometimes I find myself wondering, what's happened to this country? What on earth has happened to the world? How did things get this way? In this moment, Kingpin took on the air of a crusader, as though his entire being was bathed in a radiant, holy light. Yet what he truly felt inside was something only he himself knew. But this gave Tendo the perfect opening. Kingpin, I already have the answer to your question. Huh? Kingpin was caught off guard. He'd been making casual conversation, yet somehow the leader of the Akatsuki, the 6 Paths of Pain, seemed to be taking him seriously. It's because they cannot understand each other. Tendo's voice rose a notch. Hearing this, Kingpin let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he'd worried that his own instigation might drive the leader to destroy the world. And then, Tendo continued, history has taught us everything we need to know. Humanity is a foolish species, incapable of mutual understanding. Do you know what history is? It is born beneath the shadow of truth, a knowledge of the past, a sense of the future. That is history. Events always arrive suddenly. The reasons behind them are only attached afterwards. So, how can humanity grow and finally achieve true understanding? There is only one answer, pain. As Tendo spoke these words, a sense of dread crept over Kingpin, but he couldn't interrupt. Tendo's voice remained calm, yet his words grew ever more grave. Ignorant, naive children can only mature after experiencing pain. Racial discrimination stems from a lack of mutual understanding, and wars between nations are born of the same root. Those who have never known pain cannot comprehend the meaning of peace. I have been forged in endless, unceasing pain, transcending the bounds of mortals, ascending from man to God. Kingpin stood frozen in place, stunned by what he'd just heard. Could it be that the Akatsuki's leader was just some delusional egotist? Otherwise, how could anyone declare themselves a god like that? Kingpin's doubts were only natural. After all, he could only guess at the leader's true strength. He'd never actually witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, if he weren't afraid of being killed, Kingpin would have started questioning whether Tendo was suffering from some adolescent delusions. I will bring an end to the chaos and carnage of this world with a ceasefire. This is the mission of a god. Tendo continued to speak his beliefs, as if he hadn't noticed the expression on Kingpin's face at all. How can one quickly put a stop to war between nations? All it takes is a group of people with justice and peace in their hearts, wielding a weapon powerful enough to obliterate an entire nation in an instant. When tens of thousands, even hundreds of millions, die in a heartbeat, fear will grip everyone. People, nations, the whole world, they will all come to understand pain. That fear will act as a deterrent, and from then on, war will cease. In this way, the world will begin to grow toward stability and peace. Pain allows the world to grow, just as it once did for me. To help the world mature, to advance its thinking, it needs divine guidance. The world is still like a child. If you want it to grow, you must let it know what pain truly is. That's why we need the tailed beasts. We need to fuse all 9 into the 10 tails, a force powerful enough to destroy the world. Once we control that power, we can bring true peace to the world. That's the reason I founded the Akatsuki. Madman. This guy was an utter, absolute madman. After hearing everything Tendo had to say, there was only one word echoing in Kingpin's mind. If he were just some ordinary lunatic, at worst he'd be locked away in an asylum. But when a madman possesses power so overwhelming it defies imagination, the entire world can be changed by his hand. Kingpin had a sense that this kind of change was about to unfold right before his eyes. Racists grow through experiencing the pain of the discriminated. Those who wage war will come to understand the true meaning of peace only after feeling pain themselves. I originally planned to leave New York after capturing the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Tendo went on. But now, I think it's necessary to let New York, let this arrogant nation, experience true pain. I imagine that when the time comes, this country might finally humble itself a little and begin to yearn for true peace. If he could turn back time, Kingpin swore he would never have made those rallying, inflammatory remarks just to prove himself. Who could have guessed that the leader of the Akatsuki would be someone like this? To create a weapon of overwhelming power for the sake of peace, to force people to understand each other by making them first suffer pain? Aren't you quite the little genius? Though there was some twisted logic to his words, Kingpin was a clear-headed adult, not someone who could be brainwashed by such a philosophy. Yet now, because of his own words, the leader, Pain, had actually declared that he would let New York feel pain, let this nation feel pain. Jean didn't think the leader was bluffing. As the head of Akatsuki, Pain was truly capable of something as catastrophic as destroying New York. What was even more terrifying was that Pain might actually have the power to do it. Jean had always harbored a deep hatred for New York. That was beyond question. After all, it was here that he had lost the people who mattered most to him, one after another. Yet despite his hatred, Jean never left New York. Part of it was that he refused to be someone who ran away. But more importantly, he couldn't bring himself to abandon the place where he was born and raised. New York was, after all, his home. It was where he'd grown up, where his childhood memories resided. Even if those memories weren't exactly pleasant. But if New York were to be wiped off the map entirely, Jean couldn't accept it, for that would mean his own destruction as well. After all, he was part of New York too. With that thought, Jean summoned his courage, looked at Tendo, and asked, "Leader, how exactly do you intend for New York to feel pain?" "I'm not trying to pry into your plans," he added quickly. "It's just that if things get too dangerous, maybe we could have the gang members evacuate the area. They still have their uses. They're not all completely worthless." Hearing this, Tendo shot Jean a cold, piercing look that sent a chill straight to his core. But thankfully, Tendo made no further move and instead replied in an even voice, "You'll understand when the time comes. As for the area, have your gang withdraw from all of New York." Jin's heart trembled. He dared not say another word and hurriedly nodded his agreement. Regret was useless now. He had become one of Akatsuki's Nanbu, and with the cursed mark branded on his forehead, Jin knew there was no getting off this ship. Now, he had only one path left, to follow Akatsuki's lead and see things through to the end. Leader, Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju are both formidable. Obito spoke up suddenly. "I worry they might interfere when you try to capture the Nine Tails." Tendo didn't turn around. Gazing out the window, he said, "Against the march of God, mere mortals are powerless." Jean was surprised by Obito's words. "Sir, you won't be joining the leader?" Obito shook his head. "I'm only here to escort the leader. Before long, another comrade will arrive. I'll leave with him then, and we'll go after the other tailed beasts." "The other tailed beasts?" "Yes, among the 9-tailed beasts. The one-tailed Shikaku is ranked 3rd in strength." "Sir, do you need my help?" Jean asked quickly. At that moment, Jin's mind was made up. Since he couldn't stop the leader's plan, he might as well spare himself the heartache and look away. Simply leave. But Obito shook his head. "We still don't know exactly what kind of enemies the leader will be facing. I can handle Shikaku's side on my own. Bringing one companion is just a precaution, but I can't take two. Jinbe, you'll stay here and help the leader clear any obstacles." "Yes, sir," Jinbe replied with a bitter expression. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly whooshed past outside Jinbe's office window. Startled, he quickly turned to look, only to see a gigantic, oddly shaped, white dragon hovering just beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass. Standing atop the white dragon's back was a figure clad in the same black cloak adorned with red clouds. It was none other than Deidara, played by Wu Chen's perfectly timed shadow clone. At that moment, Deidara waved at the window, and Obito raised his hand in greeting as well. However, after acknowledging the greeting, Obito didn't leave right away. Instead, he turned to the leader and said, "Leader, I know your strength is unmatched, but just to be safe, please act with caution. Once I reach my destination and leak a bit of information, There's a good chance I'll draw away either Minato Namikaze or Tobirama Senju. When that happens, that's your best opportunity to make a move. The leader didn't reply. He simply waved a hand, signaling Obito to go. Seeing this, Obito didn't insist any further. He summoned a swirling vortex, stepping through it to land on the dragon's back. With a rush of wind, Deidara and Obito soared away on the white dragon. Now, only the leader and Jinbe remained in the office. Jinbe felt ill at ease. The oppressive atmosphere was making him uncomfortable. So, he spoke up. "Leader, what should we do?" He was genuinely worried. If the leader refused to listen to reason and insisted on taking action now, what could he do? He had no way off this ship anymore. So the only thing left was to try and help the ship sail as far as possible. All he could hope was that the leader wasn't the stubborn, self-willed type of captain. Silently, Jinbe prayed the leader would heed Lord Off-Phase advice. Upon hearing his words, the leader glanced at Jinbe once more. Jinbe shivered from head to toe, instinctively taking a step back and bowing his head. The third time. That gaze carried such pressure. It was the third time already. Though there's a saying that things never happen more than 3 times, that rule seemed not to apply in the presence of the leader. It was the same cold, indifferent look, but when projected from those Rinnegan eyes, it seemed to possess a power beyond comprehension. To ordinary people, the Rinnegan represented an evolution of life itself. The oppressive aura radiating from such a higher being was enough to make the soul tremble. So, no matter how many times he met that gaze, Jinbe's heart would always skip a beat, and he would instinctively lower his head. Jinbe's reaction seemed to satisfy the leader. Wu Chen, who was playing the role through a shadow clone, nodded inwardly. "Looks like the image I've built as the Akatsuki leader has made quite the impression on Jinbe." On the surface, Tiandao slowly withdrew his gaze and then said, "I understand what you mean. I'm not someone who stubbornly clings to his own views. If advice is useful, I will naturally adopt it." As soon as these words left his mouth, Kingpin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Faye's right. Although mortals cannot stop the steps of gods, they can still slow their pace. Kingpin, start investigating immediately whether Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze are currently in New York. Once the investigation is finished, have your people withdraw from the city. Hearing Tiandao's instructions, Kingpin finally relaxed completely. He responded loudly, "Yes, leader." Then, under Kingpin's watchful eye, Tiandao opened the floor-to-ceiling window, lifted off from the ground, and flew straight out into the sky. Witnessing this, Kingpin was utterly stunned. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Perhaps the leader truly is a god." Soaring through the sky without any equipment, conquering the pull of the earth, back in the ancient times, that would have been the very definition of a deity. Only in this moment did Kingpin begin to truly believe that the leader might actually make New York and the United States feel pain. With a sigh, Kingpin hurried to pass down the orders. On the other side, in front of Stark Tower, Wu Chen was busily selling his delicious Krabby Patties. At this moment, though he had only been selling for a little over an hour, his Krabby Patties were nearly sold out. Despite the high price, the taste was irresistible. And what's more, they were being sold by a superhero himself. Countless people flocked to the scene, eager to buy a Krabby Patty. If Wu Chen ever gave up on the daily limited supply and opened a real store, he would have been rich a long time ago. But Wu Chen couldn't be bothered. He still had to train, and there were so many roles he needed to play. He simply didn't have time to run a business. As for money, with Kingpin and S.H.I.E.L.D. footing the bill, wasn't that already more than enough? Handing the last 4 Krabby Patties to the out-of-breath Happy, Wu Chen packed away his food cart, ready to head home. But just then, 4 streams of memory surged into Wu Chen's mind. Those of Obito, Deidara, Tiandao, and Nagato Uzumaki. Not long after leaving Kingpin, the 4 members of Akatsuki had ended their role-play mode and released their shadow clones. Escaping this way meant that, even if someone tried to surround them, there was nothing they could do, let alone find Akatsuki's true lair. Question: how can you keep your enemies from finding your lair? Answer: if you don't have a lair, then your enemies can't find it. A truly unconventional perspective, ingenious and unexpected. Of course, Obito and Deidara wouldn't foolishly ride a flying dragon all the way to New Mexico. Since Minato Namikaze and Coulson were already on their way, wouldn't it be easier to just have Minato bring them over when the time came? In the eyes of others, Minato Namikaze and the Akatsuki organization are sworn enemies, locked in a bitter rivalry. But they themselves know the truth. They are all on the same side, part of the same family. In fact, they're the same person. With that in mind, why would there be any need for boundaries or distinctions between them? So, among themselves, there is no trace of awkwardness or distance. After giving a few instructions to Kingpin and the others, Pain no longer had any reason to stay there, so he quietly took his leave. With nothing else to attend to, he dropped his disguise and released his shadow clone. As for Nagato Uzumaki, his memories were the simplest of all. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had been tucked away in a lonely corner of the Kamui dimension, enduring pain and absent-mindedly drawing circles. Nothing of consequence had happened to him. Even during the test with Kingpin, he remained unscathed. The Kamui dimension was simply enormous. Ever since the two Mangekyo Sharingan completed each other, the space had been expanding without pause. Even now, it showed no sign of stopping. Perhaps, one day, this place could become its own separate world, its own unique dimension. After sorting through the 4 sets of memories, Wu Chen couldn't help but smile. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. According to his plan, the final and most important character had to make a dramatic entrance at the end. That's why the events with the One Tail had to happen first. Only then could things move on to New York and the Nine Tails. His shadow clone had done a marvelous job, and he gave himself some well-deserved praise. In his heart, Wu Chen congratulated himself. I really am incredible, truly worthy of myself. I'm just awesome. Long live Wu Chen. I'm the best. Shameless as it sounded, he kept piling on the compliments without a care. Just then, Happy came running up again. Wu, did you finish selling those burgers? Wu Chen nodded in response. Tony needs to see you. Tony needs something from me? Looking at Happy's genuinely concerned face, Wu Chen couldn't help but fall deep into thought. He had every reason to be cautious. His plans, 2 extremely important ones, were just about to take off, and right at this critical moment, Tony suddenly needed him? What did Tony possibly want? To be honest, Wu Chen found it odd that Tony was reaching out to him now. Just yesterday, Tobarama Senju had removed the shrapnel from Tony's body, cured his palladium poisoning, and even patched up the gaping hole in his chest. With all that behind him, Tony should be enjoying some quality time with Pepper. Why would he be looking for Wu Chen? Could it be that Tony has discovered the secret of my impersonation system? Wu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the time Tony had gifted him the food truck. How he had briefly suspected Tony had uncovered his secret and had even considered silencing him to protect himself. But Tony was his only true friend. He couldn't afford to make such a rash judgment. After some thought, Wu Chen decided to go with Happy first to see what Tony wanted. Only then would he decide what he should do next. Besides, before carrying out his plan to let New York feel pain, he needed to persuade Tony and the others to leave. With that in mind, Wu Chen turned to Happy and said, All right, let me park the food truck first. Once the truck was parked, Wu Chen and Happy walked together into Stark Tower. They took the elevator all the way up to the top floor, stopping in front of the office door. Happy was the first to push open the frosted glass door. Boss, Wu's here. Wu Chen hadn't even stepped inside when he heard the sound of an argument from within. When Happy stepped aside, Wu Chen walked in to see Tony enjoying a delicious crab burger, while Pepper was massaging her temples, looking troubled. Hey, look at this model couple. What's going on between you two? Wu Chen teased. Hearing this, Tony immediately winked at Wu Chen and, with his free left hand, gave him a secret thumbs up. As for Pepper, when she heard Wu Chen call them a model couple, her face flushed in embarrassment. No, he and I are definitely not a couple. See, Tony must have annoyed this lovely lady. Maybe I'm more suitable for you. You should consider it. Wu Chen joked, stepping closer to Pepper. Tony's eyes widened at once. Wu, how could you say that? Pepper glanced at Tony with satisfaction, as if to say, See, I'm not unwanted. You'd better treat me well, or I just might leave you. Seeing Tony's face darken by the second, Wu Chen dropped his playful manner and looked at Tony seriously. All right, enough of the jokes. Tony, what did you want to talk to me about? Seeing Wu Chen pull back, Tony felt a bit more at ease. To be honest, when it came to looks, talent, and even cooking skills, Wu Chen was a tough competitor. If he really had to compete for Pepper's affection, Tony figured he might not stand chance. But in matters of the heart, it wasn't all about strength. It all depended on who Pepper liked. And who did Pepper like? Wasn't it obvious? Tony glanced at Pepper, only to be met with a roll of her eyes. But when Wu Chen looked over, she greeted him with a warm smile. Tony's composure nearly slipped again. Still, he knew that Pepper only rolled her eyes at him. Everyone else got a smile. That had to mean something. Pulling himself together, Tony finished his burger in a few bites, then looked at Wu Chen and said, Wu, you were there the whole time while I was getting treatment. Would you say I was never in any real danger? As he spoke, Tony frantically winked at Wu Chen, hoping to get his cooperation. Wu Chen, meanwhile, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Is that it? You call me up here just to flaunt your relationship in front of me? At that moment, Wu Chen more or less guessed what had just happened in the office. It could be nothing more than Tony confessing to Pepper, or perhaps Pepper had discovered Tony's secret. Worried for his safety, she'd gotten upset and blamed Tony for keeping things from her, especially since Tony had gone ahead with some rather unorthodox treatment on his own. After questioning Pepper a bit, Wu Chen realized his guess had been spot on. He immediately pulled a long face. For Tony and Pepper, this might be something that needed to be explained. But from an outsider's perspective, the two of them were simply showing off how much they cared for each other. So, is this the new trend? Luring single people in just to make them suffer? Still, no matter how complicated his feelings, Wu Chen played along with Tony's act. After all, this wasn't just an act, it was the truth. Treating Tony's condition with modern medicine would be dangerous and complicated, but with medical ninjutsu, there was truly no risk at all, and the process was a breeze. Seeing Wu Chen cooperate so willingly, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. See, Pepper, I told you I wouldn't have gone through with it if there was any danger. Before Pepper could speak, Wu Chen cut Tony off. Tony, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Wu Chen wasn't someone with time to waste. He didn't have hours to spare. Even calling it an early day, he wouldn't just go home and laze around. Instead, he'd go back to practicing Wind-style ninjutsu and deepen his connection with Kurama. No amount of mastery in Wind-style's finishing moves could ever be too much. Yet his Nine-Tails chakra mode was still stuck at the first stage, which wasn't what Wu Chen had in mind. He wanted to reach the second stage, just like Minato Namikaze. There was still much for Wu Chen to do, so he certainly didn't have time to linger here with Tony. Noticing Wu Chen's eagerness to leave, Tony held up a hand to Pepper, signaling for a pause, and then turned to Wu Chen. Wu, the reason I called you here today is because I have something else, something really important, to discuss. What important thing? Wu Chen tensed up, unable to keep the nervousness from his voice. Don't worry, it's actually very simple for you, Tony reassured him, having noticed Wu Chen's nerves. Then he asked, what's your favorite color? Quick, don't overthink it, just say it. Gold, Wu Chen blurted out, then frowned in confusion. Why do you want to know that? Are you planning to buy me clothes or something? Tony grinned mysteriously. Haha, something like that. You'll find out soon enough. But Wu, it seems your taste is just like mine. Excellent. Tony couldn't help but boast, as usual. Tony was putting on an air of mystery, but Wu Chen didn't bother to probe further. All right. Anything else? There is actually, in a couple of days, there's going to be an F1 Grand Prix in Morocco. Would you like to come and watch? Tony invited him enthusiastically. It'll be the perfect trip to celebrate my 2 new leases on life. Trust Tony to be a wealthy man. When he celebrates, it's always an overseas trip, no less. Still, Wu Chen was puzzled. 2 new leases on life. He understood one of them. Tony's health problems had been resolved, which was certainly like being born again for him. But what about the other? One of them is about my health, Tony confirmed, mentioning the one Wu Chen already knew. Then he paused before revealing the second. The other is that I've discovered a new element and upgraded the energy core of my Iron Man suit. My suit and I are one. When it gains a new source of life, it's as if I've been reborn too, don't you think? That's what you're talking about. Wu Chen blinked. Exactly. So are you coming? Nope. I've got things to do. I can't let my customers down. Selling burgers every day is my principle. Wu Chen shook his head, firmly declining the invitation, though inwardly he sighed with relief. Thank goodness he hadn't jumped to conclusions. Tony's situation wasn't at all what he'd guessed. His friendship was safe. Really not coming? Tony tried to persuade him again, but Wu Chen refused flatly. A celebration like this, you should spend with the people who mean the most to you. Maybe bring a bodyguard at most. Anyone else would just feel awkward. All right, then. Seeing Wu Chen's resolve, Tony dropped it. But you have to come to the Stark Expo tomorrow. Here, this is a VIP ticket for you. Huh, it starts tomorrow? Wu Chen was surprised. Didn't you say yesterday there wasn't enough time? And if the expo's tomorrow, when are you heading to Morocco? Tony waved his hand dismissively. Yesterday, I realized that sometimes imperfection is the best kind of perfection. As for the expo, I only need to show up at the opening and closing ceremonies. There's no need for me to be there the whole time. I see. Well, I'll come then. There was no reason to refuse this, so Wu Chen nodded and agreed. As Wu Chen accepted the ticket and seat pass, Tony made one last attempt to invite him. Are you sure you don't want to come to Morocco with us? Who knows? Maybe I'll even let you drive an F1 car. Wu Chen just shrugged. No thanks. My Flying Thunder God technique is faster than any race car. After showing off and making Tony grit his teeth in frustration, Wu Chen left Stark Tower in great spirits. He drove his food truck home and got back to his routine of diligent training. On the other side, after nearly a morning of driving, Coulson and Minato Namikaze finally arrived in New Mexico, reaching the small town known as Paradise on Earth. To be honest, after seeing the town with his own eyes, Minato felt that Paradise on Earth was a wildly misleading name. This place looked exactly like a remote outpost lost in the desert. There weren't many residents, just a few dozen households, and only one main street lined with shops. Still, the place was surprisingly crowded. That, of course, made sense. No matter where you are, there are always people eager to witness a spectacle. The incident with the hammer falling from the sky had drawn people from dozens of miles around. Everyone wanted to see if the rumors were true, that the hammer couldn't be lifted. After parking the car, Coulson bought lunch for both himself and Minato. As they ate, Coulson took the opportunity to contact the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed in the area. Due to the hammer incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken over the site, setting up camp and becoming something of a local authority. Minato was searching for the sand dune that sealed the One Tail, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents might be able to help. After lunch, Minato excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom. Outside the restaurant, he discreetly left behind a flying Thunder God seal, and then canceled his disguise and shadow clone. Meanwhile, back in New York at Wu Chen's home, Wu Chen experienced Minato's memories as he ate a meal he'd cooked himself. As he ate, he formed hand seals and created new shadow clones. This time, he didn't create too many, only 3. One to play Minato Namikaze, one to play Obito Uchiha, and one to play HYDRA. Since this sequence of events might last a day or two, creating too many clones would risk an awkward situation where clones playing the Hokage and Akatsuki members might run out of chakra mid-battle and vanish together. Limiting it to 3 meant he didn't have to worry about that. With the 3 shadow clones, each taking on their roles, Wu Chen watched them leave, quickly finished his lunch, and returned to his training. Suddenly, a flash of golden light. Outside the back wall of the only Chinese restaurant in Paradise on Earth, New Mexico, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha, and HYDRA. The moment they arrived, Obito immediately activated his ability, pulling himself and HYDRA into a swirling vortex, making them vanish from sight, just in case anyone saw members of both good and evil factions getting along. As for Minato, he used his body flicker technique to slip into the restroom. After pretending to finish his business, he walked out with a deliberately calm air. Coulson was waiting for him right outside the door. Seeing that Minato Namikaze took quite a while to come out, Coulson hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Namikaze, if you need, we can arrange for the best urology specialist for you. Coulson, would you like to experience the thrill of a sudden takeoff, right here and now?" Minato's face darkened, a clear warning that made Coulson wisely shut his mouth. Seeing this, Minato didn't say anything more, nor did he seem inclined to pursue the matter. After spending so much time together, harmless banter like this was well within the bounds of what Minato could joke about with Coulson. Afterwards, Coulson drove Minato toward the site of the crater. Throughout the entire trip, Coulson never once suspected that Minato had already gone back and come again. At the end of the day, it was the result of habitual thinking. Coulson was used to dealing with ordinary people, or those with extraordinary abilities that still fit within the framework of what regular folks can imagine. But ninja like Minato, who had mastered chakra and reached the pinnacle of their craft, simply couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Still trapped in the mindset of a regular person, Coulson had no way of noticing the subtle things Minato had done. In fact, even if it were any other ordinary person in the Marvel world, they wouldn't be able to spot anything unusual about Minato either. Only another ninja, equally sharp-eyed, might have a chance to notice. Coulson drove Minato to the location of the crater. It was an enormous hemispherical pit nearly 50 or 60 meters in diameter. The whole pit rose in concentric circles from the fallen object at its center. At the moment, the crater was bustling with agents in black suits and tactical gear, all busy at work. From the look of things, they seemed to be setting up a makeshift camp centered around the object that had crashed down. The camp was nearly complete by now. The sound of Coulson's car drew the attention of the agents inside the camp, and a group of them immediately approached, ready to question the newcomers. But as soon as they saw Coulson and Minato, they stopped in their tracks. Even though Coulson was just a rookie guide in this Marvel crossover, his agent rank was anything but low, level 8, higher than both Black Widow and Hawkeye. He outranked every agent at this camp. At that moment, a bald agent holding a folder hurried over. He handed the folder to Coulson, who had just gotten out of the car, and said, "Sir, I've received orders. You're now in full charge of this site." Witnessing this, Minato's eyes revealed a thoughtful glint. In the original Thor storyline in Marvel, Coulson was the top person in charge of the Thor incident. But these past few days, Coulson had been assigned directly to Minato and Tobarama Senju. Naturally, that meant the Thor incident couldn't be left in his hands. But just then, Coulson happened to come over, and Nick Fury immediately ordered all the agents here to follow Coulson's instructions. As Minato Namikaze had guessed, Coulson's subsequent explanation confirmed his suspicions. After explaining, Coulson turned to Minato and asked, "Mr. Namikaze, Are there any distinctive features to the location where Shikaku, the One Tail, is sealed? There should be deserts and sand dunes around here, right? The most desolate spot with the largest dunes. Underground, there's probably where the One Tail is sealed, Minato replied, making things up based on Shikaku's nature. But shouldn't you handle the base affairs first? Coulson shook his head gently. Director's orders. Mr. Namikaze's matters have the highest priority. So, please wait here for a moment, or feel free to look around. With that, he instructed the agents to search for any locations that might be the One Tail's sealing ground. Minato clicked his tongue and thought to himself, Nick Fury really is a crafty one. Right now, the world faced a criminal organization wielding immense power. Akatsuki. One of their members, Toby of Akatsuki, with his extraordinary mastery of space and fire techniques, had run circles around all of S.H.I.E.L.D. That man was audacious and reckless, setting entire blocks of New York ablaze and causing massive destruction. Not only that, he had even, right under S.H.I.E.L.D's very nose, unleashed the Nine Tails that had been sealed in New York, nearly leading to the city's annihilation. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization tasked with protecting New York and even the whole world, simply had no means of standing up to Akatsuki. Just like during the last Nine Tails incident. If it hadn't been for the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, who stepped in without hesitation, defeated Toby, and resealed the Nine Tails, New York might truly have been destroyed. Facing such powerful enemies with no way to fight back, it was only natural that S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to rely on the kindness of Konoha, who stood in opposition to Akatsuki. Yet even the benevolent Konoha Village had its own varying degrees of closeness with other factions. Thanks to Nick Fury's efforts, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to build strong ties with the three from Konoha, Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen, and Tobirama Senju. Wu Chen needs no further mention. He became an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., forging the strongest bond with them. The remaining two were Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju. Tobirama wasn't actually hard to get along with. He was the type who seemed cold on the surface, but was warm-hearted underneath, straightforward and generous once you treated him sincerely. If you approached him with genuine intent, Tobirama was easy enough to get along with. Nick Fury had even shared drinks with him. Compared to the easygoing Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, who appeared so gentle, actually made it harder for S.H.I.E.L.D. to further close the distance between them. Because of his gentle nature, Minato Namikaze is the easiest to approach and to build a solid relationship with. However, this very nature of his also makes it incredibly difficult to deepen that bond any further. Unless something major happens, S.H.I.E.L.D's rapport with Minato will remain where it is, neither rising nor falling. But if some significant event were to occur, it might strengthen the connection between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Minato, though at a cost that may outweigh the benefits. In Nick Fury's ideal scenario, nothing big should ever happen. If everyone stays safe and sound, that would be best for all. Yet, there's no telling when the Akatsuki might strike again. What about the reckless and unpredictable Toby? Does he have more accomplices lurking in the shadows? Does the Akatsuki still intend to capture Wu Chen, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, right here in New York? These are the very worries that weigh on Nick Fury's mind. Therefore, the relationship between Minato and S.H.I.E.L.D. must be taken a step further, so that everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. can feel a bit more at ease. But how to close that gap and bring Minato closer? S.H.I.E.L.D. decided on a simple strategy: grant every request, make Minato's needs the highest priority in all matters. And it must be said, this approach is brilliant. After all, when you've received countless favors, enjoyed so many privileges and conveniences from S.H.I.E.L.D., if something does happen, could Minato really just stand by and do nothing? If Minato truly did turn his back in a crisis, it would shatter the very image he's built. Wu Chen would never allow things to reach that point, which is why S.H.I.E.L.D's method is both clever and highly effective. Having marveled at Nick Fury's ingenuity, Minato set off, strolling leisurely through the base. Earlier, when Minato had entered with Coulson, all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the camp had seen it, so now no one stopped or questioned him as he wandered about. Still, he did receive a proper welcome. Agent Clinton Francis Barton, better known as Hawkeye, approached Minato, composite bow slung across his back. Mr. Namikaze, Officer Coulson asked me to show you around. I arrived early myself and know this camp inside out, so I could be your tour guide. Minato had no objections, nodding his agreement. So, with Hawkeye accompanying him, Minato soon gained a better understanding of the camp's layout and operations. The entire camp had been constructed around the hammer that had fallen from the sky. Most of the equipment in the area had been set up to monitor the radiation it was emitting. Talking about the hammer that no one could lift, a clear look of curiosity appeared on Minato's face. Hawkeye picked up on this and suggested, "Why don't we go take a look at the hammer?" Minato nodded without hesitation. Sure, but before we go, would you care to try getting there by some means other than just walking? Ah, would this be too much trouble for you? For the first time, Hawkeye showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Don't try to hide it. You've been sneaking glances at my ninja tool pouch ever since just now, and you even had that look of longing on your face. Clearly you're very interested in my space-time ninjutsu. In that case, I absolutely have to let you experience it for yourself. Minato Namikaze replied with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Hawkeye couldn't help but smile as well. You've seen right through me, Mr. Namikaze. I really am fascinated by your space-time ninjutsu. If it's not too much trouble, I would be deeply grateful to experience it firsthand. Then get ready. In truth, out of all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Hawkeye Barton was the one most open-minded about things like ninjutsu. Back in his early years, when he was learning archery, Barton had spent some time in Japan. That was when he first learned about the existence of ninjutsu. However, the ninjutsu he knew of back then was worlds apart from the techniques displayed by the members of the Akatsuki and Konoha. In comparison, the Japanese ninjutsu he had seen before wasn't even worthy of mention next to the skills of the Akatsuki and Konoha shinobi. After further research, Barton realized that the ninjutsu used by the Akatsuki and Konoha required a special energy, chakra, as their driving force. Chakra, in relation to ninjutsu, was much like mana is to magic. The two complemented each other. One could not exist without the other. From then on, Barton had always wondered if he too might have the talent to cultivate chakra. Compared to physical training, learning to wield a new energy like chakra clearly held more promise for the future. But Hawkeye had never had the chance to truly interact with people like Minato Namikaze, so his hopes had remained quietly buried in his heart. Now at last, he had the opportunity to meet a master of chakra like Minato Namikaze. He could no longer suppress his curiosity, and that's why he acted as he did. What he didn't expect was that Minato Namikaze, far from being annoyed, was actually willing to let him experience the wonders of space-time ninjutsu. A spark of longing ignited in Hawkeye's heart. Could it be that I, too, have a chance to master chakra and learn ninjutsu? Maybe in the future. Steadying his mind, Hawkeye Barton looked at Minato Namikaze's hand gripping his shoulder, restraining the urge to brush it off. Sensing the changes in Hawkeye's body, Minato raised an eyebrow, then drew a special three-pronged kunai from his pouch and hurled it in the direction of the hammer. With a sharp hiss, the kunai sliced straight through the plastic sheeting without slowing down and came to hover above Thor's hammer. Timing it perfectly, Minato activated his Flying Thunder God technique and, in a flash, teleported himself and Hawkeye Barton through space. A rush of wind swept past them, as reality itself seemed to blur. In the next instant, a hand appeared on the handle of the flying tri-pronged kunai. Minato Namikaze caught the kunai in midair, and with Hawkeye Barton in tow, they appeared above Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. With a crisp snap, both of them plummeted down. Hawkeye Barton flailed a bit, caught off guard, but with Minato Namikaze's help, he managed to regain his footing on solid ground. At that moment, whatever sense of superiority Hawkeye Barton once felt toward Minato Namikaze vanished completely. Originally, in Barton's mind, Minato was just a young man whose only advantage was having trained in chakra since childhood, which explained his current strength. If only I'd been able to train in chakra from a young age, I'd surely be stronger than Minato Namikaze by now, Barton thought to himself. But reality proved otherwise. The timing with which Minato Namikaze had just reacted was something Barton simply could not match. That was why, suspended in midair, he'd lost his composure and needed Minato's help to steady himself on the ground. If nothing else, Minato's reflexes alone had already far surpassed Hawkeye Barton's. It was at this moment that Barton suddenly understood one of the essential talents required to master space-time ninjutsu: reflexes. Without sharp enough reflexes, even if one managed to learn space-time ninjutsu by sheer effort, it would be impossible to use it well, and one might even end up hurting oneself. Taking 2 deep breaths, Barton calmed himself. Then he saw Minato Namikaze step up to Mjolnir and reach out to grasp the hammer's handle. Seeing this, Barton made no move to stop him. Countless people had already tried before. No one had ever managed to lift this hammer. And simply touching it wouldn't have any effect, so if Minato wanted to try, let him. This was the order Coulson, who had been closely monitoring the situation, gave to Barton through his earpiece. However, what no one expected was that after Minato gripped the handle and gradually applied force, Mjolnir actually moved. There was a distinct grinding sound as the angle of the hammer's handle shifted from 45 degrees to 50 degrees. It was only a slight movement, but it had truly moved. This change left Coulson astonished. He immediately grabbed the sleeve of the agent beside him and asked, "Did you get that on camera just now?" Because S.H.I.E.L.D. was so interested in this mysterious hammer that had fallen from the sky, They'd set up cameras beside it to record any changes. The agent next to him nodded quickly. Yes, sir, we got everything on tape. Good. Coulson let go of the agent, staring at the monitor, lost in thought. After a pause, the agent hesitantly asked, Sir, what should we do next? Coulson looked up. Do nothing for now. This is just a minor detail. Building a good relationship with Minato Namikaze, compared to everything else, is truly a minor matter. If they started interrogating Minato just because he managed to lift the hammer, it would surely make Minato feel uncomfortable. That would be a pointless move, and Coulson certainly wasn't about to make such a mistake. Minato himself hadn't expected that he would actually be able to lift Thor's hammer. If memory serves, the hammer bears Odin's enchantment. Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Odin's original intention was for Thor to reclaim his place as the god of thunder in Asgard only after he matured and developed the heart of a king, a true hero. Yet even Odin couldn't have foreseen that Captain America and Vision would also be able to lift the hammer. And now, even Minato, played by Wu Chen shadow clone, could lift it too. Doesn't that suggest that Minato is as noble in character as Captain America and Vision? If the Minato I'm portraying is truly a person of virtue, then by extension, doesn't that mean I, Wu Chen, am also that kind of person? Could I, too, lift the hammer and have a chance to become the god of thunder? With this thought, Wu Chen's shadow clone, still in the guise of Minato, made a silent vow. The next chance he got, his true self had to try lifting Thor's hammer. After giving it another hard tug, Minato found that even shifting it a tiny bit was his absolute limit, so he let go. Then he met Hawkeye Barton's astonished gaze. Originally, Barton had already resigned himself to being outclassed by Minato, but now, seeing Minato do what he couldn't, move the hammer, was something else entirely. This was hard to accept. Fortunately, Hawkeye had a remarkable ability to steady his own emotions. He kept telling himself not to compare himself with Minato. Minato approached Barton, raised a hand, and waved it in front of his face. Hey, you alright? I'm fine, really. Barton shook his head, then, summoning all his courage, he asked, Mr. Namikaze, could you tell me if I have any talent for cultivating chakra? Saying this took all the courage Barton had. It wasn't that he lacked the nerve to speak, but rather, he feared hearing a negative answer. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to take control of his fate in a world where the powerful emerged day after day. Barton dreamed of marrying his girlfriend, of having adorable, well-behaved children. He didn't want his life to always be dictated by others. As we say in Chinese, Barton was born with a rebellious streak, with the potential to be a turncoat. Minato saw this in him instantly, and his mind immediately began to work. Wu Chen became a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, not just for the organization's perks and protection, but because he wanted to join the Avengers. Now that he was in a Marvel world, unless someone was born to be a villain, who wouldn't want to stand side by side with their favorite superheroes as an Avenger? That was exactly what Wu Chen wanted to do. This was the real reason he became a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant. Yet, even if Wu Chen managed to join the Avengers, Tony would likely be his only true ally. But Tony's personality inevitably brought trouble. If Wu Chen always stuck firmly with Tony, the others might eventually grow to resent him. So he needed new allies. But where could he find them? After considering and dismissing possible candidates, only Bruce Banner, the Hulk, remained. Because Minato Namikaze had helped him before, Bruce would likely step in to help Wu Chen out of respect for Minato. However, Bruce was just as unpredictable as Tony. If he lost his temper and transformed into the Hulk, he might even turn on Wu Chen. Clearly, this ally wouldn't do. Now, it seemed, two new potential allies had emerged. One was Hawkeye, standing right in front of him. The other was Thor, who was still lying in some unknown hospital bed. If Hawkeye owed Minato a favor, then he would surely help Wu Chen in the future. As for Thor, Wu Chen's plans already involved him, and Minato would later step in to help Thor as well. That way, when Wu Chen finally joined the Avengers, he wouldn't be isolated or fighting alone. He'd have a group of friends by his side. In fact, it might not even be impossible to turn the entire Avengers team into his own personal entourage. However, for now, Minato needed to change his approach with Hawkeye. Originally, he had planned to say something along the lines of, "You don't have the talent. Give up." But now, under Hawkeye's hopeful gaze, Minato said, "Just now, during the space transfer, I already checked things out." "Barton, is it alright if I call you that?" After Hawkeye nodded, Minato continued, "Barton, you do have the talent to cultivate chakra. However, your potential is limited, just a bit above average. Even if you start training, you won't achieve anything extraordinary." At this, Hawkeye's heart leapt with excitement, only to sink halfway. Either you have it or you don't. Why just a little? Barton was on the verge of losing his mind. Just then, Minato added, "But actually, there is a way. Once this is all over, bring 1,000,000 to me. and, through my connections, I'll get you something special. At that point, you should be able to train in chakra, just like normal. What Minato Namikaze had in mind was to prepare a chakra seed for Hawkeye Barton, telling him that this was the key to unlocking his potential for chakra cultivation and instructing him to swallow it. As for the 1 million, Minato decided he'd only charge a cost. After all, a single chakra seed cost 1 million. He hadn't asked Barton for any extra money. The fact that he was even helping Barton pay to win was already generous enough. For everyone else, no matter how much they wanted to grow stronger through money, there simply wasn't a way. Barton, it seemed, had luck on his side. Sure enough, when Barton learned that he could gain the ability to cultivate chakra just by spending money, his face lit up with unrestrained joy, and he nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. A mere 1 million, for a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent like Barton, that kind of money wasn't a problem at all. What mattered most was that changing one's fate always came at a price. If anything, Barton thought the price was a little too low. So, as Barton's eyes shone with delight and a hint of confusion, Minato voiced another condition. You must take me as your master, and you'll bear the responsibility of protecting Wu Chen. The first condition, Barton accepted instantly. Without a word, he dropped to his knees and knocked his head 3 times on the floor in a formal bow. Master. As for the second condition, Barton thought for a moment and then agreed as well. Barton was aware of Wu Chen's status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His clearance level allowed him that much, so he understood the significance behind Minato's request. True, according to the files, Wu Chen was already far stronger than Barton, his supposed protector, but some protection was better than none. To be honest, Minato hadn't expected Barton to decide so quickly. He'd become a disciple on the spot, without hesitation. Still, this didn't really affect Minato in any way. If anything, it was Barton's immediate act of apprenticeship that left Coulson in utter disbelief. With a look of shock plastered on his face, Coulson hurried over and stared at Barton. Agent Barton, what are you doing? Minato helped Barton to his feet, and with Minato's approving nod, Barton explained, I was just taking Master Minato as my teacher. From now on, I'll be following him to learn how to cultivate chakra. Hearing this, Coulson was utterly stunned. He shot a questioning glance at Minato and received a confirming nod in response. In that instant, Coulson was left speechless. Everyone yearns for strength, for the power to protect what matters most to them. Coulson was no exception. Though he'd never made a point of telling others, Coulson did have a girlfriend. She was a cellist, gentle and graceful by nature, making her a perfect match for him. It was precisely because of her that Coulson longed for the strength to protect her in this increasingly perilous world. But for now, Minato couldn't let this become a precedent. If he were to relent and give Coulson a chakra seed as well, letting others know that even without the innate talent for chakra cultivation, they could still practice it, then the trouble it would cause in the future would be endless. Therefore, to nip any potential trouble in the bud, Minato Namikaze, seeing what Coulson was about to say, refused him preemptively, while offering a little comfort. Coulson, you don't have the talent needed to practice chakra. In fact, most people lack this gift. Only a select few possess it, and among them, even fewer are truly suited to cultivate chakra. Agent Barton is among those few, while Wu Chen belongs to the rarest group? Coulson asked, a bit disappointed, though it was not unexpected. Minato nodded. That's right. Wu Chen is particularly suited for chakra cultivation, which is why I took the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Barton, on the other hand, has a small degree of talent, but it's his unwavering will that convinced me to take him on as well. Although I am a Hokage, I am also a ninja. Ninjas must devote themselves to their own training, and taking on 2 disciples is already my limit. Any more would only interfere with my own progress. So, Coulson, please let Nick Fury know that I will not be accepting any more students in the future. This was the solution Minato had devised to permanently avoid further complications. Coulson had more or less expected Minato's decision. After all, Minato was only in his early 20s and still had many years ahead of him to grow stronger. It simply wasn't time for him to focus on teaching. To be honest, Minato taking on 2 disciples was already more than Coulson had anticipated. With the looming threat of the Akatsuki still unresolved, the priority should be strengthening one's own power. Accepting apprentices could wait until after the crisis brought by the Akatsuki was settled. Unlike Coulson, whose disappointment was mixed with calm acceptance, Barton was now filled with surprise and relief. Thankfully, he had mustered the courage to ask to become a disciple today. Otherwise, he might never have had another chance. Thinking about chances, Barton was reminded of his good friend, Black Widow, Natasha. He turned to Minato and asked, Master Minato, the beautiful red-haired woman who appeared with you the other day, is she your wife? Uzumaki Kushina had only appeared that one time, and S.H.I.E.L.D's records had only a single line about her, so Barton wanted to confirm. Hearing Barton's question, Minato couldn't help but smile and nodded. Yes, Kushina is my wife. I'll introduce you all when there's chance. Seeing Minato's smile, Barton knew Natasha's hopes were dashed. He resolved to go back and gently dissuade Natasha himself. It hadn't taken S.H.I.E.L.D. long to find the location of the one-tailed seal, barely half an hour, all told. Yet, in that brief half hour, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's top elite agents, Hawkeye, had become Minato Namikaze's apprentice. When Coulson reported the situation to Nick Fury, Fury nearly dropped the cup he was holding. He was having lunch and drinking coffee when the news came in. The meal, which had tasted perfectly fine a moment ago, suddenly lost all appeal. When Coulson asked him what to do next, Fury took a moment to collect himself before replying. Let them handle it. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't exactly lacking in Minato Namikaze's disciples. This sort of resigned, throw caution to the wind attitude was hardly typical of Nick Fury. Its sudden appearance spoke volumes. He truly had no other options. Coulson could understand Fury's state of mind, so he continued his report. We've located the sealing site for the one tail. We're preparing to head out. As for the hammer that fell from the sky, we haven't found anything unusual yet, though the markings look a bit like so-called runes. Prioritize the one-tail incident. Don't deal with the hammer until we've confirmed the one-tail seal is intact, Fury decided, setting the order of priorities. Yes, sir. Even so, at the camp, both issues were being pursued in parallel. There were enough people, after all, and tracking down the one-tail seal wasn't difficult. Sir, given the situation, when will you be heading over? Coulson had just turned off his earpiece and was about to leave the camp when a bald agent approached him. You take the team. The director's orders are that Mr. Namikaze's case is the top priority. Sending the bald agent on his way, Coulson hurried out of the camp. At that moment, a military jeep was parked at the camp entrance. Inside sat Minato Namikaze and Hawkeye. While Minato could have arrived much faster using his body flicker technique, it made more sense to take the vehicle, since both Hawkeye and Coulson needed to go as well. Once Coulson was in, Hawkeye started the engine, and with a cloud of dust, the jeep sped away from the camp. After Minato and his companions left, 3 or 4 more vehicles rolled out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, heading toward the small town. Earlier, the bald agent had been showing Coulson the situation with the hammer. Progress was being made on that front as well. So, with Coulson's approval, the bald agent led his team to collect the scientist's research results. There was nothing ordinary citizens could do to resist this. The heavy-handedness of S.H.I.E.L.D. was on full display. Meanwhile, in the small town, the story of Thor and the scientist Jane Foster was unfolding. Jane and her friends had realized that Thor might have come from the astronomical event the night before, so they went to the hospital looking for him, only to find he had already escaped on his own. Just when the trio thought they'd never see Thor again, they accidentally hit him while backing up their car. And so, Thor's fate became entwined with the 3 of them. Jane and her companions welcomed Thor, offering him clothes and food. Later, as they dined in a cafe, Thor overheard news about a hammer that had fallen from the sky. That was when he decided it was time to part ways with Jane and her friends. At that moment, the way Jane looked at Thor had changed. It was no longer the gaze of a stranger, but the unmistakable spark between a man and a woman who have caught each other's eye. Though she spoke words of farewell, Jane could hardly bear to leave, glancing back at Thor every few steps. Thor's final words, farewell forever, lingered in her mind. But with her 2 companions already moving ahead, she had no chance to ask more. When Jane and her friends returned to their research site, they found a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents busily hauling away their equipment, experimental data, and research records. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Jane shouted angrily, rushing forward, only to be stopped by Dr. Selvig, one of her companions. Jane, don't lose your head, Dr. Selvig cautioned. Just then, the bald-headed lead agent flashed his credentials. We're S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. We're investigating a security threat and need to requisition your research equipment and atmospheric observation data. No, you can't do this. This is my life's work. You can't just take it. Jane was distraught, trying to intervene, but Dr. Selvig held her back. Jane, let them go. This might be more serious than you realize. Let them go. That's my life. Jane broke free from Selvig and confronted the agents, gripping her personal notebook. Everything we've recorded is either on those computers or in this notebook. If you take them all, what are we supposed to do? In an instant, her notebook was snatched away as well. Jane was on the verge of exploding with anger, but Selvig restrained her once more. The S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy roared away, leaving dust in their wake. It's all gone, just like that. Jane's eyes were hollow. No, I have to get it all back. Jane, don't be reckless. Just then, Jane spotted Thor walking down the street, and her eyes lit up. Excuse me, I need to go. Jane, don't do anything foolish. Selvig called after her. I won't. I just need to clear my head. she replied, but her mind was made up. While claiming she was just going for a walk, Jane made a beeline for the pet store, where she found Thor asking the clerk for a horse. "Hey, I need a horse." "I'm sorry, we don't have horses, just cats, dogs, hamsters, that sort of thing," the clerk replied. "It doesn't matter. Just give me something big enough to ride," Thor said, undeterred. "Hey, need a lift?" Jane called out. With a shared purpose, the two quickly reached an agreement. Jane would drive Thor to the hammer, and in return, Thor would help her reclaim the research that meant everything to her. Thor and his future girlfriend were on their way to the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, and so were Minato Namikaze and his two companions. Driven by car, Minato and his team arrived at a desolate place where not even a blade of grass grew. A barren hill formed from piles of sand and stone. Taking in the desert-like scenery, Minato finally understood why Americans like to joke about New Mexico, calling it a paradise on Earth. The real paradises are those with no people, and since there was no one here, this must be paradise on Earth. After a brief moment of awe, Minato stepped out of the car and decided to show off a bit. First, he unleashed his chakra, bathing himself in a shimmering blue aura. Then he activated his sealing technique, covering the entire hilltop with a matrix of black, rune-like symbols. Hundreds of square meters were blanketed by the seal, the inky design sprawling across the ground. Standing within the seal, Hawkeye and Coulson instinctively leaned closer together. Minato had already assured them this technique wouldn't harm anyone outside the seal, as long as they didn't do anything reckless. But now that the seal was actually there, Barton and Coulson couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. Honestly, there was no need to panic. Question: what does this seal actually do? Answer: nothing at all. It was all for show, a flashy display with no real function. Since the seal was harmless, there was no reason to worry or be afraid. So why did Minato go to all this trouble? The answer was simple: to convince Coulson and Barton that this was truly the place where the One Tail was sealed. Judging by their faces, it was clear Minato had achieved exactly what he wanted. Satisfied, he dispelled the seal and let his chakra fade. Turning to the still nervous pair, Minato said, "No need to worry. The seal is perfectly safe, and the One Tail is staying right where it should be. But, just to be on the safe side, I'll stick around for a few days in case anything unexpected happens." "Of course, Mr. Namikaze, you're welcome to stay as long as you need," Coulson replied at once. Minato then placed his flying Thunder God mark on a nearby rock, and got back in the car with Coulson and Hawkeye, heading for the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. By the time they returned to camp, dusk was falling and it was nearly dinner time. Coulson, ever the generous host, invited Minato to try S.H.I.E.L.D's self-heating rations. They were nothing to write home about, but they did the job. After dinner, Minato toyed with the idea of heading back for a bit to see what his original self was up to. Just then, alarms blared throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. An intruder. The agents sprang into action, quickly locking onto their target. Standing with Coulson, Minato watched as the security footage revealed a tall, broad-shouldered man with golden hair. He couldn't help but smile. Thor had finally arrived. Under Minato Namikaze's watchful gaze, Thor reenacted the scene from Minato's memories. He fought his way, defeating agent after agent, overcoming challenge after challenge, until finally arriving beside the mighty Mjolnir. At that moment, Hawkeye was already in position, arrow knocked and drawn. With just a single word from Coulson, he could send the arrow straight through Thor's heart. In theory, this was the weakest moment for Thor, his godly powers sealed away, making him easiest to kill. But in truth, within the halls of Asgard, Odin only appeared to be sleeping. In secret, his eyes followed every move his two sons made. If anyone truly dared to harm Thor, Odin would undoubtedly intervene. And how strong was Odin? It was because both Odin and the Ancient One were alive that, even with Infinity Stones on Earth, Thanos never dared set foot here. It was only after learning that Odin was gravely ill and the Ancient One had departed to other dimensions that Thanos finally dared to send his minions to Earth, setting in motion the events of the first Avengers film. Of course, Thanos' judgment in choosing followers left much to be desired. He took Loki under his wing, thinking Loki would serve him loyally. But in truth, Loki never had genuine allegiance to Thanos. So, after the first Avengers, Thanos ended up with neither the Space Stone nor the scepter that housed the Mind Stone. A costly mistake, to say the least. Leaving Thanos aside for now, at this moment, Thor stood mere steps from Mjolnir, beaming with a heartfelt smile. Seeing this, Coulson grew wary and ordered Hawkeye to stand down. He wanted to see what Thor would do next. Thor reached out for Mjolnir, but found he couldn't lift it. The smile on his face slowly faded. He crouched low, mustering every ounce of strength to pull at the hammer. Mjolnir responded, thunderclouds swirling overhead as the sky darkened and rain poured down in torrents. Yet, despite all his effort, Thor couldn't move Mjolnir, not even a fraction. This crushing blow left Thor in utter despair. He sank to his knees, overcome and speechless. Everything that happened next unfolded just as it had in the original story. Loki deceived Thor, making him lose all hope of returning to Asgard. Loki's illusions were masterful. Coulson and Hawkeye Barton never realized he'd been there, and even Minato Namikaze could only make out a blurred figure, unable to discern any details. But that hardly mattered. Though Asgardians live long lives, if it truly came to a fight, Minato was confident he could utterly defeat both Loki and Thor. Watching Loki depart, Thor was left to nurse his wounded spirit in silence. Then, Dr. Selvig arrived under a false identity. After Coulson deliberately let Thor go, Selvig took Thor with him. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't figure out anything useful from Thor's hammer, so they decided it was better to tail this person who seemed to be somehow connected to it. Who knows, maybe they'd stumble upon an unexpected lead. And so, that's how Minato Namikaze spent his first day in New Mexico. While Minato kept himself occupied, what about Obito and HYDRA? Thanks to their insider, Minato, Obito and HYDRA didn't need to search or scout for the one-tailed seal. All they had to do was show up at the right moment. That meant the two of them had plenty of free time. Fortunately, their Kamui dimension was stocked with all sorts of things, including a game console for entertainment. A console, a monitor with its own power source, and 2 controllers. Obito and HYDRA spent the whole day playing games together. Back up. Dodge, dodge. Watch out for the bullets. Oh, come on, you died again? HYDRA, you're hopeless at this. Oh, look who's talking, Commander Found Springs. Didn't you die even earlier than me? And so, the two of them gamed through day and night inside the Kamui space. Before they knew it, the second day had arrived. When sunlight poured in from outside, Obito and HYDRA took a moment to think and decided to sleep. After all, there was a big fight coming up. They needed to rest and recharge. Even though the two of them were just shadow clones in disguise and technically didn't need sleep, the persona system made them feel like real people, so they could replenish their energy by sleeping. Back in town, Thor and Jane were making breakfast together. After a whole night of heartfelt conversation, their relationship had advanced by leaps and bounds. They'd only known each other for less than 2 days, but they clicked so well that they were already acting like inseparable lovers. And then, Thor's friends showed up. The 4 warriors of Asgard, Sif and the 3 burly companions. They tore through Loki's web of lies and revealed the truth to Thor. But right on their heels came the Destroyer, sent by Loki. A war machine forged by Odin himself. Invincible, indestructible, and devastating in power. As the Destroyer descended, Thor, now transformed in spirit, immediately called on the townspeople to evacuate. He understood all too well how fearsome the Destroyer was. With just the 4 warriors and himself still immortal, they didn't stand a chance at stopping it. At the same time, Thor realized it was all the work of his dear brother Loki, scheming behind the scenes. But before Thor and his friends could face the Destroyer, this mighty magical war engine encountered Minato Namikaze first. After all, Minato happened to be right there at the time. The Bifrost arced down from the heavens, striking the earth with blinding brilliance and burning a magical sigil into the ground. Then, the Destroyer descended, its entire form forged from URU metal, an awe-inspiring harbinger of doom. Coulson assumed this was Iron Man's new look. After all, the figure resembled him quite a bit, and was about to greet him when Minato Namikaze whisked him dozens of meters away with the Flying Thunder God technique. Before Coulson could ask what was going on, a blazing beam as thick as a bowl struck the spot where he had just been standing, triggering a violent explosion. Boom! The car that had accompanied them was blown up instantly, torn apart into 1,000 pieces. The Destroyer unleashed several more beams in quick succession, reducing all S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles on the scene to twisted heaps of scrap metal. Now, even without Minato's warning, Coulson understood that this was no friendly encounter. He immediately gave the order. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, fall back. Move now. Against this kind of war machine, impervious to bullets and fire, ordinary people were powerless. They would only get in Minato's way as he prepared to engage. Seeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents retreat, Minato's brow furrowed. Without hesitation, he activated the Ninetales chakra mode. A surge of energy flared. Minato transformed into a radiant figure, his entire body aglow with golden light, a palpable aura of power emanating from him in waves. This finally drew the Destroyer's full attention. Loki, controlling the Destroyer, hesitated for a moment. What is this power? He couldn't figure it out, but judging by the situation, it was clear this man intended to stop him. Loki issued a cold command. Kill him, then destroy everything where Thor is. Another thunderous blast. Obeying orders, the Destroyer fired a thick magical beam directly at Minato. Coulson watched, undaunted. The Destroyer's movements were not particularly fast. With Minato's speed, he could have easily dodged. But what happened next made Coulson's heart leap. Mr. Namikaze? Minato didn't evade. Instead, he stood his ground, three-pronged kunai in hand, facing the incoming fiery beam head-on. It seemed disaster was imminent. No one believed Minato could withstand such an attack. Yet Minato remained calm, uttering a few words. Flying Thunder God, Guided Lightning. This technique, the Flying Thunder God, Guided Lightning, was a new jutsu Minato had developed by combining the Flying Thunder God technique with sealing arts. It worked much like a lightning rod, redirecting enemy attacks to another location. When he saw the destroyer appear, Minato had already begun to speculate. Conventional weaponry couldn't harm the destroyer. Would his own ninjutsu fare any better? To be safe, Minato decided to test things out first. However, the destroyer's searing beams were too fast, with seemingly no cooldown time, giving Minato no chance to test his offensive jutsu. With a flash of inspiration, he decided to try a derivative of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God itself was sure to work. After all, it acted on Minato himself and had nothing to do with the destroyer, so it could be used as normal. At that moment, Minato Namikaze's mind turned to two jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, and the Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 4. Of course, there's also his Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3 and the basic Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance. The differences among these three Spiraling Flash techniques were subtle, but the fourth style was by far the most powerful. So Minato decided to go straight for the ultimate technique and put it to the test. Still, as he prepared to unleash his most devastating finishing move, Minato thought there might be a few other things worth testing. Thus, before assuming his stance to confront the destroyer's searing beam head-on with Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder, he quietly flicked a three-pronged kunai toward the ground behind the destroyer when everyone's attention was elsewhere. Due to the height difference, even the destroyer failed to notice the kunai. And naturally, even if he had seen it, Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, would hardly have cared. In his eyes, what threat could a strange weapon, not even as long as his own arm, possibly pose? Yet this small maneuver would lay a solid foundation for Minato's eventual takedown of the destroyer. A torrent of scorching light blazed toward him. Minato narrowed his eyes and activated the Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. A surge of mystical energy, an adult-sized sealing array, materialized before him. The destroyer's blazing beams struck the very center of the seal, forcing Minato back half a step. But that was all. No matter how furiously the destroyer unleashed its searing ray, it could not pierce the sealing array. Even when the destroyer ramped its output up to the maximum. Realizing it couldn't break through, the destroyer ceased its assault and went into standby mode. Loki, piloting the destroyer, looked on in stunned disbelief. He had never imagined that a backwater like Midgard, what the gods called Earth, sometimes also known as the Middle Realm, could harbor such a formidable opponent. After a moment's thought, he decided to warn this formidable foe, hoping he would step aside. Loki was immensely proud of his Asgardian heritage, of being one of the legendary gods. Now, in a rare display of mercy, a god was willing to spare this mortal's life. Surely the human before him would not refuse? Yet before Loki could utter a word, the human in front of him spoke first. "Let me return the favor." At these words, Loki felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly commanded the destroyer to take a half-step back, crossing its arms, bracing for whatever attack might come. But just then, a wave of blistering heat surged from behind. Loki, still controlling the destroyer, whipped around, and saw a seal appear on the three-pronged kunai planted just behind his heel. From that seal burst forth a torrent of blazing energy. There was no time to dodge. The destroyer was struck directly by its own searing beam. Turn your own spear against your own shield. That was Minato Namikaze's plan all along. His own attacks might not harm the destroyer, but what about the destroyer's own power? Boom! The destroyer, now airborne, had its back violently torn open. The scorching beam truly could inflict damage on its main body. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze broke into a smile and unleashed his spiraling flash super round dance Howl Style 4. In an instant, dozens of tri-pronged kunai appeared around the destroyer. Then, Minato quickly formed a hand seal, summoning his shadow clones. The clones activated the Flying Thunder God technique, darting between the kunai, launching rapid-fire, razor-thin attacks against the destroyer. That's right, just light scratches. The tri-pronged kunai, infused with wind-release chakra, were unable to deal any real damage to the destroyer. Perhaps only Sage Jutsu would be enough, the shadow clone of Minato mused to himself. He then stepped back 2 paces, joining his true self to channel the immense power of the Nine-Tails chakra into a colossal Rasengan. Swish, swish! Both Minatos vanished and reappeared on either side of the destroyer. Moving in a spiraling formation, they struck in perfect unison, pressing the giant Rasengan into the destroyer's weakest points, the torn opening on its back and its chest. Boom! A massive explosion of chakra erupted in a dazzling flash. The shadow clone vanished, while the real Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the ground, gazing upward at the destroyer hovering in the sky. Snap! Amidst billowing smoke, the destroyer plummeted straight to the ground. Its body was battered all over, and the tear on its back had widened even further. Clearly, Minato's finishing move had managed to seriously affect the destroyer. Witnessing this scene, Coulson immediately ran over, beaming with delight. Hawkeye Barton did the same. Previously, Hawkeye only knew from countless video records that those who trained in chakra were formidable. But just how powerful were they really? Without seeing it with his own eyes, Hawkeye never had a clear grasp. Today, he finally witnessed it. The destroyer, an armored juggernaut impervious to bullets and shells, was severely damaged and defeated by Minato, all by himself. It was like watching someone dismantle a giant robot with their bare hands. Seeing Minato's overwhelming strength firsthand, Hawkeye felt his fascination with chakra cultivation deepen even more. Yet Hawkeye Barton didn't realize that, even among chakra users, few could ever reach Minato Namikaze's level. Minato's power went far beyond what most shinobi could achieve. He was a true outlier. Likewise, the other Ninja World legends played by Wu Chen were all exceptional cases. Coulson was the first to approach Minato, whose entire body still shimmered with golden light. He wanted to reach out and touch him, but hesitated. In the end, Coulson kept his hands to himself. Sincerely, he looked at Minato and said, "It's such a relief to have you with us, Mr. Namikaze. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D's agents might not have survived this time." Hawkeye Bart nodded as well. A single beam from that armor can blow up a car. That's not something an ordinary person can handle. Agents are just regular people who've been trained, nothing more. Minato Namikaze shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the battered suit of armor stirred once again. A harsh metallic grinding filled the air. Fiery light streamed across the crack in the destroyer's back, the damaged plating knitting itself together visibly, right before their eyes. Minato's eyes widened at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his hands on Coulson and Barton's shoulders, instantly teleporting them to a safe distance using the Flying Thunder God technique. As he did, Minato thought to himself, Odin really did give his own son an unfair advantage. The destroyer's power was overwhelming. Even Minato had only managed to wound it by turning the machine's own force against itself. But even when it was damaged, the destroyer repaired itself. And then, recalling the original story, he remembered. Once Thor regained his godly powers, he fought ferociously, but the destroyer's armor hadn't even been scratched. Yet somehow, despite being unable to break through its defenses, Thor defeated the destroyer. If there wasn't something fishy going on, Minato would stand on his head and wash his hair right there. Letting out a sigh, Minato realized this was something only Thor could settle. He turned to Coulson and Barton and said, "Let's step back and watch for now. I have a feeling that thing is here for Donald." Coulson glanced at Barton and nodded. "Looks like that's our only option." Sure enough, as soon as the gaping wound on its back sealed up, the destroyer glanced in Minato's direction, then charged straight toward the town. Thanks to the time Minato had bought, Thor and his companions had already evacuated everyone from the town. Now, the place stood silent and empty. For once, Thor had shown some wisdom. He had realized the destroyer was sent by his brother Loki, and it was here to kill him. If he didn't confront the destroyer directly, neither the townsfolk behind him nor the friends who had traveled all the way from Asgard to tell him the truth would ever truly be safe. But even at the height of his powers, he had barely been a match for the destroyer. Now, as a mere mortal, he stood no chance. After a long moment of thought, Thor finally found a way to save everyone and atone for all that he had done in the past. "Jane, stay here with the others. I know how to end this." Jane Foster sensed what he was about to do and grabbed hold of his shirt, not wanting to let him go. But Thor had made up his mind. He wrapped his arms around Jane's waist and kissed her deeply. In his heart, he whispered, "I'm sorry," though aloud he simply said, "Trust me." In the end, persuaded by the others, Jane chose to put her trust in the man before her, who seemed genuinely reliable. Thor had indeed changed, from a reckless, headstrong god who believed every problem could be solved with his hammer, into a noble superhero who used his mind, embraced responsibility, and was willing to sacrifice himself to protect others. With this, Odin's purpose in banishing Thor had finally been fulfilled. At this moment, all Thor needed to do was summon Mjolnir, and the mighty hammer would fly back to him on its own. Yet Thor was unaware of this. So he still walked on, cluelessly heading toward the destroyer, who had already entered the town and begun wreaking havoc. Thus, only when Thor was truly in mortal danger would Mjolnir act on its own, shielding him and restoring his power as the god of thunder. Let's pause here to explain why Mjolnir is sometimes called the Meow Meow Hammer. In the original version of the first Thor movie, Darcy, Jane Foster's friend, misheard the hammer's name and blurted out, "What's this, a Meow Meow Hammer?" The playful nickname quickly caught on among Marvel fans. Staring at the destroyer drawing ever closer, feeling the suffocating aura of destruction, Thor glanced into the distance. Not long ago, a brave soul had tried to block the destroyer, buying precious time for the others to escape. But now, here he was, marching toward death himself, feeling as though he might be letting that hero's sacrifice go to waste. Yet even so, Thor would not turn away. In his heart, this was his mission. He was the one who had brought the destroyer down upon them, and it was his responsibility to resolve this crisis. Such is the burden of the superhero known as Thor. What followed was an exchange of words, just as in the original story. Minato Namikaze, Coulson, and Hawkeye Barton arrived in time to witness everything unfold. After Thor's heartfelt confession, the destroyer in the end, under the persuasion of others, Jane chose to trust the man in front of her, who seemed reliable in every way. Thor had truly changed. No longer the reckless, thoughtless god who believed every problem could be solved with a swing of his hammer. He had become a hero who used his mind, who was responsible, honorable, and willing to risk everything to protect others. At this point, Odin's purpose in banishing Thor had been fulfilled. Now, all Thor needed to do was summon Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, and it would soar to his hand on its own. But Thor didn't realize this. So he continued, unthinking, to walk straight toward the destroyer, which had already entered the town and was wreaking havoc. The hammer would only protect Thor and restore his divine power when his life was truly at risk. A quick aside here about why Mjolnir is sometimes called the Meow Meow Hammer. In the original version of Thor 1, Darcy, Jane Foster's friend, misheard the name when she first heard it and blurted out, "What's that, a Meow Meow Hammer?" The nickname caught on and quickly spread among Marvel fans. Staring at the destroyer drawing ever closer, feeling its overwhelming aura of destruction, Thor glanced into the distance. Just moments ago, a brave soul had stepped forward to block the destroyer, buying precious time for everyone else to escape. But now, here he was about to throw his own life away. He couldn't help but feel that he was letting that hero's sacrifice go to waste. Yet, even so, Thor would make the same choice. At this moment, he believed this was his destiny. It was he who had drawn the destroyer down upon them. It was his responsibility to deal with it. This was the burden carried by Thor, the superhero. What followed was a scene playing out exactly as it had in the original story. Minato Namikaze, Coulson, and Hawkeye Barton arrived just in time to witness everything. After Thor's heartfelt confession, the destroyer did indeed pause its rampage. It approached Thor, and the fiery mask on its head slowly closed, as if retreating from battle. Thor's heart leaped. Could it be that his brother had forgiven him? But before he could hope, the destroyer suddenly bent down, then swung its arm in a fierce arc, striking Thor squarely on the head. For an ordinary person, a blow like that would have shattered their skull. But Thor merely lay there, his face swollen and bruised, barely clinging to life. Coulson and the others witnessed this scene, and couldn't help but cast a side glance at Minato Namikaze. If Minato had wanted to, he absolutely could have saved Thor just now. But they kept silent. It wasn't their place to comment on Minato's actions. Minato, of course, had no intention of intervening. If he stepped in now, who would deal with the destroyer afterward? As expected, when Thor, held in Jane's arms, found himself at the brink of life and death, Mjolnir in the distance began to tremble. A series of sharp cracks resounded. A sudden surge of energy erupted, overloading and bursting the instruments throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. With a flash, Mjolnir shot straight into the sky, then, crackling with boundless lightning, hurtled directly toward Thor. Seeing this, Dr. Selvig shouted urgently, "Jane, get out of the way!" Jane hesitated for a moment, but Dr. Selvig quickly grabbed her, pulling her aside. With a heavy thud, Thor, who had just regained his godly power, caught the hammer as it was about to hit the ground. And then came the iconic transformation. The god of thunder arrived in all his glory. After that, there wasn't much left to say. Thor, with a few swift moves, smashed the destroyer to pieces. Minato Namikaze saw everything clearly. There was no doubt the destroyer had indeed been shattered. Now, Minato wasn't so sure he could defeat Thor anymore. Judging from the fragments of the destroyer, Thor's destructive power seemed extremely high. After pondering for a moment, Minato used his sealing technique to send a message to Uchiha Obito and HYDRA, signaling them to act. But there was no response for quite a while. Just as Minato was wondering what those two were up to, he saw Thor flying over. "Warrior, thank you for holding off the destroyer just now. I saw you seem to have defeated it. You're strong." Minato gave a slight smile. "I just used a trick, that's all. You're the truly powerful one, to have destroyed the destroyer so directly." Thor chuckled a bit awkwardly, realizing at last that the destroyer was one of his father's treasure possessions, built up over many years, and something he was supposed to inherit one day. Yet now he had destroyed it himself. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Thor turned to Coulson and said, "Son of Caol, we are not enemies. We both protect this planet, so we could be allies. But first, you must return everything to Jane." Coulson nodded immediately. Having witnessed Thor's power, he naturally knew what to do. "What's your name?" Coulson asked. "I mean your real name. Don't give me that Donald Blake stuff." "Thor Odinson," Thor declared. "That is my name. But forgive me, I can't stay long. There is still business in Asgard that needs my attention." At that moment, Minato received a reply through his sealing technique. "Sorry, just woke up from a nap." "Understood, moving out now." "Minato?" "Hey, just because you two are at ease doesn't mean you're here on vacation. When I get back, I'll have my real self set you both straight." After finishing with Coulson, Thor turned to Minato. "Warrior, what is your name?" "Minato Namikaze." "That's quite an unusual name. Brave wind of the waves. We should spar sometime if we get the chance. But for now, I have something urgent to handle, so I'll take my leave." Thor said his goodbyes anxiously, eager to head back and deal with his prank-loving younger brother. Just then, a strange sound fluttered down from the sky, as if the wings of some massive creature were beating overhead. A sweeping shadow suddenly engulfed a corner of the small town. When everyone looked up, they saw a gigantic white dragon, its appearance strange and imposing, hovering above them. On the dragon's back stood two figures. One had golden hair tied back in a ponytail. The other wore a white mask. "Whoa, what happened here, I wonder?" The golden-haired figure leaned forward, peering down from the dragon's back. "Ah Fei, looks like we arrived a bit too late." "You idiot," Ah Fei snapped. "I told you we should have just released the one tail, quietly grabbed it, and left. But no, you had to show off your so-called art. What art is that supposed to be, anyway?" Their voices made Coulson and Minato freeze in shock. "Ah Fei of the Akatsuki." Their exclamations caught the attention of everyone around. Dr. Selvig, always quick on the uptake, immediately called for the civilians to evacuate. "Doctor, why do we have to leave?" Jane protested. "I want to stay with Thor." "Jane, this is not the time." Dr. Selvig's face was grave. "That's the Akatsuki. They're an extremely dangerous organization with supernatural powers. Do you remember what happened in New York last month, the live broadcast? That enormous nine-tailed fox was unleashed by the Akatsuki. If we stay, we'll only get in Thor's way and put him in more danger." Though S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government had tried to suppress all footage of the Nine Tails incident, in the age of the internet, information flows freely. Nothing stays hidden for long. By now, many people knew the real truth about this world. Coulson exchanged a look with Selvig and quickly ordered the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and townspeople to evacuate. Just as Selvig had said, ordinary people would only be a burden to Minato and Thor if they stayed. Once everyone had cleared out, only Minato, Thor, and the four champions of Asgard remained on the empty street. If truth be told, even the Forest Guardian champions were something of a liability. Compared to Thor, now awakened to his true power, they were little more than ordinary mortals. Of course, compared to true civilians, they were still far more formidable. It was that awkward position, too strong for the ordinary, not strong enough for the extraordinary. Still, if they wanted to stay, then so be it. Let them. Well, isn't that the Hokage of Konoha? What a coincidence. Obito looked down, raised his hand in a casual wave as a greeting, and grinned. "I was in a rush when I went to New York earlier, so I didn't have time to change my uniform. But look at me now, how do you like this outfit?" As he spoke, Obito spun around, showing off his clothes, his playful personality on full display. This little performance also gave everyone a good look at his attire, a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Just from the appearance alone, it had an undeniably cool vibe. They stepped closer to Minato Namikaze and asked in a low voice, "Is this your enemy?" Minato nodded and patted Thor on the shoulder, secretly leaving his flying thunder god mark. Thor noticed the odd sensation on his shoulder, but ignored it. There were more pressing matters at hand. He looked up at the two figures riding the colossal dragon in the sky. "Warrior Namikaze, I'm guessing you can't fly? Let me handle these two for you as a token of thanks for distracting the destroyer earlier." With that, Thor swung his hammer and shot straight into the sky. Minato shook his head and called out, "You won't be able to hit them." Sure enough, faced with the lightning-fast charge of the god of thunder, The two Akatsuki members didn't even bother to dodge. Without the slightest ripple, Thor passed right through the massive dragon and hurtled off into the distance. Haha, Obito, you were right. This guy really is a blockhead. Deidara reached into the pouches at his sides and pulled out a huge lump of clay. He popped the clay into one of the mouths on his hand and chewed it a few times. In moments, a handful of tiny spiders and a winged, egg-shaped clay doll appeared in Deidara's hands. Obito. Toby nodded, and Deidara sent his creations into the real world. Go, my pretties. C1 clay spiders. C2 number 18. A sense of danger prickled at Thor, and he bellowed to the four heroes of the Divine Realm. Get out of the way now. The clay spiders dropped faster than the number 18 doll, landing on the ground first before scurrying into the nearest houses. Several clay spiders lunged toward the four heroes, who instinctively raised their weapons, ready to attack. Seeing this, Minato seemed to realize something. He quickly hurled a three-pronged kunai in that direction and shouted, "Don't attack those spiders." But it was too late. Except for Sif, who managed to stop herself in time, the other three's weapons struck the clay spiders nearby. In a flash, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared beside Sif, grabbed her wrist, and whisked her away from the danger. 3 thunderous explosions erupted, as if grenades had gone off all at once. Those clay spiders, barely bigger than a thumbnail, packed an astonishing punch. Sif stared in shock at the devastation. If Minato hadn't pulled her away in time, she would have been caught in the blast and gravely injured. Before she could utter a word of thanks to Minato Namikaze, he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already brought out the remaining 3 of the 4 brave warriors of the Divine Realm. Though all of them were clad in armor, they were now covered in blood, gravely wounded and unconscious. Sif hurriedly rushed to them, breaking down in tears and cries. The 4 of them had grown up together, inseparable since childhood, and now 3 of them lay before her, critically injured. Sif was overcome with grief and rage. Thor also witnessed this scene, his anger flaring even higher. But before anyone could act, Minato Namikaze shouted, "Everyone, get down." At that moment, the number 18 puppet, which was plummeting down, began to grow larger and larger, until it was the size of a truck. With no hesitation, everyone outside the town threw themselves flat on the ground. The enormous puppet crashed into the center of the town, and then came Deidara's triumphant shout. "Art is an explosion!" Huh! In that very instant, as the C3 number 18 puppet hit the ground, it unleashed the final, most dazzling flourish of its brief existence. For a moment, even the sun in the sky seemed pale and dim compared to the blinding brilliance bursting from the cracking C3 number 18 puppet. A surging wave of fire erupted from within the puppet, instantly engulfing the center of the town, followed by a tremendous explosion. A thunderous roar split the heavens, the flames sweeping across the entire town. In an instant, everything in the town was obliterated, as if an iron rod had smashed through a block of tofu. A pale mushroom cloud rose slowly, bearing witness to the terrifying force of the blast. The town, spanning several hectares, was reduced to ruins by this single C3 detonation. Fortunately, everyone had evacuated before the explosion. Otherwise, hundreds of townsfolk would have perished in an instant. After a long while, the crowd finally lifted their heads, brushing off the dust and grit, and turned their gaze toward the town. They stood frozen in shock at what they saw. As the shock of the explosion still gripped everyone, a voice echoed from the sky. "Aha! Obito, did you see that? That's my art." Deidara's arrogant laughter rang out. "Art is an explosion." All right. Your art is impressive," Obito replied in a mocking tone. "Now that you've had your fun, can we go get the one tail?" "Yes, let's go. Don't even think about leaving." Thor roared in fury, summoning lightning and hurling it toward the flying dragon. After Thor had just sworn to protect Earth, Deidara had destroyed an entire town and gravely wounded his friends as well. How could he possibly let Deidara get away with this? But this was no longer his decision to make. Lightning shot straight through Deidara and the flying dragon, crashing down into empty space. "You cowards! Dare to face me head-on if you have any guts." Thor, infuriated, instinctively resorted to taunting them. But the two paid him no mind whatsoever. No matter how loudly Thor cursed, they ignored him, simply steering the flying dragon farther away. Naturally, Thor kept close on their tail. Once the flying dragon had left the town behind and was far from any innocent bystanders, Minato Namikaze, enveloped in Ninetales chakra mode, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared on Thor's back. "My apologies." Clinging to Thor's back, he spoke these words, then looked up at Deidara and shouted, "Hey, Blondie, your so-called art is nothing but garbage." For once, Minato let loose with some profanity, but the effect was immediate and remarkable. Whoosh! The flying dragon came to an abrupt halt. Deidara spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. What did you say? Obito smacked his forehead. That's the Hokage of Konoha for you. Seeing this, Thor seemed to catch on and joined in, yelling, Hey, Blondie, your art is so pathetic. Even a mess my dog makes at home is more interesting than your so-called creations. Instantly, Deidara was fuming with rage. Toby, stop. We're going to kill these two blasphemers right here and now. Watching Deidara refuse to budge until he'd vented his anger, Obito could only spread his hands helplessly. I was only planning to take the one tail and leave, but thanks to you, things just got a lot more complicated. With that, he turned to Deidara and asked, Can you handle the lightning guy? No problem. Deidara gritted his teeth. Even if they both come at me, I can take them. Don't be ridiculous. That's the Hokage you're talking about. Don't get ahead of yourself, Obito scoffed, then instructed, Deidara, you take care of the lightning one. I'll handle the Hokage. With that, Obito leapt from the back of the flying dragon. A swirling vortex appeared, drawing Obito inside. A moment later, the same swirling pattern formed on the ground below, and Obito emerged from it. Seeing this, Minato nodded at Thor. One each. Fine by me, Thor agreed, his eyes fixed on Deidara, the one who had hurt his friends. Swish! Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito faced each other from a distance. Obito drew the Uchiha fan and his chain. Minato Namikaze, let's see what you've got. Show me the power you've acquired. Before the words had faded, the two of them rushed at each other. High above, Deidara stood on his flying dragon, glaring down at Thor. You with the lightning. Your words will cost you dearly. Thor stood firm, undaunted. That's my line, you fiend. A powerful surge of energy erupted. Thor charged straight at Deidara's flying dragon, but Deidara showed no intention of dodging right away. Instead, a four-winged bird appeared in his hand. Just as Thor was about to collide with the dragon, Deidara tossed the bird into the air, then leapt up, landing atop the bird, which had grown large enough to carry a person. A thunderous explosion erupted. The flying dragon detonated instantly, leaving Thor no chance to escape. The bird swiftly soared away, putting distance between them. Deidara stood on its back, watching the dazzling fireworks blooming in the sky, a smile playing on his lips. That's the price you pay. He hadn't finished his sentence when he saw a hammer hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Startled, Deidara ducked just in time, his brows knitting in frustration. As the bright light of the explosion faded, Thor hovered in the air, Mjolnir returning to his side. He was completely unharmed, gazing coldly at Deidara. It seems your physical defenses are quite something. Ordinary C1 and C2 bombs can't touch you. Now the real fight began, and Deidara forced himself to calm down. Though he desperately wanted to take Thor out right then and there, he stroked his chin, quickly working through battle strategies in his mind. But Thor wasn't about to give Deidara time to think. He raised his hammer and charged at Deidara without hesitation. At this moment, Thor didn't seem so much the god of thunder as the god of the hammer. It was as if the hammer was guiding him, pulling him forward. He fought in perfect tandem with it. He spun the hammer, then hurled himself forward, man and hammer together, streaking toward Deidara. The speed was astonishing. Anyone else might have been struck. But now, Deidara skillfully maneuvered the four-winged bird, dodging with ease. The four-winged bird could explode, too, but its destructive power was limited. Its true value lay in its incredible speed, allowing Deidara to evade any predictable attack with little effort. Thor's assaults fell into that category, predictable, and easily avoided by Deidara's nimble flying. So Deidara split his focus, deftly weaving the bird through Thor's barrage while pondering a way to deal with his opponent. If he really wanted to eliminate Thor, Deidara had two bombs that could do the job. One was the C4 Garuda, and the other, the ultimate C0, his self-destruction technique. C4 Garuda would create a gigantic bomb in Deidara's own likeness, but when it exploded, it wouldn't unleash a visible shockwave. Instead, it would release countless microscopic bombs, invisible to the naked eye. Once these microbombs enter a body, Deidara could trigger them at will. The effect? Picture Thanos snapping his fingers. Victims would crumble to dust in an instant. The only way to counter the C4 Garuda was to use lightning-style chakra in advance to disable the bombs, or shock oneself after the bombs enter the body. Only then could one hope to survive. However, Deidara was uncertain whether Thor's lightning could have the same effect. If it could, then Thor would be the perfect counter to Deidara. That said, regardless of whether he would be countered, Deidara had no intention of using this bomb. He never planned to kill Thor. All he wanted was to progress in his impersonation mission. Therefore, the C4 Garuda was off the table. If By chance, Thor's lightning couldn't neutralize HYDRA's bomb. Wouldn't that mean Thor would die here? And if that happened, Earth itself might become a battlefield. A battlefield for Odin and the Ancient One. C0 self-destruction was out of the question as well. That technique was HYDRA's ultimate masterpiece. An explosion so powerful it would vaporize everything within its range. The blast radius could cover dozens of kilometers, far greater than the size of small town. HYDRA was confident that Thor would never survive such a blast. But the problem was, Thor must not die, and neither could HYDRA, the character he was playing. With the two most powerful bombs ruled out, HYDRA could only consider using quantity to achieve a qualitative change. If one bomb couldn't hurt Thor, what about 100? Or 1,000? Or 10,000? If tens of thousands of bombs detonated around Thor at once, he might not die, but a serious injury was guaranteed. And Thor, gravely wounded. That was exactly what HYDRA wanted. To defeat a superhero head-on. With HYDRA's combative nature, that should significantly boost his impersonation progress, shouldn't it? As he pondered this, HYDRA's gaze drifted to the distant crowd watching the battle unfold. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Hey, big guy, you seem pretty angry because I just injured those people, don't you? Thor halted, his voice thundering with rage. They're my friends, my companions. I see. Since they're important to you, I suppose you wouldn't just stand by and watch them die, would you? Hearing this, Thor's heart skipped a beat. This is bad, he thought. But before he could say anything, he saw a sly smile curl at HYDRA's lips. HYDRA took out some clay and let the mouths on his hands chew it as he spoke, spreading his palms open. From now on, I won't attack you. Instead, I'll send my clay birds to attack that group. If you truly care about them, why not shield them from the explosions with your own body? He laughed. After all, you're tough enough, aren't you? As he spoke, HYDRA tossed the tiny birds into the air. Instantly, they swelled to the size of real birds and shot towards Sif and the others. Despicable! Thor roared, shaking with fury. He hurled Mjolnir at HYDRA, but his attack missed. Frustrated, he had no choice but to rush toward the flock of flying birds. Explosions thundered in rapid succession.